Good morning, friends, family, everyone in between. Welcome back to day 2 of Low Tide City on the IPL channel. My name is Saf. I'm here with the Milana. We are so excited to be here. I mean, Mel, how's it going? How are you?
You know, I'm alive, and that's what matters.
That's true and real, very fair. Listen, you guys, it's been such an awesome time to be here. We are the first match of the day coming at you, so I mean, look at us. We're both ready to be here, but we're also both very tired. But it's still exciting nonetheless. Looking at down below, we're looking at October Rift and for the content. Moving on into this Fire Pit round robin stage? No. Fire Pit stage, round 1, and we're going to be opening on Clamblitz Robo Ramen this morning.
That is certainly a pick for the first map of the day. But, you know, I really do enjoy a good bowl of ramen, and I'm sure you do, and, you know, it's going to be really great.
Also, just, like, maybe some clam chowder as well.
You know, I like the clam chowder ramen. What do we think? What are we thinking? Are we thinking?
Just seafood first thing in the morning is wonderful. So, I mean, I agree. Starting off the morning with clams is something else. Everybody just got up. We're all just getting here. And, yeah, we're going to play Clamblitz first. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine. There's a lot more stuff coming down the pipeline, as you can see up top here. But it's going to be a good time. For the content had quite a day yesterday, Mel. I mean, things were really fun and going really good. And you know what? Everybody's actually locked in and ready to go.
You just see that focus right there.
I know. If you look on the right there, you have Jem and Devi just right up front with Vic and D-Dip. And over on the other side, you got October Rift with Aset, Dora, Tabby, and Reggie bringing it up behind them. But we're going to waste no time. These players are ready to go. Let's get started.
Are we ready? Are we ready to party? All right, so what do we see here? You know, I really not a fan of the custom E-leader because I get sniped and then I get krakened, but I think it's a good pick against, you know, Devi, who's using that Hydra.
You know, I agree with you, but I also think this is Devi on the Hydra we're talking about. This is the self-proclaimed Hydra mama. So I really think that they have to be watching out with what they're going to do. And already the opening statements are being made, and For the Content is making their way into the spawning point of October Rift with 3 members going down.
But, you know, both sides had 3 members going down with just the Hydra and the NZAP lap. But, so, you know, it's really a good opportunity for both teams to kind of gather their bearings and come back and make another push.
Absolutely. I mean, economy's not really on anybody's side at the moment. You can see Tabby is the solo clam holder at the moment here, and a Booyah Bomb's coming in to try to cover up that cooler as well. But, I mean, at the moment, October Rift is a little bit stuck in their spawning area here, but you can see that For the Content, with 3 members going down, I mean, you blink and you miss it. And a wipeout! The wipeout on For the Content. This is October Rift's moment to try to get something going here. You can see Ace is trying to push up as far as they can, maybe looking to try and get that crab tank online as best as possible. However, it seems the Kraken is going to be the one making the first move.
You know, they got rid of the Kraken cheese, but they did not get rid of the Kraken. So let's see if they can make this push happen.
See, you can take the cheese out of the Kraken, but you can't take the Kraken out of the cheese. You can't, exactly. But you know what? It's fine. They're still going to work with it. Again, the economy still being on October Rift's side here, looking to try to make an entrance. And I think it's being challenging here because this front line, this battle of the front lines here is just, it's going down up there and it's hard to get in.
It really is. You know, I think they just hesitated a little bit too much to do that approach. But, you know, I think sometimes it is okay to play safe during clams if you don't have that economy.
Absolutely, and already look at that crab tank right next to the sea leader over on the side there, making a really, really nice, I guess, opening point there with using the long shot from the crab tank, getting the leader in a really comfortable position here up on that glass wall. You can see For the Content is just kind of biding their time. They don't really want to overextend themselves too early here, trying to hold on to their clams. A nice double splat coming out, though, from For the Content. I mean, Mel, we're about 3 minutes down, and no scores have been made. It's a low-scoring game still.
These are the kinds of games that make me really nervous as a player. So I am I don't know. Maybe they can make the push happen. It looks like they're in a great position to make a push happen, but they don't have the clams to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, it's like, where are the clams spawning in? Like, has anybody seen them? Are we playing the same game right now? Because, I mean, I'm seeing 11 on the board, but I've seen 0 power clams so far, Mel.
This is certainly a game of all time. And you know what? They do have that clam, but unfortunately, oh, they do break the barrier. So, you know, maybe this is the only push that they need.
I mean, 80 is something. It is a solo pop, and the pity clam will be given to For the Content. But I mean, finally, some sort of statement was made here to try to get some points on the board. And October Rift going in and actually being really successful in their fights and splats against For the Content here. As you can see, Devi is now being pushed back in the Booyah Bomb, though, so definitely a little bit of safety there, but not so much for October Rift, as that Booyah Bomb comes in and kind of covers up that Tacticooler.
I think this is going to be an opportunity, but not if October Rift gets that double. This is becoming an uphill battle for the Content.
Yeah, For the Content is kind of struggling to find their footing here. It seems like they do have the tools at their disposal. However, they're just not quite coming together because October Rift just has a solid foothold in mid here, and you can see For the Content trying to get these strikes out, maybe to try to gate some safe passage, and Gem on that Trizooka there, finding one splat, maybe trying to find a second. And especially with doors swooping around here in the Kraken, I mean, you're immovable object against unstoppable force against the Trizooka.
You are. We see all these specials coming out, but I feel like the specials aren't really doing much to be able to help either team make pushes.
Yeah, and I think with October Rift too, I think you're right. That initial push kind of seemed like all they needed because they keep having For the Content on their toes. For the Content has barely made it out of mid, and when they do, at least two of them go down. And so they got to be biding their time and playing it a little bit more safely here, try to get some more paint on the ground. And there we can see the Trizooka and the Tri-Strikes are online here as the Trizooka from Gem is popped once again. However, as soon as that ink comes out from For the Content, the floor is immediately green again from October Rift. And again, the man advantage that October Rift has is just astronomical.
And it is, and Devi, the last line of defense for the Content. But, you know, the whole team is already back. This may be an opportunity for you know, October Rift to make that push happen, but maybe they might not need to.
Yeah, and especially you got to appreciate Door once again coming through with that Kraken, finding a nice double splat. We're going into overtime now. A low-scoring game going into overtime now. 2 power claims, though, online, so this is going to be For the Content's last attempt at trying to get some points for themselves here. But when you have both, look at that, a triple splat. I think I blinked and all these X's coming up on the screen. For the Content only has a few seconds to try to get something going, but it's not quite enough time. Time was not on their side. October Rift opening up strong and taking the first game.
You know, that was a very, very back and forth, but I feel like both teams really could have made a push at any point during that match.
Absolutely. And the other thing too, I always say this, Mel, when the game first gets started, I feel that the first game usually doesn't count because it's information gathering.
Right.
You're seeing what people are playing, you're trying to maybe figure out some play styles, and especially when you have folks like Devi and Gem on your team, I mean, who do this for a living, quite honestly. So they know what to look for, they know what they're talking about, and so with all that information gathering, I feel like now all the tools are at everybody's disposal. People know what's going on, who's going to bring out what, and then maybe For the Content wants to readjust and see how they want to realign. And we're going to be going into Splat Zones on Umami Ruins next. And so how do they want to change that, especially going from like not having one zone, but you have 2 that you got to worry about?
No, for sure. And this map can really be a lockout if you let the other team in. And, you know, sometimes, you know, opportunity comes knocking and you do not want to open that door.
You certainly do not. And I think for sure they need to be watching out for Door. Door with that Kraken was definitely a menace. Every single time, they were consistently getting back into the spawning point of For the Content and just wreaking havoc. No jumps from them, though.
Yeah.
Not seeing anybody jump to them, however, but just consistently in Kraken form, I was seeing at least one name on the bottom of the screen from a splat from them. So I think For the Content has to be a little more mindful of how Door is going to use that Kraken if it comes back again.
Yes, totally. And, you know, maybe that's something that maybe Devi could focus on, given that, you know, we have that backline 1v1 going on. But, you know, sometimes the Kraken do be crackening.
The look on your face, you're like,
I'm just like, what are you supposed to do? There's a big squid in your face. Like,
I know, what are you supposed to do? Again, a movable object versus unstoppable force. Because if you have Trizuka also, I mean, the hitbox is just massive. You don't really know what it truly is.
Yeah.
It's kind of a gamble.
it, you know, it is what it is, but...
It is what it is. But okay, so listen, I'm looking forward to seeing how For the Content is going to change what they want to do. And I definitely think that, especially with D-Dip and Vic, they got to be a little bit more forward and maybe go in and take fights together.
Right.
And it seemed like it was difficult for them to try to wrap around the sides and see and find value with a lot of their specials. But hopefully we'll see how that changes. And actually no changes from the side of For the Content, but there's definitely being some discussion, I'm sure.
Yes, no, for sure. But with those three, you know, frontline shooters, I think it is very possible to make these pushes happen.
I agree with you there. And October Rift already going in, and the first splat has been had by For the Content. And now For the Content is actually going to make throw the first punch and take the zone.
They are, and you know, they're holding onto the zone, but it is kind of in a precarious situation where they're not pushing forward enough to make it the hold on the zone more meaningful than it could be.
Right, but look at this. I appreciate Tabby trying to give some space for Door to come in. Again, here comes the Kraken, breaking the tacticooler, making sure that no one else can get it if they can. And I like the little passerby between the crab and the Kraken, just two giant animals, giant beasts walking among us on Umami Ruins here. And the lead now being taken by October Rift.
Then you see here, they are pushing up. They get a double. This is going to be so tough for the Content to make it back.
Yeah, you can see Debbie's going to try their best to make it an opening, but not with Ace there following up below the ledge there. You got to be cautious of those non-shooter weapons on those ledges, folks, because they can just cause real damage. And I mean, Ace is doing just that, and here we go, probably waiting to find a higher spot to use that crab tank.
They are, and you see the crab tank coming out, getting one. Can they get another? They get another. There's only one left on the other team, but that Booyah Bomb takes them out prematurely.
Yeah, and Debbie with a good throw on the Booyah Bomb, having a lot of object shredder down the line here. For the Content, still trying to look for an opening. The Kraken once again being popped in the single digits now, but with Gem going up on the midsection there, following up with strikes. The zone almost being taken out of control. It's back and forth. For the Content needs to throw something here to stay in the game, and they tried their best there. And oh man, what a closing splat at the end there.
I think that was just a show of how dominating that performance was.
That shot, like right when the tape was across the screen, you just see the Hydra like sink into the muck. It just disappeared. I mean, you hear the shots being fired, and I mean, then the game is over. Like, I blinked and it happened, but like, wow, again, a dominating presence from October Rift.
You know, I am really impressed because I know the caliber of play that comes out from For the Content. So if you're able to keep up with that, I think that is so cool.
I agree, totally. But what's so interesting to me is that For the Content has so much more paint output on their side.
Yes.
However, it just seems like with the special coordination that October Rift is having, they have so much more space to utilize, especially for Ace to move around. Because, I mean, come on now, as a Wiper player, you don't really got much to work with at your disposal. You really are reliant on other people throwing paint at your feet.
Yeah.
As a support player who likes to paint people's feet.
Oh, me too.
Okay.
Yeah, I look at my teammates' feet and wait, cut that out, cut that out. Sorry.
Cut that.
The stream is over.
Okay, but that's important, and I think the paint output that For the Content has is way higher than October Rift has, but it just doesn't seem like they're able to like find what they're looking for, especially because you have two giant animals coming at you. You have a crab tank and a Kraken coming out at the same time. One is just lobbing shots from far away. The other one's gonna just come right in your face and be with you. So it's challenging, and especially because someone like Devi, who's a lot more mobile on their Hydra,
right,
I feel can have a better time at some avoidance. But
even so, it's difficult.
It's hard. It's so hard. And honestly, Devi makes it look easy.
I cannot play. I cannot pick up a Hydra. I cannot move with the Hydra. I can't shoot with the Hydra. It's just not. It doesn't work that way.
I'm not a Hydra. Mel is not equal to Hydra.
Yeah, no.
Not even less than or equal
no,
to.
No,
it's
no,
just equal sign with a line through it. Like,
do not give me that.
No,
just
do not
don't
perceive
pass it.
me.
No.
Do not perceive me
No.
on that weapon. Thank you so much. Leave it to the pros.
But we do have to go on Rainmaker Crab Leg, and that is a map of all time, a map mode of all time.
Okay, so once again, no changes from For the Content. However, the fight for the greats is going to be real here, as Door and Amaris are going to be playing both the backline weapons, only Tabby as their primary paint weapon. However, with the range that October Rift has, I think For the Content could actually struggle with this.
I really think so, but you know, the thing about Crab Leg is that it's just such a small map. I feel like if you play back, it can be pretty successful.
Yeah, well, already the October Rift is going to waste no time getting that Rainmaker in their possession. They're trying to make their way to that first checkpoint. You can see a little bit of hesitancy up on the top of the screen there. But look at Gem trying to break through the strikes to help follow up as a smoke screen. And finally, the Rainmaker falling off of that top grate at the 70 mark.
Yes, and you know, I think what makes this map challenging is it really isn't a safe push whether you push it right or whether you push it left. It just... It makes a lot of decision making difficult.
Yeah, and look at that, the Booyah Bomb coming in. The Inkjet is also going to be mobilized into the air, landing right by the Tacticooler just in time to grab the juice. And a nice pick from on Gem there, but I didn't even see who got the primary pick.
The Kraken going straight into the Rainmaker, picking it up and getting that dunk on the first checkpoint.
Yeah, wasting no time to get that dunk. Waste the special at that point. Let's just make this game a Splatoon 2 for us. October Rift trying to find their footing up on this checkpoint, but 3 members going down here. Finally, For the Content is going to make a statement going into the midsection, and we're going to see those blue points get on the board. The juice is popped. The pedestal has been touched, but the pop has not been successful yet.
Not quite. That snipe was nasty on Gem. And you know, I think this stop is allowed October Rift to come back and hold that Rainmaker and maybe make a push for themselves.
Yeah, and I think Amaris is wasting no time to do that either, as the shipping damage that they have is so immense, and it gives Ace all the space in the world to try and take the fight successfully. D-Dub going down. Vic, though, successfully retreating. A little bit of damage on their side, though. Going in for the trade, but not finding value in going down themselves. And Dora is just kind of stuck down below here as Devi is going to collapse in from the top.
I think Devi, using her positioning very strategically, is able to make it very difficult for October Rift to make meaningful pushes.
Oh my gosh, but the call out that just happened there, Mel, was insane. D-Dip throwing those tri-strikes in a line there. You could see 3 player names on October Rift being pushed into a corner, pigeonholed, if you will, and that Booyah Bomb coming out to try to follow up and finish the D. It found a little bit of value, and D-Dip has more space to work with, and 3 members down on October Rift is going to be what they need. Let's make this a game of Splatoon 2, you guys.
Let's do that. Exactly. They do get that first checkpoint, but they're going to need to move the Rainmaker just 1 inch up.
And with Gem on the Trizuka, though, that pick was huge. You want to get somebody out of there. And finally, For the Content is going to take the lead. The Rainmaker down to the 21 mark. You can see October Rift is a little bit spread out, but look at how far Devi is pushed up. Devi is in the spawn right now with their Hydra trying to take the fight, but successfully finding retreat.
And you know, I think that would be the smart thing to do, but caught in between a Kraken and a Crab Tank, Devi is not in a good position either.
Like the definition of a rock in a hard place, okay?
Yeah.
Am I right? But already, the Rainmaker is going to be reset back in the middle. You can see For the Content trying to just fight for mid. They want to try to get it. That bomb coming in was pretty close for Ace, and there's the suction bomb too, but causing Vic to kind of take their eyes off of the objective there. You can see For the Content is going to retreat back to the spawn to make sure they can throw some bombs out and just defend as best as they can as we enter the last minute of the game.
This is where it's going to get tough for October Rift, because getting the push past 21 on this map is so difficult.
And a lot of the points, too, are in that last little corner as well. So many of them, even though it's such a short distance, but that's why all the unit points are really, like, right there. But look at the fight. For the Content is bringing the fight to them in their spawn with October Rift. They keep trying to pop the Rainmaker and get it up as fast as they can, but For the Content is just not going to let them do that. They're going to keep throwing specials and bombs and things to keep that Rainmaker just resetting and just not approachable.
And, you know, they're doing a really great job. It's very difficult to approach that at all. But the Rainmaker does reset. This may give October Rift one more opportunity to go down for further content. This is October Rift's chance.
This is probably their final chance, Mel, as 15 seconds left on the clock with the Rainmaker in their hands. We will enter overtime unless For the Content says otherwise. But they only have 3 members left alive. That Booyah Bomb is going to just delay them a little bit more. But now in the 3v3 scenario, you can see Vic trying to push up and cause a little bit of havoc there. Just a few seconds left on that overtime clock. Dora's got to play this really carefully, and the Inkjet could maybe help them do that. You can see the points starting to go down, but with Gem taking out that Trizuka, it wasn't enough! And October Rift is going 3-0 against For the Content.
Wow. That was such an incredible push. You can see the jubilation on their faces. Wow, that was Splatoon.
That was Splatoon.
That was Splatoon.
Have you guys heard of this game called Splatoon 3? I don't know if you have, but that just happened. That really just happened.
That was incredible. That was, you know, this is what I like to see when I watch Splatoon.
Oh my God, it's just tasty. It's like
palpable.
It's palpable. Exactly. But okay, listen. In those ending moments there, For the Content had such good defensive walls set up. Devi throwing that Booyah Bomb over on the corner was the right thing to do. Taking a few more seconds off that clock, going into single digits on the game timer. And then Gem trying to bring out that Trizuka one more time to just see if they could land and find contact, but just not quite doing so. And like, those were the final moments in the game that it really needed to happen. However, I really think For the Content came alive in that last game.
I think so too. But you know what? Sometimes you can't compete against an Inkjet Kraken crab tank.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness. You have someone that's aerial. You have someone that's rolling around at the speed of sound. You have someone that's just like zooming around in Kraken. It's like there's a lot of variables there. But yeah, I think For the Content was just kind of struggling with that. But I mean, I really want to also shout out Vic here, because Vic was playing that end zap and they were going for it. They were like, I'm gonna slay. I'm also a shot. Why not? I'm gonna go in there, and consistently I would see Vic try to challenge the Rainmaker to do anything they can to like find value out of it. And like, luckily for the Rainmaker person, they were like, I'm gonna just shoot at the ground. Like, do not approach me. Do not perceive me. So whoever the Rainmaker carrier was on October Rift, like, hats off to you, because you were defending yourself sometimes all alone, and it was really good. It was awesome.
October Rift really just played they played Splatoon. Did you know that?
Have you ever played that game? Have you heard of it?
I don't know. Maybe I've heard of it.
Okay, Mel, listen. So I finally went and had barbecue last night.
How was it?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Okay.
It was pretty good. But I kind of want to go to another place. If you haven't heard of it before, we went to the Salt Lake last night. I believe it's a chain barbecue place.
Never. I'm not a Texan. I'm very far.
I'm not either. I'm not either. We're Northerners.
Yeah.
I mean, we are just on the opposite sides.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
Yeah. I'm swinging for the West. She plays for the East. You know what I'm saying? But it was really good. We all like went out, had a nice time, had a couple drinks, and just got to chit chat. And like, one thing I just appreciate so much about the lands is like, I keep telling like all my friends this. I'm like, I get to be in the same place as so many people that I love and cherish, and like get to hug and hold hands with and just gab and talk to, and it just fills my heart with joy to see so many people having fun. And especially because these lands have just been growing. We've just been getting bigger and bigger. Splatoon has so much momentum right now, and it's just so nice to see people get so excited about it.
I see exactly that. Like, this is my first LTC, and being at the fire pit, it's just like surreal. Like, everyone's just vibing, and there's like hundreds of people just there.
And the vibes are immaculate all around. The vibes are immaculate all around. And you know what else, Mel, is I think it's incredible that we have so many different content creators like yourself coming from around the world. Like, we have people that coming in here from Europe. We have Ami Sky, who came in from Australia. I mean, it's just incredible. Dude is here, you're here, I'm here. I mean, we're from here, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so cool to see all of these folks come in from out of town and like really out of town, like across the pond level, and still come and like hang out and see each other. And I think it also is a good reminder for people that like, when you go to the fire pit and like you see these big content creators, it's like, no, we're also just people. We're also just people here to like hang out and vibe, and like I just do this thing because it's really fun and I enjoy it. But like I'm also here to hang out with my friends and just have a good time.
That's why I'm here. Good. I practiced one time.
Oh well, sorry. We made from the ink up gold bracket, and then we were like, okay, we got it.
Good enough.
Okay, we're like, okay, we got it. It's perfect. And then so you're okay. For those of you who don't know, actually Mel and I both are playing. We both have played yesterday. I'm on a team called Rebels and Kia, and Mel is on a team called Element.
Actually.
And I believe I will be playing at 2 p.m. today in a different bracket pool. And then, are you in top 24?
I'm top 24, yeah.
That's awesome.
I don't know how we got here.
You're like, I don't know.
Started from the ground, we still on the ground. Like, you know what I'm saying? That kind
We
of
never left.
We never left the ground.
We just like went crisscross applesauce instead of like sprawled out. Like we just kind of changed position, but you know that's fine. But that's really exciting. It's cool to like compete, be here and compete, but then also you get to be on the mic with folks. And this is mine and Mel's first time on the mic together, and we're really excited about it. We were kind of chit chatting and DMing, and I was like, hey, like, do you want to match outfits? Like, do you want to do? And you're like, I just want to wear a Splatoon shirt. And I was like, hey,
like, I have no room. I have so many like knickknacks in my bag.
That's
I got
true.
nothing else.
That's true. That's true. You got a whole like gotcha thing going on, so that's important.
It
so
is
we
important.
went with Splatoon shirts, and you know what? That's all right. But take a look at the venue here, folks. It is. What time is it? Where are we at? It's almost 11 a.m. here in Austin, Texas, and excuse me, I guess Round Rock, Texas. Almost 10 or 11 a.m. here, and if you see out at the floor, you can look on the right. This is the Splatoon section of the venue, and already, I mean, it's buzzing with folks playing and getting their matches set up, and we are seeing our next folks on the stage here. October Rift is actually going to be staying with us in round 2, but we're going to be inviting Vitamin C up to the stage with us at the moment here. And as these players are getting set up in LAN mode, we're going to be seeing them coming up next and opening up on Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market, which Mel, yesterday, when I was playing Zones Hagglefish Market, I was having the time of my life, and it was probably the best game that I played at the LAN here because I went 2-0. I didn't die. I only got 2 splats. I was not splatted myself, and I was just.
But you painted.
Oh, I painted the floor. I painted the heck out of the floor. And you know what? I went toe-to-toe with a pencil as a junior. I got 1808, and they got 1809.
You know?
And I was like, I rest my case. Like, I can paint, all right? Even if I'm not a pencil, like, I can paint.
You know, I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much. Coming from you, that means a lot. There's a lot more weight to that.
Listen, I paint the floor, you paint the floor, we're the same.
Oh, yeah, I know. Same brain. Not even like same brain cell, it's just the hive mind.
Actually, we're the same person.
You guys can't see under the table, but
okay.
That's all. That's it. But okay, the folks on Vitamin C, you have PTW, Aloe, Homura, Frenzy, and Hitch. And honestly, this group of folks does not have a backline, so we're probably not going to really see much backline going on. Maybe there's a few flex players here with us in our midst. However, most of them are just kind of support and slayers. So we're going to be seeing, I would, from what I understand, from how I see it, we're going to see.
Actually, from how I see it, from my perspective.
So personally, as a person, from my perspective. From my perspective, we're going to be seeing a lot of forward pressure probably coming from October Rift. However, again, I want to go back to that gathering information thing. Vitamin C got to just watch what October Rift was cooking with.
Right.
So they're going to probably bring ingredients of their own and be like, how can we counteract this? How can we try to make the better dish? Especially because, I mean, October Rift is working with a lot of proteins, as we've been saying. They've been working with a lot of protein. You got Crab Tank, you have Kraken. And so what is Vitamin C going to try to do to combat that?
Do you think a Kraken would taste good? Just personally?
No.
No?
I don't think so. I don't think it would have the same values like calamari.
Yep.
You see, what you guys don't know is that our producer Doughboy is also talking to us on our microphone. So sometimes we'll just laugh, and it's like you don't know, but we know.
We're in the inn. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we're in, you're out. I mean, just okay, Mel, just between us girls, looking at this map list up here, I would really appreciate going to a game 5 just because
I love Mahi splat zones.
Okay,
I really do.
That's what I was looking for, because I appreciate when people have like quote unquote controversial like map.
I love Mahi Mahi.
Yeah, see,
It's my favorite map.
Okay, nope. That's it. Okay, next topic. We can move
We're moving on.
Yeah, we already. That's it. Okay, anyways. But I appreciate when we can go to a fun Game 5, and especially because we've been seeing quite a few Game 5s here up on the main stage over the last day, and hopefully more into today. So you gotta appreciate that. But once again, you can see these folks are just trying to get back into the lobby. They're waiting to get set up. For folks taking a couple selfies on the stage, which absolutely is what you should be doing, and documenting your LAN experiences. And folks, if you yourselves have never been to a LAN before, I highly, highly, highly encourage you to try your best to come to the next one. The next one, bigger event being Riptide in September. But this is such a fun place to be, and I mean, if the photos don't give you FOMO, then I don't know what else. Also, I want to talk about this brick.
I have no idea what this brick is.
Dude, I saw it on day 1, and I was like, haha, and then I'm like, oh. Like, you just see all these photos in the Discord. Yeah, of this brick is just making.
Can you tell me what the history of this brick is? Because I have no idea.
We're in the same boat. I don't know. We're piloting the same ship here. Like, I have no idea what the message is with this brick, but it's been enjoyable to watch as so many different folks have touched this brick.
It's part of LTC history.
No,
now.
it totally is. It's like if we had a yearbook, like one page would just be dedicated to the brick.
What if you built a house out of this brick? Does that mean Splatoon is at the foundation of this house?
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. I like the way where your head's going. But I personally have also not seen this brick either. I've just been hearing about it. But just seeing photos. But again, the cool thing about these LANs is you get to take so many photos of stuff that's happening. There's so many fun little quirky things that are going on around you. People bring gifts. Mel has a really cool gotcha thing that she's going to do later. And people have stickers and posters, and it's cool. It's so cool. People like want to get their brand out there, but they also just like want to pass around art and give people stuff. And I mean, I don't know, the Splatoon community is so cool for that, because every lane you go to, it's like that.
One of my mods is here, and he doesn't play Splatoon, but he's here for the first time at a Splatoon LAN, and he's like, everywhere I go, it's like I'm trick-or-treating, like people just keep giving me things. Like, yeah, that's typically the vibe.
And I wanted to quote one of my best friends, Falco, the Falco Flyer of Splatoon tourney.
Wait, the Falco Flyer?
No, yeah, like, that one. Dad Flyer, soon to be Dad Flyer.
Dad Flyer, gotcha.
But to quote, this quote from him has just been coming back to me throughout the weekend, which is, there's no quote unquote weird thing to do at a LAN. Yes. It is totally normal to ask people's name again. It's totally normal to just walk up and introduce yourself. Even if you don't have a conversation, just introducing yourself and being like, hey, I'm so-and-so, it's really nice to meet you. Like, I watch your streams, or like, I love your art, or like, that's a totally normal and polite thing to do, and like, nobody should ever feel uncomfortable or weird about it.
Yes.
And I try to like encourage people about that, because I personally too have like had some folks come and talk to me, and I feel like they're like, oh, hi. Okay, no, like, hi. And I'm like, no, like, come in. And like, one thing that I need to get better about is I need to get better about asking people if they're huggers and they want to hug. Because I just kind of go for it, and I don't really stop myself.
Oh my god, is that you, Saf? I'm a big fan. I really am.
I'm literally like, me. Okay, but me too. Okay, but but I'm the one sitting next to you. But okay, but still, and anyways. We just really like each other.
It's
true.
Don't worry about it. I'm so happy that I'm here sitting next to Saf. This is like the highlight of my whole event, and I've experienced a lot of things in this event.
Stop it. If you keep saying nice things, I'm going to fall in love with you. That's just fact.
That's fine.
You're like, okay. Okay. But okay, we can hear the time. We hear the timer in the background. The players are getting ready. We're queued up. We're getting locked in for round 2 here on the fire pit stage, folks. Here we go. Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. We got our reusable bags. We're getting our produce here at the market. Let's see what we're shopping for, Mel.
Well, I know that
Seafood is on the menu.
Ooh, that is a comp. Wow, we got a range blaster and a tent umbrella. How are we feeling about that?
You know what? I feel if Kiki can really utilize that tent shield, it'll be very similar. It's like Aloe having a mobile shield if they could. So I think this is a good pick, especially because that tent umbrella can paint like half the zone if you don't blow it up right away. Especially, but I mean, with the amount of suction bombs they have, I mean, how long will that tent shield last?
We shall see. But Vitamin C with an early lead. But they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're pushing up, but I think October Rift just really gathered their bearings together. Can I just say how fast, how impressed, like how shocked I am at how fast that thing gets shredded by the Stamper?
Yeah, I feel like I blinked and then the tent shield was gone.
Yeah.
Like that was incredible. But finally, October Rift is going to be putting their foot down and saying the zone is ours. A brief loss of control, but not much to really say anything as they bring it back. Still, though, solid lead from Vitamin C, having it down to the 69 mark. You can see some specials are trying to come out. The fight being taken in the pit of Vitamin C. And look at this, October Rift having so much space and comfort to work with. Door has so much space to walk around with the leader and feel comfortable, and they have plenty of space to retreat back.
They really do. I think Vitamin C is really going to have to work on getting those specials together, but not if they get, splatted even before that moment happens.
And then look, the killer whale coming out too is such a great deterrent for trying to move some folks around and displace, and actually maybe call some people out as well. Can kind of act as a wave breaker in a way, causing a little bit more damage. But Kiki trying to go in for the fight on the crab tank there and finding success, but not before Door is going to follow up from behind and take them out in the process, and still finding comfort in this midsection. October Rift sailing through their first game once again, 4 wins in a row.
I'm just impressed at their gumption too. They're all on stage. There's hundreds of eyes, thousands of eyes. How many eyes are there? Too many eyes. There's a lot of eyes on them, right?
Multiply it by 2.
The number of people times 2 mostly. I'm assuming everyone has 2
I know,
eyes.
and I think you need a buffer of at least maybe 10 to 20 eyes, because some of us have our third eyes open.
Right there.
Yeah, some of us do have our third eyes open. So yeah, you got to have a buffer area of 10 to 20.
You know who has their third eye open? Everyone on October Rift.
Everyone on October
they
Rift,
know.
Clearly, because I mean, you're going in 4-0, and I mean, looking at the bets down below here, you can see Vitamin C just a little bit predicted to win, but I mean, before. No, that whole bar was for the content when we started the last match, and then for the content was not seen after that with a 3-0 loss. But you know what? That's okay. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
It do be like that. Yeah.
Okay, but again, we're back to the information stage. Vitamin C did get to see how October Rift was going to play, and so they have an idea of what their comp is going to be. October Rift not really making too many changes to what they're doing, and especially still consistently keeping seafood on the menu with both of those specials at their disposal. But I think Vitamin C, they had some of the shredding power, but it just seemed like also October Rift had the leg up on the shredding power, because I barely saw the tent shield even be active through the game.
Just literally 3 vertical swings. You literally had to think about it. 3 vertical swings from that Stamper, and the tent shield was gone.
It's like counting with
shocked.
your fingers.
I was literally shocked. And the range of the Stamper is so long too, so as soon as it launches, it's gone.
It's gone, yeah, exactly. And I was hopeful, because I was like, okay, yeah, they got the paint output, because if it just sails across, that's half the zone painted for you. But immediately the shield was taken out, and so I'm wondering, with knowing that information going into Rainmaker Scorch, are we going to be shifting away from that tent umbrella potentially, especially because Rainmaker's a lot more fast-paced. You do have to play a little more patiently, because yes, the checkpoints prevent you from just going sicko mode and finishing the game in 2 seconds. But I'm wondering how they want to change that, because especially because you have 2 one long range special with a lot of power, but then you also have something that can move so fast and is impermeable with the Kraken. And so again, how do you want to try to combat and mitigate for something like that?
We shall see. Let's see if any changes were made. Oh,
okay, I'm here. I'm with it. And they have vacuum, Mel.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the vac is going to work much better on Rainmaker, but this is me talking as a vac fan.
I'm
Low
also
key.
Megan. No, I'm a back fan.
Sorry,
You're in good company.
Okay, I just wanted. I wasn't sure.
No,
You
no,
know.
no. You're in good company. You're in good company. I'm also a fan of Vacuum, and especially here on Rainmaker, because having that once again to be like a cyclone shield around you as you're trying to progress with the Rainmaker is so important.
It
And
is.
look at Door just being like, "Hey, Kiki," and taking them down for the count and the jump. And already October Rift with just 30 seconds into the game, knocking out the first checkpoint.
Wow, you know, I just want to commend their like straight teamwork in October Rift, because we saw Door holding that Rainmaker, but someone was shooting at them, and the teammates were like, nah, don't worry about it. Just keep going. I got this.
I know, right? And it's what I appreciate too is like you could probably see that call out being made live. That they were like, oh, like I don't know, whatever, and then they're like, no, baby, I got you. You move forward, I'll take care of the rest. And that's exactly what happened to go in for that checkpoint. But finally here,
Ooh!
Vitamin C trying to go out and see if they can find some contact, but they do as two members are splatted immediately. Door wasting no time popping that crack and trying to move any members away from that box area, and also finding Aloe in the process. However, the trade going down as the Booyah Bomb takes them down.
It does, and you know, I think this is a great opportunity for October Rift to do exactly what they're doing, kind of play it a little safer, wait for their teammates to come back before they even think about making another push.
You can see Amaris pulling out that Trizuka, just again trying to find some value, just maybe trying to clear a path for some safety to get that Rainmaker going. Kiki tried to go in for the flank, but the flank being immediately called out. I mean, Mel, I didn't even see Amaris look forward for a second, and they were on Kiki.
They know. They have their third eye open, I'm telling you.
They sure do, because they go in for 2. They want to make it 3. Maybe Ace can help out with that, but unfortunately being taken down by the Killer Whale. 2 splats now on October Rift. Vitamin C finally trying to break this Rainmaker open. They have a little bit of time as October Rift is delayed coming back into this map here, and they do have now a foothold on mid, with members jumping out to try to recalibrate what they want to do here. Finally, we're going to see some orange numbers get on the board here as Vitamin C is looking to try to make their first checkpoint pop.
They are, but that Crab Tank is not going to make it easy, and the Trizuka coming in from above. They are not in a great position to push, but you know, it could still happen.
Yeah, look at PTW trying to play it safe. You can tell that Raymond's like, hey, the 10 shield's okay. And they're going to utilize it here as 2 different teammates try to give them coverage. Now at a 1-point difference, as we saw with For the Content earlier. Can Vitamin C pick up that Rainmaker with just a couple more points to try to just flip that lead like as best as they can if they can put themselves on the defense?
Oh, no.
But how are you going to do that if Door is going to jump through with the Kraken and bust through your offense with making 3 members down, and October Rift moving that Rainmaker back to mid?
Door really came knocking through.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yeah, don't come a knocking against Door on that Kraken, if you know what I'm saying. But same thing with Ace, but immediately shredded by Kiki on that machine. And Kiki trying to maintain their space from that Rainmaker there.
Ooh.
Finding contact and getting another splat on Tabby.
Ooh.
Looking for a second one.
A third.
Make it 3!
Let's
Kiki
go!
popping off and getting 3 splats on the board. Vitamin C now having Tacticooler on their side. They are juiced up, and the fights are not going to be afraid to be taken as some more specials are going to come out. And again, Vitamin C looking forward on the offense.
They are, but oh my god, Ace's Stamper is just so nasty.
I could have consistently, look at that.
Ooh.
Renamon barely rounded the corner, and Ace was right there to respond. Door going in to try to make an opening. They have the Rainmaker now in possession. The 10 shield also being shredded. However, the back up there, you can see Door just trying to reach their fingers up to see if they can cancel that vacuum, but not being able to do so and being forced to retreat.
And you know, they're in a October Rift is in a prime position to push. That Crab Tank giving them covering fire. But you know, this game is a 69-68 game.
No, this is a neck-and-neck game. This is only a 1-point difference. This is still anybody's game, even with Tabby popping off and getting 2 splats on the board. But now finally that gap is going to be widened by October Rift. We're down to the 44. And as we said earlier on Crab Tank, or Crab Lake Capital, a lot of those points come down into that final ramp area.
And you know, these points can go so fast. If you are able to trap your opponents in their spawn, holy, it really can be a runaway match.
Yeah, and I appreciate Reina here trying to find some value with this vacuum. They are trying to keep the members of October Rift away, but Vitamin C is still in a 3-down position. They just have to keep the Rainmaker bubble alive and not popped by Vitamin C for them to be successful. And look at the Kraken by Door right at the end. October Rift 5-0 right now, Mel.
That is just, they are running through this bracket.
Oh my gosh, the wind in their sails. The wheeze I woes. The scream I scrumped. Because, oh my gosh, October Rift, there is no stopping this train.
I am so impressed. I am... Oh, hello. I am...
But you know what? Like, that was a 1-point game for most of the game. It was a 1-point difference for most of the time. And what I appreciate about games like that, you kind of said it earlier, it makes me super nervous because it's like, oh, it could really go either way. But that just shows that, like, in a way, sometimes when it comes to like different offensive, defensive pressure, they were toe to toe through like the entire game, and it really just came down to like one mistake, one wrong step, and then finally October Rift was like, okay, we got it. Like, this is it. We got to move. We got to get it there. And they finally got it down into the pit, and like, they were so good about making sure that they could like jump in and find safety and just keep that pressure going, keep that momentum going, keep on the offense. And Vitamin C just couldn't catch up.
Right. They knew exactly what they needed to do to be able to not relieve that pressure, you know? And gotta keep your opponents on your toes. If there's 2 people there, you're like, maybe, and then all of a sudden the whole team is there, and you're like, what the heck?
I know, but I think too in those final moments, like Reina was trying to use that vacuum to just like, you could see them kind of doing one of these like dowsing rod style, just kind of turning around and like being like, like clear the walkway, like you guys need to leave. This is our spawn. You gotta go. And trying to move around and like mitigate for that. But again, I think it was Amaris was just with the shot was able to just jump through that and just kept throwing bombs and like painting the Rainmaker shield, and like Vitamin C could not pop. They just didn't have the popping power.
Right. It's so tough, you know, with just a formidable force like October Rift. You would think that running a backline like an E-leader would make them play a little slower, but that Kraken just like is always up there.
Yeah, no, and you gotta appreciate that too, like especially when you play something that can be more stationary like an E-leader. I think Door plays it so well. Like they keep themselves mobile, and especially with that Kraken. And you know what else I'm realizing is that October Rift has had beacons the entire time.
I don't know where that tent went, but it's not here anymore.
Oh, I know. They were like, you know what? We got this. This is the definition of locked in, because Reina has now switched that tent out for a shot. We have all shooters on the side of Vitamin C.
Now
so tons of paint.
We are playing Splatoon 2.
Yes, now we're in Splatoon 2. Okay, finally. I was wondering what game we were playing. But we're playing in the second installation. Okay, and right away, October Rift is going to waste no time. They want to end this set, Mel. They want to take that 6-0 all the way home. And you can see, once again, Door is more than comfortable up on that tower, and they're going to ride it until the end, especially with that juice coming out, still having the man advantage as they make their way to checkpoint 2.
Ooh! That was a nice snipe, but PTW coming from behind, making it so that, you know, they got the pick, but at what cost?
I know at what cost, because once again the train for October Rift is making no more stops, because that tower is in their control and it is still moving as Door, it just keeps on tapping it just to keep it in that corner. But finally the offensive pressure is lost as Vitamin C makes their way into mid and is working to take it back.
But it is so, they're playing so strong. They get it a double, and it's so, they're working. They're working really hard for this to happen.
You can see that, yeah. And I think Reina is also recalibrating here. You saw them briefly pull out that Zuka and just kind of looking ahead and being like, who do I have eyes on? Where is the call out being made? And the fight happening down below there between Amaris finding the victory in the fight. But still, Vitamin C trying their best to get on this tower. But with the offensive pressure from Amaris coming in, oh my gosh, what a fight there. But PTW coming out victorious in that 1v1 fight, throwing out those tri-strikes for a little bit more coverage as well. Probably more call-outs being made. We got to know where these players are for Vitamin C so we can try to keep this tower moving.
But I don't know if they can keep the tower moving with that Kraken keeping guard.
Yeah, Door is just on the Kraken on the tower consistently, not allowing Vitamin C really to find anything. And Ace actually still on the Stamper, but switching over to the Zipcaster, which is a fun one, I think, for Makomar, because you got plenty of space to work with here and surfaces to attach to.
They do, oh my god. But with Ace down, with another member of October Rift down, this is Vitamin C's chance to make that push happen. They have to get on the tower.
And they're working on it, Mel. Looks like Reyna's still looking on this left side here, trying to look and see if they can take the fight with Tabby, and having Juice on their side. Both juiced up, but Tabby will not be out for long, and neither will Reyna, as both of them are going to respawn back in with that juice on there. But again, October Rift is making it so challenging for Vitamin C to even approach, because all of them are just being taken into 1v1 fights before they can even touch the tower.
And then even if they come out of that 1v1 victorious, Door is watching. Door is always watching.
Door is the all-seeing eye. If we have like all third eyes open, Door's got like 5.
Yeah.
All of their chakras are open. Okay? And they're proving it here, because again, look at how mobile they are. Back in Kraken form again, consistently getting Kraken. I need to see this number at the end with how many Krakens this guy is getting.
This is just, it's so, this is teamwork. I wouldn't even know what to do to fight against this.
No, and you have to consider, what is Vitamin C thinking here? A nice double splat coming out from Tabby. Once again, Door and Tabby on the tower together. The Tacticooler is going to be thrown down in the midsection here, and all of the right players have it at the right time as the flank is coming out, and Tabby finding success. That's going to be huge for October Rift, because look at all the distraction. Who's watching the tower?
And now we have the double Zuka coming out on either side. They are...
Point blank. That was insulting.
We know exactly how Vitamin C feels right now.
Yeah, right, just point blank range. What are you supposed to do with that? That's the perfect question to be asked when you're face to face with a Trizuka. But here we go. Vitamin C now finding some momentum and wind in their sails as the first checkpoint is now broken, making their way to the second one, just trying to keep the tower near that first checkpoint area, even if they just have to touch it bit by bit. They don't want to overextend here, but they also need to keep getting these points on as we're now in the last minute of the game. But not so much when Door is going to come through and wreak some havoc and take you away from it down to the 57. You can see Reyna trying to launch one more shot at them, but not finding contact, and Door once again getting a nice splat.
But they are still on the tower, and Door is a little bit out of position. They have to jump back.
With the killer whale too, that was huge. That was huge. That pushed Door away, and Door was in an open corridor there to try and find some contact with the splat. But the lead is going to be taken by Vitamin C. They are still in it to win it. They're down to the 15, touching the third checkpoint here, which October Rift has not even been able to do yet. But that is going to stop the push at the 12. So only a few more points to make up. But Mel, this is an uphill climb for October Rift.
This is going to go into an overtime match, and you know the pressure is on. They have to stay on the tower, but they didn't. No one was on the tower.
Who's on the tower? You have to like keep asking yourselves who's gonna be on the tower, and it's scaring me because that was huge to get Door out of the way from that glass area. That was huge because they had total clearance of everybody that was around that tower, and so that killer whale being popped was at the right place and the right time because they had to jump out. They had nowhere else to go. You had 2 walls in between you, and so that was their only option. However, Door jumped back and got a really awesome splat from the spawn, as E-Leader does sometimes. So, I mean, they were down, but they were certainly not out. But Vitamin C's still in it to win it.
You know, I said earlier that I wasn't sure how I would combat this, and that is why I'm not on Vitamin C. They played it so well. I'm really impressed with how they gathered their teammates together, they re-strategized, and they made it happen.
Yeah, you could really see that, I feel like, in this game. You could see them try to, like, reformat what they wanted to do. Probably a lot of, like, in-game discussion. And one thing that is so impressive, Mel, that I love talking about is that it's impressive watching high-level gameplay because you are making split-second decisions in one time. And like with all of this stuff going on, you have all 3 of your other teammates making call-outs. You're being aware and like trying to categorize all the information you're being given and being like, okay, what's priority, what's not, what's priority, what's not. And like in that moment too, when Vitamin C was moving the tower, October Rift's attention was completely over. Or no, sorry, flip that. Tabby was going around to flank on October Rift, and then Vitamin C's attention was completely taken away from the objective because they were like, we have to deal with this flank. This could be detrimental.
Yes.
But it's like, if you take 2 people away from the tower, then it's like, who's on the tower? Who's watching the tower?
So tough. It's so tough. But they, you know, October Rift found... Vitamin C found success in their all-shooter comp. So again, they're bringing out their all-shooter comp.
And as they should, because it's been working out for them, and it's again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And going all shooters, I think, is the way that they have to go, unfortunately, with this, even if they don't want to. But October Rift here, having a good foothold in mid already, finding a good bomb splat there on Amaris, making 2, looking contact for 3, and a lot of bombs, and the third is going to happen. We are 3-0 for splats here for Amaris, and the opening pop is going to be made by October Rift.
Wow, that was so quick. With just 30 seconds into the game, they are able to make a pop on the basket, and they do have some clams. You know, I think what makes this map especially challenging is that you have to really keep tabs on the grades, or tabs on Tabby right there.
True, double entendre, because Tabby consistently, again with the end zap, they are not afraid to go in. They're like, I'm going to play this like a shot. I have the firepower, I have the DPS. Why not? I'm going to go in there and just try to do my best. And consistently they have, because October Rift is now down to the 50. They are halfway there with a little bit of change.
You know, but like we saw in the last game, Vitamin C has the potential to make that comeback.
They absolutely do, and especially with how much paint output they have themselves. They have the technology to do it, but not when you have 2 members down. And you can see October Rift trying to collapse in and get back into this middle section here. A Try-Zuka battle also happening over on the right, but no shots really making contact with anybody. As Vitamin C, one member, look, you see Reyna jumping out and trying to go back to their teammates, but Vitamin C is just trying to hold on to their plat right now because October Rift is going to waste no time to try to take it.
They really are not, and you know, I think what makes October Rift so challenging to fight against is just their offensive pressure. They are really, and you know, oh my God, the Kraken. You know, I'll just say it's the Kraken.
No, we can just talk about Door all day. I mean, my goodness, these Kraken plays are so good. It's giving me Moonlight vibes. It's giving me Nolan vibes.
Ooh, that's a compliment.
Yeah, it's giving me some Nolan vibes. Okay, like I love seeing the Kraken just scribble all over the place and jump off of surfaces. And Door's just been doing that all day today. And I mean, there's a reason that October Rift was getting a 5-0 victory, but Vitamin C put a stop to that pretty quick, and they're still going to be trying to. But it seems like, once again, Mel, we're in a position where Vitamin C needs to figure out what they want to do here to try to get something cooking.
They certainly do, but you know, October Rift has so many of the clams. Where are Vitamin C gonna find the clams? Oh man, the double jump, classic.
I know, I like that Tabby was like, I gotta go back. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back in. All right, I'm back in. But look at that economy. As you said, 16 clams on the side of October Rift with 2 balls just kind of being juggled up on that flat area there. They're trying to maybe discuss and look for an opening here. I always consider when all 4 members are on the platform and just kind of shooting and moving around, it's like that's where the conversation is happening, to try to figure out what the next move is.
Yes, and you know what? I just want to talk about real quick that Toxic Mist, that it's going to make it really difficult to make these pushes happen. Oh, the Zuka getting the other Zuka.
I know, just
Zuka v Zuka.
Zuka v Zuka. And then PTW trying to come through and making contact with the basket. Finally, Vitamin C getting some points on the board. This is reminiscent of last game. Reyna throwing 1 clam in there to just try to keep it open for a little bit. Look at Door making the climb by Miley Cyrus up on the spinner there. One more jump in, coming in with that ball, but not quite making contact, and the ball falls down. Vitamin C at the 77 mark.
Wow. You know, I think the Kraken climbing the wall was just amazing. It was so good.
So much screen time for Door today. I hope they're feeling really good and proud about that. But look at the team up with Ace and the Try-Zuka there, finding a nice pick together up on the platform there. And once again, October Rift looking to collapse in on the platform of Vitamin C, with the Kraken coming out to try to clear a path for them to get through with that ball. But remember, folks, when you hold that power clam in your hands, it is a permanent target on your back, so you got to be watching out.
Yeah, and you know, if you are going into the Kraken, you also cannot throw the ball, so you got to make sure that a trustworthy sidekick, is able to make that push happen for you.
Yeah, you got to have a good partner to follow up there. And here's Kiki coming through on the grate there again. Vitamin C is going to be making the pop, but only 1 member left alive there. The T-Tech having 3 clams. PTW is going to be making a tactful retreat here, while also picking up a few more clams on the side. However, Vitamin C needs to be making 1 more power clam if they want to push this game into overtime.
They do, and you know, the scores are not that far apart. They do have that power clam. They're going to try for that overtime push.
And I believe they only need one power clam and some change to flip the lead and try to get it in their favor. So now that we enter overtime, this is where all the marbles are going to come on the table. But once again, you have Door busting through with the Kraken. You got to be watching yourself here. Alu and Kiki working together to try to break in the plat. There's 3 members down, Mel. This is the time. This is the moment. They're going to reset that overtime timer. We have 8 clams left on the board to try to go. You can see PTW is watching. Trying to fight, and they make it. They make it in there.
Oh, that was like one pixel. That was one pixel away from. Holy! Wait, remember that time you were like, I wish there was a game 5? I'm just so trying to put it out there.
Well, Vitamin C heard our wish, and they're going to give it to us, taking us into the set match once again. You know, I got to stand up after that one, Mel. I'm like walking over here on my chair, like, whew. Because you're right, that came down to 1 pixel. The very outside of the football touched the basket. I mean, PTW was definitely not close enough to make that. And they went for it.
I think if the basket had not been open, maybe it wouldn't have made it. Like there's like the one like net frame of the basket.
No, I think you're so right. I think you're so right. I don't think that ball would have made it if the basket had not been open. It, like the AOE like expanded just a little bit, just enough for the tip of that football to touch the basket. I mean, Vitamin C, you got to be quaking in your boots after that one. I mean, I'm standing. I'm like, I need to stand. I need to stand up because I like was slapping the table, you guys.
Yeah,
like Mel and I were like slapping the table. Like you're like, are you kidding me right now? Okay, but you know what? October Rift's got to run for their money now. They're like, okay, like locked in. You got to lock in for this one now because after seeing what Vitamin C's doing, I mean, you can't waste no time. You can't be like relax. I don't think October Rift has any time to relax with this one. As soon as the tape crosses the screen, that's when it's over.
And it's so fitting that the game 5 is a Mahi Mahi Splat Zones.
I know, we were just, let's circle back to that.
Just
to circle back to Mahi Mahi Zones, I'm so glad that we're going to go there. And you know what's fun, too, is we ourselves are here at the Kalahari Resort in Round Rock, Texas, and now we're about to go and sip on some bevies down at the resort at Mahi Mahi, okay? I would love to go swimming at Mahi Mahi.
I think I would,
how fun
too.
that would be?
That looks so great.
Look at that, like, inflatable squid man, just like... I want to go say hi to him, and also all the little jellies that are just kind of like walking around.
Oh, the ones that are like lounging on the inflatables.
I want what they have. I want what they have.
Yeah.
And you know what? That could be me someday.
One day. I'm rooting for you.
I'm rooting for you. If nobody got me, the jellies at Mahi Mahi Resort got me. Okay?
No, that's so real. That's like a mindset. That's like a vibe, you know?
I'm on that jelly mindset. That relaxing mindset. All right. Mel, we're locking in. We're locking in for game 5.
Let's go!
Okay, and no changes at all. Why would you change anything? If you're cooking with gas, you just got to keep cooking with gas.
The junior!
Okay, PTW bringing out the junior. That is so exciting to see. And you know what? Aloe on this killer whale has been, quite honestly, to put it simply, killer. It's in the name. Consistently, their killer whale has been saving Vitamin C over and over again. And with opening statements being made, though, October Rift is coming in strong, forcing Vitamin C into a 3-down scenario and taking the zone.
This is, you know, I think what makes Mahi Mahi so fun to watch is it's ferocious. Like, you just drop into a pit and you keep shooting at each other. There's very few maps like it.
Yeah, and I honestly, I know, like, again, like, I hate Mahi, but, like, I like terrain change. I like when the terrain changes because it's like, yeah, it makes the whole map different. It makes the energy of the game different. But October Rift getting a wipeout and Vitamin C pushing forward into the spawn door and once again popping that crack and they're not going to waste any time there. They did make entry, and so that's got to be kind of dicey for October Rift a little bit. You got to be watching out for that. Again, Mel, no time for October Rift to relax.
No, not at all. But the control does flip to October Rift. This is one of the maps that just is, you have no idea. It's either you have a complete idea of who's going to win or you have no idea who's going to win.
I know, it's from my perspective, these two teams are toe-to-toe. Like, it is still anybody's game. There is a little bit of a gap here, but it's not significant enough for me to be worried about either side. because I think either one can do it, and they've already proved that they can get into each other's spawns really easily. Kiki trying to drop down, but Ace says no siree. But there's the trade there, and 2 members down now on October Rift as that killer whale once again comes out. Some displacement being had, the bubble being popped. Just a very good turn of events here for Vitamin C as Kiki goes in and tries to take the fight. 2 members of October Rift go down, and Vitamin C is looking to try to flip this lead to penalty, almost being gone.
They do, but you know, it is still, you see Aloe here holding on to the zone and giving jumps to their teammates.
Huge. Taking door down was a really great idea there. Make it 2. That's exactly what you want to be doing here. However, October Rift finally taking and getting their feet back on the floor, back in the zone here with just a little bit of a penalty. But again, Mel, I am not worried about this distance here because it could still be anybody's game. I mean, 66 with 19, it's like...
You know, you're right, and you know, we keep talking, October Rift is doing this cool thing, and Vitamin C is doing this cool thing, and October Rift is holding onto the zone, the penalty is gone, they're gonna need to get a couple of picks, they're gonna need to make this happen. Oh, Amaris going in, getting a double. I think this is going to be very tough for Vitamin C, but I say that, and you know, Amaris goes down, they have to paint the zone.
Single digits, 5, 4, 3.
They have to paint the zone now, they do get the zone, it flips.
That's exactly what you want to be doing. They needed to add just that little bit of insult to injury there to October Rift. 54 units back on the timer there. However, not for long as October Rift still takes it back in their control. They are still at the single digit mark. This is very sweaty and dicey for Vitamin C here. And you don't want to be going 2 members down if you're trying to contest. And Amaris is in a great position to be using this Trizuka to cause some displacement. And you can see Rainamon is just going to try to wait it out as best they can.
They are, but you know that penalty is ticking down. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be tough. Vitamin C is going to need to make a push happen now.
I know this, it's do or die now for Vitamin C, and you can see Reina's trying to do that. The trade going down, Kiki trying to follow up. This is going to be huge. It's only 1 point difference. The bubble helping to defend Kiki and PTW. They do it! They flip Vitamin it! C with 1 minute left to go. They still are in it, and they initiate the penalty. But the wipeout coming out from Ace, that's not going to matter as, again, October Rift is holding strong. They want this win, Mel.
They want it so bad, and we can taste how much they want it. And you know what? They're just going to have to do exactly what they did again and again.
My face is in the screen right now, you guys. Like, I'm locked into this screen.
Her eyeballs are touching the monitor, I promise.
Actually, they're touching the monitor because only a few seconds left here, and they only take it. October Rift is going to be moving on in the fire pit round. Oh my goodness. Okay, I need some water after that one.
I'm gonna do the same.
October Rift giving us the game 5 of our lives today. What a fantastic opening this morning here at LTC. We appreciate October Rift coming into this main stage with us twice and giving us that. I mean, oh my gosh. Once again, shouts outs to Door with that Kraken, dude. That is just crazy. That's just crazy.
I love Splatoon, man.
Oh my god, right? No, me, every time I see something cool, I'm like, man, I love this game. I love what it does to people. Once again, you guys, Mel and I slapping the table and screaming at each other. We were literally like, oh! Oh! And it's so funny too. We told our producer Doughboy, we're like, hey, I was like, hey, just so you know, I peek my mic pretty frequently. Mel's like, oh no, same.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, well, you just gotta deal with that because I will not change. I'm not gonna change. I'll keep peeking my mic. It's one of my favorite hobbies.
It's what we do. It's our job. We get paid for it.
Don't get paid at all. Yeah, what do you get paid in? Friendship? But no, that is good though. that is friendship is the best kind of currency. Okay, I'm not knocking that.
Buy your friends.
Oh
wait.
Oh,
don't do that.
Don't do that. No. See, Mel, I would never. You're priceless.
Wow.
You're priceless.
Oh.
Okay, but listen. What an awesome time with October Rift we got to have this morning. I
feel so blessed.
I know, we got
Bless
to have.
up.
Thank you.
No.
If nobody got us, October Rift got us. Thank you, Del.
Well, I'm basically in her chair right now.
Okay, yeah, actually, yeah, we are sharing a chair right now, in case you're wondering. And actually, she's not even looking at her monitor.
I've only been looking at
We're looking at the same monitor.
Yeah.
Mel has her own stuff, but she just likes my stuff more.
It's just, it's got
like
your mark on it.
Right, well, it's like when fruit tastes better when someone else cuts it up.
Yeah. Thanks
Right.
for your cut fruit.
You're welcome. I would cut apples for you any day.
Wow, that's so sweet. Did you know that if you ate an apple from the bottom up, there's no core?
Did you guys know we were going to be learning here today? Were you guys expecting to have some like learning today? I hope your brains are turned on.
Just give it a shot.
Yeah,
give it a shot, chat.
Just
Let me know
try.
Put in the chat. Let me
Do
tell,
it. See what happens.
Just don't eat the seeds. Those are bad for you.
Okay, yeah. Post results. You don't want to grow a tree in your belly. That's bad.
Yeah.
That could be really painful, so don't do that. Just like growing a watermelon when you eat a watermelon seed.
Yeah.
You might want to call your doctor about that, your physician, before you do anything about that, and just make sure you're okay with that.
Hi, stream. This is Doughboy. Please do not eat the entire apple core.
No, there's no core.
Do not make IPL and Level 1 responsible for death. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
See, they don't pay us. They also don't give us health insurance. That's out of pocket.
Death. Some side effects may include death.
Just so you know, you could die.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about it. Yeah, just be careful, I guess. I don't know. Eat
There's
at
like
your
a
own
little
discretion.
disclaimer on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, hold on. I want to go back to our food talk. So I had really great barbecue last night. Where have you gone out to eat this weekend?
I went to Whataburger.
Okay, that's okay.
I've never been to a Whataburger
Yes,
before.
Texas chain. How was it?
It was
Honest review.
okay. So if we're talking fast food, okay, we have different tiers of fast food. We got like the Shake Shack tier. And
I'm
that's
gonna
like up
put my arm here.
Right. We got the Shake Shack tier. We got the Shake Shack
Casting
tier,
couch.
and it's up there, right? And then we got like the McDonald's tier, which is like down here. So I'd put Whataburger on the same tier as McDonald's, but better than McDonald's, better than Burger King, lower than Wendy's.
Okay, that was what I was looking for. That scratched my brain in the right way because that was a good visual. If you need to go to tierlistmaker.com to do what Mel just said, if you need to see it on paper.
Yeah. like Shake Shack's up here, like
really
incomparable.
Ooh, Shake Shack is up there for you. Okay.
Yeah. In-N-Out is like somewhere down there.
Okay,
Down
that's
that
fair. In-N-Out is that's a battle for the ages. I feel like that's the war for the ages. Is trying to discuss if In-N-Out is better than most things.
Not.
It's
Sorry.
Well, it isn't. So jot that down. But okay, but what about? Well, what about so Mel? What about where you're from? Do you have any like local places that like are reminiscent to up in the Northeast that aren't other places? No. Okay.
No?
Okay.
I'm
That's fine.
like really racking my brain, and I'm like,
Well, I know for us folks that are in the Pacific Northwest and in Washington, we have a local chain called Dick's. And it's
is that not the sports place?
It's not the sports place.
Okay.
I see. That's how you know you're not from there because people say that they're like the sporting goods shop, and I'm like, no, they sell burgers.
Actually, people in the upper west side,
Actually.
they eat at the sports goods center.
Can you wait like IKEA? I've heard that you can get meatballs at
Yes,
IKEA.
those are good.
Okay.
Those are
Okay.
really
I was
good.
like, I need confirmation on this right now.
You can get meatballs and like meatloaf or something, and they have like lingonberry sauce. It's good.
At
It's
the
good.
IKEA.
If you have never been to IKEA, it's good.
Shout out IKEA meatballs.
Sponsored by IKEA meatballs.
LTC 2024, sponsored by IKEA meatballs on the Splatoon side. Check it out. You don't want to miss it. Sorry, vegetarians and vegans.
They have like carrots and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you got carrots.
Lingonberry is a berry from the bushes. You know?
That's true. And you know what? Speaking of berries, Mel, I'm a very big forager. I'm someone that likes to go out in the woods and forage for my food.
I love that.
Thank you.
I love that so much.
Me too. I love it so much. And right now in Washington, berry season is coming. It's upon us. Like all the everything's in bloom. Everything's in bloom right now, and it's really cool. And I'm really excited to go and pick berries. And one of my favorite experiences to give people is to give them their first berry, like their first wild berry.
I already had that experience.
Here?
No.
Where?
I was hanging out with my friend one day. Would not recommend and might actually cause death.
Oh.
I was hanging out with my
Just
friend
like the
one day,
apple.
and we were just walking, and then I saw berries on the side of the road, and I'm like, those look good. And she's like, I think those are good. And I'm like, are they good? And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, I just ate it. And then I ate the berry off the side of the road.
I ate the berry.
Off the side of the road.
Off the side of the road.
I'm alive, but that's not to say that it was 100% chance that I would be alive.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually so true. And I'm gonna be real for a second. If you're gonna go foraging for your food, guys, do your research. Either go with somebody that knows what they're doing, do your own research. Like, don't just be walking out in the woods and be like, I'm gonna eat every mushroom I find. I'm gonna try them all. Because come on. Every mushroom is edible once.
She's right.
Every mushroom is edible once. Sorry, I just heard someone say take out the trash really loud in my headphones.
Sorry, I'll leave.
Oh, you're like, oh shoot. Oh shoot, that's me. I'll get out of here.
I'm trash. That's me.
Thanks everyone. Thanks for having me. Bye. Thanks for having us. But yes, so Wild Forge food, it's so much fun. It's also morel season in Washington.
That's the one that looks like this.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's the one that looks like a brain.
Oh, yeah, it has the little holes in it.
It has the little holes in it. Yeah.
Okay.
Super good, super rare mushroom. Very, very tasty. Also very expensive to buy. Foragers like to jack up their prices, but they should because they're really hard to find. So it's like understandable. But what I appreciate is that the idea of wild foraging your food is becoming more and more like normalized, and people are getting more into it, and like ethnobotany. And it's really cool, and like I'm someone that's been doing this for a little bit, and so every year I try to like give myself a chance to find a new mushroom to be like, okay, this year I want to be like for example, last year when I went foraging with my friends, I found a lot of what's called shrimp rosellas, and they're like white
Shrimp or rosella?
Shrimp rosella, and it tastes like seafood.
Oh,
from
is
what I've
that
been
why
told.
it's called
Yeah.
shrimp?
Yeah,
I got you.
That's why it's called that, because it has like a seafood taste. And so I think next year that's going to be like my fall mushroom, is looking for those. But last year it was lobster mushrooms, which also have like a, yeah, exactly. They do be looking like this in the woods, okay? But those are also really good, big and red. And actually it only becomes edible because a parasite attaches itself to it and makes it turn red and makes it edible. Dude, chemistry's wild. I know.
I have people you should meet.
Okay.
My husband's parents like to go foraging.
And
Every April they go into the mountains and they pick mountain garlic. And then they make kimchi out of it. It's so good.
I
So
love
good.
kimchi.
It's so good.
And that's amazing. And no better kimchi too than homemade by like parents that know how to make it. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Like every time I go to H Mart, like I see like my friends will buy kimchi from like the generic grocery store, and then every time I go to H Mart, I'm like, no, I'm going to the old woman at the table that made that like a week ago or this morning. Like she's the one I'm going to buy my kimchi, because that's the good stuff. That's the really good stuff. So if you ever want to try kimchi or eat it, you need to don't buy it from like a generic store. Go to like an Asian grocery store of some kind and buy it from an older lady if they have it. Otherwise, just buy it from like the plastic containers that don't have a label on them. That's the good stuff.
I agree. We're learning life lessons today. If you ever want to go to H Mart, just take Saf with you.
That's true. That's true. I did read Michelle Zauner's book, Crying in H Mart, and I did, in fact, want to cry in H Mart because it was a very good book, and I could see why she does. It's a good time, and connecting yourself to food is really cool, and that's why I keep asking Mel food questions, because that's important to me. Food brings people together a lot of the time. But you know what? Right now, Splatoon's bringing us together. And let me tell you, I want to talk about that again.
It's like,
Booyah!
that's when your teammates don't booyah back. You
The
just-
boo, I yawed. The way I thised. The this I waved just didn't sound right. I mean, I guess
Maybe you
tomato,
waited.
tomato. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, but I like hearing about that. I love when I'm like, oh yeah, I like to go foraging for food, and people are like, wait, that's so cool. And then
Well-
you have the connection to it too from other people. But
See, I would trust Saf with my food. I would. If she gave me a mushroom, no questions, I'd just eat it.
I would never give you a mushroom that I didn't trust. I would never do that.
I'd even eat the lobster parasite mushroom.
It is really good, I promise. Because without it being parasitized, you can't eat it. It's like inedible. You're not supposed to. It's not good. But the parasite, something with the chemistry with the parasite, it like changes the whole chemistry and biology of the mushroom to make it edible. It's
I
so
relate. As a parasite.
As a parasite?
I also relate. Yeah. I make things edible too.
As someone that likes to be a parasite onto something else, I like making things edible. And I can do just that. I have the power. We have the technology.
It's true. We're in fact sitting in front of technology right now. We are.
It's all
we
around
are
us.
technology.
Is the technology in the room with us right now? Are the mushrooms in the room with us right now?
If you're a mushroom, please raise your hand.
Yeah, raise your hand. All our mushroom fans, raise your hands right now. Come on through. Come on down. Come on down. We'd love to have you. We'd love to see you.
That's a mushroom fan right there.
Yeah, that's a mushroom fan right there. You just saw them. That's
Just
all they
the
have.
hand. They only have 4 fingers too.
AI created them. Only four fingers. So, okay, the other thing though, back to mushrooms. I'm sorry, I can talk about mushrooms forever.
No, I'll listen. I would listen to you talk about anything, especially mushrooms forever.
No, stop it. Well, remember what I said about the falling in love thing? God, you can't be too nice to me. I'll just fall in love with you. I'm gullible with my feelings.
I would never lead you astray.
I would never leave you straight either. I love just getting lost in the woods. It's one of my favorite activities. And sometimes I tell people not to follow me because I'm like, no, I will get lost. My sense of direction is very bad.
How do you make it back out alive?
I'm just that good. I'm built different.
Have you ever seen a bear?
I have seen a bear.
Did you touch it?
No.
Oh. You didn't like...
If I ethically could, I would. But no, I don't think I want the bear to perceive me either, because the bear that I did see had 2 cubs.
Oh, that would be not good.
That would be not good, and mothers are very protective of their bear cubs. But with what... Thank you, Doughboy.
He grew a thumb.
They had to re-enter Doughboy through the AI machine to give him a thumb. He only had these. He just wanted to let us all know that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, he's finally one of us.
One
Opposable
of
thumbs.
us. One of us. One of us. But so yeah, okay. Actually, wait. So I have seen the bear before. What's your most insane wildlife encounter that you've ever had? Question time with Saf and Mel.
I saw a raccoon hanging on a chain link fence once. It was upside down, coming out of a trash can.
Oh, nice. Like parkour up the side.
It's really fat.
We have
large.
We have a raccoon that lives in our neighborhood that's missing a tail.
Oh.
And
how do you know? Wait. How do you know he's a raccoon? The tail's the only way you can tell.
No. He's a raccoon. He's a raccoon, I promise. We think that something happened. Our running theory is somebody like ran over his tail, but then there's this porch that there's like cat food out on it, and this raccoon goes up there and like eats on these people's porch, and I'm like, ooh, guilty conscience. They took the tail. They're the ones that did it, and so they're like, we have to
leave the food out for the raccoon.
We have to pay reprimands and feed the raccoon some food. But with me and my roommate call him Brother Dubious.
Brother Dubious.
Brother Dubious, because he do be doing
us.
Yeah.
He's one of us.
He is one of us. But we see him strolling the neighborhood a lot, just perusing and looking for the next snack to be had. And also has pals, too. He's got a gang.
Wow.
He's got a gang.
Raccoon gang?
Yeah, in our neighborhood. It's wild. And, like, we're pretty urban, too. So I'm like, where are you hiding? Where's your hideout?
Once I was in China, and I had a cup of apples in a zoo. And all the lemurs came to me, and I held hands with a lemur once.
That's awesome.
That was very cool.
That's really awesome. What I would do to have a lemur hand in my hand.
Yeah.
With apple there
It
or
was
not.
like grabbing my hands. Because it thought I had apple, but I ran out.
They're probably really small, too.
They're just like little pads. Like little... Yeah. I also held a koala once. And their claws are really long.
Okay. I'm like, what's your coolest animal encounter? What do you got? And you're like, well, I held a koala. What do you got? Well, not that. I've never held a koala, but that's really cool.
You just gotta go to Australia, bro.
Oh, I know. Okay. Okay, that's the move. I gotta go to
Or
Australia.
I'll go and I'll bring one back for you.
Now that's an idea. Thank you so much for thinking of
Anything
me.
for my love.
See this? Are you seeing this right now? Oh my gosh. Well, okay. Well, the Bean and Mirage are up next. We're here over here gabbing about how much we care about each other. And Koala, Mel's held a Koala before. Did you guys know that? But Bean and Mirage are up next. We're going into round 3. We're going to be opening it up on Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. Old reliable, one of the old reliables. The classic Rainmaker stage of all time, as some people would argue, I think.
I've had so much trauma on this map.
Me too.
Like every team I play and every tournament that I play on this map, there's just something traumatic that happens.
Okay, but listen, if you yourself were going to enter Humpback Pump Track in real life, because let's be honest, if this skate park existed in real life, that would be sick. And I would hang out there even though I cannot skateboard for my life. But if you had to be on wheels at this park, what would you choose?
Rollerblades.
Rollerblades? I would also pick rollerblades or
Yeah.
a scooter. I would also scooter. I'm a scooter girl.
I like scooters, but I can't like
Oh, do tricks?
the
No.
flippy flips.
No. I can't be doing tricks either. I don't know how to do any of that.
Heelys.
Could you imagine going down the half pipe in Heelys? Like,
I think I would just like face plant.
I don't know how you could actually physically do that. But I agree. I would also want to do rollerblades, and I would want to get really. I'd want to go like Tony Hawk style and like go up and like do a crazy flip and then like come back down kind of thing. But I don't think I could get enough momentum. For
You know
that.
what? I would just sit in the box and cheer you on. Be like, Saf, you're my queen.
You said you would do rollerblades, but then you're like, actually, I got them for you, so I could live vicariously through you. I didn't specify that until we got to the skate park, but that's what's gonna happen. And I mean,
I got like my clapping sticks, my like, you know, my light sticks. I'm like, yo, Saf!
the little light sticks. Wait, okay, hold on. I need to hear more about your trip to China before we really get into
Which
the Bean
trip
and
to
Mirage.
China?
What? World traveler over here. What am I doing? What are we doing? Well, we're at Round Rock, Texas, and we're commentating on Splatoon 3. That's what's going on. But that's fine. But Mel, I got to know more about China. What did you eat? What did you see? What did you do? I mean, you fed lemurs with your bare hands.
I did. This was a long time ago. This was when I was like a baby, like probably the same age as some Splatoon players.
That's awesome. So true, bestie.
Yeah, facts. I only associate myself with lemur feeders.
Well, I guess I'm a lemur feeder now.
It's true.
I guess that's that. Thank you for making that decision for me. You know, I think I needed that in that moment. Sometimes you have decision fatigue, and you just need someone else to cook for you. So I appreciate that.
I can cook sometimes.
Okay, I brought the ingredients, and I just needed you to make the product. I'll give you all the rest, all the variables, but I just need you to give me the outcome.
I can definitely do that.
Okay, I
For
appreciate
you,
that.
anything.
Oh, thank you so much. I feel so supported. I have so much love in my heart right now. Like I just could hug Mel. I just might. I just might right here as we're waiting for Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track to get started with the Bean and Mirage. And you know, the Bean, Mel, also, speaking of, had an insane run yesterday too.
Yeah.
They also, I think, barely made their way into the top 24 slot. And so that's going to be really exciting. Or into the fire pit round, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Into the fire pit round, excuse me. Barely making their way into it. And so that's going to be exciting. And finally, Mel, first pencil of the day.
Wow.
What time is it?
You know, sometimes it's the time to bring out the pencil.
Yeah, and you know what? With having double bucket too, they certainly have the paint to do that as well. So again, opening statements are going to be made here. And actually, Mel, there's a bow.
I
on
was
Mirage.
literally looking at that and I was like, wow, a bow player.
Finally, I've been seeing bows everywhere here at Round Rock, Texas.
Like the physical bows,
The physical
right?
bow, they've been multiplying. I've just been seeing them everywhere, and now we finally get to see it infiltrate into the game. But here we go, a 2 versus 2 scenario here as once again, fights are being had and trades are being had, but not quite any value for either side. And as soon as I say that, the Trizuka is going to find contact and take one out, and Mirage being the first to get their hands on the Rainmaker, looking forward and using the help of this Killer Whale for displacement. However, that Trizuka on the side of the Bean is going to be causing some delay here for the Mirage to move forward, and they are going to go down at the 79.
Yes, I think it's so that was so unfortunate timing for Mirage. You know, when that Zuka come out, you just gotta go away. I don't know.
You do, and as Debbie likes to say, you gotta respect it. Just respect the Zuka, give it its airtime, and then once it's open, you take the cane from across the stage and you pull them out, and it's over with.
And we see here another Zuka coming out. They are able to get one, but you know the Bean is in a great position to push forward.
Huge for them. They're getting the machine trade going down and just getting a few more points down to the 18 mark. Although not having the man advantage, Mirage is going to try to move forward and take the Rainmaker, maybe, or just let it reset. But that's a dangerous place for it to be, Mel. You don't want it to be on the ledge like that, and especially just inches away from what seems like just inches or unit points away from the last pedestal.
Yes. You know, but they are able to drop it. I've just had so many experiences where, you know, leaving that Rainmaker has led to a terrible outcome. So
I know. I was having that experience yesterday in my own games. I kept sitting by the Rainmaker and just being like, I don't trust you. I don't trust you fools. You're gonna flank. I just know it. And I would consistently sit there. But now, okay, look at this. The Bean forcing Mirage into a 3-down scenario, a delayed wipe. They're going to make their way back into mid finally and have a better foothold.
Ooh.
Ryan find contact with one, looking for the pick, but not finding it as one member is going to jump out to safety. But still, Mirage has a really good spread here. They are casting a wide net to try to see if they can make any contact with any players of the Bean. But the Bean having such a firm hold on mid, I mean, Mirage has got to try to think of a new strategy here.
They do. And, you know, it really is a game about ticking the time down for Rainmaker. If you make a push to 18, it is it's Rainmaker on Pump That Pump Track, and of course nothing is safe in Rainmaker, but it still really is. If you have that lead, why not just utilize it?
If you can play the defensive game, and especially the long game, then it's definitely at your advantage here. And it seems like that's what the Bean has been doing. I mean, finally, Mirage now has a solid hold on mid. They have the cooler out and feel safe to grab it.
Ooh.
Cool finding a nice splat there. And you can see, actually, it's the force of will is good because the Bean is being forced to retreat. But the Trizuka to follow up is going to prevent the Rainmaker from moving any further. And so Mirage is going to come in and taking Ryan down in the process, looking for another splat or two. That suction bomb is going to help out with that. Two members of the Bean going down. This is Mirage's opportunity to try to get something going as two picks come out from Corrido. Cordero. Okay, there we go. I can't read.
That's okay. But you know, this position is so tough for the Bean. They are able to move it to a 22.
Yeah, I'm like,
I just leaned like 5 inches closer to the monitor.
But then low key, you can see the Bean picked up that Rainmaker, and immediately that Squid bounced back to the middle.
Yes.
Again, you want to get that Rainmaker off of that platform because that is not safe up there in Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. It is such a dangerous place to be. But look at Zaya here, wasting no time. They're like, we gotta just keep going as best as we can. Playing the defensive game is not gonna work for us here as we enter the last minute. We gotta be mindful and conscious of our footing here. And again, I'm hoping that the Mirage maybe has a little bit more time to let that Rainmaker reset. Otherwise, I'd be like, get it off of there.
Yes, they do. But you know, maybe it was strategic for the Bean. They are really focusing on mid, making sure that Mirage isn't able to make those pushes up, and with 2 down on Mirage, it might be very, very tough pushback.
Yeah, but look at the jump-ins coming in. Jacob is finding successful splat there onto Cordero, and just seconds from jumping back in. But this is going to be the Mirage's last chance. I keep putting the there. Mirage's last chance to make a push here as we enter into overtime. They're in a tight position on this right-hand side here. Cordero having that crab tank online. 2 members going down on the Bean, and one jumping out. This is going to be the chance they have to take, but they threw just a little bit of ink there to stop Kiwi's momentum, and the tri-strike is going to delay it just a little more. And Karen was able to break through and prevent that overtime from any further damage there. So wowie zowie. I blinked and I didn't see what happened.
I was just watching the Rainmaker trying so hard to escape the enemy ink, and they were bagging and trying to like move their way through, but it was just a futile effort.
I know, but I appreciate too. You could see that one member of the Bean tried to body block and jump in front of Zera from coming in and taking them down with the shot. You could see like the
get down, President! Get down, Mr. President!
They really did that. And you know what? A lot of times that is my position in a Rainmaker game. I'm always like, oh, I gotta be a meat shield. I gotta block. I gotta block the oncoming force that's gonna come and get us here. So you gotta appreciate that last ditch effort. I always love seeing that in Rainmaker games when people just try to body block as best as they can, especially if you don't have like a bubble at your disposal or even like a splash wall at that. If you have nothing to work with, you're like, well, the next best thing is just my life. So I guess that's
Take
what we're
me first.
Yeah, right. So that we're just gonna go with that. However, Mirage was like had consistent offensive pressure. Like they did not really stay in their spawn for very long, and like the Bean. Also consistent like defensive pressure too, because I mean they played the long game for at least 2 minutes, and then in those last final seconds they were like, okay, let's just keep trying to move the Rainmaker as close as we can. So if they are forced into overtime, they basically have to start from zero.
Yes, and you know what? That strategic play really worked out.
It sure did. And I think, again, we're back at the information stage. The Bean and the Mirage got to go toe-to-toe there, maybe having a discussion of how they can change stuff. It'd be like, hey, you know what? Xerath got in there and took the Rainmaker out. They're really good at flanking. What can we do and how can we change that? And going into the next one, which we're going to tower control Inkling. I'm sorry, that was all reliable. This right here is all reliable. This is what gets stuff settled in the schoolyard. This is where you settle stuff in the schoolyard, okay? You're going back to school. Mel, if you were going to Inkblot Art Academy, what classes would you take? What classes do you think would be offered at Inkblot Art Academy?
Definitely a traditional art class. If you zip cast all the way to the top of the building, you see that like jelly like painting on the top. So I'd take whatever class that guy's in.
Okay, yeah, I'll have what he's having. All right, class is in session. We're here at Inkblot Art Academy playing Tower Control. The pencil is still present, and Yoshi's still holding on to that bow. So you have pencil versus bow kind of as like your quote-unquote backline, folks. But actually, hold on a minute.
The blaster.
Rapid Blaster Pro. I'm sitting here pointing at it like Spider-Man meme, like, ha! There's a Rapid Blaster, you! And oh my gosh, you know, I gotta say it too. I mean, we have a lot of folks that maybe roll their eyes a little bit at pencil, but you know what? The pencil Rapid Blaster combo is actually pretty unmatched. It's a pretty good combo to try to go into fights with. And so you gotta appreciate the Bean trying to cook with it here. And an opening trade happening in the first 30 seconds with Trizuka and the Machine.
Yes, but you know, I think that was just, it was tough. That was a tough position for the bow to be in, because that you got to make sure you know exactly where that pencil is. That range is nothing to scoff at.
I know, and all the poking damage that they have is pretty absurd too. So you got to be mindful of that. And when you have a lot of poking damage and picking damage, it's like you barely leave the spawn and you're like, but I'm already damaged, I just got here. But that's the power that the pencil can have, and especially with the rapid too to follow up, that the poking damage that they have is immense. But Cordero, wow, what a trade! Going in and just wasting no time to try to shred that crab tank. But still, with that puts the Bean at a disadvantage with 3 members down, pushing the tower only to the 46 mark. And so Mirage here putting the tactical cooler on the tower, trying to get their footing, get some pain on the ground. They're going to try and make their first rebuttal.
They are, and we see Jacob using those ledges to their advantage and hoping that maybe they can get a pick to get this push started. Oh, and you know that Zuko was in a great position, but like I said, you have to keep an eye on where that Sniper is.
Yeah, and just taking the high ground at that was the advantageous move for them to do. So Mirage, again, now with a 3v3 scenario, they're going to be moving on to the first checkpoint, and I don't think they're going to be contested here. As you can see, Cordero is making a lot of space and waves for Kiwi to try to help out and push forward, and they're taking the bats area here too, Mel!
Let's
Make
go!
it two! Looking in for the third, but not finding value on that third one and going down. But the lead is barely in sight here for Mirage, as there's only barely a 10-point difference to try to change it up. But unfortunately, nobody there to tap the tower to keep it in place, and so it's going to be forced back to mid.
That was, you know, if they had maybe Cordero just gotten one, you know,
one more roll.
One more roll. Oh my goodness.
It's like a shot or a roll. They just needed whatever it is. They needed one more of it. They needed just one more. And okay, look at, okay, so Ryan, we got the juice on Ryan. Cordero immediately went down in the crab tank, so I'm enjoying seeing all of these crab tank trades that have been going on, because consistently nobody's been afraid to try to contest the crab tank and looking in to try to shred it and just not allow it to get any value or even just get comfortable in any sort of position. So the Bean here, once again, having a good foothold in mid, looking to try to see if they can entice anybody to come down and take fights with them in mid. But Mirage, I think, is playing this a little slowly. They all came out from the left-hand side here to try to look and see if they can make contact, trying to look out. But look at this, Mel, that's really dangerous to be bunched up like that. And I think Mirage knows that, because as soon as I say that, they all just kind of disperse. But all of them being in that little box area there between those two walls was going to be pretty scary for them.
It was, especially if Cordero could have gotten in there. Really, it could have been a very easy team wipeout.
Yeah, very easy indeed, especially when you have the dualies on your side. Or even if they were just in crab and just rolled on through there and steamrolled a couple people, they had the power to do that as well. But again, finally, the Bean is on the front foot as they're looking forward back to the second checkpoint here. But Mirage is not going to make that easy for them as they take the high ground again. Ooh. Cordero coming through, forcing the Bean in a 2-down or 3-down scenario, forcing the last player to retreat on the pencil there. But still not quite enough to do anything, as the Mirage once again still has the tower in their possession. It seems like the Mirage needs to be taking more time to try to take mid before they feel comfortable pushing. But the Bean is making that so hard for them, especially with the range that Zaya has.
I know. I think this range is really giving Mirage a lot of difficulty in pushing up, because they have to keep an eye on where the Rapid Blaster is. They have to keep an eye on where the Snipe Fighter is, and then they can think about making these pushes. And I keep talking, but Zay is going in, and they're getting the picks that they need for the Bean to make that, to push the tower.
I know, they're just taking all of the offensive pressure away from Mirage. And especially with Zaya going in on the Inkjet up in the backyard, this is real dicey for Mirage here. And especially now they have a solid lead. That second checkpoint has fallen. The tower, nobody's on the tower. Now they're back on it. They're just trying to play the long game here. Because if you keep tapping that tower and keeping it in place, you can go and take fights for a little bit and come back. So just a little bit of more points for the Bean, but Mirage is going to be here to follow up and prevent that from going. But Mel, once again, an uphill battle to climb for Mirage to try to get a few more points in as we enter overtime.
This overtime is going to be very serious until the Inkzuka comes out and you're like, wait, and the tri-strikes.
Yeah, the GG strikes were online for the Bean, and it seems like Mirage could also see that. So success to be had from the Bean in school. I mean, perfect report cards in the class.
Yeah, no, this is just like very textbook and very successful.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think Inkblot Art Academy, I think they would have finger painting.
You think so?
I think you could get a credit or two for finger painting.
Think about it this way. Jellies have lots of tentacles, right?
Okay.
They would probably be really good at finger
My wheel's turning. Keep going.
Like, you know, you could have like a, I was gonna say Mozart. Mozart's not the right kind of artist.
You know what? There would be music classes.
Van Gogh jelly. You know?
That's all right. It's art, just different media.
PhD jelly.
Oh.
You know, they got
new NPC just dropped. PhD jelly.
I feel like if
new shop owner.
I feel like if the jelly was to teach and they had a doctorate, it's probably one of those like mail-in doctorates that they have to like just like you know.
Mail me my paper, please. Thank you. I fully believe that Sheldon would be a teacher.
You think so?
He would be.
Oh.
I think he would have like a shop class, and you would like work on your weapons in shop class.
I think this is so cool.
Right?
I like how you're like really developing this.
I don't know. Let's create a universe. Let's just create some kind of universe here.
This is canon now.
It is canon. Canon event.
So.
It's a canon event. Sheldon is now a teacher. He has a shop class. Sign up for his class. You can learn something.
Yeah.
Also, finger painting with jellies.
PhD jelly. Dr. Jelly.
Dr. Jelly. You have finger painting with Dr. Jelly is going to be a good one.
But not the medical doc, like, you know, like the art doctorate.
And the jellies will be like, I'm a doctor. You're telling me if you were a jelly, like, that's not the first thing you would do? You wouldn't be like... Because that's exactly what I would do. I don't want to wave my little arms around.
Okay, now hear me out.
Okay.
You know Mahi Mahi, we got the inflatable flailing squid man.
I'm listening.
What if we had an inflatable flailing jelly?
I'm listening. Keep talking. Keep saying words to me. I like where your head's at. Okay, but you know what? You know what also is fun about Inkblot Art Academy? When you get to study history, and we get to do just that here with Umami Ruins on Clam Blitz.
Let's go!
So history in the making here as we enter the ruins of Umami to play clams, and you got to be cautious here because, like you said, so easy to get yourself locked out and finding yourself not able to move forward. So again, no weapon changes here, but you can see how these players like to play these weapons. Kiwi wastes no time to try to attack the crab tank if it's present, or excuse me, I don't think it's Kiwi actually, or maybe it is Kiwi. Somebody is not afraid of crab tank because consistently they were like, I'm going to take you head on and throw my bomb at you and I'm not going to care.
A lot of, you know, we did see a lot of aggression towards that crab tank, and maybe we might see something like that again, but if they prop themselves up in the correct position, they're all bunched up. This is so scary.
Look at that response. You see one, play one, as the Trizuka on the side of the bean is going to do the same thing and launch that Trizuka out looking in for the trade. But Cool is going to be there to provide the jumps for their teammates to get back in. So Mirage still having solid hold on mid here. The this way coming out, you got to wonder what's being communicated there, as again, another Trizuka is being popped. But you got to be watching out for Zero here because Zero is consistently on the flanking position, and it seems like Mirage is actually taking note of that now.
Yes, they certainly are. But you know, the clams economy, both teams have about the same number of clams. The drinks coming out for the bean. Is this going to be where they make their push?
Yeah, and the drinks could certainly help with that, and you can see Zaya having 7 in their possession, maybe just waiting to find that last one until their time is right. Because again, you don't want that target on your back, and a smart jump from them, going back in and waiting for the teammates to come. Ooh. A good try from Jacob, almost finding contact with 2 others, and Zaya following up the tri-strikes. However, that is not going to prevent the Mirage from making the first pop.
They do make the first pop, but are they able to continue on this push? This push, I think, might be dead in the water.
Yeah, and with Zero trying to follow up there with the splat bomb to match it, I mean, you take 2 people out and that's just enough. And coming in from behind there, Kiwi gets taken down, and now the economy is on the side of the bean. And with the cooler coming out too, this could be the perfect opportunity to try to flip this lead and have some follow-up, because they have plenty to do it with 2 power plants in their possession, and the Zuka now trying to open a gateway.
But that bow taking out the Zuka before they're able to finish the special, I think they're going to have to play this one safe, but with 2 down, I think this is their opportunity. They do get that pop. Are they able to get that second clam? And they are!
And the lead has been taken. 2 power clams in for the bean with still a little bit of time to get some more clams. But Mel, look at this. No clams in sight to be spawned in for the bean, so the push is going to stop at the 60 mark. So I believe that is a power clam, maybe 2, to try to change from the penalty and the actual points to get anything going again for the bean. But still, Mirage has less, like a power clam only, actually less to try to get something going and change the lead here. So just trying to get some paint down once again. We're back into the neutral fight until somebody can make a mistake here. With 2 members going down on the Mirage, this could be where the bean can take that gap and make it higher.
They do, but they don't have the clams to make a push happen, and by the time they do, those members of Mirage are going to be back.
And you know what I appreciate too is that sometimes the clams games, regardless of skill, regardless of mechanical advantage,
Ooh!
Nice double splat there coming out from Ryan, is sometimes the clam spawns aren't on your side. This is just Zuka for Zuka. This whole clams game is being sponsored by Zuka. They went and excavated the ruins, and all they found was try Zuka, because it's just a tit for tat with these Zuka players right now.
They certainly are. But you know what? It may be for the bean, it is just a waiting game.
It is just a waiting game. You can see that too. They're kind of bunched up, but it's like an ebb and flow of them bunching up and then spreading back out again to try to make the call-outs to see who they're looking for. They do find contact with one, looking for another, but still, the Bean is playing really strong defense, or excuse me, the Mirage is playing really strong defense here. They don't want to give the Bean any more leverage or leg to stand on to get any more points, but it's like they're lacking the offensive pressure that they're needing.
They are, but you know what? This may be their opportunity to move up, but that Sniper needs to go if they're able to, you know, just make a push happen, and that's a delayed three down on Mirage, giving the Bean maybe an opportunity to make that push happen instead.
Yeah, getting the pencil out is going to be really huge. You really got to get that paint output out of the way to make it better for yourselves, but look at that. The cooler now coming out. Clam economy is on the side of the Bean. They have 14 clams in possession. No power clams though, so spread out. The wealth is spread out at the current moment. Now the power clam being made. Ooh! Looking for entry. A nice shot once again by Ryan, but still 2 members of Mirage looking to defend this basket. You can see the pencils just trying to give as much pain as they can to allow anybody to move forward and go in and take fights, but that's not going to prevent Armil from going in and popping that basket once again. So the penalty is gone. They just need a few more, and there goes Zaya throwing in a few more points to keep that timer going. They do still have a ball online though, Mel, so I believe, yes, we will enter overtime.
They have, I think, 2 footballs,
Yeah.
and I think this is the perfect opportunity for Mirage to make a push happen, but they really do have to focus on getting rid of that Snipe Rider.
Yeah, and you could see 2 members, the 2 football players were the ones that were the only ones left alive, and everybody else went down, and it wasn't enough time. You took your 2 aggressive forces out, and they were like, what are we supposed to do? We have targets on our backs. We can't push forward without you. And so the Bean just delayed that timing for Mirage, taking it into a 3-0, so the Bean will be moving on.
That is true. Congratulations to them. And what I really liked about this whole group set is that it wasn't a runaway. None of these games were runaways. They
No.
were very, very hard fought, and it was good Splatooning.
Good splunage. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things too that we like a lot of times that comms talk about is that the score never tells the whole story.
Right.
So on paper, this was a 3-0, but from the eyes of the viewers, it's like, no, that was not an easy 3-0. Like, the Bean had to work for that 3-0 consistently, and they had to keep, like, taking the lead back multiple times to get that 3-0. So, well-deserved, punching their ticket to the next round, and Mirage put up such a great fight for the Bean to, like, I think maybe feel accomplished to, like, move on. They were like, you know what? That was a gift. That did not come easy. Like, we put in the work to be able to move on. And so Mirage gave them that. They gave them that like, proudness of, like, yes, like, I worked hard for this win, and now I get to move on and do it again. Hopefully. As we all want to win. Right, who doesn't? Any winners in the chat?
Winners?
Yeah, any losers?
Oh, wait.
I don't know, dude. I was in loser's bracket, like, in the beginning, so... or the redemption bracket, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm happy here.
Redemption.
Oh, well, I don't know the difference.
Did you feel redeemed?
I did not feel
No?
redeemed. No. But that's okay. I'm washed, and I'm okay with it.
I'm also washed. I'm also okay with
Put her
that.
there, champ. My goodness.
Cheers.
Mel, Saf, washed. Playing this game and just playing it for way too long. I've been here since Splatoon 1. What about you?
Splatoon 2.
Splatoon 2. Okay, so that's still a long time because Splatoon 2, the gap between 2 and 3 was just immense. So
Yes.
that's still a long time. But you know what, guys? As we move on to our next round, Winners Round 1 with Sweet Tooth and Breadbox, that is going to be Mel and I's time together here on the mic with you, and we have 2 commentators coming up next to bring you the next action here. And Sweet Tooth is a team to be watching for sure. They have been making a splash in the scene, winning consistently in high-level tournaments, so they're going to be ones to watch.
I just think it's funny because Sweet Tooth and Breadbox, like, breads can be sweet and they're gonna eat the bread.
You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. And also, I think it's fitting because we've just been chit-chatting about food, and you get to start it off next with some more food.
Perfect way to sign off.
Perfect way to sign off. You can find both of us on Twitter. You can also find Mel on Twitch. And did you know Mel streams on Twitch?
I didn't know that. What?
You didn't know that? Oh my gosh. It's your first time being alive. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Because
but
I saw you.
stop it. Okay, well, we're going to go off camera and canoodle for a little bit and just chat. But thank you guys so much for having us. Shout outs to IPL for having us. And we hope you keep enjoying our broadcast here at LTC.
All right, everybody, how is it going? I am OBT, and I'm joined by Pinky.
How's it going, man?
And we have the pleasure of coming to you with the first round of Top 24, Top Cut here at LTC 2024. The last ones.
The last
3,
one.
man.
I mean, we had a historic bracket here. 79 teams started the tournament. We cut it down to the top third. That's it. 24 teams left, all trying to find that prize at the very end, winning the last ever Low Tide City. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, man, I'm super glad to be up here. Obviously, I'm crushed terribly. I was really trying to make top 24, but, you know, it's whatever. I'm really happy I get another commentary block. I really feel very fortunate to be here at LTC. So, you know, it is okay. And the cool thing is, y'all, for those of you at home, is that we have so many setups here. We actually had an entire another bracket for people that made Redemption and didn't make top 24 like my team did.
Yeah.
So it's really cool. I get to play some more games tonight. It's really awesome. I'm glad they did this. It's really crazy to think about that because I was going through the Star GG and I was like, okay, either they're dumb or we have a quadrillion setups. And I was glad I knew we had a quadrillion setups.
Yeah. 10 setups plus a stream setup is crazy.
I know. It is unreal.
Like, that's so.
I feel like last year we had like 5 or 6.
No, last year we had 6, but last year we was also like crammed really strong.
God, dude,
yeah,
I know.
I don't even want to think about it. But this year, yeah, it's just so much more grand because we're all just meshed together in this giant room. I mean, you can just see the crowd behind the setups. It is packed in here.
I know, man. It's crazy. But we're not here to talk about the people that have lost. We're here to talk about the people that are still in the tournament, top 24. We got Sweet Tooth versus Breadbox. Now, I was actually up here yesterday calming Breadbox. And I was like, dude, it was crazy. It was a game 5, and they got the lead in the last minute, but then Lux and Seitu's team, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, they came in and just got a 3-clap power claim push at the end. It was crazy.
Dang.
So I'm happy to see Breadbox still in the bracket, y'all. I thought they deserved it. They played really well. Sweet Tooth, obviously, cool enough to not fill out the form, apparently, but they've been around for a while. You know everybody, people like Junkie on there. And I was just telling Pinky, I don't know if any of you guys had that other app for keeping track of your games, but I was going through my Splatoon 2 games. I was like, wow, I haven't been on here forever. But I saw Junkie in there. So
yeah,
I guess it's fate that I get to calm them today.
a little bit. I mean, we got a lot of high-profile players, a lot of high-profile teams. I mean, just in Breadbox, Desha, Jisha, Lost, and Gray, incredibly strong players. Sweet Tooth, obviously being a rising team throughout the ranks in the higher-level Splatoon scene. So I'm looking forward to it. We have game 1 here. It's going to be on Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Again, I talked about this yesterday. I'm so mad that map is back in the game, bro. Oh, my God.
Dude, I hate it.
I have so much PTSD from that map.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man, if you just, it's so annoying. If you wipe in front of the pedestal right before you get to your side of the map, it's pretty much a guarantee.
It's over. It's over.
It is, dude. It's annoying.
And you have Vac. Oh, I love all the plushes on stage. These teams are just so happy to be here, happy to show up.
I would be happy too, man. I mean, come on, top 24 at the biggest Western Splatoon land. I'd be pretty happy. I do think it's going to get beat by Riptide this year.
Probably.
Well, because that's what happened. LTC was the biggest, and then right after that, Riptide was the biggest. I think they already got like 100-something people up there.
Jeez. Oh, wow. That's people's out. Wow. Yeah. A lot of people already signing up for Riptide. A lot of people in the crowd are already going crazy. I don't know if that's for Splatoon or if that's for some other games, but
that is one thing that I'm curious to see how it plays out. Obviously day 1 Smash tournaments, the matches aren't super close, but day 2 there'll definitely be a lot of hype matches. I know there's gonna be a lot of crowd noise from that side, but it's cool, man. I feel really a part of the action here at LTC being back in the main room, so I'm really fortunate, really feeling good about being there.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to be getting right into it here. Game 1, first game of the Top Cut here at Low Tide City 2024. We got Sweet Tooth, we got Breadbox, we got Rainmaker on Humpback. Let's take a look at some of these comps here. I'd imagine Junkie on that Dr. Brush, Surskid on that V-Blast, and we have Carbon Deco coming out from Lost.
Yeah, apparently on the side of the orange team, we're like, we got one Zap. We'll be good on paint, bro. Who cares? But yeah, man, kind of on the Stamper, and Junkie on that signature brush, man. Going to try to do their best to just try to get in there and get kills. You see the orange team get the pop as we're getting into this first team right here.
Yeah, right now, I mean, already we can see Breadbox having that superior paint here, but Sweet is making up for it in that fighting capability. Already up 4 versus 2. Keto patrolling this left side here. Already Rainmaker starting to be run right. Daybreak is going to be that dedicated Rainmaker grabber, I would imagine, with that supportive end zap here. And it looks like the members of Sweet Tooth just trying to poke around this window area here. So critical to defend. But bombs are just coming out. Zuka's coming out, and yeah, it's going to be the Rainmaker being lost.
I'm kind of surprised it took that long. It seemed like Kaido may have thought that somebody was sharking on that low left side, which, I mean, when you're going against a Carvin player like Lost, I totally get it. But I honestly was surprised to see them not move up a little quicker, especially Sweet Tooth. I think is probably the higher seed here, right?
Maybe. I don't know exactly. I know that, I mean, they're both really strong teams. It's kind of, at this point, I feel like seeding kind of matters a little bit less just because everyone is
yeah, you got to brawl, bro.
Yeah, you got to brawl no matter what. So Rainmaker is going to be back in mid. Gray has the Zuka at the ready. Specials at the ready. Redbox trying to ready up for a good push here. Zuka's going to be popping out, trying to find Surskit. Surskit's going to jump out. Junky's just camping over the ledge. Going to get shot down by the Zuka as well.
Yeah, and now you're kind of seeing the reverse play out, man. That Brenbox took a long time to get out there, and again, they're going to die before they get to the pedestal. As you see Daybreak pick up this Rainmaker. I just feel like, man, it's been crazy on a map. Usually it's so explosive as Rainmaker, Humpback. You're seeing right now, finally, a minute and a half in the game, that first checkpoint is fallen.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken a while. I feel like speed is definitely the name of the game. So, I mean, these teams operating at a bit of a slower pace is kind of surprising, but, I mean, you have to remember, for both these teams, it's their first game of the day, so they might be shaking off some of that sleepiness, some of them nerves maybe for being on stage for the stream. Here comes the Tri-Strike trying to hunt down this Rainmaker here. 2 down, 3 down on the side of Redbox. This could be huge for Sweet Tooth if the Zuka does not find his mark. And Gray, out of that Zuka, Daybreak running forward all the way down to 35 points.
Hey, I know it looks like they were like 2 or 3 down on the side of Redbox, but low-key, man, those strikes into the Zuka delayed them so much.
Yeah.
That look, well, I would say they're back, but unfortunately they're all down. It's just Gray alive here, but that does stall it out. I mean, we could be looking at almost a knockout right now if those 2 specials hadn't come out there. As you see, members starting to jump in, see who's going to run this Rainmaker pop fight. It is going to be the side of Redbox as we're seeing the kind of more reset here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this map is that no lead is safe unless you got to like 5 points or less, just because of how much it can snowball at the end. But it looks like Sweet Tooth is kind of content with that lead at 35. They're going to be forced to back up just a little bit back in mid, but Sweet Tooth does have a lot of map painted in their color. Redbox kind of struggling to get out of their plat area a little bit. Sweet Tooth just doing such a good job at sharking under these ledges.
Yeah, man, and I mean, Sweet Tooth has just not been on their side of the map for, it looks like a minute now. Honestly, they're just like, hey, we may not have the best push here at 35, but that is more than what you guys got. You guys haven't even broken the first checkpoint. As you see members of Breadbox going down, and you see people like Kaido moving up. You're going to pop the crab on the rail. Great crab position. You see the specials coming out trying to counter that, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 32 points is a little bit extra credit here. Dash is able to get the stop on a few of the players trying to flank around. Going to be popping this Rainmaker shield here, but Sweet Tooth is just doing such a good job at siphoning this pressure, cycling players in and out. And, I mean, so well that Breadbox really struggling to find their footing. They have a disadvantage for, it feels like 2 minutes at this point. Yeah,
and I feel like this is definitely finally going to make a decision here, opting to drop it on the right side. I don't know if they're going to make it all the way over there as 2 of their teammates are down there, but it's so hard, man, when you're losing on this map. It feels like nowhere is safe. But I'm glad that they at least made the decision to get it out of their side of the map. As you see 2 people going down on the side of Sweet Tooth. Junkie going to get the Rainmaker. They are not going to get the checkpoint right now.
Yeah, I mean, Junkie's just so good at that target select with that Octopus, with that white hitbox, but looks like it's not going to matter. Redbox is going to get that checkpoint all the same, and all of a sudden, it's effectively an even game. 70 seconds left on the timer here. Lost going to be sharking in. Finds a pick onto Surskit. Strikes are coming out as well, trying to paint that red carbon for the Maker, but it gets taken down 1 point shy from the lead, and they're forced to back up and retreat.
Bro, don't even talk to me about 1 point lead. Shout out to anyone that watched my stream match yesterday, bro. Honestly, really tragic. I've been there. I know how Redbox is feeling right now, but it's okay. They got 50 more seconds. Rainmaker kind of in a weird spot, but they are down but not out here.
Yeah, but like if I'm Breadbox, I'm kind of frustrated because like, man, I got to do that again, all over again. But Gray, not feeling any of that kind of frustration. I think already getting the pick onto Surskit. Breadbox is trying to reset themselves. They have the picks right now. They have a lot of control. It's just about organizing themselves on that push, especially with the specials. They have one of the Zukas online. Strikes are coming soon enough. Carbon is trying to shark in. They get the pick onto the flank. And the Zuka is going to be coming out as well. Mist is gone, swimming through the strikes, and there we go. Finally, Breadbox getting the lead with 15 seconds to go.
Absolutely triggered my gamer not instincts right there. That was a really good push using the strikes as cover. Even though Junkie was there, they were unable to get the Rainmaker before they were able to push 22. And even though they're 3 down, y'all, they have to make a push now. And man, I hate when I had to push overtime Rainmaker with a Carbon player. It's so stressful the whole time. You're trying to be like, where is this Carbon, bro? They're going to pop out of nowhere and jump on the Rainmaker. You see Jitcher already on this left-hand side trying to make sure no one goes over that rail as the overtime clock has started.
Yeah, I mean, Jish is just waiting right here. There's 3 members of Sweet Tooth right around them. And I mean, Breadbox has 2 Zukas at the ready to fire this Rainmaker at pretty much any time. So this is definitely an uphill battle. They still do not know about Jisha. And Jisha's going to find the pick in conjunction with the Zuka, and Breadbox get the comeback in game 1.
I know I talked about the Carbon, man, but the Jisha's like, I could kill the Rainmaker too. Like, who cares?
Yeah, anyone can shark, I guess, especially under the ledge.
Yeah, it's so hard with a Rainmaker, especially when you have to push in overtime. You're always running that risk, especially against these higher level teams. They're always going to have someone sharking ready to die the Rainmaker.
Absolutely. I mean, just Breadbox really turned it around in that last instance. Just a lot of really good decisions being made at the very end. And really kind of just reversed the game because Sweet Tooth was in control for so much of it, but as soon as Breadbox got an inch, they ran with it as much as they could.
Yeah, and honestly, the really good stuff. That's what I talked about in their set yesterday with their mental fortitude. Then that this is a team that is okay coming back from a deficit, whether that be in games and also in the match.
Yeah.
So their mental is pretty strong. I really appreciate that about Breadbox.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you have to have that kind of mental at this stage in the game. If you want to make it to top cut, if you want to make it beyond, you have to have that kind of mental. So good on Breadbox for getting that game 1. We're going to be moving on to game 2. TC on Mako Mart, absolute classic of the game.
Dude, man, this map is like Snowball City. I feel like a lot. I don't know who picked the maps for this, but I feel like a lot of them are Snowball maps, man. Like,
I think that's just the game we play, honestly.
I guess that is probably just the game we play. It is Snowball City. I still feel like it's not nowhere near as bad as Splatoon 2, though. I know people complain about the maps, but I'm like, dude, you could not pay me enough to go back and play on some of those maps, man, for real.
Oh yeah, I mean, S2. That's just because you could throw armor and ray and missiles, and it's just stop. You don't get to have fun for a bit,
dude. For real.
Hold on. We have to wait 10 seconds for them to deploy all their specials, and then they get him back in like 20 seconds anyway.
I think what makes some of these middle maps hard, like TC Mako and Columbus Barnacle, is like once you drop, you are committed to dropping.
Yeah.
Like you got to brawl, bro, as soon as you get on the ground.
Exactly.
It's just so hard because there's not a lot of ways to retreat. And it's hard, too, because that's what the tower path is. You have to drop right sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so annoying. And, like, if you fight, like, even if you go, like, left side, you're fighting such an uphill battle if they get to control your stack. So it's really about, like, the systematic control on this map and how are you going to get your way back into mid and get, back in.
Sorry, they're talking to us right
now. But yeah, I mean, it's just about how you're going to systematically get your way back into mid and back into control on this map.
Yeah, man, and I feel like, especially when they're pushing the tower, particularly after that first checkpoint, it's really crucial what side you decide to drop on. Really curious to see where they're going to take it. Let's get into TC Mako Mart.
Yeah, let's see how these comps are. Surskit on that blaster yet again. Very good on this map. We're also going to be seeing the Viper coming out for Sweet Tooth and Jisha on that range blaster, switching off the bucket.
Curious to see the Viper come out on the side of Kaito. I'm sure they play all of them, being a Viper Stanford player, but again, saying I will just paint with your blood like last time. We do not need any more paint, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's all you need. And the Viper already popping off the, not popping the hammer. My bad. But Chunky already hunting for Gray here. Gray and Jisha both going to get taken down by Kito. Instead, that's an early wipeout there for Sweet Tooth. Breadbox cannot stand up to that pressure in the first 20 seconds, and Daybreak going to be riding that tower, going to be jumping off it a little bit. But already Sweet Tooth trying to put pressure on that left flat.
I always think those moments are like, yeah, they're human, bro. Like, you just jump off the tower for a second, and when the camera's on you on stream, like, you go back and you're hearing this, man. I've been there. And Junkie going to just zip in here, going to continue to find really good picks on the side of Breadbox. As you see, they're already down to 45. Only one player up here, man, struggling to find an answer right now.
And this second checkpoint is such a bottleneck, but here comes Surskit with that bubble, deploying it on the tower, hopping off to put even more pressure, and already Sweet Tooth done with the first 2 checkpoints in just a minute, and they're still trying to get more on the tower. Daybreak, though, going to be forced to retreat, still going to find the pick on the loss, and Sweet Tooth still has the numbers advantage so exponentially. Zuka is going to be trying to find something here for Breadbox, but Sweet Tooth is just not going to be denied right now.
Yeah, man, you're seeing the pacing. They are awake. They're like, yeah, bro, I was kind of warming up that first game, but I am alive. As you see Kaito popping the sand, trying to find Jisha. Jisha just content to shark again like game 1. But, man, I still feel like they have not had all 4 up in so long.
Yeah, I mean, finally all 4 up, and we can see how the defense is going. But Kaito still finds the pick on Jisha. Is going to get taken down, though, by the tag team of Gray and Lost. And finally, it looks like Breadbox, we're getting a bit of stability, even though they still have the numbers disadvantage. Surskit putting pressure on the stack, but going to get taken down by the suction. They're human, man. They're human.
I know, man. That's one where I'm like, you might die for that one, but like, you're good. Nah, that happens, man. It happens to everyone. Also, I want to point out it's really crucial when you're fighting a battle like this is that they already cleared the hardest checkpoint of the map, the second checkpoint.
Yeah.
And if I'm on Breadbox, I'm like, oh my God, bro, we have to go past that second checkpoint. And think about it, they haven't even touched the tower, and we're almost halfway through the match, and now they have to get past one of the hardest checkpoints to get past. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, again, Sweet Tooth just 2 straight minutes of advantage state right now. Breadbox, though, finally has some sort of respite. That's going to be the wipeout onto Sweet Tooth. Daybreak going to get taken down. Desha going to be riding the tower here. I just think the range values of the pencil has been so hard for Redbox to deal with for a lot of this match, but finally starting to get something in their favor here as they're going to make it to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really like Heavy Head, and I think it's a cool weapon, but I still ultimately think it does lose the matchup versus Pencil, man. Pencil just I think it's at the top for a reason. It's just such a good weapon, man. Paints, kills, supports, man, it does it all. And right now, even though they're pushing again right up to the second checkpoint, you do see the heavy edit go down there to the pencil as Kaito is going to go down to the roller, man.
Whoa.
The boost stand bad again.
That was a crazy play from Lost, but yeah, Hammer sucks, and already Breadbox at that second checkpoint with that massive bottleneck with Junkie with that giant AoE just raining it down, but they're caught in a corner. Jish is going to find the pick, but Jish is going to get taken out by the pencil, but Breadbox by that second checkpoint so close to the lead, and they're going to get it. Charger cannot pierce like the other one, and already on that last checkpoint, here comes Surskit finally with the defense, is going to stop that lead right at 13, but now Sweet Tooth, they have to get there all over again.
Yeah, and then, counteract that, man. Now that they're past that, you got to be thinking, oh, my gosh, I got to get to the third checkpoint now. This is horrible. But, I mean, shout-outs to Breadbox. I think that they're showing they are a very, very adaptive team. Saying, like, hey, I know we're kind of struggling with this comp right now, but we know how to get it done and get the lead again. And now, as we head into the last part of the match, they are up, and they have a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Redbox gets a little bit of momentum and just gets some of the wind in their sails, they just go flying. And right now, Sweet Tooth trying to make the same thing happen. 3 versus 3 right now. Daybreak does not feel safe on that tower, though, with Jisha on that range blaster. Just can poke the tower so incredibly well from such a good defensive position. It's going to be dropping down, though, and Kaito trying to find this pick in this one moment. And Jisha's going to fall off the map. Lost is going to be trying to battle for this tower. Is going to get the pick onto Kaito as well. 1 minute left on the clock. It's just mayhem right now, but Sweet Tooth is 3 down.
Yeah, that was a kind of a crucial team fight to get and see who has the advantage for this last minute. And unfortunately, Breadbox, or unfortunately for whoever's in chat, Breadbox came out on top of it. And right now, man, both of these comps are set up really well to just stagger the other team indefinitely and just try to make sure they never really have man advantage. They never have the special advantage. You see a huge pick coming on the blaster saying, you will not poke me today, man. I've seen this trick before.
Yeah, Junkie trying to find some value with the Zipcaster, but is not going to be able to find a pick. He's going to be forced to recall. Kaito throwing the hammer, not going to find one. Lost, trying to get a little lost in the sauce, is not going to find a pick for it. 20 seconds left in this game. Jisha here is going to be on this left flat, raining down the blaster shots. It's a blaster battle right here, trying to direct each other in the bubble. They're just running away, but Surskit is going to stay alive. It's just utter madness. 3v2 favoring Sweet Tooth. We might have to do this in overtime. Just a few seconds left.
Yeah, man, just looking like really, really bad, honestly, on the side of Breadbox. There are people almost ready to move up. You see Junkie popping this hammer, getting 2 down. It is just Desert and Lost. Can they get to the tower in time to stop it? They do have a little bit of leeway, but not very much.
Lost is coming here with the Shark, trying to get on the tower, but they're going to get it. They're going to get the defense, and Breadbox has that clutch gene, and they're going to be up 2-0 in the set for it.
Bro, man, Surskit was so surprised they had to stand up. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man, that was such a tense game. Both these games have just been so incredibly close.
Yeah, man, I wish I could see the KAs. I wish you could see that online,
that's
man.
the one little thing, because, like, oh, man.
I mean, I guarantee you everyone on both sides had, like, double-digit deaths, especially because both teams had coolers, man. They're probably popping, like, 12 deaths, 13 deaths, man.
100%. I mean, maybe Daybreak stayed alive for a bit for the pencil, but, I mean, they were kind of...
yeah, pencil, yeah.
They were going in a good amount for pencil, but...
You have to, man. You can. Who cares? No one can challenge you.
I guess, yeah, I guess. I'm kind of surprised that, like, there hasn't been, like, that more of the mid lines that we've been seeing, like, pop up in the meta a little bit more, but... I mean, even still, just pretty standard stuff on both sides. But, man, Breadbox doing such a good job at those late-game adaptations right when it matters.
Yeah, and honestly, man, really throwing the predictions for a loop. You see 78 people voted for Sweet Tooth. I bet you those Breadbox fans are feeling pretty good up 2-0, man.
They're going to get a lot of channel points here, a lot of channel points. IPL Bucks. Look at Breadbox popping up. All the stuffed animals on the stage, all the rock Pikmins too. I love to see it.
Oh, dude, shout out to production, man. You were so clutch. Look, we get to see the 2 very big, very nice rock Pikmin. Shout out to Pikmin players. There's a bajillion of them in the room right now. We got people like Shiny and Twig here.
Yeah, we got Shiny, we got Twig. One of my roommates has yellow Pikmin as well that they had in the car. The other side, we also have a Totodile Push. They got just panned away from, yeah, there we go.
I thought that was like a pinata for a second. I don't know why.
It's a little fuzzy for a crocodile, you know?
Hey, but man, game number 3, Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime. Man, I feel like this is a really bad game 3 if you're down. You know what I mean?
No, this is not a game you want to like get momentum. This is one like, all right, we got that game behind us. We want to keep going. But for Sweet Tooth, imagine you're not a big fan of this one right now.
Well, it's just hard because, again, it's so committal once you get locked out. You really have to go in, especially with clams. It's a little bit more fluid than, like, zones or, like, TC, where, like, you can kind of hang out around that basket or throw a couple clams in, take a couple fights, unlike with, like, zones where you got to, like, just keep them as far away from mid as possible.
Yeah.
So kind of slippery, man, but I'm not feeling good about that on the side of Sweet Tooth right now.
I mean, at the very least, Daybreak is a good pencil player, and pencil is pretty strong in this map, at least. So, I mean, that could be some kind of respite for them when they're in disadvantage, but, I mean, if this game's anything like the last 2, I feel like Breadbox is going to be one to watch out for in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, man. But it sucks too, because like if I'm on the Sweet Tooth side, I'm like, we were up so far both games, and we couldn't hold it, man.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing some comp changes though. Surskit can be on the custom blaster with the splashdown. Jisha is going to be pulling out that 52 gal I was just talking about a little bit ago. So Breadbox definitely trying to win this painting war. Sweet Tooth going to be going with 0 painting weapons pretty much.
You know, and that's kind of the downside of lands is sometimes you want to play with what you're most comfortable with, but what you're most comfortable with maybe just be 3 Slayers who don't play anything. But Surskit's saying it doesn't matter. Oh God, we don't need to paint.
I don't know who got all those kills. It might have been Junkie. It might have just been a team effort there. But regardless, Sweet Tooth is going to get that first basket breaker. Going to get a few claims in the basket. They don't have a ton at their disposal though, so they can't get that many. Junkie is going to be striking around. Going to get a few more in. 65 is where the lead is probably going to stay at. Junkie and Jisha are going to be trading out, and yeah, Daybreak going to be forced to retreat as the last member alive.
Yeah, man, that's one of those ones that you see on the map. You're like, bro, they're popping crap from where? Excuse me? And I was like, I mean, there's nothing they can do there. But, I mean, hey, push to 65. Honestly, not the best when it comes to clan blitz. All they need to do is get 2 power clans. When I'm trying to play, man, I'm like, we got to get past 60 at least. At least that means they can't cheese us with 2 power clans at the end of the match. But it doesn't matter, though, really. I mean, they're still in control. You see Junkie has a decent amount of clans. Surskit trying to hang out here with Splashdown at the ready. They're trying to bait people into them, see if they can drop. All right, but again, man, you have no clans and a no map control on the side of Breadbox as his second basket is open for Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I've seen this song before. I've seen this dance before. We've been there a few times. We've been around this block. 62, lead is barely going to go down, if at all. Just Sweet Tooth really struggling to get these claims into the basket. I mean, that's what's hard on this map. The basket is so far away and so deep into enemy spawn that, like, they just spawn right on top of the basket. It's so easy to defend at certain times. But Sweet Tooth just trying to keep this pressure going for as long as possible.
Man, you saw that match made in heaven, man. The grab with the pencil, I swear they have the exact same range. And all that ship damage, that was beautiful to see there. Unfortunately, it did not net them anything, and now it's going to be a wipeout. This is their time to shine. Breadbox saying, look, man, we've been here before. We just need to open the basket, get it rolling. As you see Gray pop in the basket, going to go down, unfortunately, because it took so long to make that clam. But, hey, man, still a decent amount of clams, still amount of economy. We might actually see a lead switch right here and now. And we do from Desher, just holding it down, just saying, I'm going to run and get the lead, man.
Yeah, 56 to 62. Very close lead. One more power clan will swing it back in the favor of Sweet Tooth. It's just about them getting back into control. And I mean, this is something we've kind of been seeing. It's Sweet Tooth, they're good in the early game, but as soon as Breadbox gets their feet on the ground, Sweet Tooth really struggles to get that control back in their favor. So with half this match left to go, I would love to see how they're going to adapt.
Yeah, man, if I'm Breadbox, I'm saying, yeah, ooh, I am comfortable, man. Look at this. I know we may not have the best lead, but we've come back from being down so far both times in a row. And the other thing that kind of sucks on the side of Sweet Tooth is they really don't have like a super strong entry special. Like, yeah, they got Crab and they have Zipcaster, but they're not like guaranteed kills like Zuka. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Zuka's just, it's just so easy to use at times, and Breadbox having 2 of them have been so hard for Sweet Tooth to stand up for, and kind of mitigates Daybreak putting that pressure with the squeezer. But right now, Breadbox 2 down, 3 down right now. Sweet Tooth has a big chance to push forward. They have the means to get another power claim, and Junkie's going to be holding on to it, going to be scoring and getting that lead back in their favor, potentially even more if Keto can make it to the basket.
I was about to say, oh, and he eats a Zuka to the face,
headshot.
Man. I mean, that is definitely the hit marker, man, on that one. That phased through their entire existence. They did get the lead back, but man, this match still has a decent amount of time on it. You never know what's going to happen inside of Breadbox. It's been super awesome to see how back and forth these matches have been, though.
Absolutely, and I mean, the thing about Breadbox is that even one power claim is not going to be enough. They have to get some extra credit, a few clams on top of it. Gray trying to find the pick with the Zuka is instead going to be taken down by Surskit, just dancing around in mid, around all these whales, and 3 go down on Breadbox yet again. It's just going to be Desha with that power claim, and they're going to toss it away to try and relieve some pressure off of them right now. But Sweet Tooth is going to just be charging forward, full steam ahead. Minute 10 left on the regular timer, up to 20 seconds into overtime. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, man, Cersei's saying, I am a blaster master for a reason, man, dancing around all that. Now, if I am Sweet Tooth, I'm thinking, man, we do not want to open unless we get a bunch of guaranteed follow-up because that's going to give them another clam. And they already Desha was able to actually keep that power clam alive for them. So I honestly kind of just vibe with Sweet Tooth just kind of stalling out the clock, trying to keep them back as far without opening that basket, unless they get like a crazy like 3 or 4 down, which I don't think is going to happen. As you see, Jisha trying to pick up 1, trying to pick up 2 right here, and they're getting their way back into just the pencil alive right now.
Yeah, Jisha had a great sequence there, getting the last few members of Sweet Tooth and putting on so much pressure. Going to get the jump camp onto Surskit as well. And 30 seconds left to go. This might be the Breadbox comeback that we've been waiting for in this game, and this might swing the set in their favor. Here comes Gray with the Zuka, trying to find the pick onto Daybreak, finding the pick onto anyone. Going to get Daybreak there as well. All the clams at the ready for Breadbox. They can get this lead at any time. They just have to make it there. But the Sharks from Sweet Tooth are proving so difficult. Members are starting to jump out. Surskit moving back into mid, trying to find any picks they can.
Yeah, that was almost very dangerous on the side of Sweet Tooth. But wisely going to jump back, save the power claim, save your resources there. And now, look, they're still in control of mid as you see Surskit going down there as we head into overtime. They got to get moved quickly, though, to get to the basket.
Yeah, not a lot of time left on the board. About 15 seconds of overtime. Another Zuka going to be pulled from Gray here, trying to find any kinds of picks. It's going to be dead even right now, but 2 go down on Breadbox. As soon as I say it, Gray is going to be jumping in, but his power claim is not enough. The Carbon needs to find 2 more claims in the basket. It's tied 52-52, and Sweet Tooth is going to hold on for game 3.
Wow, dude, honestly, shout-outs to production. That was a real face cam moment, bro. You saw the instant look of defeat, man. Not enough.
Oh.
Gosh, I just empathize with them so much right now, but, like, I mean, look at that. That was tough. That was so tough.
And Sweet Tooth just jumped up that member on the end. They were like, we live to fight another game in the winner's bracket. Breadbox was so close to getting another reversal, but Sweet Tooth was just barely able to stop that Carbon in time from getting that last claim in that would have swung the match.
Honestly, I think it's like crazy they even went for that because I was like, what are they doing? Are they jumping? Oh my God, they're jumping to the basket? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's remarkable they even lived that long to get the power claim in and also throw any claims in at all. Crazy,
That was
crazy
just crazy.
scheming, man, this happened in the top 24.
And then it was just 52-52 like that. Oh, man, that's so good. I mean, if you're Sweet Tooth, you've got to be feeling good about that one. I mean, obviously for Breadbox, you were like, we had it until that last moment. We had everything going, and it just all went wrong a little bit too soon. But for Sweet Tooth, they finally held on to that, or against that Breadbox comeback. So now they have a little bit of momentum going into game 4.
Yeah, they get a small sigh of relief, but they do have to reverse sweep against the team that seems to almost have no end to answers in terms of whenever they're down, man. And again, Breadbox, they're feeling sitting pretty, man. They're like, yeah, we are the underdogs. We came from redemption, bro. We are willing. They're scrappy. So it's hard, man. It's really hard to think about what the mental. I could totally see the side of Sweet Tooth like, oh, we got this, bro. They didn't get that game. We got this coming back. But Breadbox is like, look, man, we dominated pretty much like every other game.
Yeah.
And we were so close. Let's just do it one more time.
I mean, I feel like Breadbox didn't really get it rolling the same way they did in the first 2 games in that one, but that's just because that could be just chalked up due to Barnacle being kind of a hard map to get that momentum going, just because of how deep in the enemy spawn you have to go to get those scoring. So right now for game 4, looks like we're going to be on Zone's Umami Ruins for this one. So this one might play a little bit better for Breadbox here.
You know, just like thinking about it initially, I think that's probably a little bit better for Sweet Tooth just because they got a pencil on it.
Yeah,
which is
that's true.
also why I'm sure they're crushed on Breadbox, but they're like, I do not want to play this map, especially Rainmaker Undertow. Maybe they don't feel good about that one. But it's always so good to just put it away 3-0 really quickly. So, I mean, you never know, man. That could have been their one shot.
I mean, maybe. I mean, versus a team like Sweet Tooth, they're just so capable of coming back. So I would imagine Breadbox really wants to get that 3-0. But, I mean, they're still at set point here. They can absolutely close it at any time. But, again, Sweet Tooth gets a little bit of momentum. We could see how this snowballs the remainder of the set.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure you've watched enough sets to know sometimes, man, they only got the 3-1 in the tank. You know what I mean? Like, that could have been just like a fluke game. Everyone got a little too comfortable.
Oh, well. Looks like someone on Sweet Tooth got a little uncomfortable. Is going to dip out of the match for the time being.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Disconnect on
Let's
the land.
go.
Give it up.
And it was the member that was just popping off too. That's crazy.
Dude, it's funny. This happened in my other block too yesterday.
Really? Oh my god.
I know. Second time on stream for me, but
you're cursed.
What can I say, man? But I feel like it's just unfortunate. I don't even know how that happens on land, especially with especially they got some decent equipment at this land.
They got some good stuff. They set up so well. The TOs just did such an amazing job.
And the most baller thing though, we actually had an extra setup. So like when one of them broke, they're like, put that on the extra setup, bro. We got this. No problem at all.
No problems at all. Well, we do have some slight problems here, but Sweet Tooth should be getting back into it. That's just a little laugh break before these teams are going to get back into it. There's the Spiel on the stream as well.
Dude, these people are braver than me. When I'm on the stage, I'm like, I'm going to do something. I was like, the camera's not on me. There's no way. I'm going to do this, and like nobody's going to see this at all, bro.
Absolutely. I mean, just getting all the way up to the camera, you can do kind of all the bits that you want in front of the whole audience, and everyone. The crowd's just going to go wild for you no matter what.
Yeah, man, it's so hard, too, because you don't even know if it's in focus. I've seen so many clips where, like, they're holding up a sign and it's, like, completely out of focus.
Yeah,
I cannot read it at all.
Yeah, like the COD save, or COD bless, like Splatoon. Or Splatoon.
Yes.
That sign, oh, man.
Dude, I saw someone that there's 2 signs right on the audience. There's one that says, like, John Splatoon. It's a picture of, like, Splatoon 1.
Yeah, just, like,
Inkling.
stretched out a little bit.
Yeah, and there's also someone has a secret elixir sign. I was like, that's pretty cool. I don't know how people have time to go get craft materials and, like, write out the thing they're going to say and then, like, go actually to the venue and hold around all day.
I mean,
but, hey, hats off to you guys. You do make the event hype.
Absolutely. No, I always think about doing it, so shout out to the people that actually fully commit to the bit here. But speaking of fully committing, we have all the members here fully committing to this game. Game 4 here of this first set of Top Cut between Sweet Tooth and Breadbox.
Yeah, and again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it on the side of Breadbox, apparently. And same thing with the other one. I do really like the synergy with that crab and the pencil. There's just so much AoE on the side of Sweet Tooth right now. And I still feel like it's kind of an okay comp to run into, man, especially with the carbon. You see Jisha going down early, feeling like, gosh, man, I feel like I'm always the first one down, too. I feel you, brother. But now there's going to be a 3v4 with the cooler. Excited to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, absolutely. Sweet Tooth, once again, getting early control of this map as they have throughout most of the set. It's just about how are they going to be able to keep it going. But if Sweet Tooth is going to get the wipe out here, that could honestly just spell the end of the game because Umami is so incredibly blockout heavy, especially on splat zones here. Surskit trying to find the pick on the Great is going to be able to do so, and that's going to be another going down. Just absolutely everything happening is 1v1 right now. It's just going to be, I believe, Lost versus the Pencil, and Daybreak is going to find that pick as well. So Sweet Tooth in a good spot, but Breadbox still fighting back.
You know, I applaud Gray's bravery there, but man, this is such a bad spot. This is a really crucial time that you need to cap the zone, man, around when you get to around the 60-50 mark. And I feel like going to there with not your full team and no resources is very bad. And right now you see they're stuck on their side of the map. You do see a nice pick coming out from Lost onto the Surskit on the blaster, but again, they do need to cap the zone. And it's so hard with Umami when you have both of the zones. You don't have top mid control. Finally, they're going to apply some penalty, but man, that was looking really scary there for a second.
That it was 47. It's going to be where the lead's going to stand. Keto still going to find the pick onto Jisha. Breadbox barely got any work on that zone before it got stalled again, but Keto is going to run right into Desha, not going to work out, and that's going to be Breadbox getting control yet again. And it looks like they're doing much better at this time at trying to keep that sustained pressure in front of the zone.
You know, it's so hard. I play a midline also that's kind of ink hungry with Machine, but you have to really watch your ink consumption there. And you heard it, the squeak sound come out from Kaito when they went to go after Desha. And actually, I think it was super unfortunate too because Desha was smart throughout that curling bomb, man, and made that interaction way safer for them. So even though I think they only got, oh my god.
And that's going to be enough for the leads, which it seems like Cersei trying to get the last second defense, but not going to be enough. That suction bomb from Gray was chef's kiss.
Dude, I mean, that's like the airstrike, bro. You're so forgetting you get killed by the explosion for the crab bomb. Oh my gosh, man. Lost is just in their element right now, rushing down. Is it? Oh my god.
That just could be game, honestly. 3 down. It's just going to be Daybreak, and Daybreak is locked in spawn. 20 takes left to go, 10, 15 takes left to go. I mean, this is just kind of falling out of control here for Sweet Tooth. So close to the end. Breadbox can taste the comeback yet again for the 3rd time this set, and that's going to do it. Breadbox proving the doubters wrong. Going to take it 3-1 over Sweet Tooth, moving on in Top Cut.
Hey, honestly, well-deserved pop-off, bro, man. They almost made top 24 from a winner's redemption or a higher seed, basically, to losing terribly game 5 on stream last time, making it through redemption, and because they must have the heart of redemption bracket, and then making it through here to top 24 and getting the upset round 1. I am feeling good if I'm on Breadbox. Shout out to whoever that person was. Feeling good, well-deserved pop-off. And again, man, like I said, I didn't think they had it in the tank after watching all those games. Those games were so close.
Oh, 100%.
Honestly, just kind of showing Breadbox they deserve to be in top 24. I'm sure they're going to face like somebody super crazy round 2.
Let's see what's in their future. They're up against Orange Bulborb.
That is a stacked team. I know the name might sound silly, but I looked at that team before the bracket started, and I'm like, that is stacked.
Who's on there? Let me see. Yeah, I mean, all the teams that got a round 1 bye, super duper stacked. Let's see. We got Citrus, Baja Blast, Balloon, Umber, and Leo. Ooh.
Yeah, that is a pretty stacked team. But hey, you never know, man. Breadbox is playing good. They should feel good. They got that nice warm-up set in with the W. There's like 80 bajillion plushes on stream.
They
Shout
got
out
the crowd
to
on their side.
people.
Yeah. I mean, all the Plush people definitely trying to get the crowd on their side. And I mean, I feel like these teams are definitely feeding off the crowd just a little bit, just that momentum, just to propel them a little bit further on in these sets. And I mean, Breadbox definitely did a great job of that, getting that nice set win over Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, man, the crowd is the X factor. It's so crazy to play in front of a crowd, and you'll see as the matches start getting closer to top 8, y'all. More people will be watching the set. It just gets so electric, man, when somebody pops off like that. But hey, if I am on Sweet Tooth, I know I'm in the losers. That's okay. We can make a crazy losers run. Not where you want to be in a stacked top 24 like this, because you never know, man. That's how I feel when you get upset. It's like when somebody upsets you, there's always somebody else that got upset. You're like, bro, what are they doing here?
Yeah.
And they're like, what are you doing here, bro?
No, losers bracket is always killers.
I know, man.
It's rough. It's just shark pit down there. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. I'm curious to see how some of these I'm going to say like the wild card picks, people like throwing is fine, making that crazy upset.
Yeah.
seeing how they do. And honestly, it's really awesome to see teams like that in the top 24, man, using that as a result, get that land boost, bro.
Absolutely. Get a little second win to propel the team forward. I always like to see it. Just the random upsets you see. Like, the whip race almost made top 24. Like, they were one set away. So, like, that would have been really cool to see, too.
I know. And I told you, man, like, I was at LTC last year when Octopi beat Destiny Troops.
Oh, yeah. And they got low ink banned from that.
Exactly, bro. And that was the start of their meteoric rise. So you never know. That could be you out there getting your story written at the land, man. And it's cool because, like, I just feel like these are matchups you don't normally see.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, comparing it to an online tournament is just so strange. Cause, like, I don't know. Just I feel like the LAN events just always have so many great upsets. It's fun to love about
And I
them.
think it's just the LAN, like the energy in the room, man. When you got your friends behind you, there's people watching the set. Like it just is completely different, and it's really awesome we get to do that. And we have a super awesome graphic for top 24. Shout outs to production. I love them. Oh my gosh. All right, hey, you see people like, yeah, your pizza were good though, man, getting upset. That's going to be a 3-0 for them. Gravity also going to lose that one 3-0 to We Smoking Symbiotes. Crazy team.
Yeah. I mean, I saw Gravity. They were super hyped to make it into top 24. Kind of sad that they lost the first set, but they can still make a good losers run here. I mean, this is a deep winners bracket, though. We got a lot of sets.
Yeah, and you can kind of see these are probably teams we didn't see much on stream just because, like, I heard, like, I don't know if you heard it, man. Starbucks yesterday, they didn't even put headsets on. They were just playing. And I'm like, I kind of get that.
That's
you know, they're the
hype.
world champions. So.
Yeah.
But, man, look at some of these teams, man. Starburst, Orange Bulwark, Mickey Mart, Persistence, Prickly Pear Lemonade, which is like an AZ and what's it called? Cherry Limeade pickup, bro.
Yeah.
Moonlight, Catnip, Essence, Secret Elixir, In Control, Red Sun. Really excited to see some of these matches, man. Again, this is only the beginning, folks. Y'all, we haven't even gotten to like top 8.
Yeah, no, we're still well in top 24. We have so much more Splatoon left to be played in both the winners bracket and the losers bracket. So I'm looking forward to it. It looks like we already have our next set determined. It's going to be Flex Mint versus Secret Elixir. And whenever Cactus is on the stage, no chair is safe.
Actually, I heard, I think it was Brendan or Soda actually knocked over a chair the other day. So, I mean, it's spreading, bro. It's a disease. It's crazy.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we saw Cactus on the stream opening up with you yesterday, and now he's on the stage, ready to make it into make a deep run through top 24.
Yeah, man. I mean, Secret Elixir, shout out to my former team, by the way, those of you that know that.
Ooh. So
I love Kurt, I love Soda, Brendan, Cactus, all of them. So I'm really happy to see them in top 24. I feel like their biggest opponent in Redemption yesterday was UCSD Esports, a team I was like super confused why they were seeded so high, but it's CD Woomy's team.
Yeah.
So, but then Cactus popped off for that. I think this is probably his first top 24 at Major LAN.
It might be. No, I saw he was super hyped about it on Twitter yesterday. Just like, finally made it top 24.
Oh my God, bro.
Shout out to Mom Eater.
Dude, pronouns Mom Eater. No mom is safe on Mother's Day. No
on Mother's
less.
Day?
Oh my God.
This is your reminder to call your mom and say Happy Mother's Day.
Wow, dude, we got some Secret Elixir haters in the chat.
Whoa.
Whoa. Dude,
Whoa.
Flex, I haven't seen a prediction this spread in forever. 92-8. If you want Secret Elixir to win, vote with your channel points now, man.
Or if
show
you're in the
them
venue.
some love.
Or
Yes.
the venue, vote with your screams, dude. They need some. They need some. They need some on their side based on that prediction, I would guess.
And
But
by the way, person that just winked, that's Mom Eater, just saying.
hell yeah. Shout out to Mom Eater yet again. I mean, Flexman has such a deep pool. I mean, I saw Max talk Felix, Half.
And Zenith, bro.
Yeah, and Zenith. Oh, God.
So, I mean, I totally see, like, a little bit why it's kind of, founded, but, man, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure for Secret Elixir. But, man, I feel like I've seen them playing good. Obviously, this X-Power challenge they did, somebody's getting pied in the face. I think it's Curta later.
I think it is Curta, yeah. I asked them about it, and they all just unanimously like, yeah, it's Curta.
Yeah, man, but, like, I feel like it's crazy to see people like Soda and Brendan get, like, 2,800, 2,700.
Yeah, no, I saw a few 3Ks as well.
I know, man, it's crazy. So, I think that it looks really lopsided, but I still feel like Secret Elixir's got a chance, man.
They can definitely cook. I mean, they have some sauce in the kitchen, I guess.
Dude,
so.
they got that Secret Elixir, baby.
they got that brewing here. Game one, another absolute classic of this game. Oh, there we go. Starting to move a little bit more in favor of Secret Elixir. But game one, TC Inkblots.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's their classic, TC Inkblot. I feel like everybody knows how to play it. Another tough map to be sometimes when you're getting pushed. I also feel like tough map kind of make an upset on, man. I feel like once those top players get rolling, it's just so hard to do it. You got to reclaim your right side also, and there's also people trying to poke at you from the left. So really curious to see how Secret Elixir deals with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with DC Inkblot is that it's one of those games where pretty much the better player always wins, or the better team always wins, just because it is so like neutral. Ah, hey, Kermit. There's Kermit the Frog.
Dude, Kermit the Frog, bro, from the commentary desk to the stage, man.
But yeah, it's just so systematic on Inkblot, just because like everyone's been playing this map for forever. It's just been one of the classics of this game for such a long time. The classic NA counterpick.
I know, man.
Some EU players like to complain about.
Hey, I just want to point out, if they keep the commentary, the cam on Soda, bro. Soda's that guy in the orange jacket on the far right. Dude, doesn't he look exactly like Genie?
He looks so much like Genie. I saw him. I was like, why is Genie here?
Dude, I was literally like mid walking up, gonna go say hey to Genie. I was like, oh my God, that's Soda, bro. So shout out another light skinned king, bro, in the building. I know Genie7, he's probably out there in the chat, bro. I hope you're doing well. Another local land announced. I think they're in Toronto.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I know a lot of big announcements with that in Ludi, man.
Oh yeah, a lot of big announcements. I also saw the land in Houston.
Yeah, dude.
I might head down to that one.
I wish I lived in Texas. Oh, actually, that's not true. I don't want to live in Texas.
Yeah,
but
that's
like,
fair.
I wish I lived in Texas for the people that also live here, man. Like the
No.
Houston local, I'm sure that's gonna be cool, man. Hey, Arizona's having a local too. I think it's in like late June, early July. Shout out to Pepe, who's also competing in top 24 on the Prickly Pear Limeade. So hey, check your local scenes, man. I talked about it yesterday. But it's important. If you want to be that person, you could be the catalyst to get a bunch more people involved with Splatoon. You never know.
Absolutely. No, there's Splatoon players hiding pretty much everywhere. So
yeah, I'm surprised. I just met like Lupul's also lives in Arizona. I was like, bro, how did I not know this? So they're out there, man. I know you're out there in chat. I can see you.
See right through them. But yeah, let's get. I mean, we should be getting into it relatively soon. These players are trying to get situated on the stage right now. I'm looking forward to this one. Offlexman obviously got that bye round one because they went undefeated in pools. Yesterday, Secret Elixir had to battle their way through Redemption bracket. One of the first ones.
Bro, I think Offlexman has literally played like 2 sets.
I think so, yeah.
Because they got that bye in their pool, and then if they won the second match, they were instantly in top 24. So this is their, third match of the weekend.
Yeah.
Compared to Secret Elixir, man, they had to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 to 3 sets in pools, and then you have your 3-round fire pit as well. So just.
Yeah, it goes to show you, man, there's such a huge difference for those top teams. I mean, I totally get it, but they get so well rested. I mean, God, they played probably 6 games total.
I was talking with Shiny yesterday, and they were like, yeah, we were done at noon. We were just done with the game, and we're here tomorrow.
It's okay. It really makes up for all the hours and days they spent grinding the game, trying to be at the level they are. So
100%. Yeah, all the top teams worked so incredibly hard to get here, so they earned a little rest, maybe a little time at the water park.
I know, especially, man, to get that top seed, you got to be like, doomsday stack. Like all the teams that are in this round of winners for top 24, those are all the doomsday stack teams. Those people are like undeniably very good at the game. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, yeah. I mean, undeniably so incredibly strong at this game. Predictions are starting to level a little bit more towards Offlexman, just a little bit.
Yeah, so much. 3-1.
3-1. I mean, it's not as bad as it was last time though.
That was like 9-1. I agree.
Yeah. Beforehand it was rough, but we did just see an upset happen on the stage last set, so we might see that happen again for Secret Elixir. I'd be excited to see that.
Bro, I love the face cams, bro. Everybody's locked. Look at Cactus, bro.
Locked in.
Cactus is so locked in right now. Look at that, bro.
Look at the posture, too.
Oh, bro, he just adjusted his headset. Oh, my gosh. Look at that. Brendan, you can't even see their eyes, bro. The killer on Secret Elixir, bro.
Absolutely here. Yeah, it looks like, sounds like at least these players are starting to get into the lobby. Countdown clock is starting, and that means the countdown clock for the set is starting, too. We should be getting right into it here. For second set of Top Cut is going to be between Secret Elixir and Offlexman. Let's get right into it.
I give Offlexman a boo for their name. I mean, is that really the best name they could come up with? But whatever, man. They're here to win the game, not to have fun names.
First squeezer of the Top Cut bracket, and we're going to see Kurta on the long rapid deco as well.
Interesting choice being the wall. I say the wall squeezer, but the screen squeezer, as it's nice to have a bomb, bro, and you see a lot of just normal picks, man, a normal shot, bucket, pencil coming out on the other one. Secret Elixir, man, Kurta's been rocking this jet, or sorry, not the jet, the range blaster all weekend. It's been working really good for their comp. Curious to see how it plays into a more traditional, kind of like aggressive thing. You see Max getting one pick, trying to move up the ramp already. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I mean, Max is just so incredibly strong on the slosher. I mean, has been for years here, but they're starting to get pressure a little bit, but they get the pick onto Sota as well. 4v2. Big advantage here for Offlexman. We'll see if they can convert that into a strong push. They're going to get tower back in their favor, going to get that passive special charge. But 2 go down. Cactus finds a pick onto Max with that Zuka, and that is going to stop a lot of the aggression that Offlexman was getting going.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's like a sitting duck when you're on the Inkling. You're this huge blob, and it's just so easy. They do find Zenith, though. Zenith forced to pop Zuka coming from a win angle. Cactus is trying to get the drop on him, but now Max is here to back him up, and that's going to be a team fight win. That's going to be basically a complete wipe on the side of Secret Elixir, and now Offlexment really able to move up finally into their beds.
Yeah, delayed wipe onto Secret Elixir, and Zenith is going to find yet another here. Still fighting in this plat area. He's going to finally get taken down by Kurta, though, and Flexman finally getting back on the tower. They're kind of slow to move onto the tower, I feel like, but I think they just really want that advantage in front of the tower as best as possible, and they've been doing a great job of getting so many picks onto Secret Elixir.
Yeah, man, you saw right there, Mom Eater was really trying to hold down the aggression, which I appreciate, but it's so hard, man. When these top players move up and match your aggression, you'll get picked off by that every time. And right now, man, Secret Elixir kind of struggling to stabilize here as you do see Mom Eater get a huge pick. But again, the tower is still on their side of the map, and I guarantee you, if they were to win that fight, it would still be moving that way. But that's okay. Secret Elixir able to finally get control of their plant. Soda Pop and Cooler here as they start to take mid.
Yeah, I mean, like TC Mako, which you saw in the last set on the stream, I feel like that second checkpoint is a massive bottleneck on this map. It's such a critical area, so Offlexment not getting any work done on that is kind of big for Secret Elixir. It leaves the door pretty wide open for them if they can make their way out of mid, but they're kind of getting locked out here. 2v4, though, Secret Elixir has that numbers advantage, and they effectively get the delayed wipe. Just going to be that pencil forced to jump out to Secret Elixir back on the tower.
Yeah, man, really great stuff today. You saw one of the players kind of trapped on that left stack, and you saw a double combo coming from the bucket and also Kurta on the rapid, showing, man, that long-range AoE is so crucial for helping your teammates win fights there. Although the downside is it does kind of put you in a bad spot for 1v1s. I thought Zenith was going to try to push Kurta, but they're like, oh my gosh, I'm the last one up. I need to go back to my plant. Zenith kind of just trying to make a distraction, as you are going to see a lead switch to the side of Secret Elixir, as you see Hap just laser Kurta from the tower. Oh my god.
But Secret Elixir was able to get the jumps in and was able to get past that second checkpoint, and Cactus still fighting on the plat here. Trades are coming out left, right, and center here for Secret Elixir. They're not going to get any more work done on the tower, but 38 is a pretty nice lead for them here. Just got to defend versus Offlexment for a little bit longer, about 2 minutes left in this game.
You know, like you said, these teams might not be warm. I mean, God, they've only played 6 games so far. This might be just a little bit of I'm sleepy, I'm kind of rusty, bro. Maybe not got my warm-up set in. So, you know, but again, the match still has 2 minutes on the clock. I definitely would not count on someone like Offlexment. They just got to make sure they get the right kind of thing. You see Zuka coming out, going to find one. Can it find a second one? Unfortunately, he's going to find that one pick. As you see, it's a 3v4, 3v2 as they're trying to move up the ramp right now.
Yeah, Helix going to be forced to back up off that tower, and that's going to stop a lot of that progression that Offlexment was trying to get going here. Secret Elixir doing great on this defense, really good at stopping Offlexment once they make it onto that slick and onto their plat. So, I mean, this is kind of anyone's game, but absolutely we cannot count out Offlexment, especially when Zenith is going to get that nice trade onto Cactus there. And right now, Secret Elixir kind of just stuck on their plat, but it seems like they're content with that, as that's where they really need to defend.
You know, as we get in this late game, it's kind of challenging. Secret Elixir does have a checkpoint lead, which is, you know, one of the very few safe leads, I think, on tower control. And they did get past the second checkpoint, kind of a hard one to clear normally. So, and again, if I am Secret Elixir, bro, I'm just trying to keep Mom Eater alive as much as possible, trying to make sure they build strikes so I have that GG strike on deck whenever I want. But again, it doesn't matter if you have to back up, make a decision before then, as you are going to get dropped in on 2 members of Offlexment, and they are showing signs of life here in the last minute of the game.
Absolutely, and Half is going to be dropping that screen, and now Secret Elixir fighting into that screen is not going to be where they want to be, and already Offlexment back on that second checkpoint, putting some progress onto it. 52 points, but Helix is going to fall off the tower a little bit from the suction bomb spam from Soda and Cactus, and it's just Max left for Offlexment, but they're going to find the pick onto Soda, and they're still trying to fight, but they're going to get taken down by Kurta at long last, and Secret Elixir keeping their strong defense alive. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Just trying to live long enough to get jumps. As you see, it's almost like the push didn't even stop. It was a 1v1, but because they were able to hold for so long, they're still on their side of the map, but I don't think it's going to matter as we only have 20 seconds left. So strikes are coming out so early. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Man,
but right now it's 3v2. Secret Elixir starting to get a few more picks. 10 seconds go. Offlexment not on the tower quite yet. 10 seconds go. It's going to have to happen in overtime. Have trying to get onto the bats and control the area on Slick as fast as possible. But Mom Eater's going to find the pick. It's 2v2 right now. Helix and Max on the tower. Max is taken out. It's just going to be Helix, and Cactus finds the Zuka pick and gets 3 for the wipeout. And Secret Elixir, Cactus already popping off, taking game 1.
Man, Cactus really hit him with the booyah at the end, bro. And Cactus popping off saying, I can see it on his face, man, let's go. Great showing. First game saying, hey, we definitely deserve to be in this top 24, bro. It's us, Secret Elixir, bro. What you got?
Absolutely. Secret Elixir is here to play. Offlexment definitely trying to shake off that rust, and Secret Elixir not giving them that chance at all. Such a strong defense that Offlexment just could not quite solve with the tower quite yet. It's just a little bit, I don't know, just a bit of a de-thing, I think, just having those offensive players run in so deep and the tower was still so far behind.
Yeah, and I think the name of the game for that match was I just felt like Off Flexman was just never like together really, and they never really had a long lockout extended push. And I also feel like, man, Secret Elixir was just popping them off one by one, so I feel like it was always a 3v4. So, but again, you know, Off Flexman, I feel like it's being like, bro, I don't care if you pop off the first game, we do have to win the set, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we all remember that Worlds match when Kaiser was just popping off for every game, and then Jackpot just kind of swept him up.
Well, you know, again, I'm happy for Secret Elixir, but it's my personal preference. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm always like, bro, I've seen too many Smash clips, bro. You pop off to lose the set. I'm not going to say that is going to happen to Secret Elixir, but, man, it's only game 1, all right?
Yeah, you can't burn your energy too much. You have a long set ahead of you, potentially all the way to game 5 if Secret Elixir cannot get it locked up here. So they're going to have to really preserve their energy and keep their mantle strong throughout the set. So let's see what happens. Game 2 on Clam's Scorch Gorge.
Oh, dude, I see. I don't know who's on the end of Off Flexman, but, man, that dude was awake. He's like, okay, we got to actually play today, apparently. I wasn't expecting any heat this early in the match, bro.
Bro is locked in right now, ready to get going here into game 2. Yeah.
Dude, you see that gamer link coming out? In the gray shirt, dude. They are locked, bro, locked in.
They're ready for this. I mean, I don't think they were expecting to lose that game, but now, you know, they were blown back like, oh, wait, this is an actual team. We gotta wake up a little bit. Give them respect.
Hey, yeah, but we're going to see what's in the pocket, bro, for Off Flexman. I mean, I think looking at that comp, bro, that's a pretty flexible roster between the 4 of them.
Absolutely,
and they just got just endless loads of, like, a lot of just mechanical skill, too. They really know what they're doing with the game on top of knowing how to play ejections. So let's see Clan Blitz, bro.
Yeah, Clan Blitz, I feel like this map in particular is really going to test your ability to push coordinated as a team, and that was something that Off Flexman was struggling with a little bit in that last game. So this could be another good chance for Secret Elixir if Off Flexman does not, you know, kick themselves into high gear.
Yeah, and again, I was talking about this is a certified Hood Classic map. Everybody knows how to play this map. And it's also curious to talk about, man, this is the team versus pickup experience, man. Secret Elixir's been established, team, they've been around forever. Oh, my gosh. And they've been playing a lot, so does that override the factor of, like, being maybe more mechanically skilled pickup, bro? As you see, Off Flexman pretty much going to take this immediate open game fight, and I'm expecting a basket opening pretty soon here. Wow, Curta defending themselves so well right there, saying, you cannot push me on this ramp, bro. I played the range blaster. Great stuff to that. And that basically shut down the push long enough for them to actually get into mid, and it's almost like that winning fight didn't even happen.
Curta is just such a brick wall, saying, like, 3 members of Off Flexman were pushing into them, and Curta said, nah, you're going to stop right now. But Zenith is not going to be deterred by that whatsoever. Going to find 2 picks really quick, and is going to be aggressing on a Cactus as well. Right now, Off Flexman does have a good amount of map control. They have a good amount of clans at the ready, but it's just about putting all the pieces together and making it all the way to the enemy basket.
Man, I could be reading into this, but I swear, man, when I see Zenith go up against the other shot player, I swear they're telling themselves, this guy does not know what they're doing, and I can win that fight. But every single time, man, Cactus has either been with the teammate or actually just straight up been able to win the fight right there, right? You got to respect these people, man. These are in top 24 for a reason, I feel like. Yes, they did just get the basket over their 3 down, man, but you cannot just roll in there like there's some low-level player.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, Secret Elixir, you got to put respect on their name here. No more claims are going to be making it into the basket. Zenith cannot find any, but Zenith is going to be finding these picks. It's just momming her, and they're going to go down to the Zuka. Zenith is going to find 3 picks in the enemy territory, and Off Flexman just waiting for the basket to drop yet again to put more score in there.
All right, I'm going to rescind my last comment. Zenith does know what they're doing, and they can't just beat everybody. They basically just got a quad right there, bro. I'm sorry. That is so BM. Just to be like, I don't even need to paint, bro. I'm just going to wait for the basket to drop. Now, unfortunately, they did not get a lot of clams after that, but, like, that's a power move, bro. Power move.
Zenith has not died in so long, and they're still sitting under the basket. They do not know where they are, and Cactus is going to get taken down by Zenith. Zenith has not died in at least a minute. It feels like cycling this pressure so effectively, and Off Flexman is absolutely awake. Zenith trying to find even more picks with that Zuka behind that basket, but the strike and the whale trying to find some sort of defense, but even still, it's 2v3 right now. Secret Elixir is going to be just trying to stand awake in the face of all this aggression, but the power claim is going to go in the barrier all the same.
Man, Zenith is the person that just refuses to die right now. I feel like every time the camera's on them, they're beating up somebody on Secret Elixir. Secret Elixir really having a hard time trying to stabilize. You saw the strikes and whale come out, but man, nobody was home to capitalize on it. And yes, even though the basket's closed, Max wins wins that fight on the mom eater, bro. And again, they have not left their side of the map in at least a minute. It's been crazy how well they're just, like you said, cycling that aggression. You see Zenith popping Zuka, gonna get one. Can they find a second one? They don't, but again, it's almost a free basket after this bomb, and they have so many clans on their side, bro.
Yeah, you have strikes, you have all the pressure, all the bombs, all the range. It's just so hard for Secret Elixir to stand up, and they're 3 down. It's just going to be Kurt of the Iron Wall, but they're going to be locked up in jail a little bit, and just 5 more clans are going to swing this game to a knockout here for Off Flexman. What a statement after game 1 here for Off Flexman.
Yeah, that's the sit down there, buddy. Sit down there, little bro game.
Yeah. Don't burn your energy too early. There's a long set to go.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I feel like it's almost like inspiring sometimes when you pop off after winning your first game. You're like, yeah, cool. I'm locking in now. You get the locked in me now. You get the locked in Zenith that game, bro.
Yeah, no. Whenever you get popped off on, you're like, oh, okay. Oh, so you want me to lock in now? I see.
Dude, it's like when they taunt you in a fighting game. You're like, oh, okay. We are locked in now. You get the real me. I was going nice before, bro. But okay, bro, you got me.
Okay, big guy, you got to catch these hands whether you like it or not.
Yeah, man. And Secret Elixir, I mean, they are in the cage with the tiger right now. I hope they have a plan for that, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a close game 1 and not as close of a game 2 there. Off Flexman really just putting a statement there. And Secret Elixir, I mean, at this point, this spot's so hard for Secret Elixir. You know, after you just kind of get washed a little bit, you have to pick yourselves back up because there's still more games to be played, still the rest of the set to go, and they can absolutely take this if they just put it together, put the mental back where it needs to be. Going to have to happen starting on game 3, Zones Mako.
Yeah, and I think it's really unfortunate, man. Like, I have been on both sides of that engagement, but it's just no matter what specials they popped, they just could not get out on their side of it. It was a lot of unlucky stuff. Like, they would pop special, someone would die immediately, like a bomb or something. So we're going to see if hopefully they can hold themselves together a little bit more on Mako's flat zones, bro. Another Hood classic. Classic.
All the classics here. I mean, we've had TC, Inkblot, Clam Scorch, Zones Banco. All these teams know how to play these maps so incredibly well. And then we got some of the new age stuff in the last 2 games of the set.
Yeah, but I feel like, again, this is a map everybody feels pretty comfortable on. A nice map to see in the rotation, man. Also, shout out to whoever made the map pool. Really smart, making it all best of 5. You can use basically like 3 or 4 sets of map pools for the entire event. Really awesome to see that. Hey, you see Off Flexman, it is a 3v3 right now. You see Max running down to see if they can get Carter. Carter going to, again, try to defend themselves, but I don't know if they have any backup to try to help them. And now it's people from Secret Elixir up, and now I feel like Max can't actually get that person.
Yeah, both these teams are trying to wake up to their full regard here. Off Flexman is still going to be trying to cycle this pressure here. Helix is going to be on the stack, but being put pressure on by the Whale and by the Zuka from Cactus. But Cactus is going to find the trade onto Zenith with that Zuka, and that is a trade that Off Flexman will absolutely take in this position. Strikes coming out on both sides here. Secret Elixir trying to put the zone into neutral, and they're going to do just that. Just have to cap the zone in the face of the screen, but they're not going to be able to do it quite yet. Off Flexman is still not letting go, and they're going to get the numbers advantage, and they're going to push Secret Elixir out.
Another kind of crucial moment, like I talked in that other game, man. If you do not get that middle of the game zone cap around 50, suddenly you have one more push in you, and it's got to be the one that you cap the zone on, and then they already have a huge lead. So you see one member going down. This is kind of a 2v1. Max is just dancing around these two, trying to just stall the clock as much as possible, saying, look, I don't care. I'm not the zone. You can kill me all you want, but they don't even get the pick. They don't even get the pick, and this is going to be another very quick game on the side of Off Flexman.
Max finds 2, forces Curtin to jump out, and that is going to be curtains there for game 3. Yeah, Off Flexman saying, okay. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was thinking about.
Wow, again, production away from the face cam. I wish I saw what they did, but that's okay, bro. Yeah, man, I mean, that is just tough. And I feel like the reason why Zones is such a, like, they talk about it, man. You know, Zones is the real game mode. JP likes it. Europe likes it. I just feel like it shows, man, you really only get realistically 1 or 2 chances to go even come back after that. Like, there's no TC, there's no, oh, we got the Rainmaker to 1, I guess got to stall for 5 minutes. It's like you got pretty much like a minute and a half to compose yourself, find a response, and cap the zone. And unfortunately, Secret Elixir just missed the mark on that. Yeah,
they were just getting staggered a lot in that game. It's like you were saying, like, whenever they try to pop specials, 1 or 2 members would go down to something unlucky, and Off Flexman was just so good at making that happen over and over and over again and getting all the right trades and all the right picks. Especially, I mean, we saw Max movement diff a few people there on that stack at the end, and that was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, and also that area is so good for Slosher. And I remember I've also played against people that are really good there, and like you can just dance around there. And the cool thing about that, and I see a lot of top players do this, man, the longer that engagement goes, the more time that you can call for your teammates, or even their teammates are probably just smart enough, they have enough experience to just roll up and try to find you. And so suddenly now it was a 1v1, but they took a little longer. Now it's a 2v1 or 3v1 onto you, and you're going to lose.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so rough with the staggering, especially on zones, especially on Mako where you have to drop down to really get something going, and those drops can be caught so easily with weapons just striking under the ledge. So let's see what's going to happen here. Game 4, this is going to be set point here for Off Flexman. Rainmaker on Crab Lake Capital, some of the newest maps in the game. Let's get right into it. Zenith going to be switching over to her Stamper there with the Crab Tank as well, and it looks like Secret Elixir keeping with the same old.
Yeah, honestly, Zenith's like, you know what? I'm done. I've botted you enough with the shot. Here is my Stamper, bro. And, man, tough match for Secret Elixir. This is a phenomenal pencil map. And, man, that person, Helix on there has just been holding it down so well for them.
Absolutely, but Hav's going to get taken down kind of early by Kurta there. And Kurta doing such a good job at poking with this long-range Rapid. Going to get the pick onto Zenith as well. Max is going to find a pick onto Mommeter, though. Cactus is going to get taken down by Max as well. And all the members of Off Flexman already respawning back in. Kurt is going to get taken down as well. Cooler is going to be popped out for no one to pick it up. It seems in half, already running it right. Yeah,
man, it's sometimes it's hard to see, man. When you see the tower or Rainmaker approaching the checkpoint, there's really nobody there. That's a free checkpoint, something that's really, really hard to make or break for these games. And Zenith, again, man, she's just comfortable right here, popping that crab. She's going to hang back, saying, oh, man, it's the first minute of the game. What are you going to do, kill me? Absolutely not.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Cactus trying to find some value with the Zuka is going to, get Flexman to back up just a little bit, going to get a little bit of control back on their plat. But for Secret Elixir, you lost your first checkpoint in the first minute. That is not what they want to see.
Yeah, man, and it's so hard mentally to come back from that, saying like, oh my gosh, we need to win this game, bro. We already have such a kind of a rough start here. And I mean, granted, it is only at 61, but I feel like the mental damage is almost just as bad. And again, it is going to be just Kurta alive here, kind of a constant, what we're seeing very constantly in this set, as they are opting to take it left. Again, more people home this time, and that's going to be a dead Rainmaker at 51.
Yeah, 51 points. They're sending the bleeding a little bit here. They're going to pop the strikes, going to be met with the screen as well. So just going to be running in and getting the pick onto Zenith as well. Each pick that Secret Elixir gets is going to be so crucial for them as they're going to try and get back in this game. But Half is going to be controlling this top area, and the range difference between both these teams is really starting to show itself.
Yeah, and again, I'm kind of seeing like there's maybe a split in the plan, or maybe they're a little confused because like you saw everybody roll up to there, but I feel like nobody was actually moving up. They were just kind of painting mid over and over again. So now luckily Soda is going to get down on the Rainmaker, but again, Zenith with that crab, man, just so deadly. And again, so good for stalling out time. There's basically nothing you can do unless you have a special ready. And again, special comes online after the crab's done, but the damage is done, bro. Look, Helix is already up there ready to defend this checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, already Off Flexman is ready to defend the checkpoint, but they're going to go a few down. They're going to pop the strikes and try and delay Sota as much as possible while holding on to this Rainmaker. The miss is going to be so crucial here from Zenith as well. And yeah, look at how far back Sota has to run just to stay alive here. And already Secret Elixir is starting to go down 2v3 in favor of Off Flexman. And I mean, Sota's getting locked out right now. Cat's going to get picked off by Helix as well. And that push is going to die at 75.
Man, it just goes to show you, like, these top players, man, they just will, if you take just a second too long, man, they're already recomposed, and you're giving them free time just to come back there. I feel like maybe if Soda had tried to just try to force the situation, get out there with the Rainmaker, they may have a checkpoint right now, but you just can't, man. And it's so hard when you're down like this against a high-level player. You're trying to prioritize playing for life so much. But again, it...
They just ran it to 18, and that's going to be another wipe, but that could just be sealing the set here for Off Flexman. Going to grab the Rainmaker, going to get the knockout, and Off Flexman. Cactus says, who cares?
Guys like, right, whatever, bro.
Yeah, it is what it is. Off Flexman putting, just standing down. They knew what they had to do. They had to get down to business even after losing that game one, and they're going to be moving on to top 16 here.
Yeah, man, I mean, don't you come after me, Sakura, and say I cursed you guys, but I'm just saying, man, I've just seen the combo too much. The taunt to lose the set combo, it's true, bro.
We've been around the block too much. I mean,
I know.
We've seen it too many times over, but I mean, Secret Elixir, at least he got that one game. Like, they were hyping themselves up for that, and that was a really good game one, but Off Flexman locked in, and they got 3 quick knockouts from
Hey,
it.
man, like one of my com friends used to tell me, if you can take a game, man, you can take 2, and if you can take 2, you can take the set. So you're close there, and especially, man, no 3-0, that still feels pretty good. But
yeah,
unfortunately, they did meet the wrath of locked-in Off Flexman, and they just couldn't handle it, man.
I mean, Zenith, Half, and Max and Helix were just so incredibly strong that whole game. Just cycling in and out the entire time. I mean, really, once they got their foot on the gas in game 2, it was just full speed ahead the entire time.
I mean, they're just showing, like, I know how to play the game, bro. Like,
yeah. I mean, you get 4+1 players together, and they're going to make some magic happen.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that is a team that, like, even though they're a pickup technically, like, everybody's just so, just intrinsically, they just know what to do. It's just like a wall, man. It's so hard to go through.
And I feel like, I mean, even players in the Plus server probably play together a lot just in general. So they have like a little bit of experience with each other. They know what each player wants to do because, I mean, that also just comes with general game sense you have to have at the top level.
Well, and the other thing, man, is the pacing. I feel like a lot of those teams are like, oh, they're not pushing, die. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, anytime that the Secret Elixir was not on the gas, Zenith was going in. And that was just, and so was Max, and it was just so hard for Secret Elixir to stand up to that.
Yeah, I know the camera was mostly on Zenith because, like, I mean, dude, she was just holding it down, man, just absolutely diffing them. But everybody else was also doing really good behind them. So
Yeah. I mean, Half got a lot of lasers, especially in that game 1 and game 4.
Dude, and it's so funny, too. It's like that laser where, like, they're so accurate, you see the paint hitting their body before they die. I was like, oh, that person's, like, super dead, brother. No way.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't count on Half missing a shot at this stage of the game.
Well, and that's what's so hard. I mean, I used to play Smash, so, like, I get it, man. There's some, in the FGC, when you get to a certain level, like, you just know if you get hit by something, they're going to know to confirm and they're going to hit you afterwards. And that's kind of what you got to know, man. It's like, you got to know when they're 3 down, they're going to move up on you and they're going to take as much space as they possibly can. And it's like, the same thing with the shots, too. Like, squeezer players, they're not going to miss. Damper players, they're not going to miss. You know, if you get hit with that vertical, you're getting hit with the horizontal right afterwards.
Yeah, and it's just, you just kind of explode. And it's like, how did that happen? It's like, oh, they're cracked.
They don't miss, though, bro.
They don't miss. They don't miss. But yeah, very good set between those two. So Alpha we're going to be moving on to the winner's bracket. Secret Elixir down to the loser's bracket, and I believe the loser's bracket is where we're going to be going for our next set.
Yay, nice, nice. Loser's bracket, bro, fighting for their life. Get the peanuts. I'm just joking. I'm not gonna talk like that. Yeah, that's some Victorian era like entertainment, bro. But yeah, man, losers bracket's always tough, man, because you know on the back of their mind, if I lose this, I'm out. You know?
I mean, we already have strong teams in the losers bracket. Like, Catnip's in losers already.
Who beat Catnip?
Essence.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean,
actually, I was surprised we didn't get that on stream because to me that was a very close match. I don't know what happened with the seeding they're meeting that early, but Essence very strong
Essence
team.
Super strong.
I mean, they beat Catnip, so like
they beat Catnip. I remember last year they beat Last Resort like in the pool stage. I'm just like, what?
Also, shout out to Last Resort. I saw Pro Char on the face cam. I saw him on Twitter. I'm like, there's no way that Pro Char is here, but they're in the crowd. So shout out to them, man.
Yeah, he has to be in the crowd. Yeah, I mean, so Catnip's already in losers. We also have Persistence already in losers as well.
Who did they lose to?
They lost to Mickey Mart.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, at some point it's like, yeah, you expect it. I think the only upset that actually happened was Catnip versus Essence, at least so far.
Yeah, man, and it's so funny. Like, I don't even know why I asked you. It's like, who beat this good team? Oh, like, way better team?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I mean, Catnip's like, I don't know.
It's all good teams at this point. Like, it's
yeah.
it's hard to even call it an upset at this point. Like,
I know, because everybody, man, especially like, you know, getting into the top 24, really great accomplishment for everybody. But the people who like advance in winners in top 24, I'm like, okay, they're here to throw down, bro.
yeah, no, they're here to play.
Yeah.
I mean, a few teams are already making it into top 12, probably into top 8 very soon as well. So, yeah, I'm just excited to see what is going to happen here.
Yeah, hey, if you're just joining us, this is Top 24 LTC 2024, the final ride down the water slide, man.
Yeah, one last ride, one last tournament in this wonderful series. It's been going on for a few years now. I mean, biggest Splatoon tournament of all time, LAN tournament at least, I think of all time. Definitely in the West.
It's hard because, like, do they count Kyoshi? Because, like, that is, like, crazy big.
That's fair.
That's why I think it's always, like, the Asterisk is, like, it's a Western tournament, you know what I mean? But still, I mean, that is huge, man. I kept thinking about when I went to LGC 2 years ago, I swear it was, like, what, like 30, 40 teams at max, maybe?
Dang.
And now, bro, we're loaded up at, like, 80 teams.
Yeah, partying at 79, almost got to 80, which is wild. And I mean, these teams have just been in the ringer to make it even at this point in the bracket.
Yeah, either you're off Flexman, you're just already through the ringer because you're so good, or you had to qualify through Redemption. And Redemption really is the make or break for LANs.
Yeah.
Like, if you make Redemption and you find a way through that, you are usually pretty good. And that's why a lot of these teams in top 24, even the ones that we're probably going to see in losers, still deserve to be there. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. No, everyone deserves to be here. Everyone has just been playing so well. It's such a, high-stakes event. Just It's so many little things can go wrong in LAN environments that the fact that these teams have made it to top 24 is just so commendable.
I know, man. Like that's the only challenging thing sometimes about LAN is that like you're on a basically different setup every single event. The sound is a little different. You know, the monitor might be a little different. The dock might be a little different, and it's hard. It's got hard to adapt to it, man.
I mean, it's just so like it's so fast paced. Like it's so weird because like you're out of the tournament for like 6 to 8 hours at a time, and then when you're in it, you have to get in it fast, often with no warm-up as well.
Yeah, I mean, luckily my project has been doing a lot of Sendoku sets, and I've just gotten used to playing like just cold, basically.
Yeah.
And it's hard, too, because you basically have like that first game, and it's so important to win that first game, but you have that first game to really kind of find your bearing on that. But I always find, man, if your strategies are good and, you know, your aim is okay, but especially if you can work together, that'll pretty much compensate for a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Man, teamwork really is the great equalizer, I swear.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, it's just how it goes. knows?
Unless it's that set. And that set, like, it is straight up, bro, I can shoot way better than you, and I'm good at the game also. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, 4x mechanic diff. It's just kind of.
It's just hard, man.
It's hard.
And you feel it too. You're like, oh my gosh, but like none of these 1v1s are working out with that mechanical skill. But if you work together, man, you never know. And the other thing I always tell people is everyone bleeds, man. Everybody, you can step to anybody, and they do have a disadvantage state. You never know. It's just, can you unlock that disadvantage state to begin with?
Because like yesterday I was playing against Dude's team in Redemption, and I was like, what am I supposed to do, man?
Dude, for real? Oh God.
These shots aren't missing. Like.
No, man, we had to fight the Swift team, which, by the way, I was correct. I want everyone at home to know that team was underseeded. They're doing great. They do have to fight Starburst, but they're still doing really good.
I mean, they already fought Starburst.
Yeah. But like, and it's just hard, man. That mechanical skill difference does make a lot.
Yeah, I mean, props to anyone who's played Swiffer in this day and age, because you are fighting for your life.
No, dude, Sully's crack. Shout out to Sully, man. I mean, they are like unreal. I remember even before they were lowing, man, I was like fighting this team. I was like, dude, how is this guy lowing eligible? What is wrong with it?
No, there's some players like that. It's just like, how are you so cracked and still in lowing? Like,
hey, you know, I think it's really the lowing stuff, especially, by the way, I'm just going to put out there, lowing, great tournament. Everyone should join it.
Absolutely.
By the way, we are on IPL. They do host lowing. Well, probably the biggest like monthly Splatoon event in the world.
Probably.
So. It's a really great experience. Tough match to win, though. I mean, especially in the modern-day format, you got to go like 6-0, 5-1 to make day one. But I always talk. I remember I talked to Popgun actually about that at Riptide, or not Riptide, Big House, and he's like, "Look, man, lowing is a lot more for those people that aren't at the very top of low level. It's for those people that are like making like Delta and Gamma bracket. And that's another cool part of lowing is that everybody makes a bracket. Oh, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot of brackets to make in lowing, and, like, and even if you don't make a bracket, the day one format is you guaranteed like 6 sets.
Yeah, I mean, at least you get 6 good sets that you can look back on. Well, 5, 6 sets, depending if you get the bye. But just something to look back on. Always a way to improve when you're going through lowing, which I think is really nice for the
community. And compare that to Smash, bro, when you had to go like 0-2 at your local for like 2 months in a row. Like, that's way better. That's one of the things that actually attracted me to the Splatoon community. It was like, it was cool to see that there's like tiered tournaments for a lot of events.
Yeah.
And it's just so much nicer. I'm serious, man. It's hard to go. You know, you get off of work, you drive all the way to the venue, you pay your $15 or whatever, and you go 2, you're out in 30 minutes. You're like, I guess I'm grinding friendlies again, you know.
And if you're playing Melee, you do that for 2 years.
I know, for real.
And then you're really screwed.
So I think it's really awesome that people at IPL and a lot of others, too, there's a lot of low-level events.
Yeah,
so,
like there's a Juniors draft coming up. There's Little Squid League from the Ink Up as well.
Yeah, and like those tournaments are all really awesome. So, hey, if you're at home thinking about, hey, I want to get involved with this looks really cool, it's all about taking that first step, man. I remember my first tournament was It's Dangerous to Go Alone.
Same.
Yeah. And I remember I knew like nothing about comp. I was playing Dynamo, and those people took me in and they helped me. And that was my that process of entering my first tournament led me on a really long path to me joining Aquatic Vanguard.
Nice.
So you never know, man. It's all about taking that first step. Could be you. You could be on the stage right here.
It could be you.
Well, not at LTC, but man, like another event.
I mean, Riptide's probably going to keep happening for a few more years. We might get a spot at like Big House in the future. Who knows?
Hey, I'm not going to lie, bro. Riptide is super awesome. It replaced an event, for those of you that don't know, called Smash and Splash. And I think it's just a really solid event right now. I don't, knock on wood. I don't know what wood is, but like, knock on it, man. I hope that things keep going well. I want to see, like I talked about yesterday, it'd be really cool to be at like some of those other majors. Like we're at MomoCon this year, which is super awesome.
Nice. Yeah, MomoCon's in a few weeks, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, shout out to them for adding us. Genesis is kind of on and off, but I would love to be like, especially, man, Gommel. I would kill to be a Gommel.
Dude, Gommel would be so fun. Or like, what's the other one in Canada? I forget. Big Battle BC.
Battle. I would go to Canada for either of those events. If you're in Canada watching this, bro, we want to be at more things, bro.
Absolutely.
And we are happy to be here, just like we're very happy to be here. Getting into it, this is going to be, I think, a pretty tight set. We have Gravity versus Free Flow.
Yeah. Ooh, in losers round 1, this is a tough draw for both these teams being down here. Shout out to Skep, fellow commentator, holding it down here for the rest of us here. Free Flow, such a strong roster, though.
Yes, I had to play them on stream yesterday, so I know exactly how strong they are.
Yeah, that was so rough, dude.
That's okay. That's okay. You know, we keep moving. But Free Flow, man, they definitely swept their pool for Redemption. They did lose. They lost. I think Off Fleshman was in our pool, and that was the top seed.
I mean, that would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, man. But this is definitely two teams that were, I guess, probably looking at the bracket on the lower side of top 24. But I still think very evenly matched, and I'm glad we get to see this as the losers match.
Absolutely. No, this is gonna be a hot losers match for sure. I believe loser of the set is going to be out at 17th place.
Yeah, that's not bad, man.
Not bad at all. Winner's going to be guaranteed at least 13th.
Thank you again, production, for
thank
this
you.
amazing, beautiful bracket graphic. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you see, man, Secret Elixir, Sweet Tooth, that is rough.
Oh, man.
Man, these are crazy matches, man. Catnip, Element, also.
Yeah.
Orange Bulber versus Throwing This Is Fine. The Script Kings versus Low Tide Gritty, man. Like, this is crazy.
It's great. And there's still one more set to be done. I think it's Lemonade versus We Smoke and Simulators.
That one's going to be another close set, too, because both those rosters are very strong.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that we are not done with that set yet.
Oh, wow. Breadbox, after winning Sweet Tooth, won another set and are up against Starburst.
Yeah.
That's rough. Moonlight Nest is also happening, yeah. I mean, that's just how brackets go sometimes. Sometimes you get some huge wins and then, oh, crap.
Well, and again, I remember when I went to my first major tournament, it was crazy. You don't really realize, those of you at home, how many more matches like that are happening off stream. And it's cool because you can just walk around. Like, I remember my friend was like, there's so many matches, bro. I watch so many teams
everywhere
play.
you turn, there's amazing sets being played.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really inspiring. I think that's a really big part of the LAN experience is, like, you leave here, like, inspired to do well.
Yeah.
You know, and even though we're all kind of grinding in our bedrooms or gaming rooms, man, it's like you leave here with that sense to grind. But we're not here to talk about people not here. We're here to talk about the game that's happening in front of us, TC Hagglefish.
TC Haggle for game one. Another tower, remember, that second checkpoint is a massive bottleneck because that bats area underneath the hut is just so easy to defend from. But if you can get some players on there and if you can win some fights up there, game can just end.
Yeah, man, and it is all about who gets that first engagement, really. I feel like if you're able to get that, like I talked about, that first checkpoint for free, man, it's so demoralizing to try to be like, okay, cool, so they got us to, like, the third checkpoint, and now I got to do that right back to them. But, hey, it's okay. People in this bracket are no different than anybody else, man. They are ready to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, even the first checkpoint on this map, you got to do a lot of work to get there. It's like it starts at 60, and then you, like, have to do more work to get it done. So, I don't know, the checkpoints on this map are absolutely going to be critical, as it is in every tower map, but I feel like especially on Haggle. Yeah,
and especially with Gravity, I'm going to consider them more of a pickup because, like, I know Skep and Korean play a bunch, but, like, it's going to be interesting to see how they play against a team like Free Flow that's kind of already played together for a while. I didn't know this before, that they were Outcast Ninjas too.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, dude, I had no idea they were Outcast Ninjas. I remember playing with them like eons ago, man.
Damn.
So it's crazy. I clicked on their Sendo. Shout out to the Sendo profile, by the way. Keep your Sendo profiles updated, man. Come on.
I might got to update mine.
Dude, I hate when I click on someone, they're like, I play this weapon. I'm like, that doesn't help me at all. Thank you very much.
You're so much more than your weapon, man.
So for real, bro. Like, just put anything about it. But anyway, yeah, man, Free Flow kind of a stacked roster. Blue Shins, X Neo Kicks, not Xeno Kicks, as I thought it was, and JJ. So, and then but man, especially people like Skep and Korean, especially the crazy squeezer player, man, that they are. So it's going to be definitely a slobber knocker for this match.
It's Korean on Stamper or Squeezer for this set?
That one I don't know.
I know he kind of like splits between them a good amount.
I guess we'll find out when the match starts.
I guess we will find out, yeah.
I think they did tweet out, like, man, Stamper on land is like crazy. So probably maybe that one.
No, it's so funny to see like all the Stamper players like really rise up and like, oh wait, there's no more lag. I can actually just show up.
Dude, same thing with Kronos, the 10th player on my team, is he's like, oh my god, bro, it's so nice. It's for real, man, to have a Umbrella that works.
I mean, I'm playing RB, so like even I can feel a little bit of like, oh, people aren't just going through my shots anymore.
I know. Yeah, man, there's a lot less roller skating.
Yeah.
Well, and it's nice too, because like there are people fearing from pretty far away, but it's not like the online thing where you have to deal with the latency from them being really far away.
Nah, they're all just right here in your face.
Yeah, man, and looking at the prediction there at the bottom, it is pretty split for like Free Flow, a little bit more for Free Flow than Gravity, but I still would not count them out for this, man.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, like we said earlier, every team here deserves to be here. Every team has been showing their stripes out this whole tournament, and I'm ready to see a good set between these two.
Yeah, and again, we're just trying to get them in the lobby. Like I talked about, bro, it's so hard. Even the stream setup, it's hard to get people set up, and you really, really want the people on stream to have a good experience. So it might just take a little bit longer. But, hey, it sounds like we are finally able to get into this match here pretty soon. I see the teams divide. I hear the teams dividing up.
Yeah. It's funny to just hear it in the headsets like, oh, yeah, here's the timer going down. But, yeah, I saw Magic like on there just like trying to help out just a little bit.
I know. Again, I can't talk about it enough. Shout-outs to our amazing people that run the staff, man. People like Doughboy right next to me. People like Siren, Magic, man, they just help out so much.
Absolutely. I mean, again, shout out to Magic. I think he's retiring from TOing Splatoon tournaments after this tournament.
Hey, so. Man, I say with everybody, I will believe it when I see it, man.
That's fair.
I mean, like, I remember K-Bot signing off for the last time, and then Signing off for the last time again, you know, right after that. But Magic has done a lot for the community, man, and I wish them the best in whatever they want to do. And again, there's just so many people that make these lands possible. So if you happen to see them and it's not super busy, man, try to thank the TO. They do a lot of this for basically none or not enough money.
Yeah, I mean, the TOs, the production staff, all of them just do such an amazing job of putting on a great stream for y'all. I mean, it's more than just the players and the commentators. There's so many layers of people underneath all trying to just make the best experience happen.
Yeah, even down to like the pool runners, man. Like everybody is taking time out of their day to make this event happen, and we just can't do it without them.
Absolutely not, yeah. I mean, it's just so nice to see the community come together in such a constructive way. Like, we're really building something great here, and hopefully we're going to be building to a great set here. Here we go, losers round 1 of Top Cut. We have Free Flow and we have Gravity. Let's take a look at these comps.
Yeah, kind of looking like the more normal comp coming out of Free Flow right there. And again, we are, it looks like, going to see the Stamper from Korean. Oh, man, they did say it was good. And wow, look at the AoE on the side of Gravity, man.
Whoa.
You have the Rapid Blaster and the Stamper. That's deadly.
Woo. And you have the Crab Tank from the Dualies as well. Yeah, it's a pretty good comp, but not if Blue's going to get the early pick on Dylan. And get another pick on Korean to start things off, already patrolling the right side so effectively. 3 down on the side of Gravity and Free Flow, already starting to push that tower forward, getting a lot of that passive special charge, have the Crab Tank and have the Zipcaster at the ready.
Yeah, you saw them wisely back, and I'm going to grab that. They're probably going to pop Zip right out, and they go down, unfortunately, to Korean, the other Stanford player. Crazy mid-air catch, showing that why Stanford is so powerful on lane when there's no lag. Going to get taken out, though.
Yeah, barely going to be missing that pick onto Jay as well. Already going to be moving forward. Yeah, these teams are moving so incredibly fast right now, just knowing that momentum is everything and speed is king in this game.
Yeah, man, and that was kind of an explosive start there. Unfortunately, did not equal the checkpoint on the side of Free Flow, but just 2 down there trying to move up there. As you see, again, 2 down coming in on the side of Gravity, y'all. They are playing for skins today, y'all.
They are playing for keeps right now. 2 go down on the side of Free Flow, though. Gravity with a much better defense than the first go-around. Korean going to be popping that Zipcaster, trying to find a pick onto Blue. Is going to be doing just that. I think we saw the force jump out as well, so Korean doing a great job putting pressure with that Zipcaster, and Gravity getting close to that first checkpoint and threatening to take the lead right now.
Yeah, man, it was like a switch was flipped, bro. It was like, oh, dude, they're down. I'm popping Stamper. They're dead. Oh, my gosh. Like, it's crazy. Also, I was really concerned with this tower setup, man. You had someone in front of the crab. I was afraid they're going to eat a straight bomb, but it doesn't matter. Free Flow, man, using their specials wisely, and now they're taking back their side of the mid, trying to get the push of their own going.
Yeah, so much control on the map right now for Free Flow right now. Gravity does have the checkpoint under their belt. Free Flow does not have that, but with a few well-used specials, Free Flow can definitely have this advantage, keep them going even more. Blue's just hunting for that pick right now, and just look at the pressure Free Flow is putting on Gravity right now.
Yeah, man, and again, they just need to break the check to get lead here, but unfortunately the tower either goes down. You see JJ trying to find back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You see the Blaster trying to close in there, Rush getting a pick, and that's going to be the end of the push, man. No checkpoint again.
Yeah, Gravity does such a great job of collapsing around them, especially, like you said, Rush, getting that great pick on someone trying to get onto the tower. And now Korean just patrolling this area with the Stamper so incredibly well, but here comes the Zuka. But Stamper's going to go down on the side of Free Flow. Rush is going to find a pick on JJ with the Crab Tank as well. Just the pencil left. This is going to be an explosive push with Gravity here as they're starting to get past the first check.
Like you said, absolutely no checkpoint. You see Rush moving up, going to try to challenge the pencil. Going to eat up a shots and go down, unfortunately. Really great collapse. And again, like we were talking, they were not able to get that monster push like we thought, just because they were able to move up as soon as they got that pick. And again, man, if you are like a low-level player watching this, man, that's what you do, man. As soon as you get somebody down, it should be, we're all going up, bro. Everybody single one. This is a great example of that.
Absolutely. I mean, that game was on the razor's edge there. If Rush was able to find a pick or two in that spot, that could have just been an early checkpoint for Gravity right now. But Gravity is not taking any prisoners right now. Korean trying to get this jump camp as well, getting so many picks. But the Zuka is going to find a collateral, find 3, and JJ is going to be able to hold on to mid for Free Flow here. Going to give a little bit of respite, and Free Flow is trying to organize themselves for another push.
Man, this has been crazy with the double cooler. It's really showing it is just a bloodbath. Like, I know there's going to be a lot of deaths on both sides, because you see it, man. One team gets crazy, they get 4 down. The other team goes crazy, gets 4 down, bro. And it's hard. And again, if I'm on the side of Free Flow, I need to get that first checkpoint still. And again, with 3 players going down, that is not the way you want to see it. There's still no checkpoint in the way. So if Gravity is able to grab the tower here, I mean, there's...
Oh my goodness, JJ. Headshot on the Zipcaster. Going to get a great pick, stopping Korean from getting any work done with that special on Rush. Popping Crab Tank from pretty far back, so Gravity using the special a little bit prematurely, so probably not going to be able to push off this, but never mind, they're going to get 3 picks onto Free Flow.
Yeah, they're kind of banking on the fact of I'm going to get that passive special charge on the tower. We can paint up rows we go, but they do need some kind of big special. Or not, as Rush says, I could just, what if I just take them down? All right here, they are going to go down the pencil. Shout out to the pencil player on the side of Free Flow. They have stopped both of their pushes or attempts to push here by just being on that great, again, it's Neo Cakes, man, they are just holding this part down and saying, you will not pass me.
You shall not pass, but it seems like Free Flow is struggling to pass their own checkpoint battles here. 45 seconds left in this first game here in Free Flow. Still kind of struggling to get into the, like, their place in the mid right now. Crafty coming out from Rush is going to delay it even more, and is going to find the pick on Bazooka through the fire and the flames. And right now, I mean, Gravity back on the tower, getting even more specials in their favor, and this might just be a wrap in game one.
Yeah, if I was doing like the super high level, like NBA or like NFL stats, I'd say, man, their offense on the side of Free Flow doing not the best. Their defense is good, but man, they need to get more offense going, y'all. That's how you get points. Defense is great because you stop them from scoring, but you got to put points on the board. And right now, as you approach this last 15 seconds, this is their last chance to do it. They have to stay on tower the whole time, which is going to be challenging. Even though they're 3 down, though, I guarantee you Korean's going to have a stamper for them trying to push this checkpoint, and then they have to go even a little farther. It's going to be who can balance their specials and stay alive here.
Absolutely. I mean, Free Flow is doing a great job of getting that stagger onto Gravity right now, but now Free Flow has a ton of work to do. They have to get past this checkpoint and get started on the second, but Dylan's going to find the pick onto X Neo Cakes. Korean going to zip onto the tower, and Gravity's going to take game one.
Hey, bro, they call me Negrodamus, man. I called that. I was like, especially like, there's not many specials that can just touch the tower. But Zipcast is one of the few, man, and it was so unfortunate. You saw Xeno Cakes kind of set up there kind of cozy, but the rapid player on the other side just took him out and was like, I'm going for the tower, bro. There's not even anyone close to this tower.
I mean, that's the thing with Blaster on tower is, like, it's relatively easy to hit the player on tower and put so much pressure, and as soon as someone steps off the tower, Korean just comes darting
Superman, here we go, bro.
Woo! Onto the tower, and that's all she wrote for that game.
Yeah, man, that's hard, and it's so funny to see these checkmate scenarios. Like, sometimes it's like the GG Booyah, it's the GG Strikes. It used to be the GG Ray, but now it's the GG Superman going towards the tower, bro.
Oh, man. How far we've come. Just so many cool specials in this game, actually, like, getting a chance to shine. You've buffed stuff like Zipcaster and Inkjet, so I'm excited to see it. Gravity getting that game one under their belts. Gotta feel good about that one. So we're going to be moving on to game two. Clams on Robo Ramen.
Yeah, and I also think it's interesting, too, because I feel like sometimes the comps that are, like, really ultra meta don't show up at the lanes because those people, like, that play those weapons aren't there.
Yeah, I know I feel you with that one. Because it's hard to get everyone on your team to come at the same lane at the same time.
And, like don't get me wrong, I mean, 3/4 of Gravity, that's pretty normal, but then that rapid bro, and then that's kind of weird. But, like, that's better because, like, not everyone has their, like, 2-shot players, their pencil player, and their 52 player at the lane. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We got to get a little experimental with it. We got to incorporate some new stuff into the comp. You can't just be doing the same old the whole time.
Yeah, speaking of new, same old, man. Clam Blitz Ramen, I'm like so torn on this map, man. I'm always like, it's like kind of good, except for TC. It's really bad on TC. It's like kind of bad for Rainmaker. But I feel like Clam Blitz and Zone's pretty safe one. I wish the map was like less orange also.
No, it's so orange.
It's so orange. In a game where like your ink could be orange colored. I feel, whatever, man.
I mean, you can see it in the little map icon there that there's orange ink underneath the orange ramen bowl.
Whatever, bro.
Like,
but I think this match is going to be really, really interesting based on how back and forth and explosive both teams were in that last game. Because it's all about once you get advantage, you got to push their choke and then get into the basket open and then just try to hold from there. So I think it's going to be especially a kind of explosive opening in this next game.
It's kind of like Barnacle in that sense where the basket is so close to where the enemies are going to be spawning in. It's kind of easy to defend, but the difference is that mid is much more wide open, especially with that trench going underneath it.
Yeah, but hey, we got a new, fresh game here. Going to be the same comp coming out. Oh, from Gravity, different comp. We're seeing the 52 come out, but not the wall one. It's going to be the one with the bigger wall, the screen.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing a big rise in 52 deco. I mean, both 52 guys, especially in this meta, but 52 deco, so incredibly strong. Having 52 with a bomb and with a solid special as well. Going to be doing pretty well for Free Flow here. Gravity kind of struggling this first team fight. Korean stuck off in this lower corner here, trying to just evade all the bombs here and all the shots coming up from Free Flow, but are not going to be able to do it. And Free Flow moving up very quickly off their advantage.
Dude, that's like a death sentence. I hate being down there. Once your team goes down, you're like, well, I can either jump back or die horribly. So I guess they chose die horribly. Man, really great aggression coming out in this opening segment. 40 seconds, basket open. I don't think they're going to get a lot after it, unfortunately, but really just kind of ruining the mental game in terms of, hey, we will take it to you, bro. We can just get a pick, get it going, and try to get the basket open. That's probably going to be the end of the push there. But, man, statement has been made on the side of Free Flow.
Absolutely. 68 is going to be where the lead stays for at least a little bit. Not the greatest lead in the world. We talked a bit earlier how you really want to get it under 60 if possible, but still going to be the lead nonetheless. And now Gravity's going to have to respond to that. And Free Flow getting a push that quickly in the first minute is really solid for them.
Yeah, man, and again, I feel like you're just seeing Gravity kind of on the defense here. Man, a really great direct, not able to fall. Going to go down there from the Rapid, man, showing why that weapon is dang hard to use. But yeah, I still feel like that it's been so much of this map has just been free flow, doing kind of whatever they want. I really, it's hard to defend when you're down there, and I really don't like that the Gravity's having to rely on that little left side so much. But we'll see. We still got 3 minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3.5 minutes left. Anything can happen. Gravity has a good amount of clamps at their disposal, but right as they say, Rush is going to go down while they're carrying the most of the clamps. So X Neo Cakes already has power clamp at the ready. Free Flow can start another push at any moment here. They also have the Crab Tank for cover fire here, and the Rapid is going to go down. So no specials online for Gravity here, and Free Flow is going to be pushing with that Kraken and going to get another basket breaker.
Yeah, man, and especially with the cooler coming out while they're defending, it's like, I can go down, I really don't care, I have the cooler, man. And equally, the border right there is what Pepe would say in the Arizona server, man. That thing is deadly. And it was not enough to stop them, but Xenocake's going to run in here. It's like, Neocake's going to run in here with the clans, going to get it down to 49. Still not an amazing push in Clan Blitz, but still really good considering that I don't even think Gravity's touched the other side of the map so far.
Yeah, I don't think they even made it to the enemy plat. So, I mean, having any lead is really solid, especially a lead that, is not quite so automatic as it was before. Both Zipcasters are coming out on either side, trying to find any kind of value here. Blue hunting for Dylan right now on that Rapid, and is going to find the pick as well. Going to be recalling right into enemy territory. But 3 are going to go down to the side of Gravity. All members of Free Flow are up. They can get yet another push. You're so incredibly good at cycling this pressure right now.
They're going to burn the Crab to stay alive. Shins is like, you're dying anyway. I'm running away from you, right? And, man, I want everyone to know, man, it is so hard to do what that Stamper player did to Dylan. Man, it's just you got to practice so much to get that. You only have, like, I don't even know how many seconds with Zipcaster, so great stuff to them. But, again, they are just whittling down this lead. Going to be pushed down to 25 with no response so far from Gravity.
Yeah, Gravity's really been struggling under the constant pressure that Free Flow's been providing right now. 22 is where the lead is going to stand. Free Flow finally going to be escaping Gravity's territory, but even still, Gravity's really been struggling at breaking through mid right now. They have Cooler online. They're starting to get some of their specials pretty close to Crab, close to Zipcaster, but they're just struggling to stay alive, and Korean is going to die close to Zipcaster. Rush in an awful spot to pop Crab right now, and I don't think they can get into a good spot that quickly, and they're going to be traded with Shins regardless, and all of a sudden, Gravity yet again 3 down.
Man, Dooley's is crazy.
Oh, the ball falls off the map.
Again, man, that is just unfortunate. The one thing you do need with Clan Blitz is a power clamp, and that's going to be an open, but pretty much a free pity, man, for the side of Gravity. If I am Gravity, man, I am saying this is our shot. Even though I go down to the 52 there, I still feel like we got another power clamp, a minute 20. We are not out of this.
Absolutely. I mean, Clan Blitz is so volatile when you have that advantage state. I mean, as you can see from Free Flow this whole game, so Gravity can definitely get a strong push going in their own favor, but it's just about winning these fights. Not going to happen if Shin is going to find 2 picks on that flank angle, though. Korean going to find one with the Zipcaster, trying to find a pick on Blue. Gravity needs absolutely anything to go in their favor, and they're starting to get some of it to go down on the side of Free Flow. Gravity trying to get something started in the last minute of the game.
Hey, I'm not going to lie, bro. Korean just saved that team horribly. I mean, like, they had a lot of stuff going for them, and Korean was able to stop the entire thing with the Zipcaster. And again, that's why you don't hang by the Crab Tank. You eat a suction bomb, you go down. And now what was actually a pretty decent push is going to be pretty much just open and done. Now, as you see members of Gravity trying to jump in, Dylan's going to go down here, and I think whoever jumps in is going to get jumped by this people, and they are able to duly roll back to mid, and they're safe. But not really, though. I mean, they only have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, who cares if you're safe if you don't have that lead by a mile, it seems. Every pick that Free Flow gets from here on out is going to be so critical for them. Gravity, I don't even know if they have a pity claim right now. I mean, they might even get overtime if they don't get organized fast. They have no claims at the ready right now, and Shins and Blue are just rolling in so fast, finding all these splats. 10 seconds to go, and Free Flow just looks like they want to lock this up with another power claim, and that wipeout is going to be sealing game 2 here for Free Flow, tying it up 1-1.
Wow, that's so BM, bro. Choosing to not end the game because they know it's over anyway, that's a statement, bro. That's a statement. And I love, man, some of the people that play at LANs, they just get so fired up about that. I remember last year commentating one of Pincher's sets. He did the Rainmaker dance with the Rainmaker. I was like,
man.
Bro, talk to him. That's a talk to him moment. Saying, yeah, wipe out, open the basket. I don't even need to end the game, bro. Come on.
Oh, man, yeah, what a response there from Free Flow. It's all been about the responses then. After game 1, I didn't get +3. Get them to +3. What are you doing?
Hey, no offense there, homeboy. You were in loser's side, top 24.
Okay,
all right?
you know what? Maybe fair enough. Maybe fair enough. I still think more people should be in the plus service than are in there.
Oh, trust me, bro. I totally agree with you on that one, bro. I'm just saying, bro, I didn't get +3. You won 1 game, right?
Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Maybe save it for after the set. Then,
exactly, bro. After the set, when you make top 8, be like, yeah, I didn't make +3. I made top 8, but like, man, you got to win the set first.
True. I mean, a lot of work has to be done to make top 8. How many more sets have we got? 1, 2, I think three more set wins is going to get you in the top 8.
Yeah,
so.
bro, you talk to me when you make it to there, man.
Man, absolutely here. But right now, set count tied up 1-1. We've seen the song and dance a few times already in this set, or in this top 24 cut. So it's going to be how I feel like game 3 is just so pivotal in how the response is going to come out for both these teams.
Again, in most, in Smash Bros, game 3 is really important because that controls who picks the map, and also for this one, who picks the map for game 5 if it's a counter pick format.
Yeah.
But game 3 really sets the tone because it's either are you up 2-1 or you down 1-2, and that's a huge mental difference, man, going into that match. So I feel like it's still really, really important game 3. A pretty neutral map, man, zones umami. But man, I just feel like Gravity had such a hard time finding the answer to just the speed and ferocity, man, that the other team was able to move up on them.
Yeah, and I feel like I mean, based on that last match, I could see Gravity struggling with the same thing because Umami's still that same kind of shape where if you get up into the enemy area and get onto their dome, it's really hard to move back in. So that first team fight around the zone, like whichever team gets wiped out first, it's going to have a really uphill battle.
Yeah, man, and it's really who gets that first pick is able to collapse on them. That's really what happens is, like, if you get the person on top mid, you can jump on the people on left side or right side, or if you get the right side, you can all just move in on the left side.
Yeah.
And I feel like if Free Flow is able to do that, they're going to move up. They're like sharks right now, man. They're so hungry, man. They want to win this set. They want to advance. They want to prove OBT wrong and get me in the plus server, bro. That's not true. They don't even know who I am, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. I mean, all these teams want to get in the plus server. They're all fighting for their life here. Let's get right into it. Game 3 of losers bracket of top cut. Let's see how the Sorella Brella coming out from JJ. That is a choice in Korean, switching to the squeezer.
Hey, I'm just saying, bro. I feel like I won the last game. I'm gonna switch to a fun weapon like Brella. If it works for you, great. Dangerous, bro. These people are more confident in themselves than me, bro. And hey, like I said, it's going to be 2 down. That's probably going to lead to a wipe for 3 down here. As you see, Blue run out of ink, and still able to find the pick on the Korean there. And that's a full wipe throw on their side of the map, bro.
Yeah, that delayed wipe on Gravity is going to be so huge for Free Flow here starting out. And they have Zipcaster at the ready, close to Crafting as well. Already going to be popping it immediately. Close to that Inkjet as well. And right now, I mean, we're starting to see the snowball starting to roll. First 30 seconds, and already Free Flow has so much control.
Man, they are playing with such confidence, man. They are like, we are in the lead. We know we deserve to be here. Rush's Crab going to be shredded. Now they're in a terrible spot, bro. We call this the Fight Club. He is fighting. Unfortunately, I think he's actually going to get that pick on Shins. That's 2 down. It's a 2v3 situation, but can they cap the zone? It is all about the name of the game objective right now, y'all.
Yeah, it's just going to be that Zap player left alive for Free Flow. Gravity's going to be moving their way back into mid, going to send the bleeding there at 35, but again, Free Flow getting down to 35 in the first minute does not bode well for Gravity if they cannot keep this lockout going. And right now, the Stamper's going to be breaking the crowd, but Rush is going to find 2 huge picks. He's going to try and find another that's right above them. Instead, going to opt to back up just a little bit, regroup with the team just a little bit. Specials are starting to come online here for both these teams. Cooler is going to be dropped any second now on the side of Gravity as of the screen, but Rush is going to get taken out by the auto bomb.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because they got 2 kills like really coolly, and then they just painted the rail and backed up and then went into Fight Club again and went down. Like, that was just really funny to watch. But as I've been yapping, bro, man, it is a 2v2 fight. Right now, Korean trying to make this a 1v1. Unfortunately, that's going to go down. It's a 1v1 right now. Dueling fight!
Dueling fight! It's going to be Rush and Shins, but Shins, you're not a part of this war scam. What are you doing? But Shins fighting for their life, trying to stay alive. And Crab going to be popped by Rush. Shins finally going to go down. Gravity 5 points south of the lead, but Rush going to find a pick onto X Neocakes on that Zap, and that is going to be enough for Gravity to get that lead, and all of a sudden we are in knockout territory.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. And again, the right thing, they stalled long enough to get their teammates there, and again, you need to cap the zone. It's so crucial there when they finally do it, man, but they could have held the lead there if they were able to play around the zone a little bit more. So great stuff to Gravity for, again, stalling out that long enough to get everybody in, but again, it is yellow on the map. Free Flow is in control as we head into about the 2:30 mark.
Absolutely, about halfway in this game, and this game has been so back and forth this entire time. Shin is going to be popping that crap thing, trying to find the picks, getting so many indirect hits on people, but not going to be able to find any of those picks. That Sorella is going to go down, screen going to be popped from Gravity as they're going to try and respond to the pressure of Free Flow. Rush popping that crab tank. Shin's going to try and find the pick around it. Brella popping the Inkjet as well. Just so much pressure happening. 1 point south of the lead here for Free Flow, and they're going to get the lead in their favor, and all of a sudden Gravity 2 down, 20 takes up the zone timer left. This might just be curtains for game 3.
Yeah, man, it's so hard, man, when you're in a special like that and your teammates go down. You have to make a decision. Am I going to try to rush the zone? Am I trying to wait? But right now, they got to start moving up to the zone. They only have 7 more ticks, and I think that's going to be, like you said, curtains. Just kidding. Just kidding. They're fighting. Just kidding. That's back, bro.
They got some picks, but they weren't able to get the paint. Free flow is going to be going up 2-1 in the set, and I mean, here's what he said: are you up 2-1 or are you down 1-2? This is a rough spot for Gravity.
Yeah, man. I mean, they did have some really good moments there, especially that long fight to get the lead back there, and they did have a decent amount of holds there. But I feel like the name of the game is, can they break that offense, that really amazing offense from Free Flow? And I feel like it's been so challenging for them this entire set, and especially on Umami, man. If your 2 painters go down while you're having somebody like Zip or Inkjet or Crab or something, it's just like, what do I even do at that moment, man?
I feel like I'm just not seeing the same strong defense I was seeing in Game 1 from Gravity. Like, it's just something's not quite clicking the same way as it was. And it might just be the maps being a bit more attacker favored as we've been progressing through the set. Hagel was definitely more defender favored, but Gravity just cannot seem to get like back into driver's seat here. And with Game 4 being on Rainmaker Humpback, I'm kind of worried for them here.
Yeah, man. I hate that feeling when you're down. You're like, okay, I'm down versus like really attack heavy comp. What's the next map? Rainmaker Humpback. I'm like, no,
why?
Man, that's just so tough. And I feel like, especially, man, Free Flow's going to be feeling so confident right now in themselves. They're probably going to just go for the pop, go for it. It's going to drive it all the way down, pedal to the metal, trying to knock this out done, trying to move on to the other side, or try to move on to the rest of the bracket, man.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, it's just such a rough spot for Gravity. They have to change something here because their defensive style of playing is just not working out for them, and Free Flow's running all over them. So Gravity has to find some sort of way to get as strong of a response as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I feel like it's just so challenging. This is really the test of your mental, man. Gravity has to find an answer right now. They can't win. They can't lose a single more game after this.
Absolutely, yeah. They are on their last legs here. They have to win this game. They have to win one more game if they wish to keep going in the losers bracket. If they want to stay alive, stay out of that 17th place.
Yeah, I mean, 17th place, nothing to shake at, but man, if it's between 17th and something better, I'm going for something better. Let's get into it, man. Rainmaker Humpback.
On Game 4 here, and I mean, that's what we were saying, Free Flow at match point, JJ going back to the Umbrella, and we're seeing the Dread Ringer coming out as well, and we're seeing the V-Rapid here with the VAC.
Man, I feel like the comps keep getting goofier and goofier, man. Like, what? we have a Dread Ringer and Umbrella on the other side, but hey, man, you can do whatever you want when you're lead, I guess.
I mean, if it works, I got nothing to say about it. Right now, it's just complete even right now. A lot of pain happening on the other side, but Gravity's going to go 2 down pretty early here. Umbrella's also going to get taken down, though. Gravity trying to hold on, but it's just going to be Dylan left as the last man standing here, trying to find the pick with a Rapid, but it's going to get taken down, and XNeoK is going to get that check.
Hey, huge body block from whoever did that. They already directed the Rainmaker, and they took away the only chance they had at it. But, man, you see them, it's going to be a reslider right into their base. Already, man, push to 33 in the first 30 seconds does not feel good if you are a Gravity team member or a Gravity fan, but you do see them contesting properly well here. Inkjet coming out from JJ, going to go on the Rainmaker. Rainmaker is able to drop, but at what cost? It's now a 3v4. Make that a 2v4. Make that a 1v4. That's a wipeout.
JJ on the Inkjet, so incredibly strong. Crowd is going wild somewhere behind us. I have no idea where. But right now, Free Flow already back into the swing of things, trying to just stay out of that screen, and they're going to get that Rainmaker down to 20 points. It's just going to be JJ on that Umbrella, trying to just run away for dear life, but Gravity already in a very scary spot after just a minute.
All the cheering is going on for Smash. I promise you people aren't this hyped for like, wow, they're picking up the Rainmaker. But,
yeah.
But yeah, man, this has been a crazy set so far. I feel like Dylan's just, man, is the last man up a lot. You see the Rush trying to pop an aggressive Crab goes down here as you see a lot of people jumping the Rainmaker. That's going to be taken down. And, man, not another good push coming out of Gravity.
Yeah, right now, I mean, 89 is not going to do it right there. And Dylan going to get taken down by the Inkjet as well. Going to get that direct, but it's not going to be quite enough with that Rapid Pro. And JJ has just been such a force on the Inkjet for Free Flow here in Gravity. Really struggling to get something started here. They do have the numbers advantage. They're starting to get forward, but JJ going to be struggling here. Going to find 2 quick picks. Going to find a third on Skeb and stop that push single-handedly.
Okay, that one was for us, but that was crazy, bro.
That was us,
showing, man, the regular Umbrella, I feel like it's completely overlooked all the time. A lot of people think it's probably the worst one. But, man, JJ saying, hey, I know what I'm doing, bro. I can shark here just like I was saying earlier, man. Anybody can shark. Anyone can take down the Rainmaker, and JJ is absolutely no exception here. Yeah,
Blue going to be slidering in, going to try and get some chip damage on all the members of Gravity. They're trying to set up defensively here for another push from Free Flow. 10 points is where the Rainmaker is going to get taken down, and Dylan is the last alive, and Blue's going to find the pick onto Dylan. All the same, it's just Korean. All the members are starting to respawn here. JJ is so close to an Inkjet, they can practically taste it, and once it gets popped, this could be curtains for the game. That's one pick, but Skeb is able to able to drop it in just the nick of time.
You know, I'm okay with that, honestly, because they do have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, I feel like it's not like it's overtime right now, bro, and they got to pick it up. Kind of a weird bet because there's nobody fighting here, but that's okay. And I feel like, man, Dylan's just been in kind of an odd spot a lot. They're left alone a lot, and they're trying to shark and do things. But I'm like, bro, you play the long rapid, man. You're not playing like regular blaster. Maybe that's what they're more comfortable with. I have no idea. JJ somehow snuck by, pick up the Rainmaker. Nobody's home on the left side. It is just this crab from Rush saying, trying to get him, and that's probably trying to have a panic. But man, JJ just stalling the clock, putting it in this bad position as the other members are trying to clean up. That's a bomb that he tried to delete with the Rainmaker, going to take him out there.
Oh, man. I mean, at this point, I feel like Free Flow can kind of troll just a little bit because at this point, they're so far up. Not a lot of time left on the clock. 1:45 for Gravity to make something happen to mount some sort of comeback and stay in the set. But he cannot count out Gravity yet. They're still capable of some great stuff. They're in top 24 for a reason, but it looks so Free Flow favored right now.
Man, somebody quote that. Pinky saying, yeah, they can troll. It's okay, man. Condoning trolling. but I know what you mean. Like, I mean, seriously, at this point, they're almost just trying to play for stats, man. Like, I feel like they're not even trying to really push the Rainmaker. They're just trying to stall out of it, which is, again, valid tactic when you got a huge lead like this. No checkpoint down for Gravity as we approach the 1 minute mark, and that's going to be another stop push. Man, on the side of Free Flow, I just feel like they don't have an answer right now.
Yeah, that checkmate of the slider into the 2 suction bombs about to explode was just so good at stopping the Rainmaker. But right now, 3 down for Free Flow. Last one's going to get taken down. This is a delayed wipe. Dylan, can they climb the wall? Can they make it to the checkpoint? It seems like they're trying to do so, and they will be able to. That's a checkpoint for Gravity, and this game is all of a sudden on the razor's edge.
Yeah, man, this is the time to do it. We see the back, we see the screen coming out. I don't know if they're going to have enough time to get it all the way to the 10 mark, and they don't, but they do get past the choke point here. But, man, they really need to get closer. And, again, another huge pitch from Dylan on the crowd. This could be their moment, man. Last 30 seconds.
Yeah, Dylan is close to yet another back, and that back could be game-ending here for Gravity. They just have to paint the red carpet and stay alive as much as possible. Here comes the ink check, but the back is going to be pulled out by Dylan. Going to be running forward. 24 points with the back punch, too. There's still members here. Korean fighting a 1-2, trying to stay alive, trying to get all the difference they can, but they're going to have to concede the pump. The Rainmaker probably going to get dropped by JJ, and that is going to happen. That might just put a pin on this set here. JJ running for dear life. 15 seconds to go. Gravity trying desperately to find the big. They're going to be able to do it. They might be able to force an overtime, but they're going to have to do all of that over again and then some.
Wow, man. I mean, that is just so close, but no cigar on there. I feel like it doesn't even matter right now if they get the winning pop here. It's going to be overtime. They need a pop and grab right now, and they're not able to do it.
Yeah, Free Flow is going to take it 3-1 over Gravity. Such a strong set from both these teams, but Gravity unfortunately going to be knocked out at 17th place. 17th at the largest LAN ever. Not a bad result by any means, but they wanted so much more.
Yeah, man. And again, I think that's really huge given the roster, man. 17, just making top 24, it's a huge honor. Obviously, I wish I was there, but like, man, shout outs to Free Flow, proving that they are the better team, going to move on there. And again, kind of a hype set. I feel like that's a statement saying that was not close, bro. We won that 3-1.
Yeah, and for their troubles, Free Flow is going to be fighting Catnip.
Yeah, I love Lance.
Oh, man.
Hey, you know, I still think it's an honor, though, to even get to play them. I know we've been kind of memeing about fighting Starburst and stuff, but I think it's cool, man, to fight those people that you, like, read about and you see about, man. I think it's an honor, really, to get to that point.
And what's nice about LAN is, like, the environment is, like, a lot more conducive to, like, just going up afterwards and be like, hey, what could I have done better?
Yeah, man.
Over our flaws.
Yeah, or just even just talking to them. I think it makes it feel a lot more human when you can, like, physically look at the people.
Yeah.
And just say, you know, give them a fist bump, man. So, hey, you know, honestly, not a bad showing from Gravity. Really good stuff to make it to 17th. But unfortunately, man, I just feel like Free Flow just had their number the whole set.
Yeah, maybe now we can get them up to +3. Maybe
yeah,
now.
I mean, hey, you know, never know. If they make it to, like, farther than this, they beat Catnip.
If they beat Catnip, okay, maybe.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Like,
like, if you beat Catnip, go for it, man. That's a +3 level result, I feel like. But I'm not in the plus server. But still, man. That's what I'm saying. So, hey, looking at the lower side, obviously, yeah, you got Squiff Kings 3 over Low Tide Gritty. I bet you they're probably going to be fighting Orange Bulbor, but I'm just saying, probable.
Probably.
And then I guess, man, We Smoke and Symbios must have been close against that winner side set, but it is going to be against them. Wait, I'm the GOAT.
Oh, yeah, that was Game 5 versus Prickly Pear.
Yeah. Hey,
Dang.
close but no cigar, man. I've been there.
I mean, speaking of that, Persistence got a 3-2 over Clean Tub as well. So, I mean, a lot of close sets happening on and off stream.
Yeah, man, and this is kind of what I was talking about. The Smash stream is coming alive next to us, bro. They're all hyping up their boys.
Yeah, I think the #1 seed just lost in winners.
Oh, DeBuzz?
I think it was Shattuck.
Oh, okay. I see DeBuzz. Oh, dude, you guys don't know this. I'm a huge DeBuzz fan.
Oh, dude.
And, like, I can see him on the stage right now, man. I just love DeBuzz. I hope he wins. I know everybody's Motion was telling me that everybody was cheering against DeBuzz in this pools match, and every time he wanted to be like, yo, DeBuzz, let's go DeBuzz. And everybody was like, who is this guy, bro?
I mean, hey, we love DeBuzz. I love DeBuzz as like a concept. I don't watching him play, maybe a little
Dude,
less.
you understand? I was a Smash 4 Rosalina player. I love
know what?
the
That's
Buzz, man.
fair.
I got
That's
his
fair.
jersey. I know it's a small minority, but I'm happy to see it. So,
Oh, man. But with that being said, that's going to be the end of our block here, it seems. We're going to be tossing it off to some other people to finish off. I think Fire Pit is going to be the next block.
yeah, hey, I have had a blast commentating. I didn't even know who you were before this, so it's been really awesome
fair.
playing with you, bro. Hey, I am OBT. You can find me at Twitch and Twitter at Obese Tyrese. That's my full government name. All right. Where can the lovely people find you?
You guys can mostly find me on Twitter at BrokenPinky_. I do a lot of IPL tournaments, some Dapple stuff here and there as well. Hoping to just move on to the scene, I guess.
Yeah, man, I'm just so happy I got to commentate 2 blocks here at LCC. I feel very
me too.
fortunate. And again, I'm really excited. Hopefully I'm able to commentate a little more as we get into summer break. But hey, I've been OBT, we've been Pinky, and we will catch you on the flip side.
Have a good one.
we're back. Hi, fellas. Thank you for waiting. We're back here at Low Tide City. We're about to jump into Wave Pool Finals. For those that might be new, Wave Pool Finals is essentially the final destination for a number of these teams who were, although knocked out early in the tournament, fought their way through a long bronze bracket round robin shenanigan to earn a spot to try to get to the top.
Yeah, no, that's definitely it, more or less. These teams are playing more against their skill level within the tournament, and they are proving they are the best in that particular region of the tournament. So these are actually pretty like familiar teams to me. They come out quite often, and Pina Coladas, I am very familiar with because the members of this team are they do like a lot of charity work as far as I remember. I want to double check though, because I know they put a little bit of information. Yeah, so.
Oh, we love to see that.
I believe it's Rose who does that. But a lot of the information they just put down here was that they're from different teams. Koi Koi's from Riptide. Cornflower's getting her feet wet after being on a hiatus. So like, I've known of Cornflower for years.
Yeah, Corn is so nice.
Oh yeah, no, she's like so familiar to me because like, they're just like the nicest person in any room that they're in, so.
Yeah, one of the best things, honestly, about LANs is just seeing all these pickups come out. People sometimes who have been friends for a long time finally get the chance to be like, hey, I'm going to this place, or are you going to this place? Yeah, I am. And then link up, have a fun time.
Yeah, exactly. Or you just run into them there. You're like, oh, well, we had the same plans tonight, so now we're friends.
Aw, what a shame. Sometimes it comes back to get you years later. You just end up randomly finding people.
Yeah, we met a cowboy last night.
Yo! Speaking of things yo-worthy, I'm seeing that on Jelly Squids, we got Sig on E-Leader perhaps? I would love to see some leader play. Bring it out. Not yet, not yet. I'll believe in it. Later, maybe. Maybe later. And there we go. Oh, we got the Forge coming out from Corn. Maybe we'll see some lovely Booyah Bomb action going on.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting into this really early there. Cornflower applying a lot of pressure onto the left stack here. Moving a little bit forward, spotting out Diamond, not able to quite get that pick just yet, and choosing to back up right now, which is going to be a good decision when June is starting to close in on you. Jelly Squid's taking a very dominating early game.
Oh, we love to see all the splash wall plays coming out. It's great to see teammates that work so well around their splash wall to really force people back. We're seeing this checkpoint get cleared so early here by Jelly Squids. These bombs holding out people, and somebody wants to get around the back here. Jun turning back around to grab the tower. A good idea. Sneaking up this left-hand side here. It's a great spot to hold. It prevents the other team from being able to get back in.
Yeah, June moving up here is going to be able to meet up with their teams. Ooh,
I hear it!
Come right up onto top of them. They are moving onto the left side of the map as they are covering a little bit more turf. I think you have to play it a little bit safe here with that first checkpoint. You're not going to be able to get moving through that very quickly, even when you do have a man advantage, just because of how near that spawn is to that checkpoint. So the defense is kind of easy there. Once you do get through that, though, it can be very quick.
We do get to see Pina Coladas on the offense here. This is their turn to do so, as Jelly Squids really had the map for that first minute. Here comes that Booyah Bomb out to try and lock them out for a little longer. The Crab coming out as well, and none of the strikes reaching the Crab in time to stop it from doing some damage. They gotta get back on the tower. Oh no!
No, Rose having to back up a little bit here. They
so
still
many
haven't
bombs.
been able to burn through that first checkpoint the same way that Jelly Squids has, and it just feels like they're cleaning up very quickly here. Nato taking this advantage point to move farther into the map, and it looks like they are starting to pull up that zip caster a little bit early, in my opinion, but I love to see plays made like that being made.
It can be a great distraction, honestly. Not gonna lie, fought a couple of zip casters today. Sometimes you just end up watching it instead of everybody else, and then people get to push in.
That's exactly it. It's the element of distraction and having to choose priorities quickly that some teams just aren't able to manage in that moment in time. So Rose here is still holding up pretty well, I would say. They do need to wait on their teammates coming back in a little bit here, but they made the choice to pair up with their teammate there on the left side of the map while that tower progresses on the other side. Will they go for a flank? I think they're actually having some success in diverting the attention away from the tower right now.
Absolutely, we've got the 3v3 situation going on here. It's a great opportunity for Pina Cola. Mercy! Goodness, what a shot. Almost all down here. If they can get Diamond before they back off, that's basically a free push opportunity for them.
Yes, Mercy getting the great direct, saving their own butt and their teammates. So that actually might just get them the opening, like you said there. That Booyah Bomb's going to come out. They have a Wave Breaker ready. All these specials are getting popped here. Are they going to be able to stay on the tower long enough to get this checkpoint? We do see Angelic converging there on the side with Cornflower's teammate. But they're just going to have to hold up here. That's going to be a great flank angle.
And the double coming out from Corn. This is the opportunity here, but Nado from behind with the brush, catching two of the players off guard immediately. What a good zip. I don't even know where their recall point is, but it's going to get them straight on out of here.
Yeah, this is a great scrap going down in the midsection of the map. If Pina Colorados can come out on top of it, they might be able to get another pick and maybe an opportunity at pushing here. But Jelly Squids moving forward with this bubbler on tower is going to get them through this serious choke point as it seems Pina Colorados is having a hard time struggling to, like, just dealing with all these special powers coming out right now.
It can be so hard. But now that they've burned through all their specials, if this can be stopped in time, they just got to stop that Junior. We're watching the timer tick up here. You can see 85 points in the bubble. Just stopped in time by that Crab Tank. If that bubbler got activated, I think it would have been over.
Yeah, no, that would have been just absolutely done so right in that moment. So 7 points is rather threatening in my opinion. But wait, they might actually be able to come around from this. We do see more flank angles coming out. That trade is actually going to be pretty integral at this point in the game. That does buy people like Mercy some time to get onto the tower and others to start getting some more coverage here. The double suction bomb.
So sad. Turning around the camera and just immediately finding it.
I know. They're so quiet sometimes too, and that tower can just move them so silently towards you in such a threatening way.
This is a chance for real here. 3 people going down on the side of Jelly Squids. This is the time to get through that checkpoint. They don't have to get everywhere all at once right now, but they just got to start something going on. The hard thing is that it feels like a lot of the weapons on Pina Colorados really want to push up. I don't know if I want to stay on that tower too much. Whoa, the Crab Tank there kind of becoming part of the background for a moment. You saw that?
Koi Koi is doing all this work on their own. This is like a 2-3 person streak of picks that they're getting. Angelic getting back onto the tower with that bubbler out. They do say it's 7 seconds left. I want to seal the deal. That's going to be 2 picks for Angelic as that game wraps up there and they can just sit back and stay still.
What a beautiful GG bubbler. They didn't get it last time, and they said this time it's going to be mine.
Yes, and I mean, at the end of the day, what really matters in the end is going to be that final game, win or lose. So at the end of the day, knockout or not a knockout, it's better to use that bubbler when you can.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, and it was a good set still. I mean, a good game. Wow, really, really pushing this along. Sorry, I gotta go.
We have a delay. Everything's a best of 1 now.
Wow, I can't believe it. Oh, man, oh, man. There has been a fight here. And honestly, if you're on the side of Pina Colorados, you're wanting to scrap. We're going to go to Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. And when I think about things like a brush,
oh, yeah. And I play with a
Carbon?
brush Carbon. There's a lot of really good spots for flanks here on this map. There's a lot of little ledges that you can take advantage of. So moving up is going to be hard, and I think they're going to have to handle like some crowd control measures to make sure that like they're keeping track of where everyone is. Maybe you might see a point sensor weapon. I would like to see it. I think those are fun, but
I do too. It's like that's what Wave Breaker wants to be. I love, even though it's like only like a minute of echolocator, it feels so good just to have that echo back, just for a smidgen of time.
Yes, knowledge is power when you're dealing with these really quick, like sneaky weapons. So anything that they can use at this point in time will help.
It's so funny. Like, we have the map list in front of us, right? But I keep like looking up at the list that's also like above us on the screen. I'm like, ooh.
I want to touch it.
No, sadly we can't. Rainmaker Undertow.
Who picked this?
Listen, they just redid the map, right?
Oh yeah.
They added the little cubbies you can hide in the corner.
I do like that. I like
can
that.
Can you hide in the corner on Rainmaker?
I don't remember. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
It's definitely a bit of a time killer when you have like the Rainmaker and it's like, oh, I have the lead. I'm going to stand in the corner and shoot from both directions for like a year. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that is still the case on that map. So.
Good. Well, let's hope we get there. And there's the brush on one side, and there's the carbon on the other. Oh, yes.
Yes, finally we're getting that Carbon coming back out here, and there is going to be a brush on the other side, so both teams do have to keep that in mind. They have stealth jump on every single player on both teams, so you do have an idea of maybe a little bit of a game plan.
Oh, we got the Carbon brush interaction right away!
One, you know, fire with fire, I guess.
Absolutely. Like, both these teams being a little bit lower in range means that they get to scrap a lot.
Oh yeah, I never really thought about that. They don't really have much long range or like a charger or anything like that holding them down. So that means they're not going to be maybe super defensive, but at the same time, it's going to be a very aggressive, scrappy match, like you said.
Yeah, it's just punching. We love punching in game, in game, in game. Sorry, Corey got punched a little hard there the moment I mentioned it. Oh, and Mercy trying to catch a jump. Unfortunate, that's the brush. If it was anybody else, I think it would have been just fine.
Yeah, camping those jumps are such a risk. You got to start paying attention to those name tags on the jumps when you can see them visibly. You got to watch out. Oh, that's Nato. I'm backing up. I am backing up. That brush can absolutely be totally cruel to you when you're in that moment.
And all the paint that Nato put down by being there, even if it didn't lead to a push, it kept them back for so long. And that's going to be a clan that I think goes through.
June, what was that, a triple?
Wow!
What the triple killer whale? All happening at the same time. All this pressure coming out, and that alleyway allows them to do things like that. Nato coming back in here, allowing more clams to go in. We're already down to 30 in their first push. That is a very great display of being able to get some stuff done. Merci, maybe they've learned. Yes, they popped that suction bomb on the jump instead this time.
This is so real. I'm proud of them.
I feel the growth right now.
You guys, we're watching learning in real time in Splatoon. Every game can be a learning experience. I say this like I wouldn't try to like point blank attack a brush and then die like that. I'd do it all the time too.
I've embarrassingly done that many a time, so I...
Oh, but they don't have the clam economy just yet to be making a big push, but they're going to get this going here. All four of them over here by the basket. We're probably going to see one of them go and hop back to try and grab that power clam. If they take the power clam, they'll be so close to taking the lead here.
Yeah, they do still have that in the base. That's actually going to be 3 down on the side of Jelly Squids. They're going to come back in here. Mercy's under the basket. They have 3 more. That pig clam hasn't been picked up quite yet. I don't know if they're saving it for something important, but they still do all have these individual clams that are coming and getting picked up. You can see Koi in her base. Going to jump in, probably to Cornflower, I hope. Wait, no, they're a little bit behind.
They couldn't.
They got it in. They have enough to dunk. What is it?
It's so close. Now this is the opportunity for Jelly Squids. Can they take it back? They don't want to give this up. They want to go for the 2-0. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious. And they got that power clam in just in time too before everything not fell apart, you know. It was a fantastic push. Fell apart is the wrong word to say. You see Jelly Squids here grabbing every clam they can. 15-3 on the clam counter right now. If you're on the side of Pina Colorados, you want to be careful. You see that amount of number here. What a great slap from Koi Koi.
Koi Koi hitting them with the slap onto June as well. They are going to be moving up onto the right side here. They don't have that much time to like be making more pushes, but at the same time, there's still 2 more minutes in the game. They have to pick on whether they want to defend, but like it's not going to be easy no matter how you look at it.
All right, here's the open basket. They're going to need a total of 15 clams to take this down. Otherwise, they're not getting this right now. And right now they have 11. Can they get past this alleyway? It seems like they're going to need another opportunity for that.
Yes, they're going to have to move a little bit farther. They still, looks like they're holding onto the pity clam that they had it from before, and they do have to stay alive a little bit longer. It's rough when you're a target because you're holding it.
That's why sometimes you just throw it away, just to move yourself a little forward, right? Just so hopefully they don't see you. The clan economy moving in the direction of, also I think still Peter Colorados here. It's good for them. The more clams they have, the no clams that Jelly Squids can get. They've got 1 minute turn. Here comes the Zuka, trying to hopefully, I think that flank got called out, but I don't think the Zuka was able to reach NATO, building a bunch of paint on the ground here, getting a splat. Oh, do they know NATO's still there?
Did they just throw a power clam off the map? Did you see that a second ago when NATO was zip casting? Merci is in such a rough spot here. It's only going to be them and the splatter shot on their team who's coming up behind them. They have all these bombs. They get to pick around the splash wall. Are they going to be able to save the game? There's only 3 more, but more people are spawning in. There's a jump going over to the basket. Do they have more power clams? They're all going down there. It's just going to be the one left, NATO in mid. That's a Sharky player, but game knows game. NATO's coming up to the basket.
Game knows game, so real. Rose pulling out the Zuka to just destroy that splash wall, saying, that's not going to be there any longer. Now, the question is, though, does Jelly Squids have enough time to build a power clam? They have 5 seconds left on the clock, and everyone from Pina Colorados is making sure to pick up any clams they see. It's going to be over. What a game.
What a game. And Pina Colorada is coming up and showing out versus that first match, which I felt was very dominating for Jelly Squids. But what a turnaround we've had here. And I have to say right now, my favorite part of that game was when Koi Koi was sharking a jump and just underneath, and you saw that. But like I said, game knows game. So NATO came up and is like, I think someone's sharking you. You could see the brush start flapping around there on top, and they had to back out. They had to back out of that. That was a
It's
very
what you
good
do.
play. Yeah.
One of the best things you can do for yourself, like if you have spare time playing the game, like going to open, play something you don't always play all the time so you can understand your opponents better. It helps you to get better at the game.
We do see a lot of like, okay, like, what are we gonna do? Let's clutch this out. And it is single elim, so the stakes are pretty high. Like if they lose here, they don't really get another chance to win this bracket. So oh, we're doing predictions.
What?
Everyone wanted, like, well, not wanted necessarily.
Everyone
they think Jelly
expected.
Squids, yeah, to win this. But I don't know. At this point in time, I think it really could go either way because
There's
like
a lot of points on the line now.
yeah.
Now here's the thing. Do we see the Carbon versus Brush again on Hagglefish? Because if we do, there's a lot of paint that has to go down to let both those players work. So whichever team can paint more for their little slapping melee friend
Yeah.
is going to have a huge advantage.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but at least in the competitive sphere, I find a lot of Brush players only play Brush, and a lot of Carbon players only play Carbon. So I think that is what we're going to be seeing here. Not a lot of flexing coming out of that particular group of people who play that weapon class, but that's probably for a good reason. They're very unique play styles, and then shifting to something else is like, it can be so awkward.
Let's see if we get proven wrong.
I want to be proven wrong.
They do have a 5-star roller badge, so they could. Oh, no, let's say Brush. Ooh.
Okay, so
And
we
the
have,
Junior comes back.
no way, we have a Tetra as well.
Ooh.
I'm ready for some shenanigans.
Oh, and the ranges have swapped too, with Cornflower sitting on the Neo Splash-O-Matic now. The longest range is going to be in the hands of the Tetra Dualies.
You know, and if you're me and you get a little tilted sometimes, you believe the Octobrush has the longest range, but that's just maybe
It
me.
does feel like that sometimes.
Yeah. Rose. I'm not going to say it again, but, you know, NATO coming along and flanking that flank. Koi Koi coming around to this side. They aren't going to be able to cap the zone on their own, so they do just have to rely on the slap power, and taking June out while Diamond finishes that off is going to divert some attention away.
They were there for so long, too, honestly. And oh, here comes the strikes. It's a counter strike. Oh! Okay, it's always hard to run away. Like, you see it coming, and sometimes you just don't react in time. Reef slide to the beloved. Reef slide to the beloved when you're fighting it with a teammate.
Yes, I have to do something next time that I see a Reef Slider here, but Rose is going to get picked out. That Zipcaster is coming out. Well, the strike going to the zone. No one's really holding on to it at the moment. It is just going to be Jelly Squids. They do still have some penalty to burn it through here. They do spot out Cornflower on the other side, but they might be able to back out of that. It looks like just on camera she was taken out.
We're just on NATO. NATO's just moving from zip casting the zone to like always being there to paint their teammates. We were talking about like, oh no.
Reef Slider.
And there you go. That's the end of our reign of compliments. NATO the only one left. Are they going to be able to catch somebody while they're waiting around? This is the question we ask. And here comes the Zuka from Koi Koi trying to catch people. NATO is there just waiting out the Zuka too.
Koi Koi turns around and goes in such crazy places that it's hard for me to tell whose spawn is whose anymore. When we look at Koi Koi, it's so funny. But Koi Koi going to be moving up here. Wait, are they going to be able to do it? That triple killer whale is calling them out. What is happening?
So sad. They deserve that slap.
Maybe they can have one slap here and there as a treat.
Oh, yay. Like, if I was them, I'd be like, oh, I deserve that. No. Oh, and here comes the strikes. Making sure they're back in time to actually paint over the zone is very important. It looks like they were, which is good. It just seems like Pina Colorados just needs to be able to push in just maybe like one or two more times. Maybe another Reef Slide. There it is.
Reef Slider.
Oh, no. That didn't cap.
Well, I guess, you know, with a little bit of assistance here and there, it's got that pull because that solves all issues in Splatoon is putting a pull right in the middle.
Yes. Uh-oh. Here is what Pina Colorados wanted with the fresh wipeout and all four of them going down at basically the same time. That's going to be great for a couple players to maybe hide under their tent, maybe drop a couple of things. Here's going to be our favorite, the one, the only, the Tactical are coming out here to make sure even if they get splatted while holding these guys in their base, they'll be able to come back right away.
Yeah, that Tactical is actually really, really smart. They're going to be moving up here. They see that they have no penalty, so this is their time to get the lead. But it looks like they were able to break that through that a little bit. Diamond popping that well, that kill and on the cornflower as well. Really saying, hey, I'm going to look out on the right angle and you guys take care of everything else. What a clutch bomb.
Oh, I know timing really came in clutch there, honestly. And also, that junior bubble really can make a difference. Like, if you put it near the zone enough, ooh, boy, howdy. There are people just able, we are in Texas, gotta say howdy at least once. Oh, the reef slider! Oh, the escape from NATO is crazy there. That Zipcaster, despite how much they were doing, just caught by the tri-strike. This is gonna be some of the last opportunities that Pina Colorado has to be able to take this zone back. Rose flying in here with the Tetra Dualies, 2 going down on the side of Jelly Squids. This is the time to take that wall in the way, holding them back.
Oh my gosh, are they going to be able to cap the zone? They need to buy some more time. How are they able to get that back in yellow?
Oh no, and they put the cooler out to try and do it, and it just didn't get down in time either.
Oh no.
What a great fight from both teams.
You know, and I think the cooler was worth it too, because sometimes you got to pop that special to refill your ink tanks. I've had so many times where I'm in zones, and it's like, why'd you pop your special there? Yeah, I had no more ink. I wanted to cap the zone at any cost possible. So I respect that play, even if it didn't quite go to plan.
Nah, listen, on my very last game, our very last set in Fire Pit, before we got, kind of obliterated in the game we were doing, I tried just once to run double bomb and zap, but I didn't give myself enough painting power to actually paint after throwing the 2 bombs. So sometimes I just threw my cooler so I could do bomb bomb, cooler bomb bomb.
Yes, yeah, like the traditional junior tech. Yep.
Gotta love a little R button sim here in Low Tide City, you know?
Yeah. I didn't even know you could do double bomb on a NZAP.
You just gotta run like a little less than like 2 pures of Sub Saver to do it, but hey!
Those sections are expensive.
Didn't win that game, but it was worth a try.
You know what? Honestly, but as long as you had fun, then it was worth it.
It's always fun. Like, in my opinion, if our sets are close and we tried our best, then I'm happy no matter what happens, honestly.
That is honestly the best mentality to have, I would say, yeah.
And I think one of our best, most exciting sets was on the stream earlier, so we really brought them the content.
Heck
That's
yeah.
what I love to see. And speaking of content, it's Rainmaker under Toe Spillway.
I love this for content. Do you think we'll see a vac here?
Maybe.
I don't know who would play vac.
I don't see any weapons that are writing down. We can get surprised. I love surprises.
I love surprises too.
I would see it.
You know what I'd like to see? A long rapid.
Wait, what if NATO brings out a big swig?
Ooh, what about Koi Koi? What if Koi Koi brought out the big swig?
Oh, it's true. We do it 2 players to play roller. I don't know if we'll see it, but it would be exciting. People always underestimate that Dynamo Roller-esque vertical reach the Big Swig Roller has.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, I hate fighting it. One of my friends loves Big Swig Roller.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, Big Swig. No, it's a menace.
You know what? Big Swig made me forget that Flingza exists. Can we have Flingza back?
This is so real. All right, it's the moment of truth out here. Can we be blessed?
Hopefully.
Not yet.
Wait.
Die!
No, but we do have an end parries. I love seeing Rose switching out to other things. This is so much fun.
Oh, and the splash time is so good for clearing out an area. Like, now that you have that area in the back where you don't have, where you can paint the floor to push the Rainmaker at that last checkpoint.
That is so bold. Picking up the Rainmaker frame 1 with no ground competitively to
Koi Koi.
do it. That is nuts.
And they
were able to do it.
Oh, and it's so scary. How are you supposed to get by that podium when the brush is just sharking there?
I guess so. It can be rough, but the brush, actually, NATO was the one who picked up the Rainmaker, so it's how do you defend in that situation?
Carefully. Oh, and it has to be so careful. There's so many bombs, I feel like, on the side of Jelly Squid, which really does help them out with securing areas, because they know that people can't be there.
What?
Ooh.
What just happened? Some people just exploded over there.
I mean, hey, 3 players going down is a great opportunity for Pina Colorados to be able to push this Rainmaker themselves. Besides the strike, nobody's going to be really there at the podium. Oh, now we got the 52 gal there waiting for their opportunity to fire their shots. Caught in the corner, but Koi Koi coming to clean up. Always love to see it.
That was a bit of a bait, I have to say. You get into a corner and then Koi Koi's up behind you and you're like, hey, I have the big pointy thing that is the objective. Yeah, Koi Koi's going to come up behind you if you think I can just pick that for free.
Dude, Corn surviving that there. NATO came flying into 2 people, and you know what brushes do? Brushes do brush things. They fly in with their Zipcaster in this game, and it's just over half the time.
Yeah, that is bonkers to me. The triple killer whale actually is going to be really, really good here. It's a very like straight up and down map, at least in the midsection when these fights are happening here. So that's actually giving Pina Coloradas a lot of leeway. These splash walls near the Rainmaker are absolutely just, they're splatting me.
Yeah. I mean, how do you approach from these walls all the time? These strikes come in to give a path for Jelly Squids. With 3 players down on Pina Coloradas, this is the time to go. You want to secure the wins. I believe this should be a best of 5. If they win this set, it's over and they move on.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Wait, they're just going. They're just going. They've been so bold with these Rainmaker pickups this game. They're like, oh, we have to move the Rainmaker to the goal. That's it, right? Okay, dude, we'll do it.
Oh, great pick there by Koi. I mean, hey, the sooner you bring that Rainmaker further in, the better chance you have of winning. You turn to defense mode. The scariest thing is like watching people walk away from a Rainmaker like deep in their base and fearing if someone's gonna come around the back and flank and get it.
That is my biggest fear on this map in particular as well, which makes it very interesting, but it's also like, oh my gosh, the crowd control that has to be performed.
It happened to us earlier on Tower Control Inkblot. We stopped watching the tower, they went and got it.
Oh no! The LAN Classic, I have to say.
So sad. Now, this is an opportunity for Jelly Squids here. They're going to hold the Rainmaker. They're going to be down basically everybody minus their gown, and think about it. Because when you're holding the Rainmaker, you have one less guy to fight, besides holding a giant bazooka, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and then it is another target on you. Wait, Rose getting the double on the splashdown. Are they going to be able to get a third? And Jellic's going to be in the corner there. It's just going to be what? What? June on this left side here, backing up. They have jump ins. That splash wall is going to come down. How did the other 2 members of Pina Coloradas go down there in that corner?
I think it was mostly the Rainmaker blast, but I'm not even sure.
What? Where are they going?
Away. Out.
I love this. I love the reset. That was a coolered reset, I think. So they're coming right back from that.
Oh, the brains, the plays. Of course it makes sense. Now, again, we're going to see them pushing it. They've been bold the whole time. We've seen them being bold, and they're still alive here, even though they don't have the Rainmaker. Just preventing Pina Coloradas from pushing in the first place will earn them the victory when you think about it.
You kind of right on that. But honestly, 25 isn't too hard to beat. Like, they have a minute, and I think that's more than enough time when you account for overtime being in there.
Game 5. Game 5.
Game 5.
All they got to do is get to 24.
Koi is going to have to get in front of that Rainmaker there. It looks like they're playing bodyguard, protect the president, get in front of Maricine, make sure no one sneaks around the other side. They are going to be coolered on the side of Jelly Squids, which means they kind of want to get them out of here because they really don't feel like they have anything to lose by just running at them.
Yeah, unfortunately, being in that corner is so dangerous, but like, there's not really many ways you can take the Rainmaker. Taking it on the right is just so difficult sometimes. Such an important survival like Corn had earlier. Also, NATO getting caught up in it. Very good. Back to a 3v3 again. Couple of bombs in this little corner. Oh, Koi! Oh no!
Oh no, Koi. Diamond is going to get back in here. That splashdown. What? The splashdown? Wait, it's just going to be Diamond. They're going to have to shark here. They're playing it very safe. There's 15 seconds left. They know Diamond has to be around here somewhere. They're making themselves seen with suction bombs. I'm not sure about that one. Diamond does go down. Are they going to opt for the right checkpoint? That's a little bit risky.
Oh, and they got through it. However, it's going to be a 2v2, and the overtime's going to be really short because they just...
What? A Jelly goes down! Merci, no!
Oh!
And that is going to be the set for Jelly Squids. But what an ending of that game. Pina Coloradas nearly took us to a game 5. If they got up on that ramp, those points tick by so fast.
Yeah, they were so close to having the opportunity. Give them another 15, 20 seconds. And I think we would have had something crazy possibly happen.
Yeah, they only had a few seconds to pick up that Rainmaker, so they did have to make a decision there, especially when Jelly Squids are just diving at it, because if they touch that fish, like, that game is going to be done. So I don't blame them for doing what they did and not waiting for the jump-ins. They had to do it.
Yeah, they had to go. And we love to see the camaraderie coming out here. You see people fight on stream, and then afterward, it's all hugs, all smiles. All games.
That is what I love so much about like the fire pit and the wave pool brackets, because it's kind of like you're kind of chill with the fact already that you know you're not winning the overall tournament. Like, and I think a lot of these teams kind of went in this already knowing that that was going to be the result. But it's nice to know, like, hey, like, you did really well. Like, we had fun, and that's. Yeah, as a TO, that gives me some level of satisfaction as well.
It's just people have been so happy this weekend here at LTC. It's so crazy that it's the last day. I know. It's just a 2-day event, so like you feel it. But like some people have been here as far back as Thursday, like
Wow.
hanging out, setting up, just thinking about the tournament, planning things out. It's all just happened. And we have so many games that have been going on at the same time here. We just watched Jelly Squids versus Pina Coloradas. It looks like Aquatic Landguard beat Splish Splash a 3-0. Low Quality beat Hibiscus a 3-1. And I think we have, I guess, this one more quarterfinal game here. Is this what we're watching?
Probably it'll be a wait for semifinals. I'm sure that match is going on right now. It just hasn't been reported because it's not done yet.
That would make sense.
Yeah, so it's not a live number until it's done. But I think that'll be the set we watch next is the semifinals with the 2 teams we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, we love to see a little bit of random. It's like the goal is always to get as many like teams on the stream as possible. It's always the easiest, like during pools when you can do a lot of flip-flopping around. As you know, you get later and later. It gets harder and harder. But if we can give people the opportunity, we'd love to do so.
It's so much fun. Yeah, I love being able to move people around. Some people, like, I was always so nervous about the stage when I was first starting to get into Splatoon and stuff like that. And so getting to see other people, like, see it as like an exciting thing or like it's like I feel like a lot of that mentality has changed over the years with a lot of people, not just me.
I feel like there was a time where most of the time when I would go up on stage, we'd usually lose. But like I've come to realize that so many of the sets that I do on stream, win or lose, end up always being close.
Yeah.
That's what makes it exciting, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
The people that we played against today on stream, October Rift, when we were done, we were having a little bit of a laugh because they were like, this is the first time that some of us have been on a stream. They just were like, I'm shaking. And I'm like, don't worry, I'm still shaking too. It doesn't change.
Oh my gosh. And you of all people being like, oh my god, stream.
Yeah. It doesn't, you're like, we didn't get streamed yesterday. I was like, am I going to be able to get away with being at a LAN and not on the TV? And I talked to Magic and I'm like, hey Magic, I know I'm playing soon. He's like, yep, can't wait to see you on stream. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, we gotta circle it around a little bit, but you know, it's totally worth it at the end because then you get to watch it back and go, oh, I remember this moment. This happened here, and you don't really get to do that with the same station setups aside from like I don't know clips and stuff like that. You don't even get the replay codes because it's all offline.
It's so sad. They should like implement that. We just have to stare at Nintendo long enough and be like, hey, what about that? It's not too late. Next patch, wink.
Yeah,
Sizzle season.
Perhaps.
Oh man.
Actually, you know what? Can I just like while we wait, can I show off the event exclusive skin that I got here? It's like how close do I have to get for this? They're like
I think very, but like I mean you can see it right now.
Yeah, I think so. Oh no, Doughboy's getting up. That's bad.
Oh, we're gonna get the zoom.
Oh no, not too close. I might have makeup on my fingers.
There we go. Let's go. I mean, they came out so good, honestly.
Come here.
There you go. Yeah.
Come hither. So I went to the nail place and then I blacked out and then I came out and then this
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Can you so you can just do that there?
Yeah, so they like painted like I showed them the Low Tide logos and I was like, can I get like squiggly but this? Yeah.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
There's so many like good services they have like here at the hotel. Also good food.
I did that at home. Like not at home like in my hometown. I'm sure they would do that at the hotel.
I was like, wow, another great reason to stay at the Kalahari and come to I'd be at this Low Tide City or go to a Kalahari event another day, you know? Ooh.
They might be able to do that. I don't know.
Listen, we can have one little flop, one little fib on stream. So it's fine.
Here and there. Yeah, go to the Kalahari. They're giving out Low Tide nails.
Just walk in and be like, I need a Low Tide nails, please.
Yeah. They said you had them here. Can we have them now, please? Give me the Low Tide nails.
Where is the secret menu for the Kalahari nail salon? Like, I don't even know if that actually is a nail salon. I wouldn't be shocked if there was.
There was a spot, the Wisconsin one, I think, and then I think there's one here too. I don't know if they offer more than like massages though.
That's fair. I mean, hey, gamers need a massage, you know? Gotta get those wrists like feeling nice after playing too many games.
They have like a nail place in the airport too when I was there, and it didn't look too expensive, which is surprising because everything in the airport is expensive.
Yeah, I remember buying like $5 Gatorade the moment that I landed. Sometimes Kama, it just be like that.
Nope. Okay, so it might be, I mean, you know, nothing goes perfect on land, so we just got a little word that there might be a little bit longer time before we have that match ready. Maybe we should head out for a second?
We could.
I don't know. I think it would be funnier if Doughboy just started putting more inanimate objects on us.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a couple of the tweets. So.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Clean.
I mean, listen, we have distractions. There are so many distractions.
There's so many things that can be done.
I can distract chat. Look, up, down, up.
Does his mouth move?
Down. I mean, you could if you like. I feel like I'm like that. There.
That looks so wrong. That is like it's supposed to not. Yeah.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
he's not supposed to do that. You guys can't see, but he's like posed out so perfectly right now.
He's very lovely.
Just imagine this, but on the floor. All right, that was my distraction.
Oh no. Do you have any like hidden talents that people don't know about? As I don't.
Not any that I like feel like are entertaining for the camera at the moment, admittedly. Help! Bring out the objects! Bring out the objects quick!
I need some knickknacks and doodads to show off to the stream.
Real. It's like one of the best things, honestly. Like if you've never been to a LAN and you're ever interested in going to a LAN, bring little knickknacks and doodads. Bring stickers. Bring fun Splatoon things you have. It's great to start conversations.
That is so true.
Like it's fun. Like I've been pulling out I like kind of printed little pictures of my Autobomb toy, and I've been just like handing them out at people.
Oh yeah, I got one of those as well. Yeah, the fella.
My son.
But he's not here though. You said he was going through some complications right now. How did that happen?
So sometimes you desire to make a video of him walking around, and you put him in your purse, and then you stop to get gas, but your purse slips off the seat of your car.
No.
Your guy's in the purse, and his foot gets snapped.
No.
But it's okay. I have glue.
Yes.
And I'm going to fix him when I get home, because I told myself I was going to fix him all week, and I didn't. And then I went to Texas, but he's back together. He's standing so happily right now. It's just, you wouldn't even be able to tell that he's busted from where he's standing until you pick him up and the foot doesn't come with.
Oh no. He could stand up with just the one side, or just kind of he's like leaning on the other one.
I mean, like it's like imagine like an elbow, right? It kind of like broke out like the elbow joint, kind of. So like, it's unfortunate. Not a moving part. I'm gonna see how good my crafting skills are. So.
There's been so many things that I've wanted to do. I want to make a Splatoon scrapbook at some point, because we have like so many pictures from all the events, and we get little things like we have little Kalahari wristbands because they're also our room keys and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm so wearing mine right now. It's definitely not in my bag or anything like that.
Hey, I mean, I went to the water park, so it was it was kind of a must because you gotta like scan it in, and it's everything's tied to it, and the towels are tied to it. It's like.
Yeah,
it's rough.
You lose the thing, and it's just kind of like over. I mean, you can buy another, but they probably like charge you for it.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, it makes sense that they do that.
So I'm ready for my nap.
He's soft as a pillow. You need it. You know, but like the Kalahari in general has been like so great. I've never been to a Kalahari event actually.
What?
I've been to lands all over the place. But I always miss the Riptides. I always miss the Low-Tide cities. I never went to Smash and Splash. So
that's crazy.
Oops.
With like how long I've known you. Like in my head, you've always you've been at one of these.
No,
but I guess not.
I just teleport everywhere else. Like Texas this one was just the first. I was like, you know, if it's gonna be the last Low-Tide city, I had to make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's the, and I wondered genuinely how many people are like, this is the last low tide, I want to go. And if that was like the reason for them like ultimately like deciding to go to this one over like last year, which is, I don't know, I'm going to start marketing every event as the last one. We'll start renaming everything.
No, like the final event in North America. No, come here now.
The last Riptide.
No, this is so sad. Dude, like that'd be crazy. I mean, they've already marketed it as like not that, so like should be safe. Should be safe. Like I think for me, I tend to go to like one really big event, like far away every like year or two. And it's been a while. Last time I went to a big one was a Big House.
Oh yeah! Wow! Oh my gosh! Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Big House was like a month or so after like Splatoon 3 came out.
Yeah, I remember. I was at home, and I was working a job that I did not like, and I regret every day not going to that one because they were like, "Oh, well, we don't really want you to take more time off," and I was like, "Yeah, I guess I can process more invoices for you
Woo-hoo.
that I will finish anyways within the timeline that you wanted me to, regardless of whether or not I go." Like, we just don't like, even if it's unpaid, like. So.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least you could watch the stream. That's how we do this. That's how people can watch. They can look back, they can see what's up, and they can maybe feel inspired to go some other time. I've met so many people at this event where it's their first one.
Yeah.
Like, there's almost 400 people here, if I remember correctly, including spectators and staff. I would imagine if it hit 400. Because like people are just showing up anyway. I've met multiple people who are like, hey, can I just go in if I pay? I'm like, yeah, you can. Go in, go for it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people who are new faces. It's so crazy to. Oh, I'm so hungry. Thank you.
Get it. Get it.
Oh, it's flipped. Oh.
It's flipped.
Yes. Oh no.
You got this. Oh.
Come back.
Oh. Oh.
No. Why is it pizza?
He's on his way.
How do I? It's not tangible enough to grasp. I want to get around it.
You gotta try and like here. Oh, I'm gonna hold it off on one side. I got it. I love that it's like, you know, we're mirrored.
Squish it? Can we squish it?
No, we totally didn't miss. Look, see, it's fine. It's fine. It's
Wait,
fine.
oh,
it's fine.
Oh no, it's falling. No.
Sorry, we must no consuming right now. Wow.
I want to throw it. Can I throw it?
I'm watching. Whoa! I can't believe it didn't hit the sign.
I think that's not direction I threw it.
Oh. You know, the mirrored camera, I assumed. I saw it. It remembers us. We made it. We made a good impression.
It's gonna be. What?
It's so funny because like it's like on like the screen, right? And then like sometimes it'll like show up and I'll be like, oh. Was it in my hand? I didn't know.
We should. I want to play catch. Can I throw it to you?
Wait, I got you.
Yeah.
Oh. Get it away. I'm gonna throw it far in the air, super high.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever played like super big like inflatable beach ball, like volleyball?
Oh yeah,
Like when you're like 12 and you're in gym
Yes.
class and they're like, you know what, today we're gonna get the big ball out.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was thinking
or the
about.
parachute. That's when you know it's lit. We got the parachute and we're going whoosh.
I don't think the pizza would like that. We've also received some news, fellas, that we are going to have a game soon.
You don't need to watch us throw pizza to each other for another.
I mean, maybe
5
they want
minutes.
to. You know, we could see. Was chat entertained? Are we allowed to know?
You know, I'll let it slide.
Yay! It's okay. If I'm only peeking down on an occasion, they don't. No one has to know. Not not all the people here. Not at all. Oh, I got a
Pizza
maybe.
time.
I got a maybe. Let's go! Let's go!
Let's go.
I got a fairy. I got a wall. Feels good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can chat have pizza?
I guess so.
You heard it here, folks, guys. I mean, you hear it first, folks.
You heard first, folks, here.
Wow. We're making English. Yeah. This is crazy.
I should just commentate like the rest of this like Yoda or something.
You'd make it like 5 lines in while like speed, like
Yeah.
talking about analytics, and then be just like,
Tetra flank there, they must.
I can't even do it. I was gonna make like some kind of reef slider like follow up, and it just didn't go in my brain.
Yeah, no, I'm trying now and it's not working.
Reef slider now, go here.
They must.
Big boom, stop zone. That's just normal English actually. So I'm not. It's close enough to normal English, okay?
Yeah, we'll say it's good enough.
Now the question is, I'm assuming they're watching Fish Cubed versus Low Quality.
Yes.
I've been told they were right. I love being right.
Yes.
Just like, maybe even chat might like to be right on their next vote. I'm sure that voting is probably going on right now.
Ooh, wait, this is Lila Ross's team, Coffee, Peter, and a tin can. I love that. I wonder what they call them in VC.
Dude, Low Quality, they have, like, I'm sure that the stream will be able to see their little team profile picture, their little icon. And they all have pins of it.
What?
They all have pins of it, so it's just this extremely pixelated little silly squid. Like, I don't know what it's doing. It's consuming something. And every time I see the pin, I laugh. You can actually see one on a couple of them right now. They're posing to get a pick. The members of 140 of Low Quality. I almost called them 144p.
I think that is the I had to borrow or lend out my Switch yesterday because one of them was just not agreeing with the docks or anything like that. I don't know what was happening exactly, but either way, I had to do that. I just remember like going back and having to lend it out again, and then it was like, oh, my tag on my Switch is now like 144p. Yeah, it's something else now.
I know that they were together for a long time, and I believe this team disbanded close to the end of like last year. But the thing is, again, lands, you make a pickup with the people that you knew in the past, and you get to have one last hurrah.
And then if you also planned it out before you disbanded, you're kind of like, well, yeah, might as well do this.
And maybe instead it doesn't become your last hurrah. Something that happens all the time with lands is you have people, whether it's their first LAN or like their bajillionth LAN, they'll come to a LAN, they'll play the video game, they'll be like so like trenched in with all this Splatoon, and they'll walk away and be like, you know what? I think I want to play comp some more.
Yeah.
It happened to me, I remember, back in 2019. I was pretty satisfied with taking some time off with comp for like maybe a couple of months. And then I went to Long Island Summer Splat, and immediately after I was like, yeah, actually, I think I'm going to try and join a team. And then I joined a team. With no escape.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was so long ago now. Was that Cataclysm that you joined after
I did, yeah.
Yes,
That was the
remember.
Cataclysm days.
Yeah, and Cataclysm stayed around for a while.
They did. Like, I left about a year and a half in.
Wow.
And they just kept going. Dude, they just kept going. I would just watch. I would just cheerleader. I'm like, yeah, woo, yeah.
Yeah, I think Violet still plays too.
I think so. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure at least a couple of them still play. I'm pretty sure Radio's still active too. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I forgot Radio was on that. Yeah,
I get to play with them sometimes
active.
playing Salmon Run, and life is really good. And I get to see them.
That is beautiful. I love spending time with like old teammates and stuff. Like I've been on the same team for like the last 3 years or so. But I've gotten to see Citrus at this event, who was on my last team. So that's always good. And you were on the first team I ever like played with in any event, which is like, I mean, not a permanent like thing, but it was a pickup, and so that's crazy.
It was 2 days, and we coexisted, and we played a video game. I was playing Shot. I remember, because like, I think the weapon that I was waiting for, which was Seajet, I think came out like on the weekend of the event. So I believe they didn't let us play Seajet or 52 Deco, I think, that weekend, because like they had just came out, which is fair, but like, my burst bomb jet. Come on. I waited for that. Sounds familiar to the things that happen nowadays in Splatoon 3.
It really does. Oh my gosh. And I hope they don't stop releasing weapon kits. There's so much opportunity for more. I like seeing these teams like setting up here and getting the pictures on the stage because, I mean, very well, it's like a 50-50 shot at this point on whether or not this is their last set. So
Do you like the little plastic beer can thing on their snarm there? Just taking note of that. I've seen a number of people wearing those actually.
Snarm?
Their arm. Sorry, sometimes there's just silly talk squeezing through. I usually would. I'm like, oh, my snarm.
Where's the snarm?
I can save it. The arm of their sweater. Their snarm. Yes.
Yes,
That's
sweater
what I meant.
arm.
No one has to know. You guys didn't hear that.
You know, I made this map list, but sometimes I look at it and I go, why did I do that?
You see, next time you gotta make these map modes a little more friendly to Hydra Splatling, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna rig the map pool,
Nice.
but I'm gonna make it
So,
all like good
Blue from
rapid
Depot,
maps.
right?
Yeah. Oh no. that just made me feel some
she
like
said yeah.
horror.
She said yeah. She said yeah. I win.
That was the nightmares
Not
that I
even-
just experienced
not
thinking
even a
about playing
zone
on
is a
Bluefin
treat?
Depot.
Just
That
one?
the wibbly wobbly zone that goes back and forth. Yeah. No, I would even prefer Splatoon 1 Bluefin over that, I think.
Oh, that's Splatoon 1 Bluefin, where the charger can reach you from like before you even drop.
Minus that, just on its own. Like move Splatoon 1 Bluefin into 3.
Okay.
And then no Clam Blitz, I guess. I don't know. I like Clam Blitz, but I don't know if that map can be solved.
Like literally, like, you remember how Mincemeat Clamblitz used to be the Clamblitz of all time? Like where like you never could get over there.
Yeah.
And then they fixed it so you could get over there. And Bluefin sauntered in and said, "Hey, it's my job. It's my job now. I'm gonna be the unscorable Clamblitz."
Yeah, it's quite the map mode.
Don't put me in charge of a map list. I'd throw a Bluefin in there for fun. Just one. Somewhere random.
Just they can have a Bluefin once or twice.
A game 5 in a group stage. So, you know, most people wouldn't even get to it. But a couple people would.
I do like just staring into the void of people like off playing on their stations and stuff like that. A lot of warm-ups. People are going to be starting to play top 16 in about 40 minutes or so. So a lot of people definitely a little bit nervous about that. I can say the top 16 aspect of the tournament is pretty darn stacked.
Yeah.
So I guess that kind of happens when you have so many people showing up. Is that there's bound to be some insanity going on in there.
I think that there are a lot of, number one, established groups that are here. Like people who either are on a team together right now or have been like together on a team in the past. And there are a lot of very strong like mid-level pickups that are also just kind of, you know, punching each other.
Yeah.
And part of the fun of being a mid-level pickup, didn't succeed at doing it this time, is like, you know, scrapping with all the other mid-level pickups to see which ones get to survive to go to Top Cut. That's why I don't think I ever mind losing, because they're always just so fun. Just to be toe-to-toe with a bunch of other mid-levels like that.
Oh yeah, and last night's set as well with the Redemption tiebreaker and those 3 teams showing up. And me, Magic, and Brush were all just running around like crazy people just trying to get everything sorted. And we're like, oh my gosh, Rissa, Fusion, stall for as long as you can while we set this up and we make sure everything is okay. And we're going to do these maps. And yeah, it was something unique that we've never seen before. If you haven't watched that, I would go back on the VODs. Please do that. And I think Stormy was recording the whole thing from the ground too.
Amazing. Yeah, it made that night like 45 minutes longer than I think was intended.
Yes, definitely did, but it was kind of worth it.
I came back to like see the insanity go on. It was funny.
Yeah.
It was honestly very funny. Like we actually almost had that happen at our side too. Like, cause it basically if we had, and we did not, if we had beat the team that fought us, like at the last part of the round robin, it would have been a 1-1-1 situation. We didn't. We got. We would
have just been here for another 40 minutes last night then too.
Well,
we could have been here all night.
Luckily, you evaded that because they had a Rapid Pro Deco, and those things are creatures. Not a bad thing. It's a respectable creature. A destructible.
Oh! There's no way.
I almost expected the sploosh v sploosh. That would have been funny. All right, well, one way to go in. These are fish that are going to be swimming.
I am at a loss for words. Where do I even start with this one? Is this serious?
No, I don't think they're Jay.
Oh my gosh. Not JK / SRS. Like, this is crazy though. I support it. This is so much fun.
This is great, and the hammer to get the back of the zone, not the zone, whatever, it's clamlets. I mean, these are weapons that can, like, zoop through the back. This is 4 weapons that want to get back into your base, and your job as, like, when you're on low quality is to tell them, please, stay away, please, I'm begging you, I'm asking nicely.
Yeah, they're pretty long range with the comp that they have, so I can see this working out for them. Well, that back gonna come out, but it's gonna be a little bit overkill, I suppose. The hammer as well.
It was so well, like, positioned, too.
Yes. Okay, and that Dynamo just reaching over those ledges as
Oh,
well,
no.
getting 2. They can really just use that range all they want because, look, if you don't get close to the sploosh, they can't really hurt you.
Oh, Coffee must be so glad that she brought out that Dynamo right now.
Yeah, you can eliminate a whole lot of little tiny mosquito splooshes in just one swing with the Dynamo, I would say.
You know, on our notes, I did take a read that apparently Tin Can, she was forced to forge for this one. But if you ask me, I think that forge is going to come in great handy to keep these ding-dang splooshes away.
But no one has dunked yet. This is another one of those maps that it does take quite some time to dunk. What? How did they get back so fast? They're not even cooler. Are they just running quick respawn?
Oh, yeah, we don't even know. I bet you they probably are.
I probably didn't even, like, look at...
I think we were too busy staring at the splooshes to take a true account of what was going on.
Well, I did see stealth jump that time at the very least, so we know that they're kind of going for stealth at the very minimum. Lila, yep, kind of think, yeah, that was gonna, oh, wait, okay, no, low quality is cooler, but I don't, there's no way for this, there's no way for the splooshes to be cooler.
It's double hammer and double whale, and you know what the other thing is, they have a lot of paint opportunities. Ooh, the hammer coming out and getting 1 at least. Now this is the question, can they stop Peter? They do!
Wait, run! Were they gonna jump out? Krusty?
Uh-oh, here comes hammer number 2. And you gotta realize there's a lot of, there's double whale. Both are about 60%, getting close to 70%, ready to pull in that extra whale.
Are they gonna be able to get another hammer out in time? That Dynamo is trying to spot some people out under the snipe. They get a little bit closer, but they are still cooler.
There's whale number 1. And there's whale number 2!
What?
Trying to come in if they jump to the hammer, that's points, but they don't have clams.
Oh,
so
no.
sad. Next time. All right,
Oh.
now here comes our more traditional team coming in with their push. Peter dropping that clam immediately, trying to get spotted by that sploosh. They do get spotted, it's understandable, but they got to keep that clam.
Yes. So they're finally holding onto it a little bit longer here, but now it seems that Coffee is kind of just forced to stand back a bit while they wait out these splooshes, because like it's so hard to run into them. They're just gonna sit in a little tiny speck like that.
And it's so hard to push up too, but as soon as I said that, they finally get what they needed, a wipeout, so they could bring some clams in. Now, while you're here in this base, you know the splooshes are about to drop down from every corner. You gotta get points and fast.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of trades happening, but that's not really necessarily what you would want in a defensive moment like this when your opponents are coolered. But what, are they just making a run for it?
I mean, why not? If one of them's underneath the base, they'd be able to jump in right away. I don't think any of them made it over for now, though.
That is wild. What? Wait, they're 3 down again, but where are the clams? Where's the economy at?
Crashing!
Oh no, the clam economy. We need Lily here, stat!
Oh no! Well, you know, they do have their clam. I forgot, this is the pity clam. I was like, wow, they finally got one. No, it's right there. Also, they've had plenty of clams across this game anyway. Oh, and they're trying to build to a power clam because there's only 40 seconds left on the clock. The idea is to keep these splooshes corralled as long as possible because they do put out a crazy amount of paint. Oh, here's some real clam economy going on right now.
I always get a little nervous when it's like these moments like that and I'm holding on to like 7. I'm like, let me just make a ball so they can't rob me if they splat me.
Dude, it's so sad when that happens. You
Yeah.
get splatted and it's just so over, so quick. Oh, it's so much harder to flank around when you have the big clam on you too, but when pulling out the whale is a pretty good idea.
Well, they are getting a little, what? Is this double hammer into the base? Are they gonna get, wait.
Oh,
Did they,
no,
no, they got it
okay.
in. I thought they missed. It was flying through the air for so long. Peter, wait. You can't just go past. They're under your basket, but they don't have anything. Wait, they're going to hold it for a little bit longer. Are they actually going to get a push here? The Pity Clam is still under the basket. Wait. They're grabbing more. They're coming back to those trades, but they ran out of time. You got to go a little faster than that.
That was funny, though. I think they're very happy about what they've done. I would be too. I put up a fight. I made the game last 5 minutes. I got to play quad sploosh on land and be a little silly. Who knows? Maybe they were serious about that.
I mean,
That's great.
at least you can say that if it was Turf War, they probably would have won. Like looking at that overhead.
Now, do they do it again on a Rainmaker? That's the question.
I think it would be a very bold and
But it's Rainmaker Manta.
not yet.
When we get there.
When we get there, it is guaranteed that we see that at some point.
Double hammer Rainmaker Manta?
Do you think they'll pull out like Reef Slider spam and Mako? I would love to see it. Just like for why am I forgetting the name of this weapon in the game?
Aerospray?
No.
Tetras?
The bucket that does the. Okay.
Maybe.
3v4, please.
little Dreadringer action? Is that what you're looking
yes.
for? The
Okay, I don't know
beloved?
why I forgot about it. I was literally
it's so
playing
good
like,
at painting. It's a beast.
it's a beast at painting. You put a lot of special charge on it, and then you'll spam Reef Slider all night long.
Or they could have the little structures.
Little structure.
Little structures. The other one, dude. Oh, did you see the tweet when Dreadringer D came out?
No.
The English translated one, right?
Yeah.
They say they talked about its kit, which has Wavebreaker and beacons. And in the official tweet, they made it very clear that you could put little structures all over the map.
Little
And
structures.
people took that by storm. They were like, yes, I will put my little structures all over the map.
That kit is kind of wild if you ask me, but like
It combos so good with the Reef Slider. Not Reef Slider. Oh god, it combos so good with the Dreadringer.
really.
But Reef Slider's just so fun on it.
Yeah,
It just feels good.
It would be the reason that I play it, so that's my #1 priority. What the signs that people have been bringing sub to
It's a cute
Kyochin? Wild.
Well, you heard them. We got John Splatoon over there. God bless.
John.
God bless. Oh no. I can't read.
What? Who's John Splatoon?
The John Splatoon.
Like, is he like little Timmy? Like
Yeah.
Splat Tim?
It's Splat Tim. It's the guy.
John Splatoon.
That's his official name, after all.
Do you have the brick lore? Because I don't quite have that one yet.
Fella's got a brick.
Yeah.
They're carrying it around.
Yeah.
They're letting people take pictures with the brick.
Okay.
I don't know
That's
if
where
there's
the lore
about
starts
it.
and ends. I would love more brick lore.
I could DM the brick carrier after we're done and find out, maybe. I met them at one point. They were very nice.
Kind of brick lore interview, if you know.
Yo! I bet he'd be down.
Oh wait, audience, we got some Stardew chickens. Yeah.
Let's go. I can see some creatures in the back. Couple of squid plushies over there, looks like. There's a Pichu hopping around in the air. Things are flying. Things are flying in the air. Look at this. As more time goes on. Oh! That one got some air on it. You gotta be so careful. You don't want to lose your little guys. Dude, freaking squid jumping out here.
That's crazy. Oh my! What did the whole prop go up at the end?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Nobody was hurt. Nobody was hurt in the making of this footage.
No plushies. No anything.
Nothing. I just feel like Fish Cubed is plotting something. Look at the smirk on him.
They
No,
know
they're
what
giggling.
they've done.
They're doing something silly.
Uh-oh. Watch, we could be tricked. They could think that they're about to do something silly, and then it opens up, and they've got the most, normal comp, known to man.
You're like, haha, this will really get them. They thought we were going to do 4 splooshes. Well, here's the meta.
I watched a set earlier today on stream before we fought them, and they were playing quad shooter for, a game because they were adapting. And we were like, oh, good, quad shooter, we could fight that. And then they came to us, completely different comp.
What?
Because they went back to normal.
Well, I think that may have been... I can't tell... Is that normal?
I would argue it's normal enough. If anything, they're saying, hey guys, we want the range now. We're gonna have it now.
I do like this coming out of Icy Hot, but we're backing up to Lila here, who is, I like the aggressive positioning on a charger, but I don't trust that when any kind of Inkzuka weapon is out on the field, which there is.
You just gotta be wary of it. No Zuka yet, time to go. You know, Squeezer being the second weapon to get to 220p. How does it feel? Quotes the sloshing machine player. Like, you know, if it takes a little while to get the Zuka, you have some time that you can push up and be annoying with your charger. Scope is so scary too on top of that.
Yeah, I never know how, because the way that you play to deal with a charger is slightly different when you're playing against the scope versus a regular one. And the laser matters a lot more with the scope.
There's your aforementioned Zuka coming out here. One more shot. Trying to catch a couple people off guard here. And honestly, this is a spot that Squeezer wants to be, and both the Dynamo want to be too. Oh, Krusty surviving that entire interaction. Power to them.
Krusty. How are they getting around all these things unharmed?
Not gonna lie, with a name like Krusty, they should be on low quality, given they're the icon.
I'm not sure if I follow.
Oh, like a Krusty JPEG.
Oh, yeah, it's crunchy. It's crunchy, it's crispy, it's crispy.
Oh, I want to see Icy Hot hit one of those shots on top of that left, like that left or right side so badly.
Yeah, and I like this usage of super chumps as well, where you just like flop them out in front of the zone and you're like, hey, stay away for a second. I want this lead. Can you just like back up a little bit?
Asking really nicely. Completely rinsing that wall is always very funny here. This is the opportunity that Fish Cube, I feel like, has been looking for. You know, they swap their kits around. They're still having fun their way, I would argue. And they got this zone unlocked. They only need a few more ticks till it's theirs. Of course, in zones, all you need to do is get like the zone taken away from you just once and everything falls apart sometimes. But they didn't even lose the zone during all that.
Yeah, I think the Booyah Bomb might seal the deal just a little. What? What? Was that a partial? I haven't seen partial since Splatoon 1. I might be old.
Don't worry, they still do it out there. I've died to plenty of them. Oh, and the Chump's kind of forcing Lila to back away for a second from this zone, trying to buy Fish Cube a little bit extra time. Oh, a great spot to hide from that Zuka there. Surviving is so important. Here comes the vacuum to make sure they get this zone back. They gotta hold the zone for like about 20 seconds or so, and they'll be able to get it back. Gonna hold this till the last second here. What a great shot!
Yeah, the reaction time was just crazy there. But it was great that they were able to hold onto the zone by using that vac for a little while. My favorite thing is when they absorbed a special off of that. But it looks like that Fish Cube decided to hold off just for that in mind. But a Dynamo sharking is crazy. Wait, are they trying to replicate the other team's comp at all? Like, Dynamo was rare enough that I'm like, is that what this person actually plays?
Who knows? Now, I want to see, they've got a couple of seconds here to take this back here. It's going to be a 3v3 scenario. Got to get that zone really quick, trying to run up to it, but I don't think they're going to make it in time.
What?
What a game.
Fish Cube coming back out of that. Oh my goodness.
We're going to have the 0-2 here. Now, if you're Fish Cube, you're thinking to yourself, I want to turn this into a 1-2.
Yeah, well, what on earth? Yeah, that like, how are they coming back from these so well? Like, it feels like they're just like putting down like whatever they're getting thrown at them. Like, they have the pizza and they're just going, nope, smack.
Now, you know, I think if you're in chat, I think that you want Fish Cube to get that comeback too. 62% to 38. That's a lot of points that are on the line right now.
Well, you got to root for the underdog sometimes.
I mean, personally, I would just love to see a Game 5, so I wouldn't mind seeing it continue to run.
There's been so many Game 5s this weekend. It's been kind of crazy.
And I think that's what people want. Oh, look, see? You can see the whole thing here now that we're on this screen. It's consuming something. Can't tell exactly what it is. It's definitely like a food type thing.
Okay.
I think it's a drink.
Oh.
I think it's a bevy of some kind.
Oh, this thing.
No, the other one.
What?
The low quality one. I said Fish Cube an accident. I'm throwing.
What?
Like when we were throwing the pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, that's what I thought that it was.
Oh, it's not a food. It
Yeah.
might be a mic.
Yes.
Oh, no. Well, we're here
'Cause it's
back
like-
on the mic seeing a disconnection on the screen.
What? How are we having another one? No, we
There
gotta
it
make them
goes,
play it
yeah.
out. We gotta go by them rules that we have online as well.
Well, there it goes.
Manta Maria. See, that's one of those maps that I put in the pool very selfishly as a spectator because I'm like, I hate playing on this so much, but I like watching other people play on it
Yeah.
a lot more. So
You've probably played your fair share of Manta Maria, especially on Rainmaker, and it's just one of those modes where, like, sometimes you get this intense, crazy back and forth because of how quick you can get to that second checkpoint and, like, win the whole thing if people aren't looking. Sometimes the match ends in 20 seconds because nobody's looking and you just zoop the Rainmaker back in. It's like a coin flip. Like, you know what I've got? You know what I got in my pocket? I've got a D20. Let's see.
oh my gosh.
Roll for 20-second knockout. I rolled a 9. It's not looking too good.
Oh no. Man, we gotta have more predictions like that. Why do you have a D20 on you?
I saw it on my desk before I left, and I was like, you know what? It could be funny some point to pull that out.
That would be really funny, just to be like, see two people arguing, and then you just pull it out like, you're right.
When you have a number so far in the middle, it doesn't become very useful. So
Yeah.
another time.
Just go like under 10, you're right. Over 10, you're wrong.
When you're so close to 10, it's like,
Maybe
you know,
it's pretty
that-
equal, but like
maybe that means we'll get like a nice back and forth going on. It was so far away.
debate class.
More people should bring D20s to debate class. That'd be smart.
Yeah.
I never did a debate class. I did a philosophy class.
I haven't done either.
Professor was right about everything. We were not allowed to argue against her. It was a really great philosophy class.
What? That is.
I will always be salty because I was like, I went into it being a petty like stemmer, and I was like, oh, this is my easy A. Wrong.
Nope.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, we have 4 players on both
Let's
sides
go!
now. Let's go.
Junior Gaming!
Oh, S-Blast.
Tim gets to play her S-Blast. Let's go.
Finally.
Freed from jail. Oh, and we've got Celts on almost everybody here except for the Junior, of course, with the glorious double bomb.
The Dynamo already coming out on this. What?
Ooh,
They were like, yeah,
burrito!
someone's going to go after me. I better just do that little generic slosh over the side there. Like that, it's such good prediction of how your opponents play. And that's kind of what you have to do when you play a weapon that's as slow as Dynamo. Like you need to react before your opponents do. And then they just have to play into it.
All right, listen, the dice can't be wrong here. So, you know, low quality is not about to get the knockout here.
Well, yeah, probably not.
I mean, they could. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait.
I mean, I only said 20-second knockout.
No, hold on. Oh, yeah. So, but it was a 9. It would be close. So, I should put more Rainmaker when I want, like, my tournament to run faster. Wait. That's way too close.
You know what, though? Maybe Fish just once their backs against the wall, and now they're gonna run.
Oh,
to
they're
get
all
to
running
5.
LDE.
True. I didn't look. They might be for all we know. All the members of Fish are up right now. 2 members of Low Quality going down here. The Pop getting a 3rd one. All they gotta do is watch out for the Dynamo. We're taking the Rainmaker out of here. All they gotta do is paint up and then start their push.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Like, they do have to get back into this, maybe with a bit different of an outlook. That Crab Tank is coming out pretty early, but so many bombs are coming out of Low Quality. Wait, what did Tin get behind Mono?
They wanted it. They wanted it more. Dude, I'm just watching so many people, like, every time an aggro goes in that little ledge there, they always just blow up. Oh, and we got the scrap of a lifetime going on here. Peter coming out on top. What a great little fight. Oh, and there's the Zuka. They needed that Zuka right now, honestly. Checking for anybody up on the bunker.
Yeah, I mean, Fish still has to get to the Fish. What can I say? But I guess dominating the midsection of the map is going to be first on their agenda for that. They do see Peter running out here, and I feel like Low Quality has kind of put themselves in a spot in this game where they said, hey, we pushed it to 6. That's more or less a knockout. We just have to wait a few more minutes, and then this should be ours. Like, the set should be ours. So I would love to see Fish Cube kind of take them off their feet here and say, well, you thought you had won, but really that's not the case.
The answer is there was a Dynamo and an S-Blast waiting for you right there. Now, both these teams do have a lot of paint output, so like it's not the easiest game in the world for Fish Cube to paint everything and run. I mean, minus the S-Blast. The S-Blast, I feel like, does put Fish Cube at a slight paint advantage. All they gotta do is take an opportunity and run for it.
What? Oh, a little bit of bagging on the stream. Let's go, Tin. Are we going to get another pick? They're just a little bit out of the reach. I know this blaster struggle. Come on. One more
This is so
indirect.
real.
It's going to be a double. Let's keep going.
You know, maybe they want to save the bag for when they get another direct.
Maybe.
That feels so real.
I mean, look, when it's a shot that impressive, like, you kind of got to go for it, right?
It's true. Whoa, Tin didn't die on that bomb. That's crazy. I saw that close. I was like, no, it's so over for them. But no, she lived. Oh, wait. Lila! Does anybody know?
That's going to be a DC for sure. Look at those dogs walling around. Oh, my gosh.
I did one tap on the desk earlier and DC'd somebody after a game ended. Like, we were excited. I was like, yeah, good job. And bam.
Oh, my gosh.
What a great set to watch, though. What a fantastic, just watching them fight, watching the sploosh shenanigans, and watching Low Quality come out on top. These are people, look at how happy they are just to be there.
Yeah, so much love. And that means that they're going to go to finals for Wave Pool. That's something else. So we should be able to get rolling into that pretty darn fast.
Now the question is, did the team that we saw earlier,
it could be Jelly Squids against them now. I'm not too sure. Do we have like a bracket to look at? Question mark.
This is the part where it comes out right in front of us right now.
Woo! Aquatic Landguard 3-0 actually. So that means it's going to be Low Quality versus Aquatic Landguard in finals that we're seeing here.
I love the pun. It's so great.
Yeah, Aquatic Vanguard.
I'm assuming it has to be mostly members from Aquatic Vanguard.
I think so.
I've seen their jerseys, I'm pretty sure. Like, I've seen their gear. They're gonna come out all decked out here onto the stream. You'll probably be able to see it if we get the camera running on the over on the setups. Well, I gotta give them a little bit of time to get over, but that'd be nice to see.
Back in my day, you know, we just wore the little Timmy shirts, and then that was what was there, right? But yeah, not anymore. Were you at Genesis 7?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember? Everyone had like Mudcup was wearing a little Timmy shirt this weekend. It's like a staple now.
I have to. I gotta.
It was like
see
this whole fake esports org that they had made up called Little Timmy Esports.
Yes.
And it had
I remember we were doing this at, like, I remember it was happening at like 1 or 2 a.m. in the venue. Like it was going really late. We all had our laugh, and then we went back to bed. And then at like 5 a.m. the fire alarm went off.
Yes. I remember that so much. I just remember like shaking my roommates awake and I'd be like, gotta go. And, like Tetsu didn't want to go and I'm like, what if it's actually on fire? And he's like, And like, so we go downstairs and like I remember Charo was down there and he like left so fast that he didn't have shoes on.
No.
And he was like on the streets in like Oakland with no shoes and they're like, yeah, we're gonna go get some food. Like they wanted to find some place that was open at that hour.
So like,
yeah.
I remember after that happened, we just stayed in the venue and just played games because like, why are you gonna go back to bed when it's 5 a.m.? It was after all the Splatoon stuff was over for the weekend, so all that was left was the Smash stuff. So I was like, we're already here for the rest of the weekend. Might as well do whatever. Do you remember one time? I think at one time we weren't able to get in the venue and people were like Beyblading outside. What? There was like definitely a Beyblade setup on the ground at some point. I don't remember if it was during the fire alarm shenanigans or if it was some other time, but there was definitely one.
That is insane. They were like, oh my gosh, I have to grab my personal belongings. Beyblade. Like,
listen, you want to let it rip, not let it burn.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
I love that pun. Haha. Man. The land stories that I've accumulated over the years, and Genesis was just one of those weird ones, and you just you run into people and you're like, that was kind of weird.
Yeah, and like each venue is so different. That's why I kind of like going to different places. That's why the Kalahari being new to me is nice because like I walk in, I'm like, wow, it's so nice to be at another hotel land, because last time I did one of those was Genesis.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think Big House had a hotel venue, right?
I think it was attached. I wasn't there, so I don't know. I've never
I
been
was
there.
not in the attached venue anyway. I was playing with Ash and Tim and Mudcup actually.
Oh my gosh.
And I remember that me and Tim and Ash were trying to room together, and we're trying so hard to find ourselves a hotel, because I think the main hotel blocks for Big House had already filled up at that point. And I'm looking around online trying to find some, like, you know, some cheaper hotels, because, you know, money. And I'm like, wow, these ones are so cheap every night. Detroit is, like, basically on the Canadian border.
Right.
Almost booked hotels on the Canada side. That's why they were cheap. 'Cause they weren't in the States.
Honestly, should have just done it. Just cross the border every day. Be like, we're
No.
Americans, but it was cheaper to stay here, so.
I wonder how long it takes to, like, do that if you wanted to hop over. I've never left the U.S., so I'd have no
Oh,
goddamn
you
clue.
really do you not have a passport either?
I do have a passport. I fixed that recently.
Ooh.
I got my passport literally like a week ago.
Okay, so now you can do that.
Beat
I-
it. Got it by 30. We did it. I'm 28. Got it by 30.
You got Unk status now.
Yes. Oh, it's just a good time.
So that means I can start hosting Splatoon majors in Canada, right?
I mean, if you ask me, there'd be a lot of people that'd be really happy about that.
There would be a lot of people happy about that, but would there be a lot of people showing up?
I mean, there is a Canada scene, and there are so many Canadians that come down for this, you know?
Mhm, that is true as well. I get sometimes the impression that as like a lot of the American side of Splatoon, at least in North America, a lot of people I know don't have passports and probably would be like, I'm not going up to Canada for this. Well, I don't know if
That's
our
true.
community's ready for it yet, but maybe.
I know the U.S. has some kind of rules, like where depending on what like ID you have, like you can go without a passport.
Yeah, but I think you have to drive. I don't think they'd let you do it at the airport. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. All right, fellas in Texas, it's time to drive to Canada. Are you ready for this?
All right, let's get on the Chino bus and go.
Let's go! Ink 95!
Yeah, Chino bus. Well, I never even got to see the Chino shuttle at all. I'm just amazed that, like, he's running all of that, and table turf, and playing, and volunteering.
There's people don't know this probably. There's a real table turf setup going on with the little square bits and like the number cards and like actual table turf cards. It's awesome.
That is something else.
I need to find it at some point just to take a peek. I saw it yesterday at the fire pit, but I didn't get to stay and look at it for too long.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder where people will hang out tonight if it's raining and you can't go outside. Do you think people just wouldn't care and then go out to the fire pit anyway?
I think some people would. Absolutely, yeah. I think some people will go to the fire pit. I think some people will find some stuff to do inside the Kalahari. Like there's like VR and all these other things. I don't know how late they are open on a Sunday. I hope late because I want to have fun. But, you know, it is what it is.
Someone's being told to play a very specific weapon, it looks like. Do we have a Forged Splattershot Pro enjoyer here? Oh, wait. Doi, it's Tin Can.
Oh, yeah. Right,
She was
we're going
forced
right
on
back into
Forge.
it. I can't believe you guys let Coffee have those pronouns on stream. Your/mom.
Oh, no.
Wow. I gotta. Oh, well, now they're gone.
07, 07, 07.
07.
Well, we have one new group to the stage here. Aquatic Land Guard out here. Twig, Ike, Matt, Sinnoh, and that one nerd. Getting the selfie. Love to see it. Look at the jerseys. Isn't that so nice?
They're so cute. I like seeing more teams with the jerseys nowadays, especially when they're like nice and custom and you got everything going on for them.
I love to see it. You see, guys, you're getting a little behind the scenes here as we're looking for our lovely information. We love to see it.
Oh yeah, there's Aquatic Land Guard.
We love to see it. I don't know. I don't know if we should read that. I don't know if we should read that info out loud. Just notice they told us something very special about themselves.
Yeah, I guess so. Joke, question mark.
Joke?
Joke? But what if?
They'll be happy to know that we saw.
Yeah, I'm sure. We saw your note. Thank you for sharing with the world.
Now go ahead and get like a bajillion splats to prove it, to show.
Yeah.
In game, I mean. In game. In game.
The implications are wild.
Shout out also to Ike. I look at the list. Apparently plays all weapons.
All weapons. Every single one.
Need more than a D20 for that.
Wow.
Need more than that for sure. Man, oh man. Ugh.
We could go by classes, I guess.
I want to see more dueling gameplay.
Dueling gameplay, yeah.
I'd like to see a dueling. Maybe even Reef Slider Dapple.
I would love that, honestly, at this point. I think, if I'm correct, this does start on Splat Zones on Umami, so I don't know if it's quite... Are we reefing here? Is it a reef spot? I think it's one of those that's kind of weird for reef, isn't it? Does it paint through the giant chunk in the middle?
You've got 2 zones on each side, right? I think if you did Reef Slider on the tippity top, you wouldn't get either one. I think you'd be a little sad.
Does it like paint through the middle block though? Because I know sometimes Reef Slider does, but I think that one might be too thick.
I'm gonna say no. I mean, I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm gonna say no. I feel like, do you ever think a team has like purposely ran double Reef Slider, so they can just like take both zones at once, like double Reef Slider? Have you seen it?
I want to. I think. Wow. We definitely had some Reef Slider shenanigans at Genesis this year.
Ooh.
Like in some of the final, like the top 3, I believe. But it was definitely not double. I think it was just like, all right, we're getting a lot of them. Here they come. Be prepared or not.
Please. I would love to see it. I don't think we're seeing that here, but in a few seconds we'll know the truth. Is there another zones game later as well? Oh yeah, it does look like we'll end on there if we get there too. So, and that one's a much more Reef Slide cheesable one if we get there.
If we get there, yeah. I mean,
one more chance.
I don't know which one I'm manifesting or not. I think we're on opposite sides of this. I'm like, yeah, tournament bracket gonna be on time. We 3-0 this real quick. Hey, yeah. I just know there's like gotta be people from like top 16 running up to the TO desk like, match now? Let's start the match.
Fighting?
Now.
They run side by side, right? So.
After this, it starts top 16. I think it uses all the setups that are possible. So
that makes sense. Yeah, who knows how much scrapping is going on behind us right now? You know, we've got a giant LTC sign. We don't even get to know.
It is a very nice sign, though. I don't know. It's the last one. Maybe I'll just stuff that in my suitcase, and no one has to know.
You go to the airport. They're like, "What's that?" Oh, they even have all their splash tags matching.
I love when teams do that. Take Your Meds was one of those teams, and I was like, why aren't your things the Band-Aids? And they were like, oh my gosh, wait, you're right.
Oh, and they have Custom X-Flow! Let's go.
Custom X-Flow. Okay, well, we're going right to, it's gonna be, I almost forgot the kit for a second, but it's Splash Down.
And Wall.
Yeah, that is
it's a beast.
Fascinating. And I think that works for Umami because there's really only so many ways you can come out of. And, you know, I think an X-Flow, when you get them in the right spot, is just going to, like, dominate one spot.
Oh, and here comes the Inkjet telling people, hey, please stay back there. It's our turn to be on the stage. We want to get a couple of cool points in here. I wonder, how far are those Splashdown fists is going to reach when they come down on zone?
Oh, actually, you know what? You might be onto something there.
Ooh.
I think they'll go down all the way, even if you're on the top.
That was a good direct. And we're going to see the first push coming in here from Low Quality, trying to come back and take this zone. The Booyah Bomb getting caught on the side by like a smidge. So sad. It's still got a splat, though.
Oh, no. Getting caught in that radius is rough. How is Nerd got out of that so fast? Like, hey, I got my splat. I'm out. I'm dipping. Bye.
I can't believe he got to live that, too. Love to see it. And here's Azuka saying, hey, please, our turn now? Our zone now? Can we get past 70?
It would be good for them right now, surely. But that is an interesting cooler spot to drop it down there, at least for Aquatic Landguard. Like, oh, gotta go in this corner, got the soda, but now how do I get out?
With the splashdown, I think.
Oh, wait!
Was that a tap? It was. They got crushed by it.
Yeah, I thought Coffee flew off and like a bounce back thing, like off of the map, but no, that was just my eyes being weird. Coffee going onto the what?
Oh, this is a complete turnaround, honestly, for low quality. We're down at 25 ticks now, grabbing the drinks. Even if they get splatted, they'll be back so fast, running away. And, you know, with 2 down, 3 down, it's just the zap. This might be it.
Do we get another bag? Do we get another bag?
Oh, and the tap shots to cover the zone.
Wait, what? They're holding on at 1? Wait, they have to. What? No way. Sino! Right on a beater. What are you doing, bro?
Oh, now this is a completely different game. It was supposed to be over. If you're low quality, you wanted it to be done there. What a great showing by both teams already. We're only 2.5 minutes into the set.
Yeah, and they have 75 points of penalty to tick through if they want to take this back. So, I mean, like, Aquatic Landguard has a very, very valid shot at coming back from this.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, I'm a little bit biased. I see the custom Explo. I see any bucket, and I'm immediately a fan, honestly. Oh, Sino with the Zuka out again. Whoa! The great turnaround shot.
You know, getting picked off there, but they had cooler. They got all the value they possibly could have out of that Zuka. One pick per shot, and then going down. That means I think they still retain the third one when they come back with the counter because of the cooler.
That's a lot there also. Earlier, I know they're striking right now. Earlier, saw her like paint the feet of her dino.
Whoa! With the double strike. What? How are they going to double with just the triple ink strike? Delilah going to be climbing up here onto the left side while Tin is making a very gutsy fight against Ike, who's on the inkjet. What is this positioning?
The positioning of people who want the zone now.
They don't have that much to deal with. I like this position. Speaking from experience, Ike is in the exact correct spot to be defending this right now. Like, look at all these places you can reach with just that Rapid Blaster alone.
And you have so much chip between the Rapid and the Explo, too. Here's the Booyah Bomb trying to corral a couple of the members of low quality so Aquatic Landguard can keep holding this zone. They really don't want to give it up again. They really don't want to get another penalty. Ooh!
That's going to be 2 down there on the right side of the zone. They're holding this down. They don't have any more penalty left. It's in less than a minute. Those points tick down faster than seconds themselves. Ike moving up on the right side here does have that inkjet. Might get a little bit gutsy here and pull that out. What? But it's in the middle of the strikes. I don't think that was planned at all.
No. Oh, and they still got to keep the zone for a while. Though I think it's about to go back in the hands of low quality here.
Wait. But they have the other side. Sino. No,
Peter!
They need to catch on to Peter. Peter coming behind with the cooler, but sees the cooler. Wait, what's that? What? Are we doing a merry-go-round here?
Dude, we're at a hotel, not a carnival.
Musical chairs.
They're trying so hard to get this on, and there's the flip. There's the flip now. They got 65 ticks to run through Aquatic Landguard. They want to take this back again. Getting a good splat with the with the splashdown. The Zuka coming out, trying to get a couple of picks.
Wait. It's 7 seconds left. Wait, they're going to be able to come to the other side of the zone. They're holding one more time. That's 3 down. It's just the charger.
Uh-oh. Now, this is where things get scary. Because if you can't get past that choke, if you punch up too much, you might not be able to get back down there again.
What?
Ike!
Through the grates? Wait, they're in their base. They're so far. It's just going to be the charger one more time. They have triple strikes. Are they going to have to use them? They're dropping down. Are they going to be able to hold the zone? They have to buy some time.
Oh, and a splat with that actually does help out. It's a 2v3 scenario here right now. The fighting coming out from all sides right now. 2v3.
Wait, it's just one of this. It's the charger again. How does this keep happening? It's the 3rd time in a row it's happened, and they take the lead. Oh my gosh, the pop off there.
What a fight. What do you do after that? You lock in.
You jump around and you freak out like, what? Who? What a comeback from Aquatic Landguard. You know, like partway through that game, I thought about the predictions and people saying Aquatic Landguard was gonna win this, and I was like, I don't know. This is very, good for low quality right now, but like, dang, they came around.
But at the same time, low quality put up a really good fight. They got to win. They basically won the game until they didn't win the game.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to be coming back swinging
Yeah.
after that. They're like, wow, that was our game.
Yeah, that was definitely like their game. I am mildly shooketh at the moment.
It's like when you're playing a carbon roller and you get like a 99.8, and you're like, that was my kill.
Yeah, like, well, come on, touch a speck of ink for me. Come on. Like, what are you doing?
It's my game.
Yeah.
They're going to be back. We're going to see it. We're going to see it.
Oh, absolutely.
Hate to say it, but with gameplay like that, this could end up going to a game 5.
We're going to be here all night.
Wow. It's okay. That's why a number of us are here at the hotel already to make it a little bit easier. Not all.
Oh, boy. Well, that train's going to be there, and we're all going to miss our flights tomorrow, so we're going to spend the rest of the week here.
That's actually a legitimate issue, wouldn't it be?
I guess so. I mean, if you're cutting it so close that the train gets in the way, I don't know.
For those that don't know, there's a train that passes in front of the Kalahari. And this morning, at the start of the event, there were a number of teams who couldn't get in when the event started because a train was blocking the entrance to the hotel. It's really cool like that.
It's been happening to many a food order as well. Just
no. How long does it take to go?
It's like a I think it's like a cargo train. So I think I haven't seen it myself yet, but I have seen the tracks.
We need like a video.
Yeah.
Like somebody's gotta just like deliver that to every person. Like just like one guy who has a video of the train, be like, okay, you see the train, you see the train.
Yeah. That darn train. We couldn't run a tournament on time, but you know, hey, we can just go. What more could we have done? I don't know. Stop trains from running, I guess.
Ask really nicely.
Yeah.
Just like you know, maybe low quality will ask me nicely. Hey guys, you wanna let us have this 1-1? No, doesn't work like that though. Here we go on Rainmaker Crab Leg Capital. We get more Explo Gaming.
Hopefully, no.
Oh, Tent Gaming though.
You know what? Love to see it. It is a little scary when there's so many greats and it's like, oh, someone could just come behind me and like get on my bum. But you know, look, we'll see what happens.
Oh, and that's gonna be the brush going down immediately. But that Zuka comes out trying to get things going here. Low quality wants those points, understandably.
Wait, the 10's behind. Wait, are we taking care of it?
Oh,
How
that's
is it
a
still alive? Okay, it's just going to be Twig left. They kind of are, they're not going to want to drop on this, I think, for the best of them.
I was watching Twig and Peter at that standstill for a moment, then both just sharking and waiting for the other guy to get a little too close. So real.
That checkmate point is kind of rough because on one hand, you don't really want to pick it up. You don't really want to, like, you don't want to leave it alone either, though, because they can just make that jump. So it's kind of counterproductive no matter what decision you make there.
I like the combination of the ink vac and the crab tank there because naturally people want to shoot at a crab tank. Free points.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait. No, that's really good. I do like that. And sometimes it's better to just duck and hide away, though, when that kind of thing is out. Because if you don't have a chance to destroy the crab tank very quickly, like if you don't have enough power to do it, you might need to hold on to that because the crab tank will win.
Oh, there's numbers coming. The crab tank trying to reach anybody that might still be on that corner. They're trying to catch the... Oh! And they successfully did get the guy with that. We love to see it.
Wait, Aquatic Landguard is moving this out onto the right side. I didn't even notice them getting a checkpoint at any time during this game, but that is like, all right, they snuck that past our grip.
All right, fine with that. You got to run with that Booyah Bomb. Unfortunate. That was a really good opportunity there, too. That Booyah Bomb coming in clutch from Tin to make sure they hold on to, you know, maybe getting a little closer to this win. Had to load in the rhyme there. Oopsie.
Well, all right, I guess so. I mean, Tin's on the bottom left, trying to get some, I guess, paint, some turf in mid here. They're trying to find the other members of Aquatic Landguard right now. It feels a little too good to be true that they could just probably grab that Rainmaker and start moving it, but seems like maybe it was a bit too much time because now Sinnoh has that crab tank ready. Is actually stopped by Tin by getting him through the back.
Honestly, I think that Tin's positioning earlier was great. Just for the fact that...
Oh, that's how you know they're feeling themselves.
Oh my goodness me. Here comes the Booyah Bomb coming out here. trying to, you know, the great thing about that Booyah Bomb is just the fact that, like, sometimes you'll go and grab the Rainmaker and the Booyah Bomb comes to the wall and then you die.
I hate that so much.
It's happened to the best of us. I love throwing a Booyah Bomb underneath the ledge just a little bit so it, like, pops out right as you're there. I would understand, though, if Low Quality wants to be a bit careful with their pushing, given the fact that they held on to that other game until near the end. They don't want to give one up on accident here again.
Yeah, and this map is very scary because once you do get on those grates, it moves very, very fast, like point-wise. So, like, obviously they're going to want to get a bigger push than what they currently have if they want to do a better job at defending this. But that's easier said than done because Sinnoh is up there. They're going to lose that lead. They're moving up there, but what a jump rolling right into that bomb there is going to stop everything.
The crab just works such a good damage sponge. Like, even if you can't always, like, do what you want to do with it, having something there in the way just makes all the difference in the world. And we got the cooler out also right now, so, you know, as a charger, you can take a more aggressive position and get away with it, because what? You get splatted, you come right back.
Yeah, that cooler is just such a great momentum maintaining piece for any team, and we see it come out right now. Obviously, Aquatic Vanguard here, they have 1 minute left. They want to start using aggression to defend rather than sitting back in their base and hoping that nothing will come out of Low Quality, because they know darn well by this point that Low Quality is not to be messed around. Wait! The double back fight!
Didn't last long, but it was great. Yo!
Getting the pick on a Sinnoh. Lila is not playing around and has been absolutely the MVP in these last few games.
There's not many people to stop this push right now. Actually, this could be the run.
I think it is.
The brush!
Wait.
Making the craziest save in their life right there.
Tin's behind that Rainmaker. They have to stall for time. They need to get some jump-ins. Who's going to come in? Wait, they're going to pick there. They stopped the Rainmaker as well. That's going to be 2 people there. Wait, don't get too close. It's just going to be the brush behind.
It's just the brush, though. Do they know?
Twig's going to go down as a 2v2. It's just Lila there. Once again, putting these jumps in here. That's going to be huge.
Oh, but they might not have the time. They're just going to keep the Rainmaker shield big so they can't have another push.
Oh my gosh, so close.
So, the 45, the 42.
These have been some of the closest games I've ever seen in months. What the 1 point difference.
Like, numbers don't always tell a story. You see a 0 and a 2, and you're like, oh, Aquatic Vanguard, they must be like the better team. It's been ping, back and forth. It's so great to see.
Like, from the near knockout in game 1 to an actual knockout is just mind-blowing.
Yeah.
An overtime knockout. Like, those are pretty rare.
The question is, are we going to see, how far is this? Let's see, can I get my hand to point to the tower? There it is. We got the tower control game right here. Does the tower go from, like, one side all the way to the other side?
Oh, yeah, it goes, like, right into the spawn on that one.
Do we see it touch both spawns?
Maybe. I'd love to see it at this point.
It.
You know what? We could make this the closest 3-0 in LAN history. I don't know.
I mean, hey, it's not finals for nothing if it's not crazy, right?
Yeah. For real.
And I don't know, if I'm them, I'm going home whether you win or whether you lose this set thinking, wow, I fought for my life out there.
And, it's one of those sets that I think even if I were in the position of Low Quality and I go to this and it doesn't end up being a win for them, which they do have to reverse to do at this point, I think I would still be like, yeah, that was a great set. I had a lot of fun.
Like, it's going to be something we get to remember. Because we read earlier that they actually have disbanded since. But, like, they's like, hey, man, we almost won that whole thing. They made such good pushes. One who's gonna get the first push this time. I feel like it tends to be, Low Quality. That, like, has a very strong open, and like Aquatic Vanguard kind of comes back and takes it. But I don't know.
I'm so glad that they've been able to hold up and keep things straight when they're like, oh no, we are so close to losing, and hold things together, because that does take a lot.
Oh, totally. That push at the end of the Rainmaker match where you had like even though the brush was there, obviously getting picks, every time they got a little closer, someone always stayed there and tried to keep that momentum going, even when they didn't have the cooler at the end of the match. They're like, don't worry, I'm here, jump to me, let's try again. And even if they didn't get it, at least got like 2 steps closer. We love to see.
Yeah, it's great. There is a lot going on in this venue. I don't even know if that's getting picked up at all, but like what?
They're really excited about Splatoon 3.
Yeah, they love Splatoon.
Yeah.
They're like, yay, aquatic land guard, land guard.
Yeah, see, it's like call and response. You talked about aquatic land guard, and they went, wow. I was hoping they were going to do it as soon as I did it too, alas. We are going to be going to tower control ship shape soon, which is, we've seen a lot of Zuka action. This is a yucky Zuka map.
What map is not a yucky Zuka map? Oh, game starting.
Uh-oh, I ran out of time to answer the question.
I'm seeing the 5-star badges from Sinnoh as well on the Splash-O-Matic. I'm wondering if that's going to come out. 52 gal.
Pencil. V-Blaster.
Well, the pencil, you know what, that can kind of be accepted, but this is looking pretty meta.
I'm already fearing Blaster on tower, throwing out its big bubbler.
What? Oh, what? Oh, that camera angle. I thought I was going like what?
They're gonna be flying with it there, like, oh man. Like, we've had a number of games where it's very back and forth, right? The Blaster bubbler can burn a lot of time.
Ooh, that trade is actually going to be so huge for them. What? What?
Duh. Did they land like past the drop and actually just end up down there and we thought they fell off?
Yeah, no, I think they were jumping out as they were falling as well, so that just made it look even crazier. Oh, what on earth?
I don't think I've ever gotten away with something like that in my life. They were so close to getting that. Watch out for the auto bomb, still chasing.
Tin's moving up here on that right side, finally gets onto the tower, but what a start to that game that was. We know it's going to be fun. Oh, well, there's the yucky Zuka we aforementioned.
One of many, perhaps. Now we've got Matt trying to take a position over here. You see, this is all about just trying to keep people away, wait for your teammates to spawn back in, and then be able to push the tower some more.
Yes. So Matt is going to be running up there onto the left and moving up a little bit, kind of leaving the tower alone. But who is going to get on it? Like, Nerd's like, wait, guys, hold on. I got to get on the tower here.
I mean, on the side of low quality, you have the GG strikes and the GG booyah. So, like, if they can get that tower push going, they have a lot to, like, stop the enemy team from hippity hopping back on.
Yeah, it's something you want to hold on to for at some points in the game, and it's kind of worrisome when you have a map like this when things are also bound to go rather quickly if things go wrong. What? Lila has been hitting these shots. I almost thought she was going to go for another like tap shot in the corner.
I think give enough time, and maybe they would have done it. All
I
right.
would love to see it.
Peter's got the Zuka out, trying to catch opponents. This is one of the. Oh, I wanted to see that Zuka arc down and get them. Sinnoh coming out on top there. He's going to be pushing right for that tower. You just don't want to let any more points get put on the board here, honestly. Low quality taking the lead. It's not a strong lead, but it is a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, low quality has been doing. What?
Uh-oh.
What? I just blinked and I'm hearing all this yelling. What is going on? 3 are down. That's going to be a wipe. That is bound to be the lead. Sinnoh is still in their base. He's like, all right, time to play turf war. No one's here to stop me.
And it is a weapon that paints pretty good. Oh, and there's Azuka coming out from Matt here. He doesn't want to let them push up. It's all about getting as many points as possible while you've got this fantastic momentum going on. Sinnoh, run for your life! So close.
Wait, Ike, how did you even know they were there? What? Into the direction of Peter! Moving up into the center here. Are they going to get more? They see that people are going to go up at the top right there. That auto bomb is going to clue them in. Can you get another shot into the Dynamo? See, the Dynamo's out of ink. What are they going to do?
Oh, and does Ike know about the pencil that's right above him? That's the question. The pencil's on his team. I'm lying.
That bubble is getting ready there, and they're at 28. I can just see that being used for one of the others. Hey, you could have gone to tower and popped that, but why not pop it here? And I can be an absolute nuisance on the left side of that flat.
Ooh, and I think there was a little sneaky bomb that got them there. We're going to be back watching Ike again on this blaster, ready to catch the Dynamo as soon as they think it's safe. Ooh, the back-to-back directs. Can you get another one?
One
Can
more.
you find one more?
One more. No, not going to chase for it. You know what?
That's fair.
We've cut our losses and we said, hey, you know, that's good enough. We can keep pushing the tower like this.
All right, now we got the members of low quality here getting Sinnoh out of the way so they can grab this tower and go again. Here's the Zuka coming out, trying to ask the members of Aquatic Vanguard, please, please, please back off. Oh, Ike. Oh, and he's got the big bubbler there.
Oh yeah, he popped that and just kind of backed off. I like the usage of it when you.
What a great pinch.
It's like an anti-use when you pop it and you run away from it because it's like, why'd you pop it? What's going on in there? Oh, and then people just go after it. It's a complete bait trick, and I love it so much. But also having it on the tower is great protection for the people like the
People like low quality.
yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, it keeps them off that.
And we had the Booyah Bomb come out here to try and buy a bit of time for low quality to regroup and stop this tower, but it looks like it is going to keep on going here. What a great shot by Nerd. The tap shot's coming out. So the one.
We can't have this again. No way. Ike, what are you doing there? That's not your what? Ike, no.
Ike, stop it before you
stop. No, Ike, no.
Evading the one back to knockout scenario.
What on earth? Ike?
Whew. Ike popped off that game. Oh, to see that KA.
Oh, everyone's giving Ike hugs. They're not even on his team, and they're like, yeah, man. What? At the very end?
What a fantastic set.
Yeah, MVP. I think they thought the other camera's on them. They just did like a thumbs up to nothing. Oh, yeah, other camera.
There we go. Found it. There's the, I'm assuming the Aquatic Vanguard, Land Guard like sign.
Oh, was that? I thought they
there.
were just being like trying to like the threatening gorilla thing.
It looked like
like
it looked like an A and a V. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll have to ask. Be like, hey, what's going on over there?
was that like a planned thing? Is that like a thing you do usually, or is that just like I'm feeling myself? I'm like gonna be like, ooh, I'm a threat. Watch out! Don't fight me.
Gotta go to the lobby if you want to see one of those. They had so many like gorilla statues all over the place.
Every time I see the gorilla statue, there's children on it.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess it's something kids like to play around with. Honestly, be a little silly. You know what I didn't notice on first glance when coming in here? It's like a big sign. It's like a giant Texas flag on it, and then like some kind of like moose or like a bull or something like that. It's very silly. It's very funny.
There's like a mural outside too with like an eagle and an American flag, and I think I think Falco posted a picture with it outside of that. His
Maybe
room.
that's the thing that I'm talking about. That could be the one.
I think so.
That could be a one.
I don't know what else was on there, but
you know who's number one? Aquatic Land Guard.
what a Vanguard.
Winning everything here at Wave Pool Finals, a crazy single elim tournament, and we got the honor of seeing all of it go down right here on stream.
Yeah, and I think all their sets must have been 3-0s then, weren't they?
Ooh.
Even if it was real close there.
Can we get the board back on the screen to confirm the pile of 3-0s perhaps obtained by Aquatic Land Guard all the way up Wave Pool? Yes, let's go. Whoa.
We're gonna get
You're beaming it into their minds, you know? It's got to be done that way.
woohoo.
And there's going to be more going on after this, in case people aren't aware. This is Wave Pool Finals, essentially your bronze bracket of the tournament, more or less. And there's plenty more to come. We've got like the rest of top 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're doing Fire Pit Finals on stream later on or not.
We might take a break from like what we're streaming in Top Cut to do that, but yes.
So there's going to be, there's a lot to see. Like, this is going on tonight for probably another like 5 hours at least, right? I'm trying to remember timing, but
We're gonna be here real late.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know.
The bracket, please.
Just out of curiosity. Oh, the bracket for Wave Pool Finals. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I guess just Wave Pool, not Wave Pool Final bracket. That'd be like, here, look at the 3 matches. Oh,
Yeah, wow, they swept the bracket entirely. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Wow.
the exact proof that you wanted, honestly.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, I think we're just about getting ready to already get the bracket started on the other end, and we are going to be moving over to, I believe, Toma and Saf, which is one of my favorite dynamic duos on the mic. So I'm excited for that. But anything you want to say before we sign off, Vic?
Honestly, it was nice to hang out with you again, Siren.
I miss you.
Me too. That's why I was really excited. Like, yes, I get to have a commentary block with the Siren.
The Siren.
I know you'll be fighting so hard the rest of this tournament. Make sure things go on, guys. Always make sure at the end, like on stream, on tweets, thank your TOs. They do so much. They do so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yay!
Yeah, my voice is totally shot from this weekend. The things I've had to yell into that megaphone are surreal. So.
And from this set, this was not a calm set to be watching. None of these sets were calm sets
I was
to be
like,
watching.
oh yeah, you know what? Wave pool,
No.
it'll be relaxing. They turned the waves on max volume. They were like 6 feet high. You're like, oh no, I can't swim that well. All right. But that is going to be it for me and Vic for now. And I think we're diving right back into top 16 with
I believe
Sap
so.
and Toma. So we'll see you later. I guess I might be back here at some point to be like, hey guys, it's finals time.
Ooh,
but can't say
very
that
exciting.
same. But
Have a good one, you guys.
see ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Low Tide City 2024. I am Toma, joined by myself, I suppose. I don't know where my other commentary partner is, but we're back with top 16. We've got Mickey Mart versus Prickly Pear Lemonade coming up here for everybody. Two very, great teams who have made it. And
Whoa.
hey,
Oh my gosh.
how's it going?
It's good. Sorry I'm late.
I guess we found a co-commentator for me.
Oh my gosh, dude. Mistake's so big they got to make it twice to ask me back here. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, I mean, Mom, I don't think I could have asked for anyone better for them to choose, right?
No, I'm totally kidding. How are you, Toma? It's nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Bet you guys thought you saw the last of me, huh? Well,
You-
not today.
Well, you know they can't ever have a block without us two on it together, right?
God, you're so right, Buster.
I know.
Don't let them know.
Don't let them
No,
know.
listen, Toma. Mickey Mart and Prickly Pear Lemonade. All I got to say is holy smokes.
Talk about stacked teams, Saf.
Literally stacked. I mean, my goodness. You can see Arito, Storm, Len, and you have Joe and Pinger, and I believe Arito is one. Arito. I'm trying my best here. Very, very wickedly good bow user. You also have Len, who classically likes to use that blaster. However, on the flip side with Prickly Pear Lemonade, I mean, you got your Cherry Limers on over there, but you also have Pepe over there. And listen, you guys, Pepe actually played with Mickey Mart at Genesis.
Oh, so we're seeing, and maybe they'll know a little bit of what Mickey Mart's going
Right,
on. Maybe
right.
they've helped, Prickly Pear to prepare a little bit.
They're swinging for the other side. And so how is that going to be utilized to advantage? You kind of have to, I don't know, the gears are probably turning, right? Because, Pepe definitely knows what to expect. And I'm sure Prickly Pear Lemonade, with the immense amount of skill that group has, I mean, I'm sure that they'll be just fine. But only time will tell because, I mean, Len especially has been on the grind to get better at the game and to keep climbing into higher ranks. And so this is a match for the ages as we open up top 16. Welcome to Clam Blitz. We're going down to the ruins, Toma. Let's get started.
Yes, we are seeing what these teams are going to load in. There's Lin on that iconic blaster, and of course, Irito on the bow that they're known for as well. And just Saf, I'm ready to see what's going to come out. Definitely a lot of aggression from both teams. Shiny is going to be on that on that pencil that's going to really allow those frontliners to just push forward and gain some space. But right now, we'll see how those opening plays come out, and Mickey Mart already finding one and then quickly trading it down.
Yeah, but already that's 3 members down on Prickly Pear Lemonade. We just started the game, Toma, and already it looks like opening statements being made here, and the basket's going to be popped by Mickey Mart. And look at Storm. Storm is all the way pushed up on that snipe area, but finally it looks like Prickly Pear Lemonade is going to put a stop to that very quickly. So, Toma, look at this. I mean, they're already trying to push up to the next basket. That basket's about to come back down, and Clam economy could be higher, but it's looking good right now for Prickly Pear.
Yeah, Prickly Pear knows that they can leave some players back, especially Shiny on that pencil, to be able to gather up and make a power clam, but they have to get the pressure in front of there to get to that basket pop. Pika's trying to do it, but going down to Joe here, and now that's going to buy Mickey Mart some space back in mid. As you can see, Joe's kind of just striking around this side, waiting for people to move. Gonna be finding a pick onto Lin, and then Joe moving in now means that, just as I say that, Prickly Pear Lemonade might find some space, but Mickey Mart flipping on its head as Joe's just tearing this up, Saf.
I jumped a little bit in my seat there, Toma, because of like the blaster hit. Like when it pings like that, I was like, but then I was like, okay, no, it's just a machine. It's a machine. They did get one solid hit on there though, so that was a little dicey. Had to kind of back off from that one. But Mickey Mart looking like they're going to try to maybe back off a little bit here. The blaster fight happening, Pika being the successor. 2 members down of Mickey Mart now, and a ton of clams on the board, but not quite enough to make a clam. The wipeout, this is now Prickly Pear Lemonade's chance to try to make a statement, and they're going to do just that with some follow-up. Look at Pepe.
Yeah, they have a lot more follow-up here. Now down to the 50 mark, able to get past there. That's a great push for them. And now, Saf, look at this. Mickey Mart is just collapsing in on this Storm. Lin working together to force Pika out there, now forcing back Pepe, and just Mudcup left up, having to retreat all the way back to their side of the map as this Mickey Mart is just taking mid by Storm. Prickly Pear Lemonade throwing out those strikes to buy themselves a little bit of time, but Prickly Pear put on a lot of damage down to 35.
Yeah, I see what you did there, taking it by Storm. As we're on perspective, look at that, point blank range, a nice double splat coming out from Storm at that. 2 versus 2, and actually make it 3 versus 2, or no, the other way around, Toma. 1 versus 2, which is not ideal. Actually, 3 versus 2 would be a lot more ideal, but you know what? it happens. And Len coming in with a nice shot, make it 2 shots, a wipeout for Mickey Mart under Prickly Pear Lemonade. Not much of a lead quite yet, but look at the this way coming out. Len is feeling like that they can provide some safety and some passage here with this bubble going in with the fight, and the ball is going to make contact for Mickey Mart.
Yeah, they're able to get that in, the shot backing up and keeping that
And the
Zuka open.
wipe!
They're going to be able to add to that score now, bringing it down all the way, and it looks like there could potentially be a lead change, especially as this Power Clam is hopping in. Going to find the basket now, going down to 21. 2 down on the side of Prickly Pear Lemonade. Making that 3 down means that this push may be able to be sustained. Irito looking for the basket there, but not quite able to find it in time.
Yeah, Irito was getting a little risky there, trying to get closer to the basket. You gotta appreciate that. But here we go. You can see Prickly Pear Lemonade trying to follow up here and come into the midsection now. And they do have a ball online with the strikes online as well. Maybe trying to wait for an opening here. And look at this. You can see Joe kind of sharking on the side over there. The call out probably being made that the Zuka was being popped and immediately shut down. And again, Prickly Pear Lemonade is going to follow up.
And they've got a jump when the Power Clam coming in on that top
And-
and able to make it down to 27. It isn't going to be quite enough to take the lead, Saf, but that's definitely putting them in a better position for some potential follow-up pushes happening here.
Absolutely. You can see the long-range blaster is, the range blaster is trying to back up here. That's Pika going down, and they were trying to look in for an opening here. Joe having a nice double splat with that Tri-Zuka on screen, and from their perspective here, you can see that the members of Prickly Pear are just really spread out right now, trying to not overextend. They want to try to keep each other alive as best as they can to get back into that basket and repeat that pop that they just made. Only about 40 seconds left for mating, and I mean, the penalty not equal, but like pretty close, Toma.
It sure is, and I mean, they saw that brief 2 down on both sides situation with a little bit of a neutral game happening here. They need to find the break-in, they need to find these clean picks, and it looks like they may be able to do so. Just Joe left up. There goes the Power Clam. They just need to find a few small clams, but Joe is here defending this basket, trying to make sure that no one is going to find their way through. Look at that pick, Sap. And now it's up to Prickly Pear Lemonade. They have to get another Power Clam up in time, just 10 seconds to do so.
Yeah, and you got to trust Joe with lobbing those shots just right over the side there. Prickly Pear Lemonade is still really staggered here. Another Power Clam going in, though, and overtime immediately broken by that Power Clam. Mickey Mart cashing in on game 1.
Oh my gosh, Saf, the way that was so just back, forth, the entire game. And you saw that as soon as a wipe happened, those players were basically all the way across that map, ready to go, ready under that basket, just leaving, some of their back lines to be able to pick up those clams on their way through.
But it just goes to show both of these teams are fast.
Yes.
They work fast and they want to move fast. And you know what? Props to Arito for playing a bow, because not really something you can play super fast unless you got paint on your side. So, I mean, props off to you. That's really cool, for my opinion. I mean, that's all I can really say about that. That's just pretty cool.
And you know me, I will hype up a bow player whenever I see them.
Always.
I tried to mean that thing for the first, 7-8 months of the game. Unfortunately, I'm not quite as cracked as Irito, so not quite able to pull it off quite as well. But I love to see people who can do it at such a high level.
I know, it's like, take notes. Get your notebook and pens out. Write it on your hand if you have to, if you don't got paper. Just write this down. You got to watch Arito on that bow. You got to be watching. But listen, Toma, we consistently got to see Pika and Len go head-to-head in a blaster fight. Consistently.
Yes,
and Len was doing such a good job, too, of pushing forward, popping that bubble when they needed to, right under the basket. I mean, again, these teams are fast. And they've played with each other before, and they've played with each other, like, against and with, like, in a mix at the same time. So it's, like, very familiar with the skill set. However, it's, like, it's aggression fighting aggression, pretty much. Like, there wasn't really a lot of defensive stuff happening. It was just like, let's just keep fighting.
No, it definitely is. And I mean, Saf, at this level of gameplay, there's really only a handful of teams that can keep up with this kind of speed. So these are the kind of teams you expect that are going to be scrimming each other, very familiar with each other, even if they hadn't been, playing with each other at other lands, that these are teams that will be very experienced with what each other have to bring to the table. But now they're going to be going over here to splat zones. Mahi, and Saf, this is going to be a really, really tight one. I am a big fan of this map.
I am too, Toma. I appreciate a good terrain change, and I mean, Mahi, I think, does it the best. But look at Len here trying to find Pepe and going in for
There we
Pika
go.
and finds contact with Pika, looking to maybe help out another teammate there. Shiny going to have to retreat, but Cooler is online for Prickly Pear Lemonade, so they will be back as quickly as they go out. However, Mickey Mart holding on to the zone here for the opening statements, and you can see Arito is feeling so confident and comfortable in pushing up, and Joe is also not going to waste any time in trying to take this ledge.
No, they aren't. They do have to watch out for this Trizuka coming out, but you see they're kind of just back up, allow some space for Mickey Mart to use those specials and be able to retreat safely. But now Joe has one of their own, and they're able to kind of just paint over these Tri-Strikes without any worries in the world, except for Mudcup breaking through, but even they're able to answer that too, Sap.
Yeah, and I mean, no penalty on the board yet for Mickey Mart, so that last-ditch effort is going to be coming in handy here pretty soon with all these unit points on the board. And you can see, look at Shiny taking so much distraction away from the zone here. Mickey Mart's feeling pretty comfortable that Prickly Pear Lemonade's not going to get in here as we approach the last few digits of the game.
Yes, they are. They're going to be trying to break in with these Tri-Strikes, and it's just Irito off. They're able to find the flip zap, keeping themselves alive in this set. And here comes Pika trying to take this really dominant position up here on the left-hand side, looking in towards the base of Mickey Mart, wanting to just deny any entry opportunities they have as Mudcup is up here farming these strikes, and you can see how far back Mickey Mart is pushed with no real options for entry at the moment.
Yeah, and remember what I said about gathering information, Toma. There's a lot of information here to be gathered, and nobody changed their composition. A lot of the information that we have is known. However, I think a lot of it also comes down to mechanics and where people are going to be, and I think Mickey Mart has got really, really tight-knit mechanics. Look at Len coming in for a nice double splat. That is huge. But still, Toma, the penalty, it's a mountain to climb. However, I mean, Prickly Pear Lemonade is not super close, so I'm sure Mickey Mart's feeling pretty good.
Yes, they are, and now they just need to try to burn through that penalty, and if they can, there won't be much score left on the board to count down. Pika looking for entry on the left-hand side, going to be shut down by Storm. Irito's got these chumps ready to go as soon as they see Prickly Pear Lemonade. Those will be a great force that they have to kind of slow down and stop them from entering. The strikes are going to come out on both sides. Onto that zone, it's going to stay in Mickey Mart's favor. They need to watch out for Pepe behind them, but Storm answers it, and now it's going to be Pika and Shiny fighting for this zone. And Storm is trying to make sure that that doesn't go unanswered, but Mudcup spelling disaster for Mickey Mart.
Yeah, Mudcup getting a nice double splat. That was huge to get that zone back in their favor. And look at them just painting like crazy. You just have to get so much paint on the ground and not allow any more space or entry point for Mickey Mart here. And you can see Mickey Mart is actually pretty spread out on their plat at the moment, trying to look for entry, maybe having a conversation, honestly, Toma, trying to maybe redirect in a line of where they want to go. But how can you do that if you have Pepe breaking through and taking out Len? You can see Storm trying to throw in the Tri-Strikes to maybe add a little extra insurance, especially with that penalty being gone. However, all the members of Prickly Pear Lemonade are up and spread out and taking the fights in a proper fashion. Mudcup trying to go toe-to-toe with Joe, and Joe taking them down and being successful.
Yes, they are, and now just 13 points remaining, Sap. This is entering danger territory for Mickey Mart. It's now or never, but 2 people down. This is dangerous. Joe needs to find the victory here on the zone, but there goes the lead. Prickly Pear Lemonade bringing it back.
I'm okay. I'm quaking a little bit over here, Toma. That was awesome. You could see that Shiny was trying to wrap around the side and just pencil, paint as much as they could. And Shiny was painting against 2 shooters there for just a brief moment, but it was just enough to give a little bit of more time for Pepe to get back in and add a little bit of insurance and assistance there.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. And every time with Prickly Pear Lemonade, every time sometimes they just pull it out at the end, but like it's when you least expect it.
And it's so explosive in the way that they move forward and go so far. I mean, we talked a little bit about it last game, but the speed that they have there, I think, really played into their advantage too. On that map, I think you kind of saw that Mickey Mart was really using that chip damage. They were using the explosions from the Tri-Stringer, the chip damage from the blaster, the chip damage from the machine, and that worked really well for them when they were in the lockout scenario trying to get Prickly Pear Lemonade backed up in their base. It was hard for Prickly Pear to be able to find that entry because everywhere they stood, there was just damage coming at them. But it was a lot harder when Mickey Mart was caught up in their own. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a family business, actually.
It was harder for them when they were caught up in their own base, and I think that Prickly Pear Lemonade was able to really take advantage of that and really able to lock down, especially when they had the more consistent pressure, I think, from that pencil.
Yeah, well, you know, Toma, my other note I want to point out is that the amount of ink output that Prickly Pear Lemonade has is immense in comparison to Mickey Mart. However, I think Mickey Mart just has the mechanical advantage in that they know how to use their weapons even if they don't have as much paint to work with. And unfortunately there for Len, the Rainmaker pop was going to take them out right at the beginning there. So a great opening for Prickly Pear Lemonade.
Absolutely, and Mud kept moving up here, trying to find that first checkpoint, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so as Mickey Mart's holding strong on this defense. Already got 2 down, but they have to watch out as they are 2 down themselves. These teams answer each other so fast. Here comes out that whale for Irito. Going to be trying to buy some time for this Rainmaker to reset back into mid as you see Pika there just causing chaos and getting lots of poke, but look at that. Able to sneak in on the side. Prickly Pear Lemonade is able to at least find that first checkpoint, and Pepe going to make sure to try to buy just some distraction and some time up here on this corner and maybe even moving down, but no, caught out by that bow, called out, not going to quite be able to do much.
Oof, trying to escape, but Len is there to follow up. That this way has been said. A lot of communication happening here, Toma, and look at that, Mickey Mart smooth sailing onto that first checkpoint.
Yes, and now they're in a much better position to continue this push, especially with that bubble out, but the Tri-Strikes are going to delay it for just a little bit. Now Prickly Pear is wasting no time collapsing in on that defense, but look, they're able to wipe it up. Storm here dancing around this pole, trying to distract Shiny, and wow, they're able to get that down to 40 in just 3 minutes and 30 seconds into that game. This is huge for them, especially because this is kind of where a lot of pushes stall out. They're kind of made or broken by getting across those grates.
Look at Shiny there trying to pick up that Rainmaker just to get it out of an ideal situation. Also getting a really nice splat on Irito a little bit there. But look at Pepe trying to hold on to that Trizuka, causing a jump out there. Yeah, a little bit scary going point blank with the Trizuka. I would also want to jump out of there and escape danger. But Pepe is just doing good on the flank here.
Huge.
Coming in to fight Led, but Led!
Oh, Led! But the wipeout!
The wipeout!
Zap! It's going to be Prickly Pear Lemonade taking it home! That happened so fast. Oh, I'm speechless. I see you like they can't see you. Your mouth is like wide open.
I just, oh my gosh, dude, like if nobody got me, I mean, Pepe got me. I mean, something, dude, I gotta stand up again.
The flank
I'm
was
like,
so crazy.
Ooh.
Like, I saw it on the side, and it pulled them away. It pulled my attention away, and didn't even notice that the Rainmaker was just coming right up that right-hand side.
Like we both just started word vomiting. We were like, wait, but then he, but then you, but then what? But then you did that, and then oh my gosh! But I was amazed at that point blank blaster shot by Len. I mean, the AOE, it was just enough to take them out, and I was like, oh, surely they hit the floor.
Yeah, that's what
surely they hit the floor.
I was like, okay, well it's done now is what I thought, and then just like cut to the Rainmaker. Just, pop,
that's what I'm saying.
Over.
Prickly Pear Lemonade, when you least expect it, you literally blink and then it's over and you miss it and you're like, but
what happened?
But I thought Mickey Mart winned. But no, no, mistaken. Remember, until the tape flies, that's when the ending comes in. But wow,
absolutely.
Okay, game number 4. Into all reliable, as I always say. I've said it earlier today. I'm going to say it again. I said it in my own matches. This is the map of all time.
Yes,
the map mode of all time, okay? And you know, with what we've been seeing here and how quick these players are playing, I mean, the Bats is just going to be where the majority of the firefight is once we reach that second checkpoint. I also want to make note that we did switch out Storm for an N-Zap, so we have a little bit more paint to work with here over on Mickey Mart, which I think is going to be pretty good.
It's going to work out, and that Zap is a very consistent cooler on their end, too. That's going to be working out well for them. But as we say that right now, it's Prickly Pear Lemonade who's getting the man advantage here in mid. And you can already see Mudcup is up there, assisted by Pika, just putting up a ton of pressure onto Mickey Martin. They're already going for those bats, like you said, Saf, putting up there. Mudcup finds 2!
Make it 3!
Oh my gosh. Lin surviving by the skin of their teeth, and now Pika is just trying to find those picks that they can. Lin going down. We're now at that second checkpoint, Saf.
Trying to defend Shiny on the tower here. Mudcup going to be able to jump in, utilizing the cooler as a little bit of a shield. Shiny staying alive for just a little bit longer than expected. And
Pika finding 2!
And Pika finding 2! Len finally taking them down, but Pepe unfortunately jumping into the firefight at not an ideal time of 37 points in the first minute for Prickly Pear Lemonade.
Oh my gosh, these teams so back and forth. It's incredible. Now, Lin here trying to get this tower going, but gonna be picked off by it. Pika once again up here just making Prickly Pear Lemonade's aggression beautiful. Just Shiny left on this tower. They are gonna provide some jumps back into mid here on this tower, and you can see they're gonna let it stall out for a little bit so their team can get in front of that tower before they start pushing it again.
Yeah, and you could see some of that Toxic Mist coming out here too, a little bit of a displacement, and some Tri-Strikes coming out to help out too. Arito didn't really let that get to them too much though. They went in and got a shot and got Pepe out of the way there. 3 members of Prickly Pear Lemonade going down. That's going to stop their push at the 37, but still, Toma, they got way too close back to where they had started, and look at this, Pepe's still there. Pepe's still having a jump and getting in there, taking it down to the 32, just picking off point by point. Trying to just lower that score as much as they can, gave a little extra insurance. And 2 members of Prickly Pear Lemonade going down now, but Mickey Mart looking, and they have such a good hold on mid, Toma. This has got to be their chance to follow up.
Yes, they do. They just really need to get forward, get that that aggression that we've seen out of Prickly Pear for this entire game. They need to get up into the bats. Lin is going to try to start encouraging that here with this bubble, but you've already got strikes on Prickly Pear to encourage this. And now look at this. Lin pushing back Shiny, knows that this jump is here, going to wait to find it onto Pika. Lin is now in a great spot. That first checkpoint fallen. Now they have complete control of that bats. They need to try to hold it. Lin is going to be poking up at that back line, trying to get Shiny to move. But Pika going to clear out the bats, making it hard for that second checkpoint to break.
Yeah, and look at Pika getting a nice splat there and looking in for a second one. Prickly Pear Lemonade able to stop that push at the 51, barely touching that second checkpoint there. However, with that Trizuka coming out, Pika was out of the fight as quickly as they came in there, so they're going to have to restart. Restart from the beginning again. And Joe going in for the fight too. Just tons of firefight happening in mid here, just for it to just struggle to hold the tower. Again, Toma, these teams play so fast. It's hard to keep up.
Stop, it really is. And look here, you know, as soon as they wipe out, now Prickly Pear is up here pushing once again. The cooler coming out and allowing that play to go even faster as Pepe is fighting it out with Storm here in the corner. Ooh. Storm's going to come out on top, 2 down on the side of Prickly Pear, but Pika is not going to be giving up any space, finding one on the Joe, throwing out that wave breaker, knows where Storm is, trying to hit it, and finds the pick on the Storm too!
Oh, point blank. Wow, the precision that you need for a shot like that, Toma. I mean, if they aren't Pika is the one that can do that. Let me just say that right now. The Tri-Strikes now coming in and blocking off the bats here. Len getting taken out. 3 members down. Storm being the last one standing, having to jump out. And finally, Prickly Pear Lemonade is going to encourage their lead just a little bit more here, as Pika's in a great position to try to keep an eye on those ledges. And Shiny also giving so much paint value for Pika to be able to do that and be comfortable there. But with Arito trying to get some folks off of this tower here, I mean, it's looking dicey for Prickly Pear Lemonade.
It sure is. We're definitely in knockout territory. Arito trying to defend the tower here. It looks like they may be able to do it. There's the full wipe. Mickey Mart going to be holding on to this game for now, staying alive, but they need to get that tower all the way across. They basically have to knock out at this point to stay alive in this set.
I know, and with only 30 seconds left, you really got to bide your time here, and you got to play it slow. You want to go in for the fights, but these teams don't even know the definition of playing slowly, so they have to keep on going for the fight. Arito barely trying to make it out of there, but unsuccessful. However, Prickly Pear Lemonade is not stopping their train here as we enter the last 10 seconds. There are some GG strikes online there from Mudcup, and Mudcup's just going to be kind of hanging out, waiting to use them here as we go into overtime, waiting for a clear shot with those potentially. I mean, unless they get taken down, you can see that Joe takes them down. That's huge. No GG Tri-Strikes to be had, but a follow-up coming in from the back. Prickly Pear Lemonade taking 3 games.
Look at the absolute elation there from Prickly Pear Lemonade. You know, a victory there has to feel amazing. And in that game, I think the first 3 games really back and forth. And there, while there were really fast plays from them, I think we saw a lot of dominating gameplay from Prickly Pear on that tower game.
I agree. You know what, Toma, you and I have talked about Shiny and Pika so much, I feel like, in our commentary careers. We've talked about them, had so many conversations about them. And one thing I want to say is that, like, Pika, throughout that set, I just saw Pika gradually get more and more comfortable and taken and gathered the information they needed to like build the tools that they needed. And then literally that
Absolutely.
last game, point blank shot, literally
Time
touching
after
each
time
other.
after
touching
time,
each
like-
other. Like,
I was going crazy because there were some points I'm like, there's no way Pika survives this, right? And then
Surely.
every time you think that it's doomed for Pika because like you can't count me out. Like I'm about to get this spot. This push is not dead. We are going to continue this.
absolutely. And I mean, my goodness, Mickey Mart too, the fast gameplay from both sides. Like, it's hard for me to gather everything that I want to speak on because again, like it was just happening so quickly. And with Cooler on both sides, like people just kept going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And it's like, well, then who's that guy? Well, if he's back there and I'm over here and then this one's off here, well, then who's driving the bus, Toma?
Who is driving the bus?
But-
That's a great question.
But looking ahead here on our semifinals, we're in the top 24. Now, semifinals, Prickly Pear Lemonade is going to be going against Starburst. But then down on the bottom side of the bracket, you have Moonlight and Flexman. And Flexman actually having a really awesome run today. Winning a lot of their sets in 3-0. A 3-1 against Secret Elixir down below there. Earlier in round 2, but we have our top 4 folks going in to their finals to get into the grands here pretty shortly.
Yeah, and I mean, unimpressive win there over In Control Red Sun that you saw coming up. And then now, you know, you got Moonlight, you've got Starburst, you've got these big names that are still alive. So both of them have a really tough competition ahead on either side of this bracket. But talk about the huge names that we have coming out to LTC this year.
Absolutely. And you know, Toma, I actually had some time at the fire pit last night, which, folks, let me tell you about the fire pit. I'm sure you've been hearing about it all day, but the fire pit is just such a nice place to be, nice place to socialize, hang out, get to know some folks around you and some folks that are here. And I personally actually got to talk to Bagel and Zero last night. I got to talk to them a little bit. I introduced myself and I was like, hey, like, how are you feeling? You happy to, like, you know, you having fun? You happy to be here? And they were both so kind.
Yeah.
So kind and just telling me how they were feeling. And one thing that in our conversation that we talked about was synergy. And you and I talk about synergy quite a bit.
All the time.
And really, like we were discussing, like synergy takes a lot of time to learn. And I loved how Bagel and Zero were talking about it because they were like, it takes a lot of time to learn, but like I know exactly what all 3 of my teammates are going to do. It's not just like knowing what weapon they play and how can I play around it. It's quite literally being in their brain and being like, how do you play this game?
At some point, I think that, Saf, when you're playing at the speeds, I mean, look at the speeds that you saw those games were playing. And as you get higher and higher and higher up that chain, the speed of callouts need to get faster and faster. And there's some point where you cannot get the callouts out fast enough. And if you just automatically know, if you don't need to have the callout of something, of course you should always still have the callout going. But if you can just instinctually know, if you already have that awareness and idea of where that person's going to be because you played with them so much, it makes it that much easier to execute those very high level plays very quickly.
And yeah, and like it's such an interesting skill to have, but like you are quite literally trying to be inside of the head of your friends and your teammates, and you're trying to understand what they do, and then you see what they do and like how it affects the map and how it affects the flow of the game. And I mean, Moonlight and Starburst both have these ingredients for success. They've both done it before. And it's even more exciting because Prochara, the coach of Moonlight, is also here to help them out and cheer them on. So that's got to be feeling really good as well. That's always fun to have your coach involved with you.
It absolutely is. I mean, here's the thing, too. Online tournaments, you've got, you know, whatever goes on with them. But at a LAN, I think that hype, that drive is so important. You really have to feed off the audience and the people around you. Having a coach in your corner, having them there to energize you, to give you feedback between sets and keep your mind on track, that can really mean a whole lot here.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you said, giving feedback. And especially, I feel in a LAN setting, this is so great for Moonlight to have live feedback. You get to receive live feedback, but also with like the pressure of like folks watching, there's people in person watching. Like it's a whole different ball game, and it's a whole different set of nerves. So I really appreciate that Chara gets to be here and support Moonlight today. And we are going to that bottom side of that bracket, Toma, as people are waving their clappers in the crowd there. Moonlight versus Offlex Mint. Moonlight being on the left side of the stage there.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Moonlight. And I mean, Moonlight, just an absolutely outstanding team, very iconic throughout the community here.
All right.
Flexman, also made of just some incredible players too. You've got Max, Xena, Felix, and Half
Oh,
on
wow.
that team. Just absolutely stacked.
Stacked again,
Yeah.
stacked times 2.
And of course, I mean, at this point in the tournament, these are the best of the best, Saf.
This is Division, I want to say mostly Division X, I want to say, like,
Div
technically.
X, Div 1, absolutely.
Yeah, right? It's mostly
oh.
Division X and Division 1 here, but you love to see it. You love to see folks that get to play with each other. You love to see folks that like, quite honestly, that they scrim together all the time, pickups, all of that stuff. I mean, you got to really appreciate that. So I'm just so glad
I don't
to
have
see.
any, but
I'm just so glad to see these folks come back here and be on the main stage and get to actually, like, pretty much have a scrim, a live scrim streamed with a live audience.
absolutely, Saf. And I mean, just the size of the audience and the energy that they bring here is incredible. And I think to be able to feed off that, you know, that's something that these teams are going to do. These are those big names. People are going to be cheering for them. They've got fans, and they don't want to disappoint, quite frankly.
And you know what? You got to be careful here. So, especially with the folks on Moonlight here, you got Nolan on here. Remember, we talked about Nolan a little bit earlier. Nolan's got that Kraken juice. Okay, let me tell you, they've got the moves with that. If, dare I say it, they got the Riz with Kraken. and by the Riz, I mean, like, the sheer mechanical skill that they have to play it.
It's incredible, too,
It's
Saf,
incredible.
because, I mean, people, the recent Kraken nerfs that went on that stopped the super jumps to the Kraken, people thought, oh, well, maybe this is less viable. Maybe there's not a reason to use it anymore.
Moonlight.
But there's people, they'll show you. They'll show you the power of Kraken.
I'm excited that we get to see it here, especially because, like you said, Offlex Mint just has so many folks that have been doing this for so long. And even within pickups, and within actual teams, and the crowd, I mean, the crowd is jazzed, you guys. For those of you folks back home not here in Round Rock with us, people are absolutely jazzed to see this set happen on stream, and see a group of friends honestly play together.
Yeah, and I mean, is that not the beauty of half of it, too, is that getting to have the camaraderie here between teams, between people, even just outside of, you know, in between teams, like you said, the fire pit, everything brings people together here at LANs in a way that is really something I can't even describe in words. But it has so much power together, and there's nothing more incredible than when you're here, you're top 16, you reach Grands, and everybody in the room all just having one shared goal, one shared vision here.
Well, you know, I like that you said that, actually. All of us in this room, like, it is a shared experience. Like, this is, when you come to big events like this, and especially, like, earlier you heard in our Prickly Pear Lemonade set that the Smash side was screaming at what was happening. I don't know if you guys on the stream could hear that, but something awesome was happening over on the side of us here. And it's one of those things, again, it's a shared experience. You get to witness, like, history in a lot of these games here and just be a part of the whole atmosphere.
Absolutely.
And that's LTC's atmosphere is so great. I love, that's what I love to talk about. It's like, you know, people are like, oh, vibes, good vibes. And I'm like, I know, but it's the atmosphere.
It's truly incredible. And I mean, it's something you just don't get with online tournaments. There's hype that you can get from those majors that go on, you know, like 20XX or Super Jump. But being behind your computer, watching that on a stream, it's fun and everything. But here in the room, there's just such a fire, such an energy.
And I think a lot of us folks back home are also thinking about Moonlight, dreaming of Moonlight, and looking ahead to that. But also, but Offlex Mint, I don't know. I really think Offlex Mint is going to surprise us, Toma.
I mean, you can't count them out. Like, you have players in there. I believe Half and Zenith are, like, aren't they, like, +1 level too, if I'm not mistaken? Like,
I don't really know what any of that means. I don't know what any of that means. I'm going to be honest with you.
oh my god, the plus servers?
I don't know.
You know?
I don't know what
okay.
that means.
I think, I don't know. The plus, those dropped today, I think, results.
Okay.
So,
I was going to say, I don't think this is the
I
place to
didn't
break
look
it
at
down,
them.
but I would appreciate a breakdown of what plus server means. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I'm just work here sometimes. I just get asked to come.
I love you, Sap.
Me too. I just get asked to come and, like, talk about stuff sometimes, and sometimes it's with Toma.
Sometimes.
Actually, a lot of the time it's with Toma.
A lot of times it is with me, and then sometimes it's with was it Milana this morning?
It was.
Okay,
I did get to hang out with Milana
Yeah.
this morning, and she was an absolute treat to
Absolutely.
get to hang out with. And we've never been on mic together before, and it was a blast. We had such a good time together. So I'm just really glad. But, you know, we are like getting near to the end of the tournament, Toma. Like LTC was like ramping up, and now we're kind of like on the other end of the parabola. We're like coming down now.
Yeah.
For all you math nerds out there.
Well, you say that, it's kind of like you're coming down, and you're coming down with players, but I think sometimes the hype tends to go like way like that.
Yeah, it's like a spike.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a few, actually.
Exactly.
So it's more so like a heart monitor, I would say.
Yeah, probably.
It's more like that with a couple spikes and whatnot. But yeah, these players are still trying to get into the lobby here. They're just trying to get everything situated. And then we are going to be starting here pretty shortly, which I believe we're... Toma, are we starting? No.
I think it's on, is it?
I believe we're on Splat Zones. I believe we're on Splat Zones Robo Ramen. Yeah.
Yes, I do believe
Yeah,
so.
just wanted to double check that. I was like, no, surely we're not playing Tower Control Inkblot first. Surely we're not going back to that again.
I'd be like, we just saw that.
No,
like,
come on, no,
shake it up a little bit,
yeah,
right?
come on, let's have some variety. Let's have some more flavor, please.
Yeah.
And you know what? Mel and I actually were just talking about ramen and how we both are just very big soup enjoyers.
Yes,
and you and I
too.
actually went to ramen recently for dinner.
Even though I didn't get
ago.
ramen. I got
didn't.
teriyaki chicken.
No,
It was
that's
good.
okay.
It was good, though.
That is.
I
That's
wanted
good.
the ramen. I thought about it, and then I was like, but the chicken. It sounded really good.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm glad that Kia and I went with the black sauce because it had the garlic in it, and I was like,
Yeah.
so good. But also, like, the noodles at the place was also awesome. I also talked Mel's ear off about food today. I can talk about
We're
food forever.
both foodies, so.
I know. I can
Including
talk
the mac
about food.
cheese. Oh my gosh, the mac place here.
I have not tried that.
It's so good.
But I've heard that. I've seen photos. I've seen so many photos. Have any of you guys at home seen the brick? Any of you in chat seen the brick around here?
The brick's been here.
The brick has been here. It's kind of made the rounds. Almost everybody's held it.
It's got kissed to the brick before our commentary set.
Scandalous.
I know.
That's scandalous. I literally saw the brick at the beginning of the event, and I was like, what is going on here? This is going to be something later. I'm sure of it. And now, sure enough, people are talking about it. People are like, have you seen
The brick.
Have you seen the brick?
I'm honestly surprised the brick is allowed in here.
You know, me too. I'm kind of like, is that not like a weapon?
I guess not. I mean, it's with trustworthy people, right?
That's true. That's
yeah.
true. You have to have a lot of
It's
trust to
what,
allow
gas station Squid
attendees.
Sushi that has it, I believe.
Yeah,
they're good people.
You have to have a lot of trust to just allow your attendees to walk around with a brick in their hand. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Splatoon folks, we're silly and like to be silly little gooses, but
We are.
walking around with a brick in your hand and taking photos with it is pretty silly. Also, shout outs to Chino for making bread in their room again. They made bread in their room at Riptide. They made bread in their room this time too.
Yeah.
So that's fun.
What is more bonding than doing stuff like that? You can just do silly little activities together, even if
Yeah.
it's not just silly little Squid Game.
Listen, we wanted to do the human crane machine that's at the arcade here.
There's a human crane.
There's a human crane machine. You have one person operating it, and then you have another person laying in like a hammock.
How did I not know this?
It's downstairs in the arcade, dude, but it's a little pricey to do it. But I'm just like, man. You know what? If we were in that scenario, I think honestly I'd be the crane. You'd be the operator.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay. I don't even know if stream could hear that. Okay, we have something to show you, stream. We got exciting developments going on.
We're gonna pass it over to our pal Stu to introduce these teams for y'all today.
Yeah. Okay, we got Stu here with an exciting announcement. Here he goes.
At the Kalahari Resort in Round Rock, Texas, for Splatoon Top Cut of Low Tide City. Twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for the best Splatoon that North America has to offer. My name is Stu, the announcer. I hail proudly from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and it is my honor and pleasure to be your host for this here event. But that's enough of the pleasantries. I say it's time to get to fighting. What do y'all say, Round Rock, Texas? Well, I am happy that y'all agree. So first up, a very challenging team, and they look to be challenging for even more in this winner's semifinal round Introducing now the team of Max, Zenith, Hat, and Helix, the team of Flexment. And introducing their opponent, the number 2 seed in this tournament. You look up in the sky, Texas. Oh yeah, that's an eclipse. Introducing now the team of Omega, Shadowwind, SS Nolan, and Basil. This is Moonlight. Your casters for this top 8. Give it up for Tomar and Seth. Take it away.
Oh my God.
Thank you for that
Stu.
wonderful introduction.
I have goosebumps.
Yeah.
I have goosebumps, Stu. That was awesome. Thank you for that. Wow. Okay. Well, if I wasn't excited to watch Moonlight in Flexment now, I sure as heck am, and I hope the folks at home and the folks here are too.
For
we
real.
appreciate that. All right.
What a huge introduction
What
for
a
these
huge
teams.
introduction.
And like we said, I mean, they're definitely worthy of it getting here to winners semifinals. What an incredible team on both sides. We said they're going to be going in on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen, definitely becoming a staple map here in Splatoon 3 for competitive Splatoon. And, you know, good reason why, Sap. You've got a nice open area on that top part of the zone and a lot of options there on the sides of the pits and the little part that goes under the map. Huge, huge options for both of these teams to kind of make play off of.
I'm gonna make a headcanon that Moonlight and Flexment are both very big soup enjoyers.
I think they should be.
And
Maybe.
I think that they would eat ramen together and then actually go and fight. And fist fight in the parking lot of Robo Ramen.
So true, Sap. That would
But
be
friendly, but in a
of
friendly
course.
way.
Friendly,
Lovingly fist fighting in the parking lot.
There's no hard feelings here, right?
No hard feelings at all. Absolutely not. It's all fun and games on here at LTC and on Splatoon 3. Which Mel and I were talking so much, we were like, do you even know this game?
Yeah, you're like, how do we know?
Have you played this game before?
I don't know. I played it a little bit earlier. I think I just like I played a little thing and I threw some triangles at people or something.
3D.
Yeah, like little pyramids.
Yeah.
I think they exploded.
Yeah. Yeah, those things that you see at Umami sometimes, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But listen, folks, let's get started. You have Moonlight versus Flexment. And already the weapons that we are seeing is exactly what I would expect, Toma. And actually, we do see...
We see there we go.
There we go. I was like, hold on.
We see that Sorella tent, the Order Dualies coming out. And I want to say, too, we see this 96 deco, and we see the foil squeezer on both sides, which I think is going to be really, really interesting.
And yeah, and I think the blood is boiling here because Moonlight is now taking the opening statement and Omega utilizing that shield to push up huge pick off of Max before Max could even get started, taken down. And you gotta appreciate shoutouts to the ceiling sprinkler, am I right?
Absolutely. Half there with that splatter color screen going across the zone, trying to see if they can find some ground for Flexment. But no, look at that.
Oh.
Nolan goes behind, but Half spots it out. And it looks like a zone flip is in order for Flexment.
Yeah, and with the zone being taken, they're going to take 3 members down of Moonlight. It's just Basil left alive looking for paint, opting to jump out, though, just barely in the nick of time. And you can see Moonlight trying to come out of the zone here, trying to combat the onslaught from Flexment. Here comes the Kraken from Nolan to try to break through and cause some chaos here. The lead being lost, however, not for long as Moonlight flips the zone back.
No, not for long at all, but Flexment is here to contest once again, pushing down Nolan, gonna find the pick. Now they have solid control of that once again. You can see Zenith up there forging a path forward for Flexment, and they've got Max just absolutely wrecking it up with that slosher, providing a ton of pressure. The crab tank is down there, gonna be trying to apply some pressure into this zone, but Flexment is just keeping the paint ready.
Yeah, and you can look at Shadowwind trying to contest in with the screen, causing a huge blockage point here for Moonlight. A lot of low visibility, and off flank Smith having no penalty left. They are going to continue to remain in control of the zone here. As you can see, that 10 flying across the board, taking quite a bit of pain off the zone here, but definitely not enough concern, I think, for off flex Smith to do anything here. But look at this, Basil trying to push up, getting a little bit more ink, but still just not quite enough to flip it back, and off flex Smith still holding on strong.
Huge, and Zenith finding a wonderful pick there for dropping back down into the pit. Half now going to be keeping the paint on the zone here on that squeezer. They have to watch out for that Zuka 2 down. All Flexment just has to hold on to this zone. They're going to be able to do so, and there you go. They're going to be taking the first game in this set.
Yeah, what an opening, Toma, from Moonlight, actually. Moonlight had such a solid opening going in there, jumping right in and going in for a really solid splat. But yeah, just not quite enough there. And the thing is with these teams, like, it can just come down to like really simple mistakes that you can make for stuff like that.
And the synergy that we talk about that these teams have, you can tell that off Flexment has been just working together, getting that synergy down too as well. What I really like to see, I like to see that screen out from half, being able to cut off a lot of that vision, especially from the pencil on the side of
low
Moonlight.
Visibility.
And now it's got a buff, right? So now if you get hit by that splatter color screen, it's going to be doing 40 damage. It's like a burst bomb straight to the face. It's really scary. And then you have members that can just go up, charge through it. You've got people like Zenith who just have that really fast forward pressure, who can go through it, and you know, because they're already going to back up. You don't want to get touched by that. You want to make sure that you don't take damage, and that allows off Flexment to take a lot of space off that screen.
Absolutely. And I really want to note, though, I think that Shadowwind was doing such a great job, too, of trying to go toe-to-toe with I believe it was Max on that squeezer, just trying to go toe-to-toe with them and trying to combat the screen a little bit. You got to appreciate the tent painting like half the zone there a little bit there, but not quite enough for Moonlight to really like take advantage and like make something of it. But it kind of seemed like that once off Flexment figured out kind of where the hole in the offense was, they took full advantage and just focused all of their resources on that. And honestly, I think it was just not allowing Basil to have visibility with the screen. It was really the screen.
Absolutely. I think it was a huge key factor in there. It'd be wrong to deny that. And I think that that's really cool to see. It's not a special that we get to see super often nowadays. And you can tell that off Flexment has been practicing with it. They have a really good idea of how to position with it, how to cut off not only sight lines, but like I said, if you go through there, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. You're very vulnerable. You absolutely can still try to brute force it. We still do see people try to brute force it, but it can be as much of an area denial as a sightline denial too.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. And I'm really appreciative of also Nolan coming in with that Kraken very frequently. I mean, that carved the path for them to break back in. Not enough time, of course, but still allowed them the entrance back in. So Omega's going to be making a switch. Basil actually switching in for a blaster. And we do see that the Zap is there as well. So a little bit of a change-up coming out from Moonlight here, hoping to maybe have a little more paint from Shadowwind as well, because they are switching onto that N-Zap. But Toma, I've seen how Shadowwind plays this N-Zap, man, and it can get really nasty if you get too close.
It can be really scary, you know, and once they have Cooler too, there's no real reason not to play it aggressively. You can play it like a very fast front line, aggressor once you've got that Cooler, because if you go down, oh well, you're back in just a second. And Moonlight's Omega there is going to find a great pick. They've got the Zip caster ready, but looks like they're going to try to fight it out with Zenith first, ending up in a trade as you're kind of just having this skirmishy fight around mid. Basil's going to be opting to back up as it looks like off Flexman is starting to gain control of some ground and mid, and they're definitely going to be able to do so with a 2 down and half looking here on the off angle.
Yeah, look at Nolan trying to come in and prevent Helix from taking the checkmate. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late on the drop there. And Offlex Min is going to be the first to break the checkpoint. But all 3 members are going down. Only Max is left alive here. And Max trying to go in and actually take a fight with a couple folks from Moonlight. Not really finding success quite yet. The Rainmaker shield has been popped, but it looks like Moonlight's going to probably opt for the reset here because they don't really have much foothold in mid. And Toma, their biggest struggle is paint unless we can see Shadowwind just kind of make sure that there's enough for everyone to go around.
Yeah, they definitely need to get that zap up, get some paint going for them. And I think that, the Slosher there that bought some time for Flexman to respawn and get back into mid made it that much harder for Moonlight to get control of mid. Nolan will be trying to go forward with that Kraken, but the Rainmaker goes down as soon as they do. Still going to try to provide some pressure here, looking at this jump potentially, but it looks like the Kraken might end up too soon.
Still in the trade.
They do pick out Zenith, but look at this, 2 down now on the side of Moonlight, but it's quickly traded for 2 down on the side of Off Flexment too. This is just a really scrappy fight.
I was about to say, you took the words right out of my mouth, Toma. This is such a scrappy fight happening in mid here. Not really any large scores to be had, and we've only reached about 2 minutes into the game. We're now entering into the second half here. Finally, you can see Shadowwind jumping in and breaking that checkpoint. Now a 1-point difference. They just have to pick up and go pretty much. There you have it. The lead being taken in. The amount of points that you can gain right here from this ramp to the final checkpoint is huge, Toma. You got to be really watching your step here.
Yeah, you do. And it looks like Nolan there is going to be trying to get pressure onto that Rainmaker shield. They do find it. And Moonlight is going to be able to add a few additional points to their lead there. Now down to 31, of course. Respectable lead, not super safe on this map, but it's really good for them about halfway through this game.
Yeah, and you gotta appreciate Off Flexment just did their best there to just keep painting their area immediately. You want to be throwing paint down right away. As soon as you can get the enemy out of there, they immediately were throwing paint on the floor. And again, folks, a lot of times at higher levels, sometimes that skill is lost, so you really gotta be good with your support players and your paint output, because if you're not, you can't be too careful here. So another scrappy fight going down in the midsection. Moonlight having a pretty decent lead so far as we enter now the 2-minute period of the game. I mean, everybody I think is playing it pretty slowly, Toma. They're not overextending much at all, but also just kind of biding their time. And I think Moonlight is in a really good position here if they wanted to stay in mid, but it looks like if they can take the space and get a little bit more on the board, then they're going to do just that.
And I say this all the time, Saf, the best defense is a good offense. The further up that they can take this Rainmaker into Off Flexment space, it doesn't matter if they extend their lead or not at this point. But it's going to be one, point further that Off Flexment is going to have to bring it back to retake the lead. So this is really good for them to keep this really offensive positioning. And it looks like Off Flexment finally going to be able to answer it. You can already see, look how fast Half and Zenith are moving up there. They're just waiting on that pencil to pick it up. Look, they find a pick onto Basil. They've got the screen ready. They've got the Zuka ready. They have got the tools in their arsenal.
This is a really good spot for Screen to be right now, Toma, for Off Flexment, because there is no checkpoint standing in their way here. Helix is just needing a little bit of paint. The Zipcaster going out of range there. Helix is trying to jump to victory, and they take it. They take the lead over Moonlight, and they can keep going with Half doing a squid roll, taking it down to the 9 mark. Moonlight just scrambling to get out of the zone and get the paint down, but finally chasing out and answering Off Flexment and getting them out of the spawning area. Oh my gosh, Toma.
Talk about an incredible play. Everything lined up there for them at the right moment, and now 25 seconds remaining. Moonlight has all the pressure on them to get this lead back. Nolan has the Kraken ready, and the Zip is going to come out. You see both of these specials being popped right now, but the Rainmaker goes down. They're forced to turn around, and now Zap, this is looking to be a very dangerous situation. They have 2 down on Off Flexment, so they're going to be able to get the overtime started as long as they can pick up right here, but they've got to watch out for Half, who's right there. The jump out doesn't go as planned. Now Moonlight has to play this carefully, waiting out that Trizuka, watching out for Max here on the corner. They can't let this Rainmaker get ahead of them. They have to make sure they're protecting it from all angles.
Yeah, and they're doing just that, Toma. Look at these 3 spread out right in front of Basil here, willing to just take the life of their own in order to protect them here. Basil's moving really slowly here, and this is exactly textbook how you want to be playing this one, especially with the amount of point deficit that Moonlight has right now. Just looking in and trying to get as much pain as possible. The Tri-Strikes are going to come out and push Basil back a little bit, but that's not going to keep him out for long, as Half is going to try to go in for the fight. Huge from Omega to try to defend here, but Basil is all alone against the pencil looking, and it's okay because the jumps are going to come in, but it's not quite enough. And Off Flexment is going to prevent Moonlight once again from taking a win.
Huge, and there, I think that they were able to stall it out enough with their main weapons and their sub weapons to get those specials online, Saf. And you saw there at the end that Off Flexment, all they needed to do, they had those Tri-Strikes, they had that screen, it forced the Rainmaker further and further back, and then you just close it out with the Trizuka.
Right? And I'm speechless because you're so right. The whole reason that this is happening with the screen. Toma, I need to talk about screen again.
It's been so valuable.
It's been so valuable for Offlex Mint. It's so insane because I mean, consistently they were throwing it in front, especially in that spawning area. They threw the screen down, and it completely stretches the entirety of the pit in the spawn.
It was literally huge, and I mean, what were they? They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't run forward through it. Half was there ready to answer them if they did, and so they had no choice but to back further and further up, back down the elbow, and that just gave Offlexment so much more time to build up that Trizuka, which was just ultimately the key, because what are you going to do? You're standing in a big exposed area. That Trizuka has a very nice open sight line on you. There's nowhere to go at that point.
But I really appreciated Basil as well, because Basil held on to the Rainmaker for as long as they possibly could. They tried to do everything that they could to just hold on to it, waiting for jumps, waiting for call out and all that. And look at, hi Rooster!
Oh my gosh.
Hey buddy. Look at these folks on the screen here. I honestly, Toma, these guys are locked in. Look at Moonlight. Moonlight hasn't even taken their eyes away from their screens.
No.
As this set has gone on, they've all just been like eyes forward and getting focused and ready to go. And it looks like one team is actually completely locked in and checked in and ready for us to go to game number 2. But this is a little scary. Moonlight's got to take a really deep breath here, Toma.
Absolutely, and that pressure building here in the stadium. Look at this. Look at how many people are here. So many people ready to see this set. And now Moonlight has to pull off the reverse sweep to be going on to winners finals. So they've got to keep that, cool under pressure. We talk about it all the time, Saf.
Yeah, cool under pressure indeed. So not a lot of changes here. Those dualies, though, those dualies are going to be coming out because Omega's going to be having that crab tank, and I think that's going to be really good for trying to get a little more range. I think they gotta be mindful of where Half is going to be.
They definitely do. Half, I think, has been a key player for Offlexment, being able to be really aggressive with that squeezer and also deny so much space like we keep talking about with that screen. They're going to be pushing Omega on the side there, but spotted out by 2 people. Getting that jump out is really nice for them as Helix now it's going to be set up on that tower and immediately realizes, like, hey, probably not
time to
quite
go.
yet. Yeah.
Yep, time to go. You got to get out of there when you can, and that is okay. You've got to make those jump outs and escape to safety as best as you can when you can. So props to them for just being like, hey, you know what? Now's not the time.
Yeah.
Now's not the time. You know what? We'll come back to this. We'll put a pin in it. We'll come back to it, and we will. But here, that's not what Moonlight's saying, Toma. Moonlight took the pin out, and they said, hey, you know what? We're going to try and go ahead and take this checkpoint here. We kind of want it for ourselves. However, Offlexment is really great on the response, but you got to get Omega out of there, though. Okay.
Able to pick those off, and I think the strikes in the screen both helped them there. Make sure that checkpoint didn't fall for now. Moving in on the side, Zenith is going to find Basil. Looking at 2, they've got their strike. There they go. 2 down before going down. This is huge, and now, look at this. Just that zap left up. Now it's time. They can take that pin out.
All right, yeah, the pin is out. Now we're finally on it. We're getting something cooking. We got all of our ingredients. We got the tools. The rice is cooking, Toma.
Yes,
okay?
it is.
Okay, and so now we're on checkpoint number 1. Dude, I'm like sitting up in my seat right now. I'm literally on my knees in my chair like I'm in my screen. Helix taking the checkpoint single-handedly, 2 assists coming out. 3 members of Moonlight going down, sailing to the second checkpoint here as Max is trying to go in and take the fight. But with Basil having that killer whale online, all of this displacement is in their favor here, as now the tower is going to be switching possession back to Moonlight.
Keeping that checkpoint intact right now is huge for Moonlight, because that second checkpoint stop is kind of a make it or break it moment for a lot of teams here on this map. It really starts to snowball after that. So now Moonlight's going to have a chance to do it on their own, but they really need to get forward. Nolan's going to be trying to do that for them. Looking here for Zenith on that Zuka, able to find it. They've got to get a lot more space forward. They've really got to start figuring out how they're going to deal, especially with Moonlight's backline, who just rains down, Offlexment's backline, as they just rain down Ink as like Half and Zenith go forward and just absolutely tear it up in those frontline fights.
Yeah. Hi, LTC, I'm pushing you to the crab. Hi, LTC, I'm pushing you to the crab. I don't know what you want to do.
What did we...
I know. Oh, okay. Well, hi, everybody. Now we're up here. We can also hear us.
I can hear my voice up ahead.
Okay.
But look at that Zuka pick coming in on the side of Offlexment, going to be raining down onto that first checkpoint, denying Moonlight from being able to take it, but they're not wanting to give up that fight yet. A pick onto half. Max is there facing all of that killer whale going down as well. This first checkpoint finally going to fall as Omega's keeping that pressure up with the crab. And look at these suction bombs going forward. Nolan on that Kraken. This may be a lead flip, and there it goes.
Yo, okay, the ebb and flow of Moonlight has never been better here on tower control. A nice double splat, make it
And a
3!
triple!
Coming out with Basil to help out, down to the 36 mark on the second checkpoint, just barely tapping it there. You can see Offlexment is doing their best to try to get a little more paint on the ground before pushing forward here, looking in for maybe some scrappy fights over on the left and right hand sides. However, still having the tower in control, maybe just gonna keep it in mid for a little bit, get a little bit scrappy as we enter into the last minute of the game.
Yes, we are. Now it's the time for Moonlight to remain cool under pressure here. They have the lead. They need to make sure that they keep this under all means necessary. Omega here looking at that right-hand side now, moving left. They've got a crab tank ready for the defense, but they've got to watch out. Those tri-strikes come in, cleaning them up half. Moving there, but quickly being contested by us. Look at the jump out, Sap.
What a jump by half, but not for long as Nolan's gonna follow up and make it 2, looking for 3! Let's go! Nolan going down with 3 and taking them with them. Now the screen coming online, you can see Moonlight trying to go and brave their way through it, running the gauntlet here of waiting out the screen and trying to get as much paint on the ground. They're trying to keep the tower over on the side of Flex Mid as best as they can. They want to utilize as much ground as they can, especially with the crab tick from Omega coming out. No paint to be had for Offlexment.
And that's all they gotta do. 10 seconds left remaining here. Moonlight has all this wind in their sails. Look, they have 2 specials online. There comes the killer whale. They've got a Kraken coming in for that tower. They just need to wipe half off of it. And look at that. Moonlight just needs to touch the tower, and they take this game. They are still alive in this set.
Oh man, oh doggy dog. Moonlight coming in and swiping that win. That was amazing, Toma. I love, you gotta appreciate once again Nolan coming in with that Kraken to just try to follow up and maybe just save the day a little bit there. But wow, what a turnaround by Moonlight.
It was huge too, and I love, Nolan being able to keep up the pressure on the Kraken. You saw that half jumped out, and then surprise, surprise, when you land, the Kraken's still there.
That was awesome. And you have to think that maybe there was a call out made there. There had to have been a call out made there to be like, hey, they're landing over here. They're over here. So you got to appreciate that. That was really quick on their feet movement to try and just be like, no, the fight between me and you is not over yet.
Absolutely.
And taking Zenith down in the process too, that's got to feel pretty good.
Really strong, and I mean, Moonlight, they are showing that they are not out of it yet. They are here in semifinals for a reason, Saf. We talked about how close this competition is, how strong these players are, and I think that game was a great example of it.
We got a lot of Moonlight fans out here, Toma, so it's good to see, and we're happy that they're here, and we're happy that there's support for either side. But looking in this, they're getting all locked in here. You can see, I mean, look at Offlexment. There's a lot of gears turning over on that side of the stage.
There sure is, Saf. If Moonlight takes this next game, we're going to that very pivotal Game 5 moment that we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament so far. So if you're on the side of Offlexment right now, you need to be thinking about everything you can do to keep that momentum away from Moonlight, because if they can build that up, if they get ready for that reverse sweep, you're reaching some pretty scary territory.
Definitely. And I'm glad to see, too, I'm glad to see that Moonlight, I'm glad to see that Moonlight is going with what they know.
Absolutely.
You see the 96 Gal Deco from Nolan. Shadowwind coming out with their tent, because of course, why wouldn't they do that? It goes to show that, you know what, your comfort weapons are just A-okay, and it doesn't matter what level that you play at. Play what you know and play what you're comfortable with, but let's go into Game 4, everybody!
Let's see what they're loading out. Yes, and here we go. And Basil's going to be sticking on that blaster. And I don't even think that's any swaps here going in. And now Clam Blitz, Museum to Alfonsino. let's get ready, staff. Like we always say, a little bit of team deathmatch right now as they're looking for the splats, going to be building up those clan economies early on. Max realizes maybe they're a bit too far, going to be jumping out his baseless, just providing a lot of pressure there on that blaster. They are all coolered up and ready to make some plays happen.
Yeah, Moonlight wasted no time, Toma. They were already trying to go in and grab the plat for themselves from Offlex Mint. And they're honestly trying to entice them to come down and say, hey, come take these fights down here in mid and see what happens.
Yeah, look at that, a delayed wipe.
Delayed wipe on them as Omega is trying to get as many clams as possible, but they want to use the Zipcaster. Huge! Huge coming out from Zenith, stopping that push immediately in its tracks. 3 members down on Moonlight here. However, the hold that they have on mid is really scary, but huge for Half to come in and finish the fight.
Yes, it was, and Half sees Omega there too in the corner, going to be calling and picking them out, and now it's time for Offlexman to get space here in mid. Half has that splatter color screen ready to go, and look, Coolers, strikes, everything is prepared for them. Moving up there, Half just needs to grab these 2 clams. They are going to find the first basket open, and there you go. Some follow-up there, and it looks like Zenith is trying to forge a path forward, but unfortunately going down. So just a clam and 1 going on. Not too huge there, but this is a great first open.
Okay, listen, briefly from our perspective, it looked like that clam missed the basket. It
I
looked like
had to stop
the
for a
side of
second.
it,
I was like,
the side of it
go?
touched it. It wasn't even the front part. It was literally like vertical. The clam was vertical, spinning on the basket, so it barely touched for them to make that pop there. But thankfully, a little bit of follow-up too to help out. But look at Moonlight here collapsing in, and the Zipcaster coming out. The Kraken is going to provide some safety with the Zipcaster working together, and the lead now being taken here. Oh my goodness, the Zipcaster Kraken combo from Moonlight here with plenty of follow-up to be had.
This is the kind of push down to 50. You always want to see these kind of really strong pushes, especially on Museum, where it's really hard to get up there in that basket area. Down to 41 now, seeing if they can add a few more clams to that as well. Shadowwind gonna try to, throwing that, able to extend it down to 35. The Stamper has some clams as well. Now down to 26, staff. They are keeping the pressure up.
They just need a little more, Toma. They're trying to find some more clams to get onto that plat. I think they got 1 in there, down to the 23. It's only Shadowwind left alive with a power clam there. They gotta opt to back off here, but Offlex Min is gonna take full advantage of that, as there's already Zenith and Max infiltrating onto the platform area here and trying to paint up as best as they can, throwing out that splatter screen. You can see all 4 members of Moonlight are now pushed into the back area on the back right there, and not really on the great leg to stand on here as Offlex Min comes in, and they do have the clam economy on their side to try to make a counter push, which is going to start right here.
Yes, they do. They're open. 68 remaining. They're going to try to get that second power clam, and if they can, here it is. There it goes, down to 48. They still have some clams in their arsenal, but not the space forward right now. Max going to back up. That clam does give them another opportunity, but they are going to go down. Look at this. Look at the space and the speed that Moonlight is claiming right now. Omega looking at there on Half. They have the Zipcaster ready, and look, 2 power clams, almost 3 entire power clams on the side of Moonlight.
3 power clams still on the side of Moonlight, Toma, and Nolan finally the flank from Zenith getting called out there. Zenith was all the way in the back of the spawn and came forward, and then nobody from Moonlight turned around quite yet, but luckily Nolan was able to make that call out and prevent maybe recipe for disaster that could have been happening. But now you can see once again just kind of a tit-for-tat fight here as we try to maybe get another power clam and pick up a little bit more clams, try to get something going here. But Max going in and getting a nice pick, but then Nolan going for the trade, but then another trade here.
Oh my gosh, the back and forth, the scrappiness of these fights going out as both teams so desperate to get here to these baskets and find some more score onto the board. The strikes in conjunction with the Zuka going to be carving a path forward here for Offlexment, looking to try to create a basket open. Max there on the Graves. The basket does open. Here comes the jump. There it goes. But it misses! That is a key miss, and now this is going to buy some opportunity. But do they see Half? Is Half going to get it in time? No, unfortunately not. Oh, Half's even on the other side of the map. Look at that.
Oh man, that was really close there. Moonlight is still having a lot of wind in their sails here, Toma. They still got a power clam online. Basil getting a really good pick on Max there, and Half getting taken down in the process, but still 3 members of Moonlight going down. I believe that was actually a delayed wipe now occurring here. So Offlex Min having good foothold on mid. I mean, it's mostly orange here. However, with the speed that Moonlight is playing at right now, it doesn't seem like Offlex Min has time to work with.
Omega's pick there was huge. Now 2 down on the side of Offlexment. 6 seconds remaining on the board. Moonlight has all the momentum in their sails. Look at this. You can hear the crowd behind us cheering for Moonlight. 3 down on Offlexment. Now Basil's there with that power clam. Maybe jumping to the wrong person there, but they don't have a lot of time to get across this map south. Basil is diving in, gonna be preventing whatever they can. They have to take this block. They're trying to get it in. They're not going to be able to, and look at that! Moonlight, Zap, Moonlight will be taking this to a game.
Game 5! Oh, okay. I call this stand-up number 3. I'm standing up again.
I gotta take a drink
I'm
of my...
standing up again. Yeah, take a sip. Take a sip, take a deep breath.
Oh my gosh. Sap, what incredible comeback there from Moonlight. The difference from the first 2 games to what they brought out these last 2 games.
They needed some time. It shows why they're here. Needed a little bit of time. Take some deep breaths. Be like, okay, let's work out the fingers. Let's get the, let's get like the feeling of the controller in our hands. Let's kind of put our brain power into this together. And dude, Moonlight's got the hive mind going on right now. Is what I'm saying.
Yes,
okay.
They do. And
I'm coming back.
Saf, you can take those 4 other games that have happened here, and you can throw them out the window at this point, because now all that matters is this one.
All that matters is this one.
It
all comes down to this game, and which is so exciting to be seeing.
Splat zones on. Is it Mahi that we're going to be seeing this on?
Back to Mahi.
I think so.
We're going back to on vacation.
Yes, we are. Here's the chicken.
That's what the rooster says.
The rooster, yeah.
That's what the rooster says, cock-a-doodle-doo.
Quite a fan favorite, it sounds like.
Absolutely, for sure. I like his eyes.
I do too. They're really cute.
Yeah,
and look at this. LTC, let me hear you. Are you hyped for this game 5? Incredible. I don't know if the people on Twitch can hear us, but the energy in this room right now is incredible.
The atmosphere, Toma, the atmosphere is immaculate. And there's a lot riding in on this one. And like you said, the first 4, throw them out the window, because that's not what matters. What matters is right here and now between Moonlight and Offlexment, and who is going to be moving on in this tournament today, Toma.
Yes, it all comes down to this. Splat zones, Mahi. Here we come. Game 5, Offlexment versus Moonlight. Let me hear y'all.
All right, no changes.
Here we go, Saf loading out, gonna be going out in the mid, making these early scraps here for this zone. You can see that they're painting up for that early cooler on both sides, wanting to make sure that they have that for those fights so that they can come back fast. The first cap going in favor of Moonlight. Now they're gonna be out here fighting on this side, 1 down, make that 1 down on both sides. Then look at that, Moonlight loses 2, but still holds the zone. Nolan keeping up excellent pressure here, and now has this Kraken to just try to steal all of this momentum and keep it going. Looking at Helix Sand, look at that jump out, and Nolan into the water.
That jump onto that little box, I was like, can they make it? Is there enough room to fit on there? But surely Nolan says, heck yeah, there is. We can go ahead and do that. But Moonlight having a firm hold on the zone here, Toma, even with the screen. We're now entering into last-ditch effort territory now, as less than 30 unit points are on the board. But here, finally, a lot of pain output to come from Offlexment with 3 members down on Moonlight.
But look at Omega finding 2 there on the side before going down. Now you're going to need Offlexment to come back and respawn, as Moonlight is going to be gearing up to try to find another break back in. They do pick off the slosher there on the side. You see these bombs coming in. Half going to throw out that splatter color screen to try to delay Moonlight as long as they can, but you can see the killer whale coming out here on the side of Moonlight. They're going to be pressuring into the zone with Nolan on that Kraken. We're going to be looking for a potential zone flip here, and there it goes in favor of Moonlight as they try to collapse in on Half and Zenith, but they're going to wipe them up, and now we're going to flip back to Offlexment.
Wiping them out, and in the zone no less. Lots of orange paint going down in the zone to get that zone flip, which is huge for Offlexment. But still, Toma, I mean, Moonlight is still jumping back into here as quickly as they go down. They're not wasting or hesitating any time. They just want to move fast and move quick and strong. And now finally with the zone flipping back into their favor here, all of the subs and specials are going to be forward up on the plat there. Omega unfortunately running into a suction bomb there. Only 2 members of Moonlight left here. But with the follow-up from the Kraken,
Oh my gosh.
Max is going down and half might be done toast too if Nolan can catch him in time, but it looks like they can't. And the Tryzuka is actually going to stop them in their tracks.
And Zenith finds another one, finding Shadow there. Going to be getting this zone back in favor of Flexman, and they are all coolered up, ready to go. You can see Zenith here pushing up very aggressively into the base of Moonlight, trying to find Basil. Basil finds the Splat. Omega there to fight as well. They are through their penalty stop. We may be in danger of a lead switch happening here, counting down 37 counts remaining. Moonlight needs to find a way back into this zone, and they're trying to here with Omega, but the tri-strikes make that lead flip happen.
Yeah, and you can see Omega using the last of their Zipcaster to just try to get a little bit more pain on the ground there to help out, and Shadowin painting for their lives here with the NZAP. Finally, Moonlight switching that zone back into their favor. Toma, this is just going to be a tit-for-tat match of who is going to get closer and who's just going to keep re-instigating penalty.
Yeah, they've got to look out for Max there on the side, who's going to be getting a jump out, and then she's right back into that action. Nolan pushing in on them, finds a splat onto Max. No, there's one more, trying to find that as well. And Saf, this is huge. If Moonlight can hold here through this zone, or this penalty, this is going to be amazing for them. But 2 down, now that Pencil gonna be finding another. Flex Mitt flipping the zone once again.
And yeah, back into their favor here, and Omega kind of over on the left-hand side getting taken down as well, not finding too much value there with taking in a fight. But look at this map, Toma, it's very orange here. Moonlight's got to play it pretty slow as we enter the last minute of the game, and especially because Flex Mitt is all the specials online, and they're going to use all of them at the same time here and give them everything that they got. With Omega coming through on the Zipcaster, though, they're not going to let them stop them.
2 down. Moonlight can try to get this zone back. Omega is going to be recalling any second, though. They have to make a play now. Though, look at this. 15 seconds remaining, and they're able to keep the zone in their favor. Flexman is trying to look for the knockout. Omega trying to make a move, but going down. 3, 2, 1. That's Flexman taking the set.
Wow. Let's hear it for Flex Mitt, LTC. Let me hear you.
Saf, what an incredible close set there between Moonlight and Flexman, and just the way the teams were able to come back and answer tit for tat there. It was just absolutely mind-boggling.
Absolutely mind-boggling. Again, I really just... The screen that was gameplay that was coming out from half again. And also in those final moments, literally, you could see all 3 specials online immediately. All of them popped at the same time. It was holographic until it wasn't. And then you could see strikes, screen, everything, Zuka.
So huge. And like you said, I know the screen is just, I keep coming back to it because I feel like it's so underrated. We don't hear enough talk about it. And half, I think, really demonstrated how well it can control space and how they weren't able to get back into that zone because of it. They weren't able to push the Rainmaker because of it, because there's just a big wall that you really don't want to walk through.
And I mean, for those pencil players out there, I mean, your time has come, and their name is Screen. Their name is Splatter Color Screen to prevent you from winning. But there we go. Praise the Rooster.
The Rooster. Oh my God.
I love me a Rooster, Toma, especially a little fuzzy guy like that.
I do too.
You gotta love that. Oh man,
I'm like out of breath from that, Saf.
I know. I mean, but it was just back and forth, back and forth. It was like, what, you ask yourself, like, what could one team have done better than the other?
And at that level of play, it's so hard to say.
It comes down to a tiny mistake. It comes down to one thing. And because consistently you would see all 4 members get spread out and like throwing bombs, throwing paint, just trying to paint in front of them, build specials, da-da-da. But one misstep. All it takes is that one misstep, but at this level, what I also appreciate and want to point out is that even in top level, you can still make mistakes.
You can, for sure.
And simple mistakes at that, and it's so easy to do.
Everybody's human, Saf, you know what they say, and you just saw too that the calculation there, that as soon as that mistake was made, on both sides, they would recognize it and immediately punish it. It would be just like that, fast, so fast. And those teams weren't hesitating. There was no hesitation in their gameplay.
This game is all split-second decisions. Mel and I were having a great conversation about this earlier. It's like, it's amazing when you reach this level of gameplay because you have to like cue the information that's being given to you by your teammates and be like, okay, what's priority right now, what's not? But then those priorities change immediately. It changes so fast, so it's like, well, if I was doing this thing, but I have to immediately go and do this thing, it's like a hard pivot.
It's at this level, it's almost like these people are playing a completely different game than I think that me and you play.
It's like, are we playing the same game at this point? Are we playing the same weapons at this point? Because, I mean, I love me using I love using Kraken as much as the next guy, but the way that Nolan uses it, it's like...
Actually, I want to point that out too, because I thought it was incredible that I saw Nolan multiple times and that screen was popped in their face. Nolan would pop the Kraken, because if you can't walk through the screen, why not Kraken through it? You can put a lot of pressure onto the opponents. They were going forward through it. They didn't have to worry about the damage because Kraken's invincible. What's the screen going to do to it? And I think that plays like that, too, are really good. And it shows, you know, Kraken has more value than just jumping a power clam. It has really good offensive pressure. It can tackle stuff like screen very well. It has very versatile uses.
And, I mean, too, the precision, too. That jump that Nolan had to make on that tiny, teeny little box. And they stayed there and did, like, you know, one mishap of a squid roll. And, yeah, they were in the water. But still, the amount of precision that they had to, like, calculate to be like, I will land my massive body on this little square.
Little block.
And make it work.
Oh my god.
That takes an immense amount of skill and time to like learn how to do and like mechanically learn how far forward you need to push yourself. But also I want to talk again about Moonlight's incredible Rainmaker game, because with Basil holding on to that Rainmaker, that was incredible because all three players in that overtime push were just spread out and trying to defend each other. And again, it comes back down to that synergy. And speaking of my synergy conversation earlier, Offlex Min is going to be staying on the stage with us, but we are going to be soon welcoming Starburst. And you know what? Who better to tell you all about that than Stu the announcer? Let's go and see.
Toma, Saf, thank you very much. Toma, Saf, great job as always. And boy, how about that, y'all? Going to a game 5. Give it up for Flexman, y'all. For real. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And you know what? That is a spot earned by Max, Zenith, Half, and Helix in winners finals. But you know what? It's one thing to qualify for Grands through winner's side. It's another thing entirely when you have to go through the defending champions. Look up in the skies, it's a supernova. Give it up for your first-ranked team and the current reigning and defending Low Tide City Splatoon champions, the team of Jared, Zero, Bran, and Bagel. This is Starburst! Fans of all the teams that have started out this tournament, these are the only 2 that remain undefeated. But in the words of Connor McLeod and Highlander, there can be only one. Round Rock, Texas, are you ready? Toma, Seth, let's get going.
I got goosebumps on my other arm now. Like, nobody does it like Stu does it, let me tell you.
Very true.
The hype is real. The hype is real. Listen, okay, like Stu said, this reigning champion, Starburst, you see on that left side there, looking to get set up and get locked in and ready to go and working on it there. But Starburst, I remember last year, Toma at LTC, had an incredible run. I believe also an undefeated run, too. And again, I do think as well that Flexman has also been playing with some members of Starburst and like, you know, in scrims and like mix and matching and stuff. So definitely, again, no strangers to each other in playing. So definitely looking forward to see what's going to be brought to the table. And also, I want to point out too, Thomas, sometimes like there's no headphones that were being used to play because again, the synergy can actually just be that good.
Yes, it definitely can be that good. And I mean, just Saf, we've talked about synergy up here a lot on this stage today, and the way that we've seen it out in play is just unspeakable the way that they play off each other so fast, so well. They're basically, like you said, reading each other's minds. And now off Lexman, you know, defeating a very well-known, very respected team like Moonlight has to face, as Stu said, the reigning champs, Starburst, who's been around this scene just absolutely dominating for a long time, really only seeing a lot of contention from teams like Jackpot.
Yeah, and you know what? This right here that we're seeing on the main stage, Toma, is an unstoppable force versus an immovable object.
Absolutely.
Both of these teams coming in here and being undefeated in their sets. They're in this part of the bracket for a reason and looking forward to trying to get into the finals. Hello. We have more stage friends.
We do have more stage. We have 2 of them this time.
That's why I said friends, plural.
Well, true. I was thinking the Rooster. The Rooster was a stage friend. So
That's true.
Now there's 3 stage friends total.
Yeah. You and I are stage friends.
This is true.
Yeah, we're stage friends.
We're on stage and we're friends.
Yeah, we're pals.
Yeah.
We're pals, always. Look
and
at
there's
this.
the Rooster. The Rooster's back with Riley, I think.
Oh, yeah. Rooster had their time on the main stage. They need to take a break. They're going to go ahead and sit with Riley in the lap, and that's a good spot to be.
Yes.
But Toma, looking up ahead here, look at this. Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime is what we're opening up on. I mean, Toma, we opened the tournament today with clams. Like, let's just keep this train going. Let's have some clam chowder. Let's go for a shopping excursion. An indoor water facility fountain thing that we're seeing on the photo of Barnacle and Dime. Would you shop here?
I would. I think it'd be pretty cool.
I think it'd be like high fashion.
I might be one of those people that unfortunately takes all my money and starts throwing coins into the fountain until I have no more, and then I'm like, wait, I can't shop anymore.
Oh, you're gonna make
I make so many wishes. Yeah, it's gonna be and
that's
all
really
my wishes
wholesome.
will come true.
They will.
Yes.
They will. Your wishes will always come true if you truly believe.
Absolutely.
So listen, okay. Starburst has an insane amount of pressure that they like to work with here, and I want to say that normally, I believe Bagel moved into using the pencil consistently. I might be wrong here, and I would appreciate a correction if that was anything.
I think that sounds right.
It looks like there's a request here for Kyo to maybe make an appearance on onto the stage at some point, which is cool to see. But I'm hoping that Starburst is going to utilize all of the tools at their disposal, as they always have been, and just make a good pathway and clear the stage for especially folks like Zero and Brand to go in and maybe wreak some havoc.
Yeah, absolutely. And like exactly what you said, it looks like Bagel's been on that Snipe Rider and Zap, playing those really great support weapons. And, you know, it really enables, like you said, Brand, Zero on that Rapid Blaster, Rapid Pro Deco, or Splatter Shot range. You know, a lot of options there between them, 52 as well, to really get up there and provide pressure. I think that Jared, too, we could potentially see that foil squeezer out of them like we saw out of half. So more screen gameplay could be potentially coming out, and I think that will be really interesting to see. Maybe if we see a screen versus screen kind of situation coming.
And for those people that don't know, too, if you're thinking it, then you're correct. This is Jared from Jackpot that is playing with Starburst today.
Yes, it is.
So again, it's just we've said it thrice at this point. Incredibly stacked tournament, incredibly stacked groups here that you have on the stage right now. But as you can see kind of on the screen, you can see folks are getting a little bit of practice in, maybe warming up a little bit. It seems like Offlexman is maybe taking a little bit of a breather here, coming down from a really, really hype set with Moonlight a few moments ago. So just kind of biding their time, waiting for the members of Starburst to get all settled in before we get started.
Yes, Sweet Hand. I mean, this is the pressure at this point too, and you know, in winners finals is staggering. And they've got of course, I mean, it's still double elimination. So if you win or lose here, it's not over. But you don't want to go down to that loser side. You don't want to have to come back up and play grands and then a bracket reset. It takes so much stamina out of you, Saf, and I think especially on land, stamina and managing yourself there is so important.
Oh my gosh, you want to talk to me about stamina today, Toma? I've been on this microphone twice, and I got to play in a pool today, in the fire pit pool bracket, whatever the words are for that. But today's been very busy for me, so I know a thing or two about stamina.
Oh, it has. I came up to you, I'm like, are you ready, Saf? And you're like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm like, I've been playing for 2 hours, and I was up at 10 a.m., but I'm ready to go.
I'm locked in. I locked in this morning at like 8 a.m.
clearly you've been managing your stamina well.
You know what? I have. I absolutely have. But you know what? When I'm actually in the game, Toma, my ink management is as a support player.
I think I get a little bit too bomb happy sometimes. I'm like chunk, and I'm like, oh wait, I can't paint now.
Yeah, oh, there it goes.
There it goes. Oh wait. Someone ran up to me and I don't have any ink left in the tank. Oh no.
Right, it's like
I don't
Payday.
think we'll see them making those mistakes though.
Surely not. It's like Payday, though. It's like you see the money come in as quickly as it goes out to pay for everything else that's going on in life. But yeah, looking forward, very heavily predicted for Starburst to take it. But just so you guys know, I believe, no wait, Moonlight was seeded number 2. I believe Starburst is seeded number 1. But I'm certain Offlexman is also up there in the seeding. So they are where they should be.
Huge. I mean, so with a stacked roster like they were, if they weren't up there, then they're just showing that they can outperform their seed.
Yeah.
But looking here now on this winner side, you saw Starburst actually 3-0'd Prickly Pear Lemonade off of stream in that incredibly close, of course, Game 5 set that we just saw a few moments ago on stream. And now I believe this is on the loser's side of bracket. Mickey Mart knocked out Catnip. Now Moonlight is going to be facing Mickey Mart there, and Prickly Pear Lemonade waiting for the winner between We Smokin' Symbiotes and Essence.
All right, Essence is making quite a splash today too, Toma. Essence is working their way through that loser's bracket, but Mickey Mart and Moonlight.
That's got to be a set to see too.
I would love to see what's happening over there. That has got to be really fun to watch, but okay. We have Offlexman, we have Starburst. We're going to probably see our key players, our key meta players. You know, you're going to have Pencil, you're going to have Shot. I would be, like you said, I would be interested if Screen came back.
I would love to see Scream. And I mean, the possibility of having Screen on both sides with Jared and with Half, I think this could be a fun fight. And we saw that Moonlight, they had to figure out how to adapt, how to work around that Screen. But if they're both playing Screen themselves, have they really thought too much about what they're going to have to do against it, even if they're already fighting with it?
You know what? Knowing how Bagel likes to play on that Pencil, I think Screen is going to be necessary if that is what your deterrent for Pencil is.
Absolutely.
Because I've heard time and time again how people have talked about Bagel and being on the Pencil, and I know that Bagel themselves is probably a little bit tired of Pencil gameplay, and I'm sure they've talked about it before, and a little bit. Maybe a little bit sick of NZAP too, but I mean, at least you got a little bit of variety. You got a little bit of cooler variety.
One must get the cooler and one must distribute the drinkies to their friends.
I feel like the cooler only giveth, the cooler never taketh away.
The cooler does never taketh away.
It never does. It only gives.
That's why it's so good.
Tacticooler is such a giving special.
It is.
It's so generous.
It's truly loving.
I know. I mean, gosh, I wish I had me like a lot of love in my heart like the Tacticooler does for other people.
Yeah.
Hi Helix, we see you there.
We are, straight into the camera, huh?
Yeah. Locked. You want to talk about locked in?
That is
locked in. Look at Helix.
Oh, look, there's Siren in the background too. Shout out to Siren. Coming down, making sure that these competitors are ready to go.
I want to lock into something as hard as Helix is locking into us right now.
I know. Do you think we do it when it goes back to us?
I don't know, dude, but I feel that there's a third eye like on their forehead looking at me.
Yeah. I can feel it.
Yeah, like I don't feel just like eyes looking at me. I feel like a soul looking at me.
Yeah.
Like I just like felt that in my heart for a second.
I have to go after this set. I'm gonna be like, that was personal.
That was really personal.
That was personal.
I felt it. That energy was felt. It was transferred through the screen to me and you. I mean, it's like we were there.
I know.
It's like we're literally over there, a few feet.
Just like 10 feet to our left.
Yeah, just very shortly. And yeah, you can see here on our point of view right now that folks are getting locked in and the teams are now being selected here. Weapon selection going to be coming up pretty shortly. And so, we're just counting down the final moments between Starburst and Offlexman. Getting really excited here for this one, Toma. Again, your reigning champions going against Offlexman, who have not dropped a set yet. They've sure maybe a few games here and there, but not dropping a set regardless. So.
Yeah, huge to have teams of this caliber going up against each other. Starting off, like we said, Clan Blitz on Barnacle and Dime as we see them readying up and stuff. This has become a classic map. And what I want to talk about too is that we're talking about the screen, right? Screen's really important. I think the bucket too, very scary here, and it's long and flat. So Pencil, like they've got all the keys for success across both of their rosters, really.
Mm-hmm. You know, you are so right. I didn't think about that. The bucket would be really good here. And depending on who is going to be the one to pick that up, I believe sometimes Bran likes to play the bucket, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least maybe in the earlier days of Splatoon 3.
I think Bran's leaning more towards blasters right now, but even then, I think that still kind of fulfills the same niche. You know, you want to get under ledges, poke up into the opponent's spawn over those. I think blaster really does it just as well, too.
Well, you know, Toma, The time has come. We're finally going to have Starburst and Offlex Mint on the screen. Here we go, getting loaded out here as we go into Barnacle and Dime Clan. Let's credit cards out.
Yes, there we go. We see that slosher from Max like I wanted to see, and the blaster coming out from Brand like expected. But what we do see is Jared going to be opting to go with that vanilla squeezer, bringing the Trizuka to the stage, as where we do see Half maintaining that screen, which, guess what? No pencil on the side of Starburst.
Yeah, my heart rate is up a little bit because we get to see Squeezer versus Squeezer, which is so much fun, and especially getting to see Screen Squeezer, the foil Squeezer, coming out to play with us today. It's such a treat. And Half going in and making a statement. 2 members of Starburst make it 3 going down. This could be the opening push for Flexman that they want to try to pull off here, but it doesn't look like really they have much time to do it. They're kind of throwing some clams down here. Max is taking in a good shot, narrowly escaping that Trizuka, unfortunately not being able to make the jump out.
Huge, and now Starburst setting up for that defense. They've got the Killer Whale ready to go. Just trying to wait out that screen. You see none of them will really want to walk into it and take that damage, especially knowing that, you know, Half Helix are there on the other side, ready to just apply some extra pressure and chip them as soon as that they walk through it to confirm a splat. And now they've got to find that space forward. They do find one pick onto Zenith, but trade it out. So they have the cooler, and they've got to work with something, because look at just the space that Offlexman is holding.
Yeah, Offlexman is wasting no time in coming in and trying to take the plat. 2 members of Starburst now going down once again. You can see Zero trying to go in and follow up and prevent Max from doing any more damage, but getting taken down. And so the opening push is going to be done by Offlex Mint with the tri-strikes to follow up here. And Max having plenty to release that timer down just a little bit more, down to the 53. Starburst having a scrappy fight right below their basket. They're finally getting them out of the basket area, with the pencil being the last one standing.
Absolutely, and a great push there, Saf. I always say I want to see a push to at least below 60 on these opening pushes, so that you can't just get 2 power clams and surpass them. But Starburst is making quick work here, pushing up on this left-hand side. You see that they've got that. They tried to get the Kraken. This is not the Kraken. I'm crazy. What am I seeing?
Think about Moonlight.
I'm thinking about Moonlight. Oh my gosh. I see here on the right side trying to go in, but Bagel still holding the space here. Going to be going forward, and even though they've gone down a few members, they're able to juggle these clams. And look at this, Bagel might be able to find 2.
Bagel!
Look at that go!
Oh my gosh, what an awesome double pop with Bagel, just kind of juggling those footballs like you said, and just kind of an underhand throw up to the clam basket there. A nice 60-point push there. Very close to trying to go toe-to-toe with Offlex Mint here, but again, Offlex Mint with that pencil on their side there, and again, especially Zenith too, with the amount of output from the shot that they got going on. A lot of paint that they have to work with here, but Starburst is no different, and Zenith immediately gets shut down on that Trizuka.
Yeah, just a spare little suction bomb there to pick them off, and now you can see Starburst is taking advantage of that, keeping this pressure up. Zero moving here on that left-hand side, finding Max, trying to look in on Zenith too, but Zenith just dips and dodges for a second before going down to a Trizuka, and Helix is going to shut down the ball. It looks like the ball's choosing to go through that splatter color screen and open that basket. They need to find a little bit of follow-up here. They do have enough to take the lead. The splatter shot needs to get in though, and there goes the lead for Starburst. Now down to 48, but of course, look at this. Look how close this is. Not a safe lead by any means, and especially Offlexman is taking space here, ready to go and move in on it. They are hungry to stay alive.
Yeah, I want to shout out Jared in that moment there. They completely, honestly, maybe baited a little bit. They pulled a lot of that attention from Offlex Mint back into their base, but Starburst was spawned in and there and ready to go, hoping to maybe take a fight or 2 near where the folks were spawning back in. Look at the support coming out from Jared, a nice Trizuka support to help out and take that last pick, and support with Zenith as well. 2 members of Offlex Mint going down now, and the economy could not be better for the side of Starburst here, as they're looking in once again to check and see if that basket is open and ready for taking.
Yes, they are. And look at this. They have the screen out to try to delay Starburst from moving in. Half is using that so wonderfully, finding 1 there on the side, dropping in on Bagel, finding 2. Look at that, just 1 left standing on Starburst, and now this is really the opportunity for Offlex Mint, but they have to watch out on the back end there. Half, but oh my gosh, the basket opens while Half is taking that fight, making some distractions, and that's going to be great for them to find the lead, Saf. Of course, now 30 seconds left in this match. They just need to keep those defenses up, and it's going to be difficult as Starburst is already here making a statement for themselves.
Yeah, Starburst did not waste any time to try to get back into that front line there, Toma. And you can see Offlexmin is going to do their best to try to hold down the defense here. It's a very slim margin that they got to hold on to, but I think it could be within their grasp if they just play their cards right. However, once again, you have Starburst with a really awesome economy on their side here. Bagel once again breaking through and making contact with the basket. Just a couple more for the lead with a few seconds left to go. But overtime will still be initiated with that power clam online. And look at this, they're going to beeline it for the basket, Toma. 22 clams online.
Yeah, they've got to watch out. If they can get the 2 power clams in, they'll be able to take the lead. But they have just less than half of overtime to do it. Max needs to move forward and find that space now. Saf, will they make it in time? They go down, and Starburst taking game 1.
That was getting close. That was getting really close for Offlexmin. There was a really back and forth effort there, but I want to shout out Bagel again for that little juggle that they had going on. That was
so good.
That was stylish. That was super stylish to maintain both of those balls in their hands and get them into the basket where they needed to go. So that definitely gave a lot of momentum for Starburst there.
It sure did, Saf, and that can be a difficult situation when you have a power clam that goes down unexpectedly, and Bagel just shows like, hey, Cole under pressure, there's no worry about this. I'm just gonna pick up both of them. We're gonna get that in.
Yeah,
our little stage friends here.
I'm feeling the power of the stage friends, Toma.
Yeah, I think that the stage friends are maybe all that you need.
A kind of OP, perhaps.
Yeah.
They are called Poo. I think that is
that
true.
What they're called?
Yes,
what are
they're called Poo.
What game?
P-O-U. I don't know what game they're from.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
We're gonna look foolish up here.
You don't think we do that already?
This is true.
Just a little.
Don't we enjoy making fools of ourselves sometimes?
Oh my, Toma, there's nothing I love more than a little tomfoolery.
Exactly.
Just a little bit of messing around. There's nothing more. A little bit of dilly and a little bit of dally, as I say,
yeah.
but not going to be happening here.
A little bit of yipping and yapping,
A
too.
yipping and yapping as well. But you know what? Let's go ahead and dilly-dally and get our shopping done down at Make-A-Mart. What do you say?
I maybe need a few things out of the frozen section. Maybe even the breakfast aisle, if you know what I mean there. So I'm going to be loading in, and this is going to be going in, and we're going to actually see,
Jared.
Look at that, the foil squeezer coming out from Jared. Screen on both sides of this.
Screen on screen violence with pencil on pencil violence.
Yep.
Interesting.
I am interested to see how this goes, but right now it seems to be going in Offlexmin's favor as they've got Starburst kind of backed up, but look at that. Bagel going to be finding some nice picks to keeping them alive here. This zone under contention. Looking over there, half spotted out.
Nice.
There they go. Just the pencil, and Starburst now takes control of this zone.
That was a really great call out to see there, Toma. Bagel got a little bit of damage on both players on that right-hand side, and Brand went in to finish the job. What a shot from Zenith there, taking down 0. But still, Starburst wasting no time at all to take over that right stack there, getting a nice pick as well. And finally, that timer's just going to be ticking away with the screen kind of sailing through. But it looks like Offlexmin has a lot of space to work with here because of that screen, and now flipping the zone back in their favor.
Yes, they are half moving up there on that left-hand side, trying to keep a lot of pressure, but unfortunately going to be forced to back up to stack. They need just a tiny bit more paint. There we go, that little chicken doing some work. But 2 down, and Starburst recognizes that. They flipped that zone so fast. The pencil forced to jump out here. Now Starburst going to be working through their penalty, and there's not a lot of it to be had. They have Brand with that Zuka on the line, ready to go, and they're going to be waiting for just the perfect opportunity to pop it. There you go. Looking at Max there, trying to see if they can find them, but Azuka of Flexmin's comes out too. 2 down on the side of Flexmin as they try to charge into that zone, make it 3. Starburst going to be able to extend their lead.
Yeah, and you got to appreciate those shots coming out from the Zuka from Brand as well. They played it patiently. They played it carefully and patiently. They didn't just launch all of their shots at the same time. They wanted to gather information, take a shot, assess the situation, take a shot. And they did just that, and it was super advantageous getting them down to the 23 mark. However, still, you can see Offlexmin has 1 member down at their disposal, and Bagel finding really great positioning here on that left-hand stack, and 0 utilizing that wall, taking the fight with Half. Unfortunately, not going to be successful in that one, and Half is going to be the winner. But and they're going to actually find Bagel in the process too. But Starburst, even with 2 members down, finally you can see Offlexmin now collapsing in on the zone.
Yeah, taking them a while to get there. They do have the screen out, but still, look, the zone caps in Starburst's favor even through all those specials, and now you've got that screen out on their side too. Starburst is just unrelenting, and the amount of paint they've been putting down is incredible, Saf.
Yeah, you really got to be getting Bagel out of there. That's going to be kind of the Achilles heel, I think, for Offlex Mint, because Bagel has the paint output to help out, but you also have the aggression coming out from Brand too, because again, any sort of chip damage that Bagel puts down, Brand is immediately there to respond to it. So you got to be watching out for this duo, because that's where things can get really dicey. And Zero also not going to hesitate to try to take some fights either.
Absolutely. Brand now looking here on the right-hand side and going to be moving up that stack, trying to get in 2-3 down on the side of Starburst. Offlex Mint going to be flipping that zone into their possession. Now they're going to be scoring once again. They've got quite a number to go, but look at this. They do have specials online. They have Tri Strikes, they have Zuka, but they've got to watch out for Zero from behind.
Yeah, and the Max barely making it out of that Trizuka shot. Yeah, opting to jump out, I think, was a good call there.
Absolutely.
That was a little dangerous, a little too close for comfort. But look at Zenith trying to drop in, and once again, a point-blank shot with the Trizuka here. And now just a contestant for the zone, but still Offlex Mint having the paint output.
Yeah, and right now they do have that numbers advantage, looking 2 down on the side of Starburst, but look, it gets flipped on its head just like that. 3 down on the side of Offlex Mint. Starburst going to be finding that zone cap once again. A minute-ish remaining in this game. They're just trying to stall this timer off as long as they can, trying to work through that penalty, especially as the strikes are all online, ready to go from Offlex Mint. There they go, following that screen, going to be able to secure a zone cap for them once again. And now Max, look, just falling in, trying to put that pressure on the Starburst, but Bagel finds an answer there.
Yeah, and with 3 members down of Offlex Mint, now Zenith kind of caught in the middle of a rock and a hard place. They're going down in the middle section, but Brand is going to be pushing up on the right-hand side here. And look, again, you just kind of have a firefight of trying to get some paint output down and thinking about what your next moves are going to be. But now with Starburst launching a screen of their own and their penalty being nearly gone, Trizuka is also out here, Toma. I mean, this is going to be the ending moments here where it's going to really matter. Zenith trying to come in for the flank, but not quite enough to do it. Still trying to hold on, but still, time is not on their side. Starburst punching in their ticket for game 2.
Huge. And now, Saf, they are just 1 game away from securing their win here in Winners Finals and, you know, punching their ticket to Grands. This is a big situation for them, and they need to keep that momentum in their sails, and they've been doing a great job of that, I think.
Yeah, just taking a deep breath too, Toma. Just like, if you're Starburst too, you got to be taking a breath. You got to just kind of be cool, calm, collected. And I want to shout out Brand for doing that with that Trizuka, because it's so easy to get a little bit ahead of yourself and just to lob your shots into places. And it was nice to see that Brand just took a second. They were like, I don't need to do this right away. I'm not in any danger. I can assess the situation before I want to launch those shots out. But I also want to actually talk about Zero on the 52 gal. The Killer Whale finding so much value with displacement. I mean, honestly, acting as like a mobile wave breaker, I feel, in a sense.
It's been so great watching Zero do that. And you kind of find the way, you get it aimed at the right people that you want to. And it's really all, like you said, about displacement and disruption. When Offlex Mint is trying to find their holds or trying to find their break back ends, Zero can launch that and provide some additional pressure to kind of deny the spaces that Flex Mint wants to go by just shooting at it and knowing that if they move there, they've got the Killer Whale following them, and they've got the bullets that will be firing at them, and that they have a high risk of being splatted. And that kind of disruption in play, and it can kind of break the play style that you want to go for, break up your team, kind of isolate them, and that allows not only Zero, but other members of Starburst as well to capitalize off it, find it, and really push in on people who get separated out from the rest of the team.
Toma, I couldn't have said that better myself. I was sitting here like snapping in my brain to what you're saying. You're scratching my brain in the right way with this information. But you know what, too? I don't really think the screen like mattered too much. Both pencils were super mobile, and they were like, okay, well, yeah, this is here. However, I feel that maybe Starburst's screen was a little bit more defensive, but I feel Offlex Mint was using it more of an offensive way, because consistently you would see the screen come out, and then there would be at least 2 members just kind of trying to follow it and trail it.
Yeah, I think if you notice, it's almost affected their front lines more than their back lines, because the front liners are like, hey, this is like right in front of me. I think I have to like go around it, right? And that's a little bit more predictable, where the backlines are like, I'm gonna keep shooting through it. I have a good idea where people should be. and they're not letting that affect them. We do see, though, that we're going to be switching back to that vanilla squeezer. Half going to be opting to keep that screen
Neo
here.
Machine.
And yeah, we do see a Neo Machine that's going to be offering a really, really great Trizuka there for them, as well as point sensors to try to keep track and located everybody. But Starburst finding the initial pop onto that Rainmaker shield here, opening up game 3.
Yeah, and Max going in and getting a nice pick there, but still being traded out in the process. The cooler being popped for Offlex. Mint here trying to make and see if they can get a little bit of space down on below here, but look at that. Starburst enticing Zenith to come down and take the fight, but not to any advantage, and they're going to just smoothly sail as soon as I say it. What a shot, actually, from Zenith back in the spawning area, preventing that Rainmaker from going any further.
But look at that. They're ready to just attempt it once again, and, you know, one time, okay, but second time, we're ready. We're here. We're going to get that dunk. And Jared does have this Trizuka almost built up, ready to go for once that pop goes. And there we go. You see that Trizuka pop almost immediately, taking their time to try to locate the members of Offlexman. And look at that. A great pick from Zero as well. Half's going to throw at that screen, trying to deny the Rainmaker from moving. And it looks like Starburst realizes, yeah, we do have to give up that space, allowing the Rainmaker to fall back and reset. But it doesn't matter, Seth, because look, they still have just complete control of mid.
Yeah, the paint output coming out from Starburst right now is insane, and it's absolutely working in their favor. As you can see, that first checkpoint has been popped, and Bagel is going to waste no time to walk across the grates here because they're getting really close. It's a little too close for comfort for Offense.
Look at it!
But look at the wipeout! Starburst is going to be moving on.
Look at that. Incredible from them. And all it took, they realized that left-hand push, they just needed to back up. They needed to hold that space. And once they realized that, hey, that push opened straight up on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that was the opening gateway there. You got to appreciate Bagel trying to picking up that Rainmaker and being the one to take it to victory, because from their perspective there, we could really see what they were thinking.
Yes,
we could see the calculation. They were like, okay, there's a splash wall here. This person's here. I'm getting fired at from over the splash wall. The only thing I can do is move forward and then just trust that my teammates are going to win the fight and take out the wipeout.
Absolutely. And just, gosh, what an incredible play there from Starburst. You could just feel the hunger to close out that set there. They didn't want any momentum to slip away from them. So they're wrapping up that 3-0, sending them straight to grand finals.
That's awesome, Toma. And you know what? Soon we're going to find out who could potentially be meeting them there. So Starburst just punched their ticket. They're going to be kind of hanging out for a moment and waiting to see who is going to be their actual competitor meeting them again on the stage.
Absolutely, Saf. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm really excited to find out.
Of course, Toma, always. Always excited to find out to see who's going to play against Starburst, because that is always going to be such a treat to see. And look at that. There goes Starburst and Offlex Mint walking off the stage together. GG's to both teams there. And you know what else, too? It really felt like that first game for Starburst was kind of a warm-up. And then because as soon as the second and third game came, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And not to say that the first game, like, wasn't, you know, like that they didn't do anything. It's not to say that, because it was like a very, like, it was a sweep for sure. But still, it just felt like the energy from game one was not consistent with game two and game three by any means.
No, they were, and like you said, like, there's nothing wrong with that there. And especially once you start reaching these upper echelons of play, you have to kind of think that the caliber of teams that Starburst has been playing has been slowly starting to ramp up throughout the day. And now in, like, winners finals, that's kind of the peak of what they're going to be experiencing again until grand finals. So they really needed to take that opportunity and be like, this is the level of competition that we're expecting. So yeah, that level of warm-up is to be expected. And I think they really found their footing starting that game 2-3. And now they know once they get back for grands, they're like, this is what we've got to do.
And again, you want to talk about mechanical advantages. Starburst completely has mechanical advantage, and they know how they want to use their weapons. They practice them well, and again, but they still are like, it still feels like that there's a really fun flavor in there.
Yes,
because, you know,
absolutely.
it's not like completely meta, but like there's a lot of fun things to like supplement some of the meta, which I really appreciate. So like, you know, you have pencil and whatever, but then like foil squeezer.
Yeah,
like
I haven't
seen foil squeezer like at all, like really today or like yesterday, and like
neither have I. And I
like
think
here it
it's
is.
something that, you know, we haven't gotten to experience quite as often with the opt-in, opt-out situation that we've seen throughout most tourneys. And so it's one that high level, you know, I think they've been experimenting with in scrims outside of these tournaments that get streamed out. So at this is the first time we're getting to see a lot more high-level gameplay come out, and we can see that, hey, yeah, they have been cooking that behind the scenes. This is what it looks like, and honestly, it's insane.
Yeah, the practice is really the action. You know, the words are being put into actions. That's what I was going for. The words and the work is actually being put into action and being put to the test here on the main stage. And so, I mean, Starburst, the Starburst train is just all aboard, man. All aboard, baby.
All aboard the Starburst train, and they'll be waiting there, and I can't wait, especially because, our good friends will be there commentating that set there. And, the hype in the room. And that was just winners. That wasn't even grands. It is
I know, it's a
building.
taste. It's a taste of what we're going to see a little bit later. And we're just chomping at the bit to see what is going to be coming down the pipeline next. But Toma, you know what? I'm really thinking about dinner here over on this side of the chair, this chair. Sorry, we're not sharing a chair. There's actually just a bench. No, we're just chilling. But Toma, I'm really thinking about dinner tonight, and I'm wondering, what do you got on the brain for food?
I don't know. I mean, there's that cool Mac place that's over there. I mean, I've already been. You haven't been.
Keep
I've
bringing
heard.
Up the Mac.
So that's
again with the Mac. This guy.
Listen,
with the Mac.
I like cheese. You gotta understand. First of all,
yeah, okay.
I am
cheese and
big cheese fan.
Yes, that's fair.
So you haven't gone. Me and Falco went earlier.
Okay, that's true. You guys did go and have a little snacky snack earlier, so that's fine.
But of course, our options are unlimited. I have the car, so
that's true. We do have wheels. We do have the transportation and the technology to really seek out what we are looking for. Toma, I'm kind of thinking about barbecue again. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, I didn't get to go to barbecue last night, so. I would go to barbecue.
Well, that's something that maybe we can talk about and think about.
I think it will be.
Yeah, that'll be a fun time.
We'll go grab our people from up in their rooms.
That's true. We'll bring them out. We have to. They got to come and eat with us because it's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. You got to make sure that you're hydrated and you're eating.
Absolutely.
So you got to appreciate that, but. Man, what a couple good sets that we got to see here on the main stage today. You always got to appreciate when you have your top seeds showing their faces and coming in to have some fun. So we thank you. We thank you, Afflex Mint, Moonlight, Starburst. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Much love. And I mean, just astonishing. I'm always blown away when I'm commentating because I'm a little low level. I'm out here playing in my low inks every month. But it's so staggering to see these teams, even in the wave pools that I commentated earlier, just genuinely shocking gameplay.
Yeah, totally. And I always think that whenever I get to watch this level gameplay, I want to learn as much as I can.
Me too. I learned so much from my commentary.
Yeah, it really does help wire your brain that way to see what other people are seeing. It's super helpful to try to make those connections and put it together. So. But you know what, Toma, for today, that's actually going to do it for me and you. We're going to be passing it off. We're going to be passing it off, and I think we're going to be seeing on the loser side of bracket.
Yeah, I think we'll be doing that, and we'll go get our dinner that we were talking about.
Gosh, I know we're going to go eat finally. But you know what, Toma, I've had such a blast being here on the mic with you today and getting to talk about Starburst, Afflex Mint, and getting to, gab and yap as always. We appreciate you. Don't go anywhere, folks. Back at home, LTC is still rolling strong here, and we're going to be moving on after this.
Welcome back to Low Tide City 2024. Stu the announcer rocking out with you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for the best Splatoon action that North America has to offer. Folks, I think we've been having a good time here, and I'm pretty sure that the crowd could attest to that. Am I right? And the thing is, the only thing better than watching the action at home is being a part of it. That's why we're encouraging y'all to sign up for Ludi Season 15. We just dropped it over this weekend. So shout out to the homies at Ludi. And if you want to sign up, go ahead and get at Ink Leagues on Twitter. That is INK, however you spell leagues, on Twitter. I'm not that smart. I'm just a man with a microphone. But we're going to get things going here on the elimination bracket. You already know how it is. 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves. Introducing first, the team of IB Woomy, Nilla, Sune, and Drip Woomy. This is Essence. And this next team, what can we say? They're sticklers for success. Give it up for Mudcup, Pika, Shiny, and Pepe. This is Prickly Pear Lemonade. Now the thing is, we got a little bit of noise for y'all to make. So without further ado, let me introduce to you your casters for this set. Give it up for Shiny Hunter Zach and Rissa. Take it away.
Gosh, Stu makes our job so much easier. Welcome in, everybody. It's Splatoon 3 here at Low Tide City 2024, the final Low Tide City, and I'm sure you've already been enjoying the action so far, but be ready, please, because there is so much more to come today. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me is the illustrious and well-known Rissa. And Rissa, we have some great action going to, as Stu said, the losers part of the bracket for the quarterfinals here between Prickly Pear Lemonade and Essence.
Yes, and, you know, this is that point of the tournament where, okay, this is the loser's side of the bracket. If you lose this, then you are completely out of the tournament. So we're going to be going into this, and these teams, I'm sure, are going to be feeling that pressure.
Yeah, and some very, very strong matches played so far by Prickly Pear Lemonade, especially, I would say. It's a team of sort of veterans that have been going on for a while. You've got Mudcup, Pika, Shiny, all rounded out, of course, by Pepe, and they've been doing a phenomenal job. I've seen, you know, pretty traditional comps. There hasn't been a lot of deviation, I feel like, at this tournament. The meta, sort of like the game's life cycle, has really shaped out as time has gone on.
Yeah, I actually hadn't really been watching Splatoon within the past month, and we had talked about this. I came in and I was like, okay, did the meta really change that much? And it really hasn't from when I've most recently been paying attention. So throughout the last couple of months, it seems like, you know, Pencil staying in the meta, and I'm curious too, are we going to see that from both teams actually are going to have those anchor players with them. We have Sune, who plays chargers and weapons like that, and then Shiny over there playing those weapons as well.
Well, we don't have long to wait. It's going to be game 1 here. Tower control on Inkblot Art Academy here between Prickly Pear Lemonade and Essence. Let's see what weapons are being brought to the table here. And one weapon that has sort of crept into the meta lately is that range blaster. Such a massive potential offensive presence here. We're also seeing, of course, as you called out, Rissa, that pencil on both sides of the map. And sort of capped out here, we've got the Splatana, which also has a good bit of range to provide that sort of sneaky presence along with the Zipcaster.
All right, so we immediately see, wow, what was that? 3 members down on the side of Essence. I mean, we didn't even get to intro this match here. Looks like Prickly Pear is coming in hot. They are already on the tower. Pepe pushed up all the way to the other team's bats and using the Zuka while they're at it.
Yeah, this Prickly Pear team has had to be tenacious. They faced a hard 3-2 match against We Smoke and Symbiotes early in the bracket, followed by an upset victory over Mickey Mart 3-1. And you can see they're already at checkpoint number 2. Nice splat there by Mudcup, who's got the triple ink stack ready, and they're going to hold on to it as they just have 1 member left alive. They're going to have to back out, but of course a very, very strong, aggressive start from Prickly Pear Lemonade.
Okay, Mudcup drops down into mid, gets another pick onto someone from Essence. You could see Essence too. They grouped up there on the right side. They knew that they needed to hone in on that remaining member, because with the way that Prickly Pear plays, I could easily see them continue to jump in and just continue that aggression that they had. So once again, Shiny here on the tower, pushing that tower, and I just love the aggression that we're seeing game coming out from Prickly Pear.
Yeah, we need for Essence to find a way here for their pencil to set up. You can see their setup basically just after their spawn. They're not really in a super ideal spot. They need to be able to get that tactical war online, but Pika trying to make sure that doesn't happen. They get caught out there by Nilla after the original shot was fired. Nilla looking for the second. They're going to find it. That's going to be part of a wipe out there on their plot there for Essence, and that was massively needed. As you can see, one of the first times in this game that they've been able to capture mid.
Essence here already pushing up. We see Woomy here on the crab already. They are coolered up as well. I did see that cooler come out. So it looks like Essence is really wanting to try and almost match the aggression that we're seeing from Prickly Pear. Sune there on the tower. They're the last remaining member of Essence. It looks like they do jump back, which I think that was a really smart idea. Regroup. Let's regroup and get that cooler ready, get special ready to push back into mid.
Yeah, Pika able to get that wave breaker off. You can see that they've been sort of the tip of the spear here, that very offensive sort of mid-range style weapon, as Pepe has been able to get in as well. They had that Trizuka online, wasn't able to find anybody with a final shot, but they're basically just creating space here while their designated tower rider is sticking to it, that being their pencil. Pepe's going to jump back to the tower here, just making sure that they can stay alive. Essence has lost 2 already, but it's the tides are turning here. The 52 and the pencil able to hold things down for the time being, but I don't know if they see Pika. Pika's allowing them to jump in. They're looking for the second direct shot on the pencil, not quite able to find it, but already so much work being done, and a direct shot on top of that, and that allows them to build up that wave breaker.
Wow, Pika said, I don't think I'm going to leave your guys' plat. I'm just going to hang out here. Finally, though, Essence able to take out Pika, and now Prickly Pear is going to have to regroup, but this is you see Essence, they can set up, they know that they need to play aggressive, they have those specials ready, we see that whale come out, we see the cooler come out as well, they just need to figure out how to utilize them to be able to push the tower even further.
Woomy going to go down there on the side, as will the 52. That's going to be a double. Well, meanwhile, in mid, a wipeout going to be forced here. Prickly Pear eliminate the pendulum swinging back in their favor, and not just that, they're going to have this Trizuka from Pepe online as Essence is coming back from spawn, but they get spotted out, it looks like, by Tsune on the pencil, and that's going to allow them a little bit of breathing room and a chance for Tsune to build up that ever-important tactical. That's been a key focal point here in this meta. Is pencil still the main weapon you want to go for tactical, or something like the heavy edit or even the NZAP coming back into favor?
Okay, so Sune here riding the tower. Cooler is out, just like Zach was able to highlight, and they're actually putting points on the board, able to get through the first checkpoint. We see jumps coming in as well. They are doing, oh my gosh, there's so much happening. They have that aggression that they've been waiting for.
See, it's a hefty cost, though, to build up that pencil, and if you go down like that, jumping in the water, it's going to be even tougher to get that pencil back online. 1 minute left, and a wipeout forced once again by Lemonade. Not the first time we've heard that today, and not the first time we've seen mid this green this match, and now it's going to take Woomy and Salty here to try and be, again, that starting Essence to see if they can find a pick, but they're going to have to contend with this triple ink strike on the uninkable ramp. Nilla trying to stay alive, and they'll get the pick there onto Mudcup. A 2-down situation. They get one of the specials that was online too. Importantly, it's that Trizuka, and Shiny just barely able to get out. There, as you mentioned, Rizza going to have Nilla's 52 gals Killer Whale back online, but in this final 30 seconds, they're going to be hard-pressed to leave this tower if they want to have a chance to force overtime.
Okay, able to take down 3 members on the side of Prickly Pear. Essence riding the tower to the second checkpoint, and with some specials on board, here we see Salty using that Zip Caster, able to take down Pika while they're at it. Right now, Prickly Pear just has to do everything they can to try and group together to stop the tower. The tower points are counting down right now with just Sune remaining on the tower. They're trying to hold it and not quite able to hold it there at the end. But man, right at the end, they were counting down those points.
Minimum of 3 or 4 wipeouts in that game 1 forced by Prickly Pear Lemonade against Essence, showing just how coordinated and dominant their team composition is there. Pika often being that entry and focal point with the range blaster, and then we saw some teaming up there, some nice 2-on-1 situations created. We saw, though, I think some moments of brilliance from Essence. The 52 has been in the meta of Splatoon for a very long time, and with good reason. We saw that Killer Whale getting popped. It's the only global special basically in the game. You have the wall that allows you to stay alive and to block off small entry points. And as we move on to map number 2, which will be Clam Blitz on Robo Ramen, they're going to have to find on what can be a larger map if you use all of the verticality ways to get into clams and be able to find and put up multiple power clams at a time.
With the way that we were able to see Essence slowly, it seemed like they were slowly figuring out, they were starting to get into mid there in that last game. They were starting to push the tower a little bit further, get a little more points on the board, and when they had their pushes. So when we go into this next match, you know, I'm really interested to see if, okay, did they figure it out? Did they figure out what they need to do specifically against Prickly Pear to win this next game?
Yeah, Essence is a team that does have a lot of weapons in their arsenal, so we'll see how much that changes. As expected, not too many changes coming out from Prickly Pear Lemonade, and on the opposite side of things, we are going to basically see a lot of the same. Sune going to be hanging out on that pencil once again. Woomy still going to be on the New Order dualies as well, and already some clamps being picked up as mid is contested already.
All right, so both teams painting into mid, just trying to play safe, it looks like, but Essence does have a member go down. Pepe flanking around here on the right side into Essence's plat area, but with 2 members going down on the side of Prickly Pear, looks like Essence was doing a really good job there, staying back, letting those members of Prickly Pear come into them, but with the way that Prickly Pear plays and plays off of each other's aggression, they're doing a really good job at already pushing up with Mudcup by having those 12 clams.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 12 clams online. It's going to be Mudcup carrying the power clam, which of course does spot you, so you really do have to be careful with your positioning when you have it, but they've been careful, and maybe they've been the distraction here as they've caused a full wipeout, and that's going to mean the barrier gets broken for Prickly Pear Lemonade here first, already getting the points down to 68. They are going to lose their pencil, so they're not going to have that anchor presence. The shot going to go down as well, both shots in fact, and that may be the end of the first push, but again, a strong first minute here for Prickly Pear Lemonade. Pika not quite ready to be done either as they get a couple, looking for the third, and they'll find it onto Salty, and they may have another push as the rest of their team looks to regroup with a Pika who just fell.
Wow, you can see the members of Prickly Pear, they recognize exactly what was happening there with Pika and already pushed up into mid, pushed into Essence's plat, and they are gathering their clams. They do have 5 clams ready at the moment. Okay, right as I say that, Mudcup heard me. It was able to make that power clam. And you see right now, Essence is trying really hard to get these members of Prickly Pear out of their spawn. They are just literally a prickly thorn in their side.
Salty, importantly, staying alive more than anything with that Zipcaster until that final moment there. So again, being a distraction to Prickly Pear Lemonade as they were forced back behind mid. They have the Wave Breaker out. It's going to fall now. Woomy trying to make something happen with the Crab. They're going to get a couple of picks here, which is going to slow Prickly Pear's roll. And a nice shot over the wall by the Trizuka. Pepe going to look for another one. Not quite going to find it. They will get a clam or 2 into the basket, which will extend their lead slightly. But Sune going to help regroup here for Essence. They have that power clam online, and it's important, just like in other game modes, to make sure that you're putting the right person on that power clam when you're looking to push.
All right, so I'm just trying to think, if I'm Essence, what do I need to do differently here to try and get out of our spawn? I think one of the main things, as we're seeing Pika here, just be such a nuisance with this range blaster. Being under those ledges, able to poke the members of Essence and not even let them move out of their spawn is something that Essence is going to have to figure out how to deal with.
Yeah, nice range. They're getting the direct onto the shot with that range blaster. Pika looking to shark around a little bit and regroup with their team. They actually find Woomy there and are able to dispatch them. So even though Essence is holding on to this pity clam, they're not really doing much with it. Sune's going to fall now, and it's a 3-down situation once again. Forced against Essence. Mudcup feeding Shiny as many clamps as possible, and it's going to be enough to break that barricade. That's going to get them past the halfway point. And with 2 minutes left to go, they're only going to lose 1 shot as Woomy tries to play tower defense here with this Crab. They're going to delay Mudcup and Pika, and enough to where they're not going to be able to get any of the clams they're holding onto into the basket. But time is not Essence's friend right now, and they're going to have to find some footing fast.
Okay, so Mudcup here pushing up again. The aggression and sneakiness that we constantly see from Mudcup, Pepe, and Pika is something that Essence really has to watch out for. Those flanks, it seems like those flanks consistently are a great distraction and something that they're really going to have to watch out for. So like you said, going into the last minute and 30 seconds of this match, actually Essence able to take down 2 members of Prickly Pear. We see Woomy here crabbing up in Prickly Pear's spawn area, but Mudcup takes it down.
Yeah, to me that started with Salty and Nilla winning a 2v1 on the opposite side of the map, but it just didn't fully pan out. However, they've gotten 2 down once again, and Sune, as they have been all match, holding on to the power clam. They get the tactical down first, and finally they're able to break the barricade. They've got some clams online, but they lose 2 almost immediately. They're going to lose that 3rd, and it's just the Splatana left. They're not really going to have much to do here. They do have 1 more power clam at their disposal, but it's going to take a while. They're going to have to play the long game. It's not, however, an insurmountable lead, but it will take multiple clams, power clams even, to get this one to be a lead.
Oh man, going into the last 40 seconds here, Essence has to be so careful right now. Looks like they're doing a really great job at that. They're staying back, they're grouping up, they called out where Mudcup is, they're trying to call out here where Pika is under this right ledge. They have to be really careful because if they turn their eyes off of Pika, that's when things start falling apart. So going into the last 20 seconds here, Essence does have that power clam, but we're gonna have to see if they can push forward to even score that in.
Yeah, the trouble is, unlike other team compositions that we've seen on Clam Blitz, they don't really have a splatter color screen to be that sort of guarding presence, sightline blocker even, to make sure that they have an entry point, because there's no bubble blower in Splatoon 3. Woomy making use of that clam. They're going to get a pick there on the Shiny. That's Nilla, who sets up the wall and is going to have the killer whale online as well. Looking to take out Mudcup, and they will, and they'll break the barricade down as we enter overtime. They're going to get a couple of picks, but the Splatoon is going to fall on their side. Pico is going to make a final stand. They get a few clams in. They just have 2 members left. Suni and Salty are going to be them. Can they find room? They throw one, they get it in. Can they find the last 2? They're going to need 1 to tie and 2 to win. The tie, however, will not matter if they can get it. Just the 52 left, and it will not be enough. Too little, too late. Essence trying to make a final stand, cannot find enough clams, and Prickly Pear Lemonade in a closer game 2 holds on to take a 2-0 set lead.
Man, that was kind of felt very reminiscent of that first game that we watched. You know, Prickly Pear won that game, but Essence was able to slowly start figuring out how to adapt, figure out what they need to do in particular. I think it really is going to come down to, okay, we know what players we need to watch out for, but we're going to have to see how they utilize the map and how we need to watch them that way instead.
Yeah, I think there really is 2 schools of thought when you get down in a set. There are teams that are very confident in what they're running. They feel like they're in a good place in the meta, and they just need to sort of get into a right place, right time type of mindset for the next map. Whereas, if there is a team potentially like Essence that has a lot of weapons in their arsenal, they could say, okay, this set of weapons instead is not working, and we need to adjust that, not just for the mode and map, but also for the team that we're facing. It looks like in this case, we're witnessing the former, where Essence feels pretty confident with what they've been running. It's gotten them, of course, this far in the tournament, and they are just trying to see if they can make it work even better, one iteration after the other. We saw a much closer game 2. We'll see now if the tides keep shifting enough to where Essence can take this game 3.
Okay, and if I saw that correctly, it looks like we're going to be headed into Splat Zones on Umami. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so Splat Zones, Umami. Ooh. Man, what are you thinking? What are you thinking Essence is going to have to do on this map in particular to help?
You know, it's tough. It's a 2-zone map divided by that sort of riser in the middle, and it's going to be a great place for Pencils to set up. I expect that to continue. I expect that to be, of course, for Shiny to bring that in. That's been a great backline weapon for them and for Tsune as well. Again, not really many changes seen here. They're confident with what they're bringing, and now let's see who can take control of these zones first.
All right. I'm looking at these comps, too. I think looking at Pico's range blaster, that's going to be something too. They're going to have to really watch out for those constant flanks. As we see a bloodbath here happening here on the top of mid. 3 members going down on the side of Essence. Cooler comes out as well from Prickly Pear, and it looks like they're going to utilize that Cooler to try and push up and act aggressively. Even if they go down, they're cooled and they'll be right back to take on fights.
Those blaster directs have to be one of the most satisfying things you can do in Splatoon here. Pepe trying to win the 1v1 against Salty. They're not going to have much luck here, but it is going to be a 2v2 and now 1v2 situation here. Prickly Pear setting up early and often. They have gotten a huge lead already in the first 40 seconds, and they are making sure to lock it down. In fact, Pepe was sharking a little bit, and they get caught out there by Tsune. That's an important pick that allows them in. They have the Crab and the 52 Killer Whale coming out. They're going to stop the progress on the zones at least temporarily. However, they still need more picks here as their output in terms of paint is just not enough yet.
Yeah, we can see they know, okay, we just need to try and hold one zone. Pika! Oh my goodness, Pika utilizing that range blaster just like I was highlighting at the beginning of this. Are you kidding me? They are able to use that perfectly over those ledges, take down those members of Essence that were trying to come into the zone. Woomy actually trying to run into the zone, gets a trade with Mudcup, I believe that looked like. But, you know, right now, Essence is really, they just need to take a breath, slow down, figure out how to regroup. It's going to be hard, though, in the last 15 seconds here.
Yeah, this is what we call a mad dash here. Pepe desperately trying to stay alive and hold back Essence. This could be the most emphatic win we've seen so far, and it will be. Essence completely locked out. It is a 100-0 victory in Game 3, the decider and a sweep for Prickly Pear Lemonade as they will move on to the loser semifinals.
Okay, I mean, man, Essence, we highlighted those first 2 games. We saw them definitely have those signs of life where they were starting to figure out what they needed to do. But I think, you know, when you go into that 3rd game and there's just a lot of aggression going on, the pressure being up on stage on the stream, you know, sometimes, you know, it could get to you.
Yeah, and we highlighted it too. There's difficulties there, and if you get locked out, you know, you're not only facing the pencil that has that long range, it's got 5 total charges when it spins up. That's enough to take out 2 squids and then some. And then you have to contend with Pika's range blaster that is just doing absolutely mad lad work there. It is just such a tall order to deal with when you're having to contend with that with sort of shorter range weapons. You've got the dualies that provides a little bit. You've got shot versus shot there, but you don't have anything like a squeezer coming out. You don't have anything longer range besides your own pencil. So it's difficult when you get locked out like that, especially in such a snowbally, fast-paced mode like Splat Zones, to come back, especially on a 2-zone map where you can't even see the other zone. You can't really have a great impact on it unless you're able to get fully control of mid.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that too. They don't have a squeezer, something that can deal with staying back, throwing up a wall, poking at that range blaster a little bit more, poking maybe even at the pencil a little bit more. So, man, that was a fun match to watch, definitely.
It was tough, yeah. It was a very, very strong showing here for Prickly Pear Lemonade. Again, we highlighted sort of that they had closer sets coming into this one, but really prove with this victory 3-0 over Essence that they deserve to be at this point in the tournament, and such a great job done. Of course, we have to give our props to Essence for making it this far in the tournament. They've done a great job themselves and showed some moments of promise there. That game, too, really was that sort of fun back and forth that we were looking for. I feel like many Clam Blitz games go to overtime, but it really just comes down to sometimes that last clam throw or getting yourself in a position to where your teammates can spawn back in and find clams that are around you. So it's a tough draw. It's not always something that is as clear-cut as the scoreboard might show, but especially that last game showed that Prickly Pear Lemonade is here to play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they just came in, they knew what positions they needed to be in. That's always something too. If you go in it and you know where you need to go, everyone, you're going here, you're going here, you're going here. That helps out so much because everyone already knows what they need to be doing, and that's what looked like Prickly Pear was doing on that map in particular. I mean, they do that throughout the whole game, all of the games, but that one in particular, man, they were set up and they were just ready to take on fights.
Well, it's going to be a difficult road for Prickly Pear Lemonade yet as they do move on to losers semifinals, but their opponent in that matchup will be Moonlight, a team that was seen by some as the 2nd overall seed in this tournament. It is going to be a matchup that will be very, very tough for both teams, I think. Moonlight, of course, losing to Flex Mint 3-2 rather, yes, in the winners semifinals, knocking them into this losers portion of the bracket here. So super, super fun and interesting to see how this one will work out. Of course, the winner of this losers semifinals game between Moonlight and Prickly Pear Lemonade will be taking on Flex Mint in the losers final. So lots on the line, lots at stake, and 2 teams that are hungry for a victory here in such a hyped LAN environment.
That game, I was actually watching that set with Moonlight, and man, that was so hyped. The crowd was hyped. Everyone was super hyped, and you could see that definitely, you know, Moonlight was there. They were ready to fight, and I think looking at Prickly Pear, they're warmed up. They're ready to go, so we're going to have to see how they end up playing against each other.
Yeah, it's an argument that goes into both, I think, sports and esports in a tournament setting where it's rest versus rust, where if you are sort of forged in fire and you're playing these long sets that really test you, that also then throw you immediately into the next very tough set, versus a team that might, in a Splatoon scenario, for example, 3-0 their way the entire way through. They have to rest a lot. They don't get a lot of practice in between. They're just kind of, you know, moping around or waiting for the next set to happen. Does that then impact the team that is winning their sets handily versus the teams that are sort of being tested and being pushed to the brink in some of those cases, going to that game 4 or 5? But really, it will be interesting to see what Prickly Pear Lemonade has learned here and their knowledge of Moonlight as well, because Moonlight is sort of an established team that is, you know, putting up a very imposing presence here at LTC.
Shiny, what does that say? More on Metafy. Thank you, Shiny. Thank you. Yeah, and like you were saying, the members of Moonlight have players that, it's a newer team, but it is a well-established team, has players that everyone knows. We know what weapons they play. A lot of us like to follow those players and follow their journey in comp because they're pretty inspiring and they can help us figure out what we want to do when we're playing. So looking at Moonlight, with the knowledge that Prickly Pear is going to have on those members, I'm really interested how that is just going to end up working. This first game, I think, is going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, and the juxtaposition between, you know, pickup teams or teams where 2 or 3 of the members know each other and they're sort of finding that 3rd or 4th to join their team, how those synergies work out versus the teams that have played together online for a long time and are meeting up and are not just sort of basking in the glory of getting to meet each other sometimes for the first time on LAN, sometimes it's their first in-person event, and then they get to play together. And if they're in this stage of the tournament, then they've made it so far. It's so fun to see those type of interactions come to light. And of course, you know, in the West, we have, I feel like, a lot more of a team-oriented scene where, you know, players stick together and play with each other for months or years. And sometimes this type of environment can be the culmination of that. So for the players that have made it to this point, it is very, very important for them. They have a lot of times friends and family members cheering them on. So they, of course, want to do their best for that reason and for their own reasons.
Yeah, definitely. And like you were highlighting too, like the members of Prickly Pear, there's a couple members there that were previously on Cherry Limeade. So it's like they already have that synergy. They know how to play around each other. I know Mudcup wasn't technically on Cherry Limeade, but has played with those members quite a few times. So they already have that synergy and are going to be able to utilize that when they go into this next set against Moonlight.
So in looking at sort of the weapons that Moonlight is going to be bringing, you know, we could potentially be seeing things like the Carbon Roller, Stamper, Dualies, that coming out from Omega. You know, Carbon Roller I've seen only a couple times at this tournament, but Stamper has been sort of a mainstay since its inception in Splatoon 3. Of course, it's one of the newer weapon classes that came out. It has a very interesting special in the Zipcaster that doesn't see play on a lot of other weapons, but to this type of weapon, it just makes a very, very fun kit. It provides a lot of distraction, and then you're going to see a lot of the sort of standard. You have backline weapons, like something that's going to farm up tactical or likely pencil, maybe, you know, heavy edit if somebody wants to bring that, NZAP if you want another type of supporting weapon that's sort of shorter range. Shooters are always going to kind of be in the meta because they can react to situations quicker than other types of weapons like, I don't know, blasters or splatlings where there's a delay in your ability to get your next shot off. So shooters are going to be there. That's why things like Octoshot / Splatter Shot are very, very good. It's why things like 52, even with its relative RNG, are very good. And you just add the kits on top of that, and it just becomes a powerhouse of a weapon that's been difficult to keep out of the meta, to be honest.
Yeah, and those weapons too, like you highlighted, the Splatter Shot, the 52, even they can be really aggressive weapons that can pair with like pretty much any weapon. It's like you need at least 1 or 2 Splatter Shots in your comp with the meta how it is right now. But those weapons not only can be really aggressive, but I really like too that they provide a lot of pain. You can turn that into almost a support weapon if you need to sit back and paint and you're recognizing, okay, maybe we need to slow down. I need to sit back and paint a little bit. But on the other side of that, you can also push forward and be aggressive instead.
Yeah, and the Squeezer, I think, too, you know, it has the 2 firing modes. It's got sort of the slower and less damage mode, and then it's got sort of the carpal tunnel maker, as it will, sort of the one that requires you to tap shoot in order to get that 2-shot. But it is another weapon that could potentially, you know, be good at painting if you really need it to. And we've seen both iterations of the Squeezer come out, both the foil and the regular Squeezer. You know, the splatter color screen, it's a special that needed some accessibility tuning, but has really found its place as sort of a special that can block those sight lines and make it very difficult. We saw in Starburst earlier set, them having to go all the way around the splatter color screen in order to sort of, on Clam Blitz, make it work, to get out of their own spawn. And there are times that teams like Starburst might be slower to get started, and that's where teams that are looking to make an upset on a team like that really need to be that aggressive team that gets going right away, wastes no time, and make sure that they can do it. But it looks like we're going to go to Stu, the announcer, here to announce our next couple of teams taking the stage. So Stu, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zach. Folks, give it up for Prickly Pear Lemonade. That was a heck of a performance at 3-0. On the stage, they are getting deep into the bracket, and that means these Wooders they get all the more dangerous. So yeah, first of all though, definitely wanted to give a shout out to my homie Alex. He runs a stand over at Spiff Space. You already know who they are. You've probably seen these jackets, you've seen these shirts. Actually, these shirts are new. Maybe you haven't seen them, but going over to spiffspace.com. That's SPIF space.com. Whether you play Splatoon or Smash, you need to drip the mash. So go on over spiffspace.com. But yeah, you already know. Folks, Prickly Pear Lemonade is already up there. It's the team of Omega, Shadowwind, SS Nolan, and Basil going up against them. Get ready, we're walking in the moonlight. Going up against them, they're holding court. You already saw them 3-0, but now they got to do it against the #2 seed in the tournament. It's the team of Mudcup, Pika, Pepe, and Shiny Prickly Pear Lemonade. Your casters once again are Shiny Hunter Zach and Rissa. Let's get this thing going.
Again, Stu, and again, Moonlight, you know, it's going to be so exciting to see them in this part of the bracket where everything is on the line. You know, it's not been a flawless run for them. They've had a 3-2. They've had a couple of 3-1 sets, and all of these being, you know, best of 5 for the most part, it really does test you to where the mistakes are amplified more than if you were given a best of 7. So really, it's going to have to come down to how much they can mitigate those mistakes rather than maybe striving for perfection, because I think sometimes if you get bogged down too much in the details of your game, you can maybe forget just the basics and the sort of involuntary muscle movements of actually playing. But again, Prickly Pear Lemonade has a great shot here. They're coming off of an emphatic win, a 3-0, and now we'll see if they can take down Moonlight in this next set.
All right. I hear them in the lobby. We see some I love it. I love it. We have the signs out in the audience that's helping get them hype. And those watching at home too, I don't know if you've seen, well, you can probably see them there. We have those wonderful clackers going on. Those are definitely adding to the hype. I love those. But everyone's in the lobby from both teams here, so we are going to be getting into this very, very shortly. And actually, that is exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say, Zach, do you know what maps we're going to? So going to be heading to Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime first.
Yeah, shout out to production for getting the maps on board for us here. Clam Blitz as the starting mode is going to be very, very interesting. We mentioned earlier, oftentimes going to overtime, so it will be a great opportunity to see the strengths and weaknesses of these two teams. And Barnacle and Dime, you know, it's a pretty open map. It's pretty flat, not a lot of different elevation changes or deviations. You have pretty clear sight lines, which for a weapon like the pencil, that's going to be great to be able to see sort of what's going on. It's not just for building up the tactical, or that also oftentimes is for calling out where the enemy team is, sort of where they're either throwing their special. The tactical itself kind of is like the lamp that attracts, you know, different bugs and mosquitoes. It's like moths to a flame. The team has to go there at some point if they want to get the buff, so you can really sort of hide and target that area if you're careful with your placement. And we've seen that sort of sharking and careful sort of waiting around tactical or important points on the map, and we'll see just how much that can happen here as we get started with our first map and mode.
Okay, going into this, I'm so curious. When I think about Moonlight, I tend to think about, okay, Omega can maybe play Carbon Roller sometimes. I think about if I think about that as well, I also think about how Shadow sometimes plays Tent. And then when I look at this map we're going into, I'm very curious. Are we going to see a Tent going into this, heading into game 1, Prickly Pear versus Moonlight?
Losers semis, let's see what they've brought to the table. I see Basil, there's going to be on that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, as well as seeing the 96 Gal Deco coming out from Nolan. That is going to have the wall and the Kraken Royale. On the opposite side of things, not much change from what we saw in that emphatic 3-0 victory. Let's see who can take control of mid here first. It is going to be the NZAP from Moonlight getting their special online first, and that is an important difference, is that they are not going to have the pencil. They're just going to be relying on that short range, and already that's 3 down except for the NZAP for Moonlight, but they're able to bring it back around. Now 3 down for Prickly Pear Lemonade, so a very offensive trade back and forth in the first 30 seconds.
Right now we see the support player 1v1 happening there with Mudcup and Shadow trying to just poke at each other, but stay safe so that way they can be the team that controls mid. Now, as both teams have members coming back, 2 members actually go down on the side of Moonlight. That's 3 down, and we are now seeing Prickly Pear taking advantage of that, pushing forward. Pika running up to to that left side to be a nuisance like they always do.
Yeah, that was Mudcup T-boning Shadow there on the offensive there, just meeting them at the entry point. That's another 3-down moment here for Prickly Pear Lemonade as Moonlight tries to gather some claims here. They're going to be able to finish off and delay the respawn of the last one alive, which was Mudcup. And now, not only do they have control of mid, but Nolan is in a position here to use this power claim when they're ready for it. They may opt to throw it, though, and use this Kraken, which is exactly what they're going to do. Multiple members of Prickly Pear Lemonade are grouped up, and that's going to result in a double splat there. Pika and Pepe going down, looking for one more, but just does not have enough energy left to get Mudcup. They'll find them, though, with the shot after the Kraken runs out, and this is a big opening here for Moonlight.
All right, so Moonlight here pushing up together. We see they do have a couple specials at the ready. I think I heard a whale going off there. We have a crab at the ready as well. And it looks like, I mean, they're not able to score just yet, but they're doing a really good job at staying together, pushing forward slowly. Omega actually on a crab there, just rolling forward to try and create a little bit more space. Gets called out, though, by Pepe Zuka. And man, with Prickly Pear here, they're doing a great job at their defense. They are not letting Moonlight come in.
Yeah, Moonlight has to be very, very careful of the shots there for Pika. Although Pika will fall, you have to be, if you're sitting on the wall, you have to be very careful of those indirect shots from blasters hitting you for either team, as both teams have one blaster at their disposal. Nolan with that Kraken Royale ready again, and they don't have much map control, but you're not going to need it if you're popping the Kraken, which is exactly what Nolan's going to do. They're going to try and push forward here. Shiny was going to think about shooting to see if they could get them backed off. Pepe will fall as a result, and Nolan will be contented with the 1 kill, looking for the second splat against Pika. Finds one in a trade on Mudcup instead, and now just the special at the ready here for the Dualies, who falls almost immediately. Lots of back and forth here in mid. Neither team overcommitting so far.
Yeah, I was thinking the same exact thing. Neither team is really pushing forward super aggressively and having members go down there. Both of them are making sure, okay, let's play together, let's play safe, let's make sure we have X and Y specials at the ready. As we see Prickly Pear here, they had that Wave Breaker, they had that Cooler at the ready. They did try and utilize them to push forward, but Moonlight with that defense as well, they're not letting Prickly Pear come in to score again.
Not sure how Nolan did go down to that first splat bomb. That was the second one there, which they more deftly avoid, as Shadow and multiple members of Moonlight going to pick up the buff from the Tacticoolers. We see yet again Nolan swimming by with that Kraken. Shadow is in a tough spot. I don't know if they saw both members there of Prickly Pear Lemonade. However, it's just going to be the pencil left Shiny all the way back at spawn, so maybe an opening here for Moonlight once again to push forward here. Basil all the way back at the bottom of your screen builds up the power clam, and we'll see if they have enough. They now get up to 16, which is enough for 2 power clams at their disposal. Mudcup and Pika grouping up on the left-hand side of your screen, and it's going to be Omega with the crab, and they get flanked there by Pepe. 2 down, now 3 down. It's just going to be the 96 cal Deco remaining, and neither team, Marissa, seems to be able to find a foothold.
I know, and I actually could tell, you know, with Moonlight, they were working together to get that Kraken jump in. They had the power clams ready. They had the Kraken finally ready. Nolan used that Kraken to try and get jump ins, but I think Prickly Pear had the upper hand there and recognized that as well. They said, no, we're not letting this happen. We're just going to rush forward and make sure we splat all these members trying to do this Kraken jump in, and they just put a stop to that.
Moonlight's had multiple opportunities, and it's not quite a mountain to climb, just a small hill. It's just the one power clam has gone in, as Nolan not able to get the pick there onto Shiny, and if they don't get out soon, they'll be in a bit of danger here. However, they stay unabashed, and they take out Pepe as a result, getting close to the 30-second mark. Now that's 3 down for Prickly Pear Lemonade, and now we have a tie. One clam is going to take the lead, and it will. Nolan making sure that nobody from Prickly Pear Lemonade can enter. The closest would be Pepe, who gets marked there by Basil thanks to the angle shooter. Pika seeing if they can find an opportunity, but that gives Moonlight multiple opportunities to find clams behind them and build up a pretty hefty lead here. So it's going to have to be an overtime push, if anything, for Prickly Pear Lemonade to come back.
Yeah, Prickly Pear is going to have to wait for that power clam that they can hopefully get there. That's going to drop from the basket. Nolan actually rushing forward, trying to score in some clams, final clams there to just completely end it. Okay, so Prickly Pear, knowing they need to rush forward, Pika does exactly that, makes a power clam. They also have that pity clam from the basket as well. One member does go down on the side of Moonlight. We see Azuka come out. I love this fast aggression pushing with the specials as well. The barrier does break, but 3 members do go down on the side of Prickly Pear. Mudcup just up alone tries to get that power clam. That was a valiant effort. Pika got that jump in as well. They knew okay, let's get this power clam in. Not quite able to get it in there at the end.
It's just so tough when you don't have a special that can provide an entry point for you. You saw them kind of swimming in one by one by one, throwing the first power clam, trying to get clams in, trying to find the second power clam, any sort of entry point, but a great defense there by Moonlight to be able to back off that final advancing push. And that shows you some of the strengths of Moonlight. They're not willing to give you an inch. They would much rather play that solid defense. And I think against a team like Prickly Pear Lemonade that sort of loves to do at times the hyper offensive game, not only can they trade back and forth, which doesn't create many openings for Prickly Pear Lemonade, but they also have time and opportunities when they get, it only took a 3-down situation, not even a full wipeout for Moonlight to get their best push of that game. So a very scary team to go up against. And now Prickly Pear Lemonade, after sweeping in the set before, in a situation that they are a little bit uncomfortable with, probably seeing what they can do to fix their game before going into game 2.
I think it was really interesting, like you highlighted the way that Moonlight is playing this. It's almost interesting. It kind of almost feels like a mirror play style in a way. They both did the same exact thing, I want to say. I mean, they both played really carefully. They made sure they played together. If one member went down, they made sure they regrouped together. And both were just playing really slow, steadily, not rushing anything. We talked about it in the middle of that match. So when you're the Spider-Man meme pointing at yourself, how do you counter yourself if you're going into this?
And we move on now to one of the most iconic maps in Splatoon 3, at least that's new. It's Hagglefish Market, and the mode will be Splat Zone. So just the one zone map here. But again, people love this map for the multitude of opportunities it presents to the various different styles of weapons, the play styles even, that come to fruition in the meta from time to time. Of course, in this instance, we're likely going to see the pencils start to set up on the uninkable tent and then move up to where those walls and boxes are. It's got great places for sprinkler weapons to throw their sprinklers. It's just plenty of opportunities. You've even got the alleys on the side. So game 2 coming up in a close game 1. Moonlight took it. Let's see if Prickly Pear Lemonade has the answer to tie the set up. And as far as compositional changes, not many to be seen, Rissa.
All right, and looking at this, so both teams going into mid here. I was actually wondering too if we were going to see Nolan on that 96 as well, because I feel like Kraken is a great special to utilize and weapon to utilize to getting back in when you're locked out. So we'll see as this map goes on if that does end up happening. Initially here though, looking at who is taking mid, both teams actually have a member go down. The zone initially is going to go to Moonlight, but I mean Prickly Pear is right back there to cap the zone for themselves.
Yeah, to your point, Nolan was not shy in popping these Krakens in game 1s, and immediately upon building it in game 2 here is going to use it. They just barely get out after not finding a splat, but it'll be their main weapon that actually gets the first splat for them on the Mud Cup. They go down to Pepe, however, and Pepe trying to survive here in these alleyways. They do allow a jump in from one of their teammates and also dodge out of the way of some of that killer rail action here. So Pika trying to find the indirect, isn't quite able to find one on a buffed Shadow, who's using that tactical buff to their advantage here. A big opening push for Moonlight, but now Prickly Pear Lemonade, especially with this Tri-Strike coming in the driver's seat for the moment.
Yeah, Prickly Pear, it seems like they're kind of consistently having one member go down and then one member go down and one member go down. So they're really in a position right now where they need to regroup, and we see them doing exactly that. Mudcup and Shiny here waiting for their remaining members to come back. They're getting their specials ready. We see that Wave Breaker come out, which is going to do a really good job at pushing out Moonlight from this plat area for them to be able to get them away from them. But guess what? Nolan is right there with that Kraken trying to put a stop to that as Mudcup just rushes past that to try and get to the zone.
Quite literally, the shark bearing down on you, and somehow they're able to avoid it. 3 down, just Pika left here on this range blaster, and they're actually going to stay in the zone looking for a pick. Not able to get one there onto Nolan, who's been not only consistent with their special, but also with their main weapon, finding 2, getting Mudcup on top of that. Very, very strong performance here from Moonlight. They're not allowing Pika or anybody really to set up. You can see Shiny on the pencil so far back. They were on where Pika is to your right side of the screen. Just now are they able to get on top of this uninkable tarp here and see if they can find somebody, a couple members spotted out for Moonlight, but it's just not going to be enough so far.
Yeah, Basil is just relentless with that blaster and not letting Shiny be able to move. Shiny is finally able to make it up onto that tent, but okay, Shiny able to make it up on the tent, and the remaining members of Prickly Pear are trying to come back in, but there's only 15 points remaining.
With 10 left, we're into the single digits now, and it's going to be Moonlight holding it down. Pika trying up desperation, last second flank, and they are able to just stop it temporarily, but it is not enough. The zone not covered in time, and a very strong performance here in game 2 from Moonlight. Neither team willing to budge in terms of either their playstyle or their weapon composition, but Moonlight taking that game 2 and running with it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really wondering, it seemed like they got a feel for Prickly Pear in that first game, and then they came into the second game knowing whether, I'm curious if it was the map in particular, or they had to talk to themselves in voice chat and said, okay, we need to do this in particular, and that's going to be what we need to do. I mean, they dialed it in that second game.
Yeah, and there are teams with coaches out there, but a lot of these teams are sort of self-mediated to where there'll either be an in-game leader or just great team cohesion and synergy to where not only do you know each other's strengths and weaknesses and obviously preferred weapons, but you kind of know each other's callouts, you know where everybody sort of likes to position typically on certain maps. That's of course what scrims are for, and for Prickly Pear Lemonade, a team that may not all 4 of them play together super often, that could be one of the disadvantages here. Of course, they are pretty much veterans in the scene though, so that's not to say that they don't have experience, but it just comes from being a team of 4, all 4 people knowing each other and their play styles and playing so well here. And we'll see how much that comes into play as we go to a very interesting map and mode combination here. I believe it's going to be Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track for our game number 3.
Ooh, I'm really interested how this is going to end up turning out. And I mean, Prickly Pear here, they're now going to be the team that has to be talking and figure out what they need to do. Is that a chicken on the screen? Okay.
That's the star of the show. This has gotten the most applause of anything that I've seen so far at LTC. Not just for Splatoon, but I think for Smash as well.
All right, heading into game 3. Okay, looking at these comps as well, I'm gonna see. I was initially like, okay, are we gonna see a 10 umbrella? No 10 umbrella coming out, but both teams having similar comps. But actually, Shiny gonna be switching over to that remix, and then instead of the range blaster from Pika, we do have that regular blaster.
Yeah, the heavy edit here, it's going to position on that lip. You can see just a little bit of paintable area, and now they're going to push forward here as the tactical weapons have often been the ones picking up the Rainmaker, and that's exactly what's happening here. Shiny, led by Mudcup, going to be able to firmly get that first pedestal out of the way. Quite the early lead here for Prickly Pear Lemonade.
Prickly Pear, I love that. They took advantage of that moment. They saw everyone from Moonlight on the right side of the map. Mudcup there called it out. All right, grab that Rainmaker. We're going to the left side of the map. And even if we can't get the Rainmaker even further, they at least were able to get through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, the downside, though, is that it's so close to the opposite pedestal, but they're able to stop it with just a flurry of specials and other shots to boot. They will lose a couple of members, though, so Shiny having to not only back off, but also defend this tactical point, and it'll just take one pop of the Rainmaker shield here. Shadow was the closest, but they will fall. Pika trying to reposition themselves after taking a little bit of damage, but it's 2 splats forced there against Moonlight. Another one in Omega going down, looking for the Blaster v Blaster duel, but it's going to be the Rapid Blaster Prodeco winning that one. It's Basil who's going to back out. Jump actually to their teammate, but all the while, Prickly Pear Lemonade yet again making progress.
All right, Shiny there had the Rainmaker, tried to push it. I think Shiny wasn't necessarily trying to get points there, but just said, hey, let me grab the Rainmaker and just get it as far away from our spawn as we can, so that way we do have time to regroup. And that has now allowed them to paint that left side of the map and be able to have a little bit more space. But I mean, look at this. With Moonlight grabbing that Rainmaker once again, we saw that Kraken come out from Nolan. That is just letting them take back that space so fast.
Yeah, and 9 times out of 10 on this map, this right-hand side pedestal where Shadow just dunked it is going to be your preference here, just because of you having a straight shot to the final destination here for the Rainmaker. That's going to be a nice splat there on the Basil, but it will cost them their life. Nolan trying to find something as the Kraken is almost built up. They do not want to go down now, but they're in the midst of a 1v2. They almost get the Kraken online, but there's just that little startup lag. Prickly Pear Lemonade getting it all the way to 35. That will help them extend their lead. And Shiny even getting an extra 11 points. It didn't even look like they had much orange ink on the screen, but that will be a large lead set up with not even half of the game gone by.
Okay, it looks like, you know, Prickly Pear is really leaning into this chaotic play style right now. I think it definitely did a really good job at helping there. and they're just able to, it almost seems like if they just scramble around, play really chaotic, it's giving Moonlight, you know, they haven't seen this in the previous game, so it's really kind of making them play a little bit differently and readjust here in the middle of the game. Moonlight having the Rainmaker now, we see Shadow using that Enza very aggressively and taking out a 1v1 with Pepe. Pepe does go down to Shadow, and now Moonlight, they're able to safely make a path to push this Rainmaker further.
Thought Pepe might have it as they were able to get under Shadow, but nothing doing here. 3 members of Moonlight looking for the right opportunity, and this may be it as they get effectively 3 down. Basil going over to the right-hand side, but it's just not enough. They need 11 more points here in order to take the lead. Shadow was able to jump in. Omega was able to jump in. Pepe trying to be the backline is Basil also was able to jump in. They get 3 successful jumps, but the triple splashdown is going to not only take out Omega, but also take out the Rainmaker shield. A full wipeout against Prickly Pear Lemonade. They're going to have to break the Rainmaker shield though very quickly as Pepe and the rest of the spawn of Prickly Pear Lemonade is right next to them, and Pepe actually picks it up. They're able to pick up the Rainmaker and just drop down and stall this even further.
That was a great pickup from Pepe there. They knew to just try and stop that Rainmaker, but Shadow grabs the Rainmaker and sneaks it through, gets that lead by 1 point for Moonlight. Moonlight here now being the team that is going to be the one playing chaotic. They are just being relentless right now, not letting that Prickly Pear even move out of their spot.
And yes, it's a low number, but on this map, again, it is just a straight shot from that first checkpoint pedestal to the end. So as long as you can stay alive, you've got a shot. However, Lemonade having difficulty doing that. Now they lose 3 members in the final one in Mud Cup coming back from spawn, so they have to back off. And now Moonlight just having to play some defense. They've got a firm grip of the map, except for this far back part where Prickly Pear Lemonade is spawning. They had a Trizuka, and no one gonna push forward here, trying to find something with this Kraken Royale. They actually are able to stop the jump in with that bomb. What an amazing play as the Kraken runs out. However, it may not work out. 2 do go down for Moonlight, but in the final 30 seconds here, Prickly Pear Lemonade is doing everything they can to carve some kind of foothold.
Okay, 20 seconds remaining. We do see a splashdown come out from Pika. That is going to let them have some space to be able to move forward. Shiny here holding the Rainmaker. They know with 10 seconds remaining, they are going to go into overtime. If they can hold on through all these specials and bombs, they have to play this so carefully. Shiny tries to grab the Rainmaker, push it forward, and does go down. Shiny goes down, not quite able to get the lead. That was so close.
Moonlight ensuring their success. It only took 1 point to grab the lead, but a 3-0 on the set scoreboard here as Moonlight dispatches Prickly Pear Lemonade and sets up a losers finals battle against Flex Mint. Going to be so exciting to see that. Of course, will still be best of 5, but will be so much fun to see how this team that was able to 3-0 Prickly Pear Lemonade does in what is the penultimate challenge here. But have to give the props over to, of course, Prickly Pear Lemonade. They put up a great fight in these 3 games. It was very much so back and forth. Another one of those instances, Rissa, where the scoreboard does not show all the detail.
Oh, absolutely. That's the same exact thing I was thinking as that game ended. And with how back and forth those games were, like you said, it did not give justice to how well Prickly Pear did against Moonlight there.
So going to be very interesting, basically down in the top bracket here to the final 3 teams. So we have, of course, Starburst and then Moonlight and Flex Mint, who are going to be vying for the title of LTC 2024 champions. These teams, of course, have had their fair share of sweeps in the later stages of the tournaments. How do you parse how separated in skill level these teams are with scoreboards that are basically just almost 3-0s right across the board?
That's a great point to bring up. I mean, it really, almost looking at the teams, the way this has been going, it's really coming down to the crunch of these 3 teams and going to be how, you know, who's going to be playing better. And I mean, if these teams are going into pools, they're just having 3-0s across the board, and they're set up in different pools, so that way they aren't playing each other initially. It's really interesting to think about how you are going to be able to utilize that.
Yeah, the TOs, of course, doing a wonderful job of seeding the tournament and making sure that there are not any teams that are too crazy going up against each other too early to make sure that that action is saved for this section of the tournament and beyond, where we're seeing the best possible teams make it all the way to the end. But, you know, I'm curious, too, about your view of the meta. You've talked about it a little bit. Of course, Pencil still pretty much the favored tactical weapon, for example. We've seen a lot of Splattershot and Octoshot, for example, things like the Splatana Wiper, 52 Gal. Those have been some of the favorites, and some interesting other weapons sort of sneaking their way in. The Foil Squeezer has been one of them, alongside the regular Squeezer that always seems to be there. It seems like a very high skill ceiling weapon that is just devastating in the right hand. So how do you feel about the current state of the meta?
I think it's really interesting. One thing that has actually, I was thinking about this earlier today, it stands out to me. Initially when the game first out, it seemed like Stamper and Splatana were doing very strong in the meta. People were consistently playing those weapons. And then I think there was like a nerf on Stamper or on the special for Stamper that made people stop playing it for a little while. But now all of a sudden, like we talked about at the very beginning of our commentating here, that Stamper has been just consistent throughout this weekend here at LTC. That's one of the main things I'm thinking about. Just what is it about that Stamper that is coming back into the meta and just staying consistent?
Yeah, I've seen the same things with two of the Neo weapons. So the Vanilla Splash and the Neo Splash, and then we have the Vanilla Sloshing Machine and the Neo Sloshing Machine, where, for example, Sloshing Machine was very much so in the meta. Booyah Bomb was so strong. It just had that great, two-splat potential, and things like the V-Shot where Crab was just deadly. It was such a hard special to go up against, and it took several rounds of nerfs and balance changes in order for Crab to sort of not have such a strong place in the meta. But even in today's tournament, we've seen it because the base weapons themselves and even them still having a pretty strong kit makes them a consistently viable option. They may not be at that upper, like very top echelon that they were at when Splatoon had those things in the meta, but to see them, still getting played and not relegated to like the worst weapon tier is pretty exciting. It's reminiscent of, as Splatoon 3 is sort of winding down in terms of the updates that it'll be receiving, not of course the actual life cycle of the game and the community, but just seeing the almost cyclical nature of the weapons and how they sort of come in and out of favor is always interesting to me.
Yeah, I think it is too. And like you said, that's another weapon like you talked about, the Crab. It again was popular at the beginning of the game like the Stamper, and then it kind of disappeared for a little while. Now it's slowly coming back. I see a lot of times. Recently, I've been noticing I see people using it almost as a baller. That's something I've noticed this weekend. Maybe not necessarily. You're going to be able to utilize the Crab, of course, as a shooter, but I've seen a lot of people use it almost as a panic weapon, and then they just ball and roll away, or they ball and roll into the other team to distract them. That's something I have noticed this weekend, and I've actually been curious if we're going to see it in these upcoming games too.
Yeah, that was never its place, was it? It was kind of sitting back on like the sniper perches, and it was like, okay, we're going to use the alternate shot and sometimes just the held down primary fire as well. But that alternate shot just has such a large blast radius that it's very difficult to hide behind anything, hide behind walls. If any team member of theirs spots you out, you are basically done if they even hit you a little bit. But now, as you mentioned, being used more so in the front lines. It's taking things that exist in the game and finding different ways to use them to where they can still be viable.
You know what? I'm actually thinking about that too, and I'm just thinking about how the meta has kind of shifted into this double Zuka cooler, what it has become. And initially, now that I'm really thinking more deeply about it, Crab kind of fell off too, not only because it got nerfed, but because Zuka was the answer. That was the answer to Crab. So Crab players stopped, and they stopped playing Crab, switched over to Zuka weapons themselves. But now, I think, like you said, these Crab players are playing a little bit more forward. They're playing it more aggressively instead of in the back, because if they play that Crab in the back, guess what? Those double Zukas are going to be there. That's going to be what is completely stopping you from even utilizing the Crab.
Yeah, and there's just flankers galore, and Zuka, as you mentioned, it is the premier offensive special right now. We had times where Crab held that place, we had times where Inkjet held that place, and now Zuka is just so strong. It's had its fair share of balance adjustments and changes, but it is still just such a consistent and long-range, easy splatting weapon to use, and paired with some great base weapons as well. Of course, just the vanilla splatter shot is such a fun weapon to see played. It has a very strong time to kill as well, and very tough. So we'll see what happens with this, and looking forward to see what's coming up next. So it does look like we are going to be swapping out. We are going to be entering our final stage here of LTC, which is super exciting. I believe it's going to be Falco and Popgun coming up to finish out the events here. But Rissa, anything final that you want to say about the matches that we got to witness? I'm
just really excited that we got to watch those. I'm actually really excited to watch as a spectator here at the end. Super excited for that. And now that we've seen Moonlight play here, I'm always interested. Okay, we know how this team is playing. I really analyzed it here as a commentator. So watching as a spectator is going to be really fun now that I'm really dialed in and trying to figure out what's going to happen.
Yeah, as y'all have probably seen on the broadcast, the crowd goes absolutely nuts, and it is so nice to be in this environment. If you've never been to a Splatoon LAN, there are more planned. Please attend them. They are so much fun. But for now, that is going to do it. We'll take a small break and then come back for the finale of Splatoon 3 at LTC 2024. For Rissa, my name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and we will be back with more Splatoon action shortly.
Welcome back to LTC 2024, coming to you live from the Kalahari Resort in Round Rock, Texas, and broadcasting on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for the best in North American Splatoon. So, we've got a whole big tournament behind us and the biggest matches ahead of us. Round Rock, I need to know if y'all ready. I think they're ready. So we're going to go ahead and introduce the number 3 seed in our tournament, and what a run they have been on. But now they're defeating someone that they've already taken down. Can they do it again? Give it up for the team of Max, Zenith, Hep, and Helix. This is our Flexman. Folks, they're not just fresh, they're minty fresh. And they showed that in winners semifinals when they took down this team, but now they have made their way back through the losers bracket and they are back for revenge. They shine bright when it gets dark. Here is the team of Omega, Shadowwind, SS Nolan, and Basil. Give it up for Moonlight. There's no time to chicken out now because the stakes could not be more clear. Winner goes on, loser goes home. Your casters for loser final and grand, give it up for Falco and Popgun.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Loser Finals here at Low Tide City. I am Popgun, joined by the Falco Flyer. Falco, let's start you off with a question. Are you more excited about the rematch of possibly the best set played all weekend or the return of the chicken?
You know, I am a big fan of the chicken, gotta be honest. Love the support, but this rematch is going to be something to watch out for. Went all the way to a Game 5 2 sets ago here, and I know both of these teams are hungry to get this win. It's going to be such a good one.
So, this is a rematch, as you mentioned. Moonlight, the team that lost to this one. In fact, they had to basically almost pull off a reverse sweep to even get it back into a Game 5. Mint being one of the teams that should be seated in the top 3. And as I was doing like my own kind of preview, I was hesitant to say which one of these teams was better. Moonlight, the name brand team, versus the pickup. But this is a really strong pickup, and it's loaded with players that really don't care who they're going up against.
No, all these players can just really take control when the matter is in their own hands. And again, but they're going against a very strong Moonlight team that we have seen. We were able to just kind of watch a few of their matches off stream kind of a little bit ago, and two, they've just been playing so well. Again, all the focus is on right now. You don't even focus about what could potentially be a little bit later. We are still in the best of 5 stage here, and will it go to a Game 5 again? I have no idea, but here are the maps and modes up at the top.
You definitely don't want to think about what's coming later.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
That might not last too long when it comes. So the question here is going to be, Moonlight being the team that lost, do you make any adjustments? We saw Basil use Blaster a lot in favor of Shadow not using Tint on certain maps so that they could use Inzap so they still get the soda. I wonder, as push comes to shove, if you see some things getting a little bit more boring in favor of, well, we just need to win no matter what. So yeah. Game 1, Splat Zone's Mahi Resort, we'll kind of get an answer to that one right away, if we'll see a Shadow Tint, or if they're going to stick with what brought them to this stage, which is an Inzap.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the comps. Again, nothing really surprising here on the side of Flex.
There it is.
There's the tent coming back out from Shadow. Basil on the pencil, Omega on the dualies, and Nolan on the 96 deco too. Breaking in early, both of the teams trying to just rush forward a little bit. We can see Shadow trying to push forward on the left side as well. Early cap here for the side of Moonlight, able to back up just a little bit. One player is going to go down from Flexman there. That's going to be half going down. Still in control. Moonlight has control of the zone. 2 players are down right now, though. Flexman is trying to find a way to break back in. They finally do take it, but a few of their players are going to go down as well.
And this isn't Basil being like, oh, yes, I get to use pencil again. No, again, this is we lost to them before. We need to change something up. Let's get Shadow on that tent on a map like this that's very flat and is going to get a lot larger once the zone decreases and sinks down into the water, or I guess the water rises up. So that's the adjustment they did try to make here. And this is a repeat of Game 5, actually. So they played on this very same map and mode. So that is what we're going to try to see going here, as it looks like Moonlight should, well, maybe won't get control of the zone just yet.
Yeah, a little bit of potential redemption here for Moonlight. Again, they had a little bit more of control, but Flexman was able to hold on to that zone, not by very much paint, but still, as long as they don't give up that zone, that is going to benefit them greatly here. Omega on the right side using the crab, trying to take down Half, who's up on the ledge there. But again, Flexman just still in control of the zone, where Moonlight seems to be scattered a little bit. Now they're a little bit bunched up on that right side. No one's going to be coming in with the Kraken here on the left side, trying to take down Max. Can they chase them away? And this is only favoring Flexman as having one of the players move away. And really, this is not looking good for Moonlight. But now finally they do. 69 penalty points on the side of Flexman.
I was thinking the same thing. It was like, hey, come chase me away from the zone as it's ticking down, even though they got the splat. But it did cause enough distraction for everybody else on Moonlight to jump onto it and get control of things, as now Omega starting to push up, getting the trade right now. Flex Mint now getting a little bit of the man advantage until the tent that actually works on land. You saw it work out really well. Like they're blocking the shot and then landing the punch.
Yeah, that's really working out well for Moonlight here, as they got rid of some of their penalty points and still ticking down, getting nearly to 30, still controlling the zone. And look at Omega here, sharking on the right side, waiting for Half and Zenith to drop down, but no, they're going to be taking down Half and Zenith, pushing in from this left side here, able to cap, giving 58 penalty points to Moonlight.
So both teams getting huge pushes at the beginning of this game. And we're just now crossing the halfway mark. But it's still, it seems like Moonlight, ever since they've gotten control of zone, has been the team that's been able to create a little bit of a more exaggerated lockout. But for Mint, you don't really have to do, like, you can just focus your specials on capping the zone back into your favorite. Like, you don't have to worry about, okay, well, we got to cap it, then save some specials so that we can create a lockout. No, you can just keep flipping it, because there's going to be so many penalty points put on Moonlight.
Yeah, there's really going to be a lot of back and forth, as we have seen, and quite a few stalls as well. But Moonlight able to take control of the zone, but know that is quickly going to be capped by Flexman now. And they're able to get a few picks here and there. 3 and 3 right now. Zenith is going to go down here to Nolan. So 2 players down on the side of Moonlight now, still in control of the zone. Half is going to wisely jump out just to give themselves a little bit of space and regroup. Zenith trying to push forward as well, using that Zuka. Shadow pushing in with the 10 with the Zuka as well. So right now, Moonlight's doing a pretty good job controlling the zone.
So we've only seen one Kraken on stream. That doesn't mean that was the only Kraken that's been used. But Moonlight moves with the Kraken of Nolan. If they're not going to use more of that, it's not going to work out favorably. Or as soon as I say that, you could also just splat everybody and then get a crab right in the right spot, get the control of the league, probably get a double right here as well, as Moonlight flips the script. They lost here in Game 5. Now find a way to win Game 1 on the very same map.
Yeah, that was a great finish there for Moonlight. Just able to hold on, push up, not being too afraid to really push forward there. And again, the zone was stalled at the end for just a little bit, but no, Moonlight able to take control. And again, they're going to be taking Game 1 here. Again, this previous match between these two teams went all the way to Game 5. We could very well see it again, just based on the back and forth of that. But oh my goodness, what a good opener.
I think we saw a player praising to COD for that win that we saw right there on that stream. I mean, hey, that was looking like a very freshly minted dub at the very beginning of that game, which is not the tone you want to be setting if you're Moonlight, the team that is, technically the underdog coming into this one. You got something to prove, I guess.
At this point, though, you're in the top 3 at this point.
Yeah.
And they've been playing so well, and again, we've been able to watch them a little bit before, actually the past few sets as well. But yeah, at this point, it's like you don't even really pay attention to who is the underdog at this point. That's just all on paper, but we're seeing it in person now.
Yeah, and Starburst watching this doesn't really care that much either.
Well, you know.
Would be my guess. Okay, so game 2. Rainmaker, Manta Maria. Again, and I'm assuming it just comes down to what map specifically Tint is going to be on,
right,
because that's where we're going to see Basil drop Pencil to use Blaster in favor of Shadow using the in-zap so they can keep the cooler. Probably going to see that exact comp coming out back then here. Now, one of the main reasons, as we see a Red Yoshi waving to us, hi, it's nice to see you as well, Red Yoshi. One of the main reasons Fresh Schmidt was able to win the last game is because of half splatter screen.
Oh yeah, yes.
That wasn't really much of a factor in that last game.
No, not really, because there's more space to move in Mahi. But Manta, a lot more condensed. We did talk about Basil potentially playing the Blaster. Lots of greats too on Mahi, where Blaster can really thrive and get some good shots from down below too. So it's really a whole different ball game for game 2.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of thinking Fresh Mint is going to be feeling pretty good that this map and mode is rearing its ugly head here in game 2. Rainmaker at Manta Maria. Comps loading out, nothing really changed. Oh, excuse me. Helix dropping the pencil, as does Basil, in favor of getting a Splatling on this map so that they can try to control the catwalks for both sides.
Yeah, and Omega's using the Wiper as well. Basil on the heavy edit. And Shadow's still sticking with that tent to try and push up and keep some of that pressure. Now Moonlight is able to get that first pop, and a lot of these players are just kind of spreading out. Zenon's just watching the bunker up at the top. And again, it's just, you got to get a good feel for where you think you can position. But Omega going for that early flank. Spots half right now. 3 players are going to be down. It is just half. No, it's just half who's alive. And Basil's going to quickly just walk into that first checkpoint.
Omega being very sneaky, only putting down just enough ink to move through, and Flex Mint didn't really recognize it, and now look at the floodgates completely open up. Oh, Max shutting down what would have been a home run push right there. They had the tent deployed and everything.
Yeah, that was a good push, and it's not over yet for Moonlight. Like, they're just going to try and keep it going, too, because they have had a consistent player advantage at this point. But now it looks like it's going to be stalling back just a little bit. But Moonlight, we do see some of the jumps. This one might not end up as well as they hoped, and Flexmint's going to be getting this pop, going to be wisely just protecting this Rainmaker. Maybe for a reset, but no, Omega's going to try and go for it, and is not successful here. So this is going to be a potential time for it to reset.
And Omega didn't have Soda, so that was just like a, hey, they didn't catch me last time, let me just see if I can do it again. Did get punished, and that is going to slow things down for Moonlight on the defensive side of things here. And maybe it doesn't, because Nolan's just a little bit different with a weapon that has RNG.
Yeah, Nolan also has a Kraken ready, going to be using it now, pushing forward. Again, that checkpoint already broken, takes down half. One more looking for them, and I believe they do go down. Yes, it is just the edit. So Basil carrying the Rainmaker here on the right side. Basil up top on the Greats. Going to be working with Shadow's tent. Yes, and Shadow able to push forward and push all the way to the podium, but is going to go down. So that 16 push early on, still looking pretty good for Moonlight.
Okay, so if you're Flex Mint, this is not a good situation. However, you still got 3 minutes left to work with. You're starting to clean up players. You know Omega's dead, so there's not going to be any shenanigans going towards the Rainmaker you just popped. First step is recapturing control mid. Next step is getting some Soda out of Helix's heavy edit. And then you got to go through all those checkpoints to get all the way down there. But you got plenty of time to work with. You don't need to try to get one home run push. You can just like pop it, move a little bit forward, get splatted, pop it again.
Right, and I think what's hard to, well, yeah, I was going to say what's hard for, Moonlight at this point is that they went 3 players down, but what's hard is Moonlight did make kind of that hero push at the beginning.
Look at that.
So yeah, that was an incredible 2 players going down on the side of Flexmint there. A good save for Moonlight as the Rainmaker doesn't quite get to that first checkpoint, but Flexmint's still trying to find an opportunity that they can break forward. Zenith using the Trizuka, trying to push forward, going to be grabbing it and finally going to be getting that dunk.
Yeah, and at the cost of their Squid Fling solo right there. As I'm just amazed at the coverage of that screen. We don't see it that much, but you just put it right there. It completely blocks down that little like ledge area up top there as Half is trying to build up yet another one to go along with these ink strikes here. But the checkpoint's cleared. You still got 2 minutes, and you think 16 remaining. Yeah, that's a lot on this map, but still, like the floodgates kind of burst open really quickly here, especially once you start rounding that corner. And, well, as 3 of your players go down, make that a delayed wipe.
Yeah,
actually.
that's going to be a delayed wipe there. Moonlight is not quite ready to take advantage of that. Now they do pick it up. No one has a Kraken ready, pushing here on the left side. Going to be trying to find Max. Takes down Max. Can they take down Zenith here as well? And it looks like they're going to be chasing him away. But that is just going to once again be the distraction that's going to allow the rest of the teammates to push forward. And we see Basil here trying to push over, but they only have 2 players. They're going to be going down. It is just Shadow alive here on the enemy side here. And they're going to be trying to stay. I'm amazed how long Shadow stayed alive, but again, that's what you can do at the 10.
So the one weapon you don't really want to see if you're Shadow is the arching shots of the Slosher. And Max is obviously an extremely good Slosher player. It's just still right there taking care of the wiper. But still, Moonlight being very aggressive right there. Like, it's going to take a lot for them to add to the lead. You don't want to sacrifice a lot of players and open up the door for Mint to do what they're trying to do right here. Still, Max gets eliminated before Shadow does as well. But 2 players going down for Moonlight. This is a potential situation as Flex Mint's trying to run away with the Rainmaker.
No.
Omega, that's the wrong way. As Helix does have a little bit of a pathway up top here. Basil falls down as well. It's Max and Zenith trying to clear the way. And Shadow's tents being very pesky. Helix is just not feeling it going down right there, even though the splats are going across.
That's a wipeout.
The path is clear. Helix is running away. They dunk it. The patience paid off.
Patience paid off. I'm still thinking about that stamp that came out. Could have come from behind. Would have stopped and saved from the lead, but no. Stamp fell into the water, and oh my goodness, that is a very good ending there for Flexman.
And that's a gut check moment. Okay, I popped the Rainmaker, and shout-outs to Power on the spec cam for catching it and zooming in on the player falling off the map. Always,
yeah.
But okay, so is that like, oh crap, that just happened, and does that translate in the game too, or do you just like, okay?
You got to brush it off,
Yeah,
especially in a moment now where it's tied 1-1.
Yeah.
You're at a neutral game. You're at a best of 3 at this point. That's essentially where you're going to be putting it.
But then I think back into the final push Moonlight had where, like, you just saw Basil going off by themselves on the right side with the Rainmaker, and you saw Shadow trying to, like, overextend and push up. It was like, okay, well, what was the plan there? Because all you did was get a delay wipe on your side, surrender control of mid, and you just allowed a opportunity for some shenanigans to happen, and shenanigans happened. So that was a misplay of the lead in general by Moonlight. But we're moving on to the next game.
Yeah. I mean, again, you just kind of got to brush it off at that moment. And, you know, like Rainmaker, I feel like it's just a unique mode where you have kind of those things that happen and like, oh, okay, like I'm on the wrong side of the map and this is what happened. Like things can kind of spiral out of control more quickly in Rainmaker than other modes.
It's hard to bleed out the clock in the right way.
Right, exactly.
And like, you know, if you're much better than your opponent, then like you can just do anything. But when the skill level's equal like this, you just got to make decisions on the fly. Tower Control Hagglefish Market is game 3 coming up here.
Yeah, one we've seen a lot, controlling the tents, controlling the canopies here. We will see what weapon changes. Shadow's always great at hyping up the crowd, by the way. Shoutouts to you, Shadowin. So we always love that. We know you guys are excited too in the Twitch chat as well.
So are we going to see the change? Yes, this is where it's going to come out. So Shadow says, not here, not this map. We're going to the end zap. Basil, go back to the 3rd different weapon you're using in as many games with the Rapid Blaster Pro.
Yeah, and again, you know, that's really what they've been playing for quite a bit here today. We've seen it a few times here on stream and off stream as well. So Moonlight's going to be quickly taking the tower just to, probably not really push it, just to kind of touch it, I guess, I don't know. But in a 3v3 situation right now, a lot of just, you know, just kind of feeling, okay, we really just have to pay attention to the flanks, but I feel like this is the push where Nolan is going with the Kraken. That's where somebody is making the first move.
So Kraken on this map is very frustrating because you just fire it across mid, and then the only options you have is to either dunk out on the sides or just try to like dip and dodge it as it's kind of attacking you on your own side of mid. So just because the alleyways are just the way that they are right here. Moonlight is going to go as far as Nolan's Kraken takes them, and well, right now they got an opportunity to at least stab the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and you really just got to look out for what Helix is doing there and what Half, you know, 2 long-range weapons. You have the Squeezer and the Pencil, who, you know, once they get comfortable, they're going to be sitting in a pretty good spot.
okay, so before the patch, you saw everybody just saying, I'm not even going to come close to touching that screen. Like beforehand, it was just like, well, I'll just screw it. I'll just run through it. I'll take the 30 damage. But 40, especially with like all the chip damage that can be provided by Flex Mint here, it's making Moonlight pretty much say, if you got a screen, I'm going to go nowhere near it. And that is what specials should be doing. That is a huge displacement special that's being thrown out there.
Yeah, definitely is a deterrent there. Moonlight at this second checkpoint now, quickly getting past it, taking down 2 Nolan with the Kraken. It is just going to be 3. No, that's going to be the wipeout too. So a huge push for Moonlight at this point. Nolan and Basil pushed up here on the left side. Omega using the crab under the canopy here and still getting a few picks, taking down Zenith and doing such a fantastic job spreading out, making sure that no players are pushing forward and escaping. But this is looking pretty darn not super comfortable for Flexman.
They should find a way to escape this with the game still going on. Nolan's Kraken's going to be eliminated right here. No jumps coming in. But still, I love the staggering of this. Omega, what are you doing? How'd you even get back there? Helix
we'll see if they
from
get
behind.
Okay, now it's a game of tag, but a missed opportunity for a really good flank.
Helix!
Helix wins the 1v1.
They not like us! Oh, man. Well, that did slow down everything because they are starting to push up still. That was fun, though.
Yeah, meanwhile, the action moved forward. We were staying back on the other side, but no, the action moved forward, and Flexman in control of this tower once again, getting to their first checkpoint for the first time here. Again, this one is going to be a little bit longer than the other checkpoints as well, but they're going to quickly get past it in the 3v3 situation as Zenith is now trying to get up here under the canopy, but it's going to be bounced by the wall, going to be going down as well. And it looks like Moonlight's doing a pretty good job getting control, a little bit more control, and most importantly, they still have that checkpoint lead.
So the difference between Moonlight's push and Flexman's push is to be able to get control of that right side canopy area. Moonlight was able to get a crab up top there thanks to the staggering of the specials, combining the Kraken with the crab at just the perfect time. Flexmint was met with a wall as soon as they got up top there. That's been the difference in the game so far, and we only got a minute 30 left to go.
Yeah, minute 30 left, and again, Flexmint's doing a good job controlling the tower for now, but again, we just see a lot of these 1v1s, and meanwhile, while all that was going on, Moonlight, they had cooler, and it looks like they all got it at the same time, and that jump out was absolutely crazy. You can't blame Internet Like for that one.
You can if you want to. I mean, there's still things you see where it's like, how does that not get a splat? And it's like, oh wait, that's just how the game has always worked.
That's the game.
1 minute left to go here. Moonlight trying to hold on to the lead, which they weren't able to do last time. In fact, both teams have gotten a huge lead at the beginning of the game, and neither one of them has found a way to close it out with that same lead. Zenith gets eliminated by Nolan in conjunction with Basil, able to provide a lot of the chip damage right here with that Rapid Blaster Pro.
Yeah, and it looks like now Moonlight's in an even better position again. Still has that checkpoint lead, and Flexman having a harder time pushing forward. They do have a little bit control of mid. Zenith and it looks like Max was trying to push forward a little bit, and they are able to. So again, this kind of might be the last push here for Flexman. As long as they don't get wiped out, as long as they still have players that they can jump to in safe spots, they can keep this push going. But not until Omega is able to take down Max and maybe a few others as well. There are 2 specials on the line for the side of Flexman. That is going to be the Strikes and the Zuka coming out, but no, Flexman still trying to push forward once again with just about 10 seconds. It's a very slow tower move at this point, and they're doing a good job pushing Moonlight back as Moonlight is playing a lot more conservatively right now. Final
push right here for Flexmint. They got a checkpoint and some change to go. Oh, but they were met with a Kraken, so just GG right there. Look, I've been saying this for a while, and if Kraken was on a weapon that was a little bit more mainstream, people would be complaining about how broken it is. I mean, a lot of people used it when Kraken cheese was a thing for Clam Blitz. Obviously. But as soon as that went away, we found out who actually knows how to use Kraken and who doesn't. And Nolan has been knowing how to use Kraken for such a long time. That's the difference so far in this set.
Right, exactly. Even after the nerf that we know really affected the game of Clam Blitz, it's still being utilized in some of these other moods too. Shout out to Small Fry there in the audience. We love you.
Are you upset that you're not here, that you're watching this at home? You could be a part of that.
That could be you. That could be you.
You could have brought a stuffy that everybody was going to be like cheering on and things like that. But you're at home watching this, unfortunately.
Yeah. Game 4 coming up next. Moonlight up 2-1 here. Going to Clam Blitz for the first time this set on Scorch Gorge. And again,
Well, I just talked about crack and cheese.
You did. Well, we just did, and it's still possible to obviously play it in Clan Blitz, as people do, but not to the caliber of what we have seen before.
Okay, so who's the team that invented it? Low-level teams will say they did it like as soon as it first came out, and some of them are kind of true. But who's the team that popularized it? It was Moonlight. They would literally counterpick teams like Starburst and the FT Win kind of teams to like ship-shaped Clan Blitz in tournaments like that, and they would always win on those specific modes. Pretty much exclusively because they would just base race and just rush a Kraken all the way there. You can still kind of do it, but it's not like completely unsolvable this time around.
Yeah, and again, it's not like, again, you're totally shifting gears here with the type of mode that you're playing, where we saw Kraken just on the tower, you just circling the tower, taking down anything that could be possibly be on it. But here, yes, you absolutely can still control the game of Clan Blitz with Kraken. It's just you have to change your approach to it.
Which, again, in all 4 modes, they've been using the Kraken. Moonlight goes as far as Nolan's Kraken will take them. You can do Tint and Zap and Blaster and Pencil all you want. That's what really makes them unique in what they are. No surprises coming out. In fact, other than Helix using heavy edit that one game, I don't think Fresh Mint has changed anything comp-wise at all this entire tournament.
No, we're kind of sticking with the same old here, too. So, again, just basically running it back from the previous game here. Again, I am curious how they are going to be using the Gal with the 96 Deco on clams without having, the jump spots too. But again, that's what we're here to learn, to watch some of these great players play.
Well, they got some soda in them, which means they're going to be a little bit more aggressive, get punished, but it doesn't really matter because they're going to be right back. Half starting to push up here in conjunction with Max, and that's not going to be enough to take care of the Inzap. The Inzap wins the 2v1 against those two. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Why use 10 at all? You can just do that.
Yeah, who needs 10 at that moment? Right now, Fluxman has pretty solid control of the entire map here. Screen pushing forward right in front of the basket with the Zuka that you cannot see because the screen is in the way, taking down Basil there, as no one's going to be trying to chase with the Kraken, but is going to be spotted now, taken down by Half and Zenith too, as Zenith is in a 1v1 situation versus Omega, but is able to take them down. So we're in a 2v2 situation right now, with Fluxman still in control. Nobody's really gathered a ton of clams just because we just have this entire stage as Fight Club here where nobody's really focusing on gathering the claims. Nobody's had a solid player advantage, but Moonlight's looking to change that as they do take a little bit more control of the map.
Yeah, this is why I like Clan Blitz, because like
it's a scrappy death fight.
The first minute just turns into team deathmatch, and then the first team that realized, oh wait a minute, I should be gathering up these things, and we should like try throwing it at the enemy base at some point. Like that's. But it's still seeing all those scrappy fights, but ultimately they don't really mean anything until the dust settles and you got more players alive than them, as we see Shadow trying to find a way to slip through to pop the basket. But even if they do that, they're going to need to get a lot of splats. They're not going to get a lot of value out of this push. Basil's the only one with points. Yeah, they're just going to pop the basket and then just call it a day right there. So an empty push ultimately for Moonlight. The good news is they don't really lose a lot of players in the process. They're already ready for their defense.
Yeah, and the good news too, we won't see an 8-minute match like we saw at the very end of the stream
confirmed.
yesterday.
Confirmed.
If you missed it, go back and watch the VOD. But we're about 2 minutes in right now. Again, just a single push there from Moonlight, still trying to get some more control of the zone, or control of mid, and keeping up this player advantage. So they might be in an opportunity where they could score, but also have some very important follow-up claims. So only if they can avoid these Trizukas coming out from Zenith. Shadow's going to be the one holding onto the power claim with the help of the Crab, and the Kraken is going to be out as well on the side of Moonlight. And that's going to be 2 down from Nolan. Is going to be taking them down. Meanwhile, the basket did open. No follow-up claims yet.
Yeah, here's, instead of the Kraken cheese, what if we just slay you with the Kraken while everybody else just throws the clams in there? It's always been broken, ladies and gentlemen. As now, is this push over? Yes, it is. Okay, so here, 2 pushes. They don't get below 60. That's what you ideally want to do with your first push. They haven't really gotten a lot of value out of any of their pushes just yet. And it's up to Flex Mint to try to break through the defense that Moonlight has put out here. And the defense is just being, what is Omega doing? Just constantly rolling around in the enemy base. Offense is the best defense here by Moonlight. They're just throwing everything at them and just saying, hey, Basil, just make sure nobody actually scores while we have fun.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do here. They can have their teammates push up as long as they have the lead and just serve as that major flanking distraction. You know, it's going to be working for Moonlight because it has pretty much this entire game. But now Omega's really trying to get some of these jumps, able to take down one, can they take down two, they take down half, and Zenith, no, jumps out just in time to be caught. So this is looking pretty good for Moonlight, controlling a lot of the map control, and also on an offensive push with Omega using the crab on the left side.
Omega's just having fun.
Oh, yeah.
That's like, hey, Omega, just go sick 'em, Fido. Like, just do whatever you need to do. Roll around wherever you need to roll. And eventually, we are going to be in a situation where we can actually get a valuable push. Finally, under 30 scored here with 1 minute left to go. Moonlight's getting the push they were hoping for all along.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good here, getting all the way down to 26, like you said, with just under a minute left. And Flexman, okay, they have 2 power claims. They are going to have a third. So you're at the point now where if you need to make a push, it better be that miracle push that you want to win the game. And Shadow's going to be trying to push in, trying to go for the 2 players with the power claims. Going to be wisely retreating and avoiding the 2v1, but they are going to be forming a power claim of their own too. So right now, I think Flexman, they just need to regroup a little bit, figure out how they're going to push forward and attack. Basil going to be taking on Helix, 2 players down. This is not looking good for Flexman.
You tell me, based off the play styles right now, which is the team that is trying to come back before like an overtime, and what team is like trying to just hold on to the lead? It's Moonlight is playing like they desperate, like we need to score again, like we need to get back to that basket, and they might just do that. Meanwhile, are we even going to overtime? Yes, there is a mercy clam, so we're at least. This one will be at least extended. Not much longer, though. Like, what's the game plan for Flexman?
Oh, yeah, they have a 1-player advantage. Oh, but no, Zenith's going to go down. No one's going to be trying to find 1 player, and it's going to be Half who's holding the power claim. Can they get them in time? Yes, they can. Oh, I know. Then the Kraken's going to be running out. No one not able to take down anybody, but it looks like Helix is trying to push forward. 2v2 situation here, going around the pillow. I think it's going to be too late as well. It's not going to be enough time, and no, it touches the basket, but not enough time. Moonlight wins 3-1, and they are going to grand finals.
5 minutes and 30 seconds and not able to put up a single point in a game you absolutely had to win. Credit to Moonlight, putting the foot on the gas pedal, never releasing it, and getting revenge against the team that sent them down to loser's bracket early.
Yeah, that is a team who is hungry and ready for revenge, and they showed it in that game. Like you said, who's the team who needs to come back? Well, it's not Moonlight because they had the lead the whole time, but they played like it. They showed that the entire time through this game.
Yeah, and they showed it throughout the entire set, and honestly, that's the reason why they won or lost game 2 is because they were over-aggressive when they really didn't really need to be in that specific situation. So it's a double-edged sword, but it ultimately worked out into their favor. They had to do something different. They had to make adjustments. They did.
Yeah, they made those adjustments, and I mean, hey, they're ready for the best team that's here today. A team who has not dropped a single game, and they weren't expected to drop a game in 2 years. In 2 years, shout out to our favorite chicken here.
But Starburst has never faced a stuffed chicken before.
That's true. We don't.
All
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. We love it. We love our chickens from Stardew. You can hear you can hear the crowd here cheering on our chicken. By the way, yeah, thank you, Basil, for holding it up too, getting everybody hyped. I mean, again, the most people we have had here at a LAN. 79 teams, the most spectators as well.
Yes.
And you can hear it in the crowd. You can hear it on stream. You can hear it out there. We have more people here from Smash right now. I didn't want to say that too loud, but it has been so much fun so far.
It has been a lot of fun, especially because I'm not playing, so I haven't lost anything this entire weekend. And yes, we are right next to the Smash crowd, right over there, who has to deal with us having an absolute blast. Shout out to whoever brought the clapper. Where are the hand clappers?
Yeah, where did the hand clappers come from? We've seen them everywhere, but we have no idea. Oh, all right.
Well, there they are up into the crowd right there as we get a little shot of everything that's going on right here. Look at this. Look at that.
Look at this. This is what we love.
This is grassroots competitive Splatoon. And I mean, it looks a little weird when you stop and think about it, but it's our kind of weird, so we'll take it.
Hey, we take it. We take it. We're having fun. We're having fun right now. We're going to have fun later.
I'm having fun. Our production crew's been having fun all weekend.
I hope so.
I think
we're assuming.
Brush, Magic, and Siren have been having fun.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't know. That's a Pokemon, right?
Is that Oswat?
What generation is that?
I think 5 or I don't know. We're old, so I was a Gen 1-er.
I checked out after Gen 2. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. So before we get to our grand finals between Starburst and Moonlight, we do have a quick video for you guys to watch, so check this out. We're not ready for it. Okay, every time. That's literally the third time, I think, that we've had to stare into the camera.
No, we always do like the tapping on the desk. The camera's not.
We're like here, yeah.
The camera's not low enough to see like the tapping. But I was consciously thinking, I'm just going to freeze.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay here.
Yeah.
And we needed to stall this entire time,
Hey.
so we got that wrong.
Yeah. Hey, we at least told them that we can stall. We can do that,
Yeah,
but we knew
we're
that
gonna
something
have
was
to
going to
now.
be coming up. That's totally fine. That's totally fine.
We've already screwed up. we have no choice.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome to Low Tide City. I'm Popgun with Falco. We've been having a good time. Everyone here has. And coming up next is going to be, I can stall actually. I got a little thing coming up here. So we're going to be seeing Moonlight taking on Starburst, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what prop bets are?
Yes.
Prop bets. So
Yes.
basically just like bets on things outside of like the game itself.
Right, the result. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I got a list of these things.
Okay.
With over-unders.
Sure.
That I set. Because I'm a good bookmaker like
Yes,
that.
and you guys in chat play along too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read these off, and you're going to tell me if you're taking the over or the under or not
Okay.
on this one. And
Yep.
the context of this is Starburst versus Moonlight.
Sure.
The number of times that we're going to see pencil be used outside of a Splat Zone game, I'm setting the line at 2.5. You taking the over or the under?
2.5. It have to be 3.
We're
okay,
talking about
still,
a best of 5
and we're still
set.
and we're still in a best of 5.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't like that because I want to have to.
Yeah.
I don't really know what I would choose, to be honest, but I would say 2.
Okay. So you're taking the under there.
Yeah, I would go under.
The number of wins by Moonlight, and this is going to sound disrespectful to Moonlight, but
Yeah.
I think setting this line any differently would be disrespectful to Starburst. I'm setting the line at 0.5.
0.5. I'll go
Yeah.
over.
You'll take the
I'll
over.
always take
Because
I'll
you're
always take the
nice.
over. I'll always take the over
Because you're-
at that point. Yeah.
Okay,
at that
so
point.
you'll say Moonlight will win at least once.
Sure.
The number of times that our live audience is going to say, ooh, for any time that a Zuka gets a splat, even though it required absolutely no skill to do so. I'm setting the line at 12.5 for that one.
That's a pretty good one. I
Yeah.
would say it's especially larger if it happens for Moonlight against Starburst.
Yes.
So
Yes,
I'm
yeah.
going to go over at that point because
Yes.
I think that will guarantee that you'll hear it.
You know, I thought 12.5 might be a little too high, but I've been sitting in the audience. Anytime somebody gets splatted with a Zuka, everyone's just like, whoa! And then,
as
like,
if it's not,
you know,
like-
the player who did it is just like,
This is what I do.
I got a splat like that?
I
Okay.
know.
Like,
Well,
it's
yeah.
just,
Yeah. It's kind of the same. And like,
it's not exciting. That's
no.
the point.
Well, yeah, and it's like really similar to when we see Charger splats and blaster shots. Like you always hear just like the ooh, you know, you always hear that too.
Yes.
But, you know, I'm going to go over at that point.
The number of times someone is going to yell at their opponent on the stage.
No.
So I am going to say, because of the players that we have here, I think Zero and Omega might be the only ones who would partake in something like that. So I set the line at 1.5.
I'm going to go under.
Yeah.
I don't think there are players here who are really going to be doing that.
Yeah.
I do want to pause you real quick. We were just told that we are going to have a group photo, so we might. Are we going to excuse
we're doing that
ourselves?
right now?
We're going to do that right now. So I guess we're going to excuse ourselves.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what you guys are going to see. We might cut to a break and come back, but that's not up to us. So we will be doing that. We will be back momentarily.
Welcome back to Low Tide City 2024. Stu, the announcer, rocking out with you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for the best that North American Splatoon has to offer. Folks, we've had so many great sets happening here at the Kalahari Resort in Round Rock, Texas. So much great Splatoon memories that have been made here in these walls. And folks, I gotta say, I'm ready for one more set, and I'm pretty sure that y'all are too. Am I right? And the thing is, y'all, as much as we want to reminisce about the past, it's also good to look ahead to the future, which is why us at Inkling Performance Labs are proud to present the following. I think you might have an idea of what it is, but you know what? I'm going to ask our producer one more time. Roll the clip. And he said no. You know what? It's all good. You know what? I can tell it for y'all. You folks, Riptide is back. And it's happening at the Kalahari Resort in Sandusky, Ohio. You already know what it is. Start.gg/Riptide. For everything that you need to know, the Midwest Premier Major is back. Gonna have some fun in the sun. So let's go ahead and get things started. One last time in Round Rock, Texas. Folks, out of the 79 teams that have entered this bracket, only 2 remain. And they are before your very eyes. Here are some of the 8 best players in the world coming up on stage. But first, the individuals that qualified out of the elimination bracket. You better get ready and grab your guns. We're about to go walking in the moonlight. Headed up by head coach and content king, Chiara. Please give it up for Moonlight. Introducing first, the captain of the team. He is the alpha of the group. Give it up for Omega. He is such a good leader that they have no choice but to follow him, right? But folks, you already know, no one does pro quite like him. Give it up for Nolan! This man is absolutely him, and you already know he's got your back. Give it up for Shadow! And last, but certainly not least, he's got himself a chicken, and he's absolutely frying! Give it up for Basil! No reverence, no mercy, and no clucks given. It's Moonlight. And what a task they had ahead of them. Folks, you might have predicted the bracket to go this way, to end this way, but what an opponent they have before them. They're not only the #1 seed, they're not only the defending champion, they have not lost a game of Splatoon in this building in 2 years. Folks, look up. You already know the stars are out tonight. It's the #1 seed, Starburst! Going up to the stage first, the captain of the squad, a front line like no other. Give it up for Brad! High in carbs, higher in kill count. Give it up for Bacon! Next up, no one hits his shots quite like him. It can only be Jared! And last, but certainly not least, this man will divvy you up and spit you right back out. Give it up one time for Zero! Your thus far undefeated champions, give it up one time for Starburst! Folks, we are at the terminus of Splatoon here at Low Tide City. Everyone backstage is ready. Everyone on stage is ready. But I need to know about this crowd. Round Rock, Texas, are you ready? No. I don't think you understand. When we say everything is bigger in Texas, that includes the noise. Low Tide City, are you ready? Your casters for this grand final set, Falco, Popgun. Let's get cracking.
Oh, man. Hey, shoutouts to Stu, the announcer, by the way. Give it up for Stu, because he is one of the best MCs that we have here in the scene. He is doing such a great job, Popgun.
I'm ready. I'm hyped.
Yeah.
Even though the history of grand finals would indicate that it's not that much excitement.
Hey,
now
we have all the hype here, though.
Yes.
We have the
yes.
hype here.
And we got a chicken.
We do have
What
chicken.
else do we need?
Yes.
Now, the history of grand finals at Low Tide City. We're not going to try to sugarcoat this for you. We're going to be as blunt as possible. They've been curb stomps, 3 zeros across the board. However, there has never been a team the caliber of Moonlight to come in from the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, and Moonlight has been very strong, as we have seen. Again, they've been on stream like the last 3 sets in a row. And, you know, Starburst here, they're looking to completely go undefeated in all of Low Tide City's history at this point.
Moonlight's standing in the competitive scene is, I see them as like the best team at the tier that they're at. But the problem, so like if there's like the mid levels and the high levels and the upside down level, like all this other bull crap that we make up to that doesn't mean anything. Moonlight's at the top of like that upper echelon level. There's another level though that's called the God level. The Starburst, the Jackpots, the FT wins, the teams that are immortal. Moonlight can beat everybody that's below that category, but when you go up against the God level team like this, it's a different animal, and Moonlight has struggled in the past against teams like this.
Yeah, they really have, and again, I think too, they're just looking for any sort of momentum that can get them to the next level too. You know, again, it can start with the baby steps of, okay, we're going to work on just taking a game off of them. Obviously, that's not the entire goal for them for their set, but still, they do have goals that I think are achievable for Moonlight in this set.
And Moonlight's been practicing for this. I've been watching them stream their scrims leading up to this one. They've been grinding. They knew the goal was to get to this stage. I feel like they should have recognized Zenith's pickup as a thorn in their side, and they were more than just that. They beat them. But obviously they were able to get over them in losers finals. But this is the team they've been gunning for the entire time. Are they going to be able to have the firepower to withstand them? Like you said, just win one game. If that were to happen, that would be history in Low Tide City's stance.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
But as you look at the votings from the idiots in chat, I think that's a pretty fair voting as it stands right now.
Yeah, I think too, and you know, we can see it change too in live time. We do see some of the support going, and you know, we're commentating the predictions,
pushing it the wrong way.
Yeah, pull it back this way.
Hey, it's your channel points. Do what you want with it.
Do what you want. I think I have 290,000 channel points in IPL.
Oh, I got like 39,000 because I just I betted on somebody today. I betted on Aquatic Land Guard to win Wave Pool bracket, which they did. So I probably didn't get a lot out of that.
Yeah, but before we get started, we do have that trailer for you that we wanted to show, so you guys take a listen to this.
That's great.
Okay.
It could go either way. He finds the landing there, but Aaron's gonna be able to clutch it up.
Will they be able to do a weird overtime?
They need one.
One clap.
We'll tack on the damage quick. Out of shield. Parry, big punish. Here we go.
Oh, snap. The up strong.
How did Castillo escape that? Castillo was literally going backwards 30 seconds ago.
Speaking of Riptide, last Riptide, it was Last Light that 3-0'd FT Win in Winners Finals. You commentated that one with Saf.
I did, yes.
And then FT Win got angry and 6-0'd them in Grand Finals. But the players that made up that Last Light team, 3 of them are on the stage right now for Moonlight. So there is DNA that can get wins against these kinds of teams in a LAN setting.
Right, there are, and I do want to go back to that because, you know, we do have history here at Low Tide City where Riptide, it's a little bit different. That is FT Win's kind of animal too, but whenever Last Light played, got that 3-0 victory over them, I think that's when a lot of the conversation started of like, oh wait, they're in the losers bracket now. We need to watch
and
this.
that's when the viewership skyrocketed. Yeah. which also points out the Starburst has never been in a situation, other than the first Riptide, they've never been in a situation to where the crowd is behind them. And it's not because anybody hates Starburst. It's just we love an underdog story.
Oh, yeah.
And there's obviously a lot of Moonlight fans in the building tonight.
Right.
So that is going to be a factor as well. Whenever Moonlight does anything, you're going to hear a lot of noise being picked up on the microphones from me and Falco, and rightfully so. So let's get right into it. Grand Finals. Moonlight versus Starburst, Game 1, Splat Zones at Hagglefish Market.
Yeah. Ooh, Omega's bringing out the Stamper. That is not one of the weapons that we had seen from the previous set that they faced, but of course they are facing a different animal, like we mentioned, that is Starburst.
So Pencil is obviously extremely broken in this game. Bagel is going to highlight why. Already in the first 10 seconds, they're throwing out Soto to their teammates. But Moonlight has to find a way to splat Bagel, because Bagel is literally just going to stay back, flat the zone, do all this damage from the 3, and try to go like 20 KA without getting a single death. Moonlight has to find a way to harass Bagel, or they don't have a single shot in this game.
Yeah, and right now this is kind of what we expected early on. That's going to be 3 down going down, and that was a really good squeezer shot there on the side of Starburst. So they're going to be quickly taking this lead that Moonlight did have before, and it's just amazing how much paint they can put on this map and how well they spread themselves out using the support of this screen as well. But no one's going to be coming out the crack, and Omega's going to be taking down Brand. Omega is going to be seeing one more player as well. Tariq going to go down. Is this going to be a wipe here? But no, it looks like Bagel's trying to stay alive, and Bagel does take down the Stamper. That is a 1v1 you do not want to lose.
I mean, okay, finally Bagel goes down, but that's my point. Like, even, it's not as simple as just getting to Bagel. Like, Bagel's going to fight you. It's not like Bagel's just dodging fights. It's Bagel's not incentivized to get into him, but when they do, you still have to find a way to get the splat, and it takes 2 players to bring down Bagel. Bleed goes into favor of Moonlight, though.
Yeah, Moonlight able to take the lead and still control the zone as well. Cooler is going to be online for them, and now they're just having a little bit of trouble pushing up in a 3v3 situation. Omega is going to be using that Zipcaster to try and push forward. Can they take down Zero? No, they can't. And Zero's going to be pushing forward to try and find Bagel. Bagel is going to wisely jump out. Starburst is going to control the zone.
Nice push by Moonlight, and it was initiated by what? The Kraken. That's what, again, that's what Moonlight is going to need to just live through this one. As they got another one ready to go by Nolan, going to pop it probably close to here and then fire it straight across zone. And this is what I'm talking about. Your options are either dunk out to the side like Brand and Jared are doing where Basil is waiting for them, or to stay back there and get splatted, which is apparently what Bagel decided to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make them suffer just a little bit, but 2 players are now down on Starburst. Moonlight has quite a bit of penalty points to try and get rid of, and I mean, they do have a pretty nice lead right now, but it looks like they're a little bit more scattered as Omega trying to go up with that Zipcaster. Going to be taken down here in a 3v3 situation, but Moonlight still controlling the zone, doing such a good job.
They're almost done with their penalty points. I don't know how much longer they can hold on to it, because here comes some Zuka and shenanigans. And look at it, literally covers. It literally covers the entire. You have no choice but to either take damage or just back up from that thing. And by the way, through all of that, they still haven't capped unless they do just right now.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have a lot of penalty points either.
No, they don't. They only had 15. They slowly were getting rid of the penalty points as they had control of the zone. It's just that Moonlight had such a solid control before, and they do have one player down. So Starburst doing a good job just spreading out a little bit. We can see Brand here is going to be the one that's trying to push up. Jared trying to push up as well, but look at Brand here, hugging the wall, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for somebody to come around. They are right by Shadow there, chasing Shadow into the alley here. Starburst still in control of the zone. That is not going to be the lead flip quite
How'd they
yet.
get Bagel?
So close, and now finally Moonlight able to save that. 30 penalty points for them, but they are still holding on to the lead.
All 8 players were alive, and somehow they took the top off the defense. They splatted Bagel from behind. Nicely done by Moonlight. And I said that's what they needed to do, and that's clearly what the focus has been so far, and that's why they barely got the lead. They might not have to lead much longer, especially if Nolan's cracking, kind of sliding off into no man's land. Lead should switch into Starburst's favor right here. Moonlight's going to have to come up with an answer to how they can break back in and even get control of the zone at this point.
Yeah, this is the most uncomfortable position that Moonlight has been in. Once again, Brand here, sharking up here on the ramp. It's going to be going up and chasing Nolan, and Omega and Shadow are trying to push into the zone. 2 players are down now on Starburst as Moonlight is trying to push forward. It is just going to be Bagel here, but Brand still on the side. Brand is still trying to push in from a flank, but look at that. Moonlight is able to cap the zone, pushing members of Starburst back right now, and we are in a very neutral state of the game.
Yeah, that's only going to benefit Starburst at this point. And even though Moonlight is hanging tough right now, they're losing a little too many players, and they're drowning in this yellow ink. So penalty points are starting to get chewed away by Starburst, but the game might just end on timer at this point. So Moonlight, you got to be thinking, all right, let's stay back, let's build up some specials. We got a Kraken ready to go. Let's get a couple of splats somehow. Not sure how that happened. Let's get some soda down. Omega's back into the action here as well. This is our one opportunity. My question, though, is you used a lot of resources to get control of the zone. Now you don't really have anything to hold on to it.
No.
Unless you're just different like Nolan.
No, but 2 players are still down on Starburst, so there's going to be an opportunity for Moonlight to 2 players down on Starburst. They're getting rid of their penalty points. We will be going to overtime here, and let's see if Moonlight can hold on to this. 1 player's going to be down. The Zuka's going to be coming out. No, the Zuka's going to be the one painting the zone. Starburst is going to be coming back and winning game 1 here.
We've had history. That is the most competitive game in grand finals of low tide history. And it still was a W for Starburst. They're so freaking difficult to defeat.
It kept us on our toes the entire time of this match, at least. And we had some pop-off moments from Moonlight anytime, and you could hear it in the crowd, too.
Yeah,
anytime there were 2 players down on Starburst, they were going crazy. They were going nuts. And that's the energy that we love. And I think, too, it just goes to show that Moonlight, they might not be really at the level that Starburst is, but hey,
nobody is.
Yeah, nobody is,
yeah,
but they are able. They didn't get knocked out. Number 1. You're
Yes.
right. The game ended on time.
Okay, so
I think that's a pro. That's a plus.
They had a game plan and they followed it. They were able to find ways to splat Bagel when they had no business to do so. Now, it's not easy to do, but they were still able to address the strength of the backbone of Starburst and at least put some pressure on them. Again, the issue is that late in the game, you have to use so many resources just to break out of Starburst's stranglehold of a lockout that you have nothing left. And even in that scenario, it was still impressive that Moonlight was able to just get a double here and there when they were in a 2v4 situation to extend things out. But that just shows how, it's just so difficult to put Starburst away.
Yeah.
The good news is, though, they get to make counter picks here.
They do. Yeah, Moonlight is going to be making counter picks here in Grand Finals again. Traditional counter pick rules here. Now, I don't know what they would choose against a team like Starburst. I don't.
Well, again, they've been preparing for this, so they must have this decision already made up maybe a month or so in advance, or maybe they just didn't really care and they were just here to chill. What do I know?
Hey,
But I think it just comes down to what comp do we want to use in this scenario. I would assume Clam Blitz would still be the mode that they would want to roll with. And again, you don't want to just let's try something this, and if we lose, we'll do our actual ace pick next. No, you gotta try to get this 1-1 with your best possible.
Right,
win.
you don't have the time. It's a best of 5, not a best of 7. You don't really, you don't have that time to really make those adjustments, make those. Make those win decisions to try and just do something. Yeah.
I mean, that game 1 might have just been it right there. That might have been your best shot already. So, but still, you make a counter pick. I'm assuming clams of some sort is going to be coming up here. And we got the lovely and talented Jub, I believe, who's going to be getting the counter pick for that.
Yeah, we'll be seeing it here, hopefully on screen pretty soon once they decide. But
while we're waiting for that, we got to get this out at some point. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, yes. Happy Mother's Day. Shout out to all the moms in chat watching.
Yeah. Shout out to all the moms that are here.
Shout out, I think record number of moms here supporting and cheering on,
and
especially some newer moms who are here.
Record number of babies that are here as well.
Yes, record number of babies.
Shout out to the Cornflower family that is here, working on a jigsaw puzzle, I believe, a little bit earlier.
Did they complete it? Did you guys?
I did not.
I don't know.
A puzzle
I saw
person.
it looked pretty cool. I did call my wife, wish her first Happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
So I made sure to do that.
My wife had her first, I guess, legit Mother's Day today as well.
Yeah.
And was able to FaceTime my mom and my son, or my mom and my dad are watching my son right now back home. So happy Mother's Day to everyone across the board. We are playing competitive Splatoon.
In Texas. we left the Midwest to come to Texas to play Splatoon.
And we got the Clan Blitz.
Yeah,
so I got that right. I had no idea. Now, the other question is, did they pick this map because they want to do their tent combo and basically like, hey, look, Basil, you're good on Blaster, but could you just play Pencil just because we want the win here? I wonder if that's why they picked this one.
You gotta do like you said, you gotta do anything to get that win. There really aren't any, like, we're gonna save our ace for our potential game 3. No, you gotta bring that out now. You just gotta bring that out to make sure it sticks. Exactly.
Win at all costs. Everything is on the line today.
Yeah, and I think
win for mom.
Win for mom. And Moonlight knows that too. That they're. I think they know that they don't have They don't have wiggle room here. They don't have a lot of wiggle room. They gotta choose what their strength is to. I mean, you could also play to what Starburst's weakness is, but do they have a weakness? That's the question.
Maybe. I don't know.
We'll find out maybe. It could be Moonlight.
I'm commentating. There's a reason I'm commentating and not up there.
Yeah, for real. There's a reason we're here and not over there.
I'll tell you this. I know Starburst's weakness. I'm not telling anyone.
All right.
At least not for free.
Yeah. You got to pay. You got to pay to get that. But I mean, we can tell these teams are actually taking their sweet time talking. I assume they know what weapons they're playing, but they're just kind of waiting it out. But let's bring you game 2. Starburst up 1-0 over Moonlight. But let's go to game 2 of Grand Finals here at LTC 2024.
And the question is going to be, what is the comp that they're going to come out with? A little bit of change on Starburst. And there it is. Yeah, like, look, we just have to win, okay? Let's do the pencil so that you get the soda. And I assume they picked this specifically because they can get Shadow onto the tent that works on land. By the way, Brand using the Rapid Blaster Deco Pro. They used that last year on Tower Control. Now using it on Clan Blitz in this time so that Bagel isn't forced on Pencil Jail.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 players down now on Starburst. So Moonlight's going to be taking the quick player advantage too. And I didn't know if Jared was going to go down as well, but no, they are going to survive too. So a little bit of map control in the favor of Moonlight, but like we said before, you're just kind of picking battles here in Clan Blitz, just trying to get a feel for where some players are. And right now it's really benefiting Moonlight in this position as they do have more power claims at their disposal, but now specials are coming out. 2 are going to go down on Starburst. Omega coming out with the crab, trying to locate Jared, who's point censored, and able to take them down. 3 players down now on Starburst. Moonlight's got to capitalize on this.
Yeah, you have to score here.
Yes.
And that's, okay, maybe you got to think, yeah, we want to score, but maybe get a little bit more on top of that. That seemed like a desperate, oh, we got all the splats we need. Let's just go up there and throw the power clamp. That push did absolutely nothing for them other than lose some players in the process. And look at this map starting to get pushed up by Starburst players, and it's going to be turning pink very quickly. Moonlight probably should not have scored right there because they just didn't have the resources to follow it up.
Yeah, if they had a few more claims, and again, it's very rare that you have that that type of player advantage without the claim economy, but early on, that's one of the sacrifices, and that's what makes it very difficult. But right now, we're still in that 3v3 situation. 3 players down now on Moonlight. Starburst has 2 players down, and again, we're just kind of at this neutral game here. Not much movement, but we're going to see some specials come out as well. And it looks like, too, I think that was Jared who's going to be pushing forward. It was going to be going down as well. So Starburst still has a pretty solid control of this game.
Yeah, and, well,
Okay, here we go.
Why do we keep switching back and forth between each other when something happens? The commentator is the exact opposite of what actually happens here. Okay, but then again, Moonlight popped the basket again, and now it's going to be do we gather up the resources along the way and throw it in there? And it looks like the answer is going to be no. So it's going to have to be death by paper cuts for Moonlight, which is how they beat Fresh Mint in the last set anyways. So kudos to that. Eventually they might get a score they're going to be comfortable with. I guess the thing to point out now is the last 2 Clan Blitz games we've seen so far, like the best like 8 minutes basically, Moonlight has not given up a single point defensively.
No, they've been doing a very good job. And honestly, if this is where they're content and this is how they win the game, this is how they win the game. They're going to take it any possible way they can. Villain is going to be pushing up with this Kraken, trying to push forward, displacing some of the members of Starburst. Look at the clams on the side of Moonlight. They have 12, no power clam ready. They got to get some of the Shadow, but Shadow's going to be going down. That is huge. 2 players going down on Moonlight, one of them carrying quite a few claims as well. And man, if Moonlight could just regroup a little bit and know which player is going to be scoring the power claims in and which ones are going to be supporting, that's going to be very important.
I don't think that was a trade. I think that's a win for Bagel. You get rid of Nolan out of that area. If Nolan stays live up top there and splats Bagel with all those clams ready to go, Moonlight might get the home run push they've been looking for. Instead, they're forced to retreat right here, and Starburst is inching closer. They do have a Mercy clam they can pick up probably a little bit later, but they want to get up a power clam on their own along the way. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to find a way to do just that, as Moonlight is already back into the action to get in control of mid. 2 more players going down, 2 power clams ready to go, and here comes the Kraken on top of it, coming back here trying to get the splat, so forcing them away from the zone. Not going to get the click. Zero. You can't avoid the Kraken forever, but you can force it to be wasted back there instead of around the basket.
Yeah, at that point, that is a win for Starburst because Moonlight did have a player economy, and here's going to be the score. Here's going to be the follow-up, and this is going to be a solid lead for Moonlight that they have been looking for this entire set. 4 minutes in, 1 minute remaining, down to 37, so this is the gameplay that they've been hoping to have here in Game 2.
Yeah, that is what they've been looking for out of this push. And again, the timer where they have yet to give up any points in Clan Blitz the past 2 games gets extended. The defense is going to have to be critical here because Starburst is loaded for bear. 2 power clams have some change. They do lose Bran on the side. Shadow going to be dropping down here in a 1v1 with Bagel. Nolan gets eliminated, and now it's just the pencil left to defend things. That is a wipeout. Oh no! Here it goes with Starburst, and they just need a few more clams to get the lead. They got the Mercy jumping into Jared, who's just wide open. There's the lead for Starburst. Zero's the last player left alive. Oh, I don't know if you want to get wiped out if you were Starburst right there, though. Oh, Moonlight is going to be running towards the enemy basket, and they're going to have enough clams to get the lead back.
Yeah, 1 power clam is going to get rid of those penalty points, and another power clam is going to be able to take the lead. So just 2 power clams that Moonlight is going to need to take the lead. They do have their Mercy clam ready. They are holding it in possession. No second power clam at the ready, but no one's going to get it. They now have 2 power clams at the ready. They got to find a way to push forward. No one's going to have the Kraken. It's going to get rid of, and no, they go down to the bomb before it's going to be too late. Can Basil get it in time? Basil is able to score 1 more power clam. Can Basil get it in? Yes! Moonlight wins Game 2, the first win against Starburst, and take a look at this crowd. Oh my goodness.
That's the reaction when Starburst loses 1 game, and that's what it takes to beat them in 1 game. Is there any way Moonlight can pull that off 5 more times over the course of the next 7 games or so? I have no idea, but it literally looked like they sold their soul just to win 1 singular game against a god.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so you were right. Yeah, I said it was potentially going to be a sweep. I said it was likely to be a sweep. It's not. But here's some more history that's going to be made. Starburst is going to make a counter pick for the first time in this tournament's history. So now they're going to be, wait, what? What are the rules for this again? Can we go back to splat zones?
Yeah, they're asking the TOs, trying to ask what they can do and everything. And oh my goodness, that was absolutely wild. I believe here I will be stepping away for a sec. Oh, I'm going to be staying here. Okay. Here we have Trey, who is, I'll let you introduce yourself. You're going to do it much better than I do.
Probably not. I'm Trey. I own Tourney Locator, also the event runner here. There's no way I'm going to top any of that. The only things that I want to say is since 2022, Splatoon being here, I knew nothing about Splatoon. Nothing. And this is crazy. Crazy. These 2 teams are nuts. And I just want to say I am so so happy to have Splatoon as part of the family. Talking to Nintendo with them, talking to all you guys, seeing the great production crew, the great teams, the great TOs, and everything. But that's all I want to say. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you to all Splatoon. I think it's just been amazing. And I don't think I've seen or heard how loud y'all can be yet. But let's give it a shot right now, you think?
We can do it.
Yeah?
We can do it.
Let's
we can
see.
do it, chat. We can do it. We can do it, guys. We're going to do it.
Thank you, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Have a great rest of the night. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trey.
Top Gun, back to Top Gun.
Oh my goodness, guys, none of this could be possible without Trey and Tourney Locator here supporting us. Again, none of this possible without this amazing team, and we are very thankful to be here, Pop Gun. And I mean, what a better time to do it when the set is tied 1-1.
I'm just waiting for like Moonlight to be carried off the stage right now.
Yeah.
Like they already did. They won. We win. No, you got to win like 5 more of these things, and like that's what it took to win one game. The good news is both of those games have been exciting and competitive.
Yes.
Moonlight has already answered the bell. They're not just here to poke the beast. They can hang with them. Now we're going to see, you already know what's coming. I already know what's coming. I had to think about it for a second, and I was like, no, wait. We know what a counter pick is going to be. The survey is going to say Tower Control Art Academy at any moment now. We're just waiting for the counter. To surprise of no one, survey says Tower Control Art Academy.
Yeah.
Now, why did we see it in Game 3 instead of Game 2? Because Starburst is actually really good here. This is for anyone else making this counter pick, it is hilariously stupid. For Starburst, they literally own the Art Academy. So this is like as close to an automatic dub for them as it gets.
Right. If this is the best map and mode for everybody to play, it's the best map and mode for Starburst to play in any position at this point. Now, I'm also thinking too, okay, Moonlight, they got the win, Clam Blitzumami. They did. They can't counterpick Clams if it comes back. So so now
I mean, that's another thing.
Yeah.
And like, if this somehow goes to a bracket reset, like, are you really going to go to Clan Blitz Umami again? Like, this, the strategy Moonlight has to pull off to actually win the whole thing right now is insanely bonkers. And they have to win on a Starburst counterpick. They have to do that. So they either have to win here or a Game 5. So yeah, like, this is. Victory earned, yes. But you still, like, the mountain is so incredibly steep up top here. And that's why Starburst really doesn't care.
We don't know if that really affected them at all. We don't know.
Oh, I know it doesn't.
All right.
I know.
This is also
Starburst is notoriously one of the most robotic teams that we have.
Also, the team who didn't use any headsets on day one when they played their games, or I think even in the first round of Top Cut. And I know that because I gave Zero my headset. He's wearing it. So, but the game is ready. Let's hop into here. Game 3. We are tied 1-1. Moonlight and Starburst. Let's hop on Tower Control Inkling Art Academy.
You should see Brand. I'm about to say Brand coming back out with the Rapid Blaster Deco Pro. Basil trying to match it. Along with the same exact thing. This is the same comp. Now, this isn't the same exact roster Starburst had last year. Biscuit isn't here and Ice isn't here either. But this is still the same kind of comp minus the screen squeezer that we've been used to seeing out of Starburst on this map mode in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, really to no surprise, kind of the weapon choices. And you're exactly right. 3 players are going to go down on Moonlight, 2 down on Starburst. That's actually going to be huge, but Starburst, a few of their members are going to go down. So Moonlight in control of the tower. We can see Jared trying to chase down Shadow, but the support of his teammates there able to help out. Shadow going to be taking down Jared right now. Jared survived a lot longer than I thought that they would. But Moonlight not giving up on this push quite yet, getting to that first checkpoint.
Man, and yeah, a decent opening here for Moonlight so far, as Starburst is trying to establish a little bit of control of mid. And again, you can see Moonlight just actively saying, all right, the screen's there, we're just not going to go there. And that's just a huge area that they're basically surrendering to Starburst. And you almost have no choice but to do so with the buff that it just had. But here comes the Kraken yet again. That's going. Okay, this is going to be a bad Kraken. The good news is that there's going to be more opportunities for Nolan to get more Krakens going right there. But that's the game plan for Starburst. If Starburst wants to win this one, they need to find more ways to neutralize the Kraken in the ways that they can. Oh, and also it helps. There he goes. There's at least 2 of the crowd getting excited for random Zuka kills.
Yeah, and I mean, the Kraken also, again, served as a distraction, but it got Moonlight past that first checkpoint, got them to 75, not really much more after the first checkpoint. Now Starburst trying to push up Jared using that screen over on Omega, and Shadow going to be taking down Shadow. And Starburst, if they're able to hold on to this, it looks like they will be able to potentially take the lead, and they do here. Brand trying to find Nolan here on the side, over here on the right stack, trying to take them out. But meanwhile, the tower is still being heavily contested for Moonlight as we see some of the players be jumping into over to the tree. 2 players are going to go down. 1v1 or 3v3 now for both of these teams. But yes, Starburst able to take back the lead, but not by very much.
And now we're crossing, getting 2 minutes down. We basically got a tie game at this point. Nobody's even come close to the second checkpoint. The tower's just been kind of stalled out. But Moonlight, again, building up a lot of specials and using them. They use the crab, they use the killer whale right there just so they can get back in the mid. But now they're kind of just stuck with this, okay, let's soda up, but then we can also use Kraken. But they don't have anything else on top of that because they have to burn a lot to get back into mid. Starburst doing kind of the same thing, though. This is just kind of let's throw some specials at mid and let's see what happens. And right now, nobody's getting a lot of splash, but we are at least seeing some fights being extended into the enemy side of the base.
Yeah, you know, really what I haven't seen from Moonlight here is having a solid 4 players that can take down Starburst. It's always going to be 3 or even 2, so Starburst is always just going to have that upper hand. And again, these points really mean nothing at this point. Of course, they're favoring Starburst just having the lead, but you don't really have any checkpoint lead at all. You know, in tower control, just a little lead is not very much of a lead, but as time ticks down, it's going to be that much more important. And we've seen a big neutral game here for the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, and this is kind of awkward, honestly. Like, we've just seen, again, it's not like Starburst, oh, we're feel comfortable with our lead, we're just going to have it go the way that it goes. But again, they're just using specials in mid, and nobody's getting a clear advantage just yet. Even though Starburst is hopping onto the tower, they're not really going to be in a position to get moving right there. What the heck was that?
I think
throwing
a bomb at the wall.
Yeah. Classic bomb at the wall. That wall has been saving Nolan a little bit earlier, that time backfiring on one of their teammates, as they have to burn another Kraken yet again. But they are in a position to take lead right now.
Yeah, I think they do, but
maybe.
I don't know. Not much support by the tower for Moonlight, as it seems like Shadow's the only one on it. Okay, base on Omega. They have 2-3 players on. This is 100% the lead switch. That's going to be the wipeout as well. Let's see how far Moonlight can push this into the last minute as they approach the second checkpoint. Zero's going to be breaking down. We see Jared over there by the tree. Jared's going to be going down. Omega trying to push up with the crab. Nolan is watching from the side too. 2 players still down on the side of Starburst. Moonlight is still pushing, and that's going to be the wipeout. So pushing to 41. Starburst is going to have to climb up from here, and let's see how long it takes them to do that.
Starburst really fed in there defensively to try to save that second checkpoint, and they're lucky to be escaping with only 41 remaining. They were going to lose that checkpoint no matter what, but they did lose a lot of resources along the way. But still, they're in a good situation right now to get the lead back into their favor. 20 seconds left to go. They're dancing around the enemy plat. They got this screen that's forcing Shadow to just go overboard on the left side up top now, but they do lose 1 player on each side. 2 down, going down for Starburst. Bagel is going to have to survive onto the tower, dodging the Kraken, throwing down the center to try to get things alive, but it's going to come down to this last player on the tower, and it seems to be Nolan, a 1v1, but stolen away by Zero. It is just a bar fight broken out of the tower. Zero's not going to survive it much longer. Jared's forced to jump on top of it. The thing is, the tower's going to have to be stalled out of the second checkpoint for a little bit while Jared trying to keep players away as the man advantage falls in Starburst's favor. 2v1. How did you take the tower? Oh no! Moonlight wins again!
Moonlight is leading a set against Starburst here.
They should not have won that.
59 to 56. The ending there was absolutely insane. I don't even know how to break it down, except Starburst was playing so well, able to just hold on to it, but it was just by a miracle that Moonlight, they knew what they needed to do to take the lead and had an amazing defense. They didn't have much time at all, but they were able to pull it off when it needed to happen.
It came down to a 2v1 situation with Shadow being the last player left alive and 2 players for Starburst. And I think it was just Shadow was able to sneak behind, get onto the tower, fight the 1 person that was on tower, and the person who was trying to clear the space just couldn't turn around and get back in time. Oh my goodness.
You know, Zero survived a lot longer than I thought that he would on that
There
tower.
was a
he
lot.
was doing such a good job dancing around the specials and knowing when to hop out, knowing when to get back on, but it just came down to those final moments. I thought they were going to take the lead. I thought they were going to come back.
Yeah, well, they should have.
Yeah.
Starburst should have won that game, and Moonlight stole it from them on their home court.
Mm-hmm. No, okay. So Starburst may have thought of what their first counter pick could possibly be.
Oh, I don't.
What about a second counter pick? And here it is, Zones Monkey.
I don't think this is the counter pick you want. Wait, they can't pick this. They won on Splat Zones, right?
Well,
they can't pick this, can they?
Well, we'll let the TOs figure that out.
Counter picks may not select a map or a mode they last won on. So yeah, Starburst can't pick this. They could do Clam Blitz. Oh, I don't know if Clam Blitz is. No, Mahi Clams would not be available on this, or any tournament for that matter. But yeah, and they wouldn't. I don't think they would want to go here anyways, because like Moonlight's gonna be like, cool, we can use the comp we actually want to use.
Right? Yeah, they're like, okay, here's my 10.
Yeah.
Here's what I need to run. Yeah.
They're trying to slip this past the low ink TO. That's not gonna fly.
Yeah,
here.
you guys know better. Oh yeah.
Starburst trying to cheat.
Yeah, well, they've never. How often have they had to make
Yeah,
counter
exactly.
picks? Like that's the thing. They're like, we don't know the rules.
Yeah, like what are counter pick rules?
Yeah.
What? Like we just got headsets this afternoon. Like what?
Yeah.
We just show up and win.
Yeah, but again, Moonlight's on a trajectory to potentially reset this, which
still
is something we've never said.
Oh, yes.
It's a long way, but it's one game. It's just one game.
It's one game.
It's one game.
So are we going to play this out? Or
We hear
I
the
don't
audio.
know.
I don't think we're playing this.
Yeah, I don't know what's. I think
you-
they're just queuing up into this game.
Yeah,
to
they're
leave
gonna
it
they're
so
gonna
they
force
can
play
go
it. I
to
don't know if you
something
guys
else.
could hear it or not, but yeah.
I hear it.
We
Here
hear
we
it.
hear
The,
it. There's
the
something
crowd
going
hears
on
it back there. But again, so they're gonna have to revisit what they want their counter pick to be at the start. They're doing the monkey ball ready go too. Whenever
they can't
it's so
see it. The audience can't see it, but they
can
did
hear
it anyways.
But they hear it. They know when it's coming. You hear the.
We're having a fun time here at Low Tide City. We're
yeah.
having a good time.
Yeah.
It's been nice, and this is already beyond what I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Starburst was gonna curb stomp this, and it still might happen. The thing though is, the worst thing you can do is give another team hope. Moonlight would have dreamed to be up 2-1 in this scenario, and now it's got to be thinking. Well, it is going through their mind like, oh, we can actually beat these guys because we beat them in 2 games, and we were more than competitive on Splat Zones against them as well.
Right.
Like they very easily could have swept this, and we could already be on the bracket reset.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to
I know.
think about.
Yeah, that was the 3 games that happened, and if you ever said that Moonlight would be leading the set 2-1 against Starburst,
I wouldn't have
when would
believed
that? When would that happen? It just wouldn't happen. So they're going to finally be making their decisions. I think they were discussing too with Starburst. I don't know what they were talking about, but more just like what's
Gentlemen?
I think what are the counter pick rules? I think Magic was there kind of explaining like, okay, here's what you can choose.
You think they were trying to gentleman the Splat Zones?
No, not at all. But yeah, hey, are you sure you don't want to? Let's just no. Rainmaker Crab Leg is going to be the counter pick that we have here.
Legal. That is a legal counter pick by, I assume, by the rule set right here. So Rainmaker Crab Leg. You might see Tint here too. This is a map you've seen Tint on before.
Especially
For Clam Blitz.
Right. I mean, and 2, if you're taking the route that you should take, if you don't want just the easy checkpoint, on the grates up the top, that's great for your 10. Like just to push up.
It's great to push on the grate. Is that what you're saying?
It's great to push on the grate. Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah.
That is technically true.
Yeah.
So, and again, it comes down to, are we going to see Pencil again? Okay, so that's what I did when I did my over-unders with you. I said excluding Splat Zones because it seems like it's a automatic Splat Zone pick, even though we didn't see it used by Moonlight in that game. We saw him use it in Clam Blitz.
Sure.
But I wonder if they're fine with continuing to use Bran on the Rapid Blaster Pro, or if they want to go back to Bagel using Pencil so that Bran can do something else. Now, it's not like they're getting the same kind of value. Like, they're both. It's like you have to be the wrong range. Like, no matter what, Bagel is dispensing soda to everybody, which is always a fun play style to have. But Bagel has been more annoying to deal with against teams when it's on Pencil. But again, that might just be like a Splat Zones only thing. I don't know about Rainmaker.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But hey, let's hop into here for Game 4. Once again, Moonlight up 2-1 over Starburst. Here's a counter pick from Starburst here.
And there it is, the Pencil, so that we can get the Zuka out of Bran. And
There's
Pencil,
a tent too.
Okay, so it's just this map in general. where Pencil is just really good. Had to pause because I wanted to hear the audience say go for real this time. But yeah, this is just like a good Pencil versus Pencil match. Unfortunate for the audience, but that is what we got going on here. But yeah, there's the 10.
Yeah, we're not going to see the screen come out on the side of Starburst. Two are going to go down on Moonlight. 3 are going to go down. Just going to be Basil, but Basil is going to be taking down to 0. So Starburst able to pick up the Rainmaker here. Bagel's going to be the one carrying it. Basil did not jump out. They got splatted there at the end. But it looks like Starburst did get the checkpoint, and it looks like there's no sign of stopping them quite yet. Omega's going to be trying to do so, but they are still alive, staying around. But, I mean, a good first checkpoint for Starburst, setting the tone pretty early. But, I mean, this is really early on in the game.
Yeah, Moonlight got punched in the face pretty hard, and they might be taking a few more punches right now because Zero, what the heck was that all about? Zero just got behind both of them and destroyed 2 squids, and now is going to be taking aim at that Pencil. And somehow the last player left alive is able to take care of the Rainmaker and save Moonlight staying in this game. What a heck of a play by Zero.
Yeah, that was a really good play. We can see them struggling against Nolan. No one able to take them down. No one's going to try to avoid Dazuka from Jared, and it looks like they do and take them down. 3 are going to be down on Starburst right now. And again, the Rainmaker has not moved. Finally, Moonlight picking it up, waiting for that player advantage. That's going to be another player that's going to go down on the side of Starburst. So this is going to be Moonlight's first opportunity. Shadow the first one to this right checkpoint to help guide the way.
And again, Moonlight's just thrilled to be in this situation. They should be moving a little bit more, but now they're going to take a stab at that checkpoint. Did they clear it? Yes, and they got the tent ready to go to lay down the shield. It's just Bran and Bagel. They're going to huddle behind it. Lead goes into Moonlight's favor as they get a little bit further past the Great. Credit to you. You called out that exact play, and they get the 28 remaining. Still 3 minutes left to go, and the push is dead.
Yeah, a lot of their players went down, but you don't really care at this point. You got the lead. You still have 3 minutes to work with. But again, with having both checkpoints down, this is a completely new game. Starburst still has more control at mid at this time. Bagel's carrying the Rainmaker. You see the Killer Whale come out as along with Jared trying to push up. Omega's going to be bringing out the Crab, trying to identify where Bagel is as well. One member going to be going down on Starburst. And, I mean, Starburst is doing a good job just holding on to it. Bagel wisely retreating a little bit, just protecting themselves. But no, caught from behind Omega, able to take them down here. So Starburst not really capitalizing on that push as much as they would hope, but Moonlight still has the lead.
Zero has just been making play after play on the Great area right there. Ultimately gets eliminated, I believe, by some more lucky RNG by Nolan right there on the 96 Deco. But still, this is a scary situation if you're Moonlight, because Starburst at any moment can start to pop off. If one random Zuka blast is all it really takes to clear the path right there. But the Rainmaker is going to be resetting for now. Soda coming out for Moonlight as Omega's going to be sharking around Night here, trying to hold on. And this is another kind of scenario to kind of keep in mind. Moonlight, the last time we saw them play on the Rainmaker, overplayed their hand when they had a huge lead. That didn't work against Flex Cement. It sure as heck's not going to work against Starburst right here. So you got to be thinking maybe they're trying to be a little bit more passive to make up for that.
Yeah, I think that might be what their approach is right now. And again, we just had a lot of just skirmish during those last minute as Starburst is trying to find where they want to push. But no, it's going to be Moonlight who's going to be the team who's in control. 2 players down. Basil has a clear path right now, but waiting for Brand. Look at Brand hiding there. Can Brand stay alive? They're just going to pass Brand, but no, they're going to go down. I think that was, I don't know how that trade happened, but both of those players are going to go down. So Moonlight trying to extend their lead. Didn't quite get to where they wanted to do it. And I think, too, they're in such a good spot right now. Have a minute to work with, too. Shadow's still trying to push up with the tent as well. And I think Moonlight's just doing such a good job spreading out. They're going to be going down as well. Cooler's going to be out from Bagel. And can the Kraken take it down, or is Bagel just going to survive? No, okay, now finally they're down. No one gets them, but are going to go down. So we're going to have that trade. All this is benefiting Moonlight in the meantime.
This is hilarious. We're just minding our own business, and all of a sudden here comes the Kraken out of nowhere. From behind you, mind you, to just start attacking everything. This is Starburst's side of the map, and we only got 35 seconds left to go. Keep in mind, Starburst doesn't have to go through the checkpoint last time, but this is what we saw Omega doing before. Starting to get a little bit comfortable, and still losing the fights to Bagel. Bagel can't die, and that is a huge splat, by the way, unless it's not, because there's a Zuka out of nowhere. Moonlight's just going crazy right now, all over the place, and Starburst can't keep up with them.
No, they have 2 players down, 10 seconds left. Starburst is going to have to pick up this Rainmaker, but Moonlight's doing such a good job protecting it. One player's going to be got down, 3v3. You hear the crowd counting down. Are they going to get there in time? No, they're not. Moonlight is going to win the set and force the bracket reset against Starburst.
Oh my. Just listen to that for a second.
Take it all in. Well deserved.
Oh my goodness.
Well deserved for Moonlight.
Regardless what happens in this bracket reset, Moonlight can just say they've officially beaten a God team.
Yes.
They just beat them in a best-of-5 set, straight up, in 4 games. On 2 of Starburst's counter picks.
That is the craziest part of it.
Oh
and it
my.
wasn't even going to a game 5. It only went to a game 4. We didn't even play the full set, and Moonlight was able to take it away.
Oh my goodness. I was not expecting.
I know you weren't expecting it. You made that very clear. You made that very clear.
Because I don't want to sit here and lie to the audience. I don't want to sugarcoat it. Because then when I'm wrong, which I rarely am, you get to be more excited about it. Because I certainly am. Starburst might not be, though.
Yeah, they might not be.
I still don't think Starburst is hitting the panic button yet because there's no reason for them to do so because they get splat zones in game 1.
Yes.
And they get an opportunity to reclaim control of this thing, settle down, get the mojo behind them. The real issue they have to deal with, again, is the crowd.
Yeah,
you want to be
Zero's doing push-ups over there.
I don't know.
Yeah, you missed
it.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That's off camera.
Yeah, he was trying to get the blood flowing.
So, okay, so maybe there is some little rattling going on right now.
I think there is. He's just trying to get.
I don't think you do push-ups if you're
comfortable. There's nobody that does that. So again, okay, to protect okay. You guys saw what happened here.
Shout out to the 8% who probably just made bank off the channel points right there. I would think it'd be fair if that line was a little bit more even, but where did they go? What happened?
They're probably getting water. I don't know if they're walking. I don't know what they're doing.
Did they think they won the whole tournament?
There's no way.
What are they doing?
There's no way. No, they've got to just be refreshing.
They left the
themselves.
chicken.
The chicken always stays.
Or are they going through like the crowd, taking like high fives or something like that?
Okay.
Whatever they're doing, I guarantee Starburst is not a fan of it because they're ready to play.
I'm sure they are just taking a 5-minute break. Look, Basil's still here. Basil's there grabbing the chicken.
No, the chicken's gone now. Okay, well, we are now chickenless.
Okay, if I want to set against Starburst, I would at least want like a water break, maybe like a cool down period of some sort that I could just kind of regroup myself.
And if I'm Starburst, I want to play the next game and get going.
You're like, nope, I don't need water. I'm not thirsty.
So there you go. Regardless, we all need to take a moment to kind of let this sink in what's happening right now. It's an amazing moment. If Moonlight were to win this, it's not just, oh, congratulations, you won this lane. Like, this has effects across the entire scene. Like, this is a milestone win for Moonlight. Yeah. And then people are going to be having the conversation of like, oh, do they belong in the same category as the Starburst and the FT wins and the jackpots?
Well, the thing is, too, and again, this is not the same Starburst that we have seen. Are these all top-level players? Absolutely, yes, they are. So, there's a little bit that you can say there. That,
So the only thing they're missing, Zero was part of the Starburst roster that won the first Send-Out Q season.
Okay.
The only thing they're missing is Jared in for Ice, which Jared is literally a reigning world champion.
True, to be fair, yes.
This is a monster they're going up against. This is a team when these players were on Good Morning and Seafoam and like all the other teams they had before this that couldn't get the job done, so they disbanded or shuffle around players and try again. Like, they were always the little brother to the teams like this. And now they're going to find out what's it like to play an angry Starburst team, because we saw this at Riptide to an extent.
And it seemed like at that point, though, I feel like FT Win at Riptide maybe were a little. They were up there, maybe a little too confident at that point. And then we saw, again, members from Last Light are here, obviously playing on Moonlight. But this seemed more personal than that winners finals match. This is Grands where, you know, Starburst had the win, whereas before, you know, when FT win, they're like, okay, we're in losers bracket, we are going to run it back. I don't know if that confidence is there for Starburst in this set.
I think, again, I think they're happy that game one's going to be Splat Zones at Ramen because they can go back to, they wanted to go back to Splat Zones anyways when it was an illegal thing for them to do.
Yeah.
Get that win there. Try to move on to game 2 up 1-0.
Right.
You know Clan Blitz is coming. And this is the still huge mountain Moonlight has to overcome.
Right.
Okay, you're probably going to counterpick Clan Blitz at some point. Do you want to go back to Umami?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go somewhere else? Like, there's a lot of questions to be answered right now. But yeah, I'll say this. If Starburst doesn't win game 1, I think we're done. Like the flame is done. They have to win this Splat Zones game. If they don't, they'll probably just counterpick Splat Zones game 2.
Sure.
But this is we need to win this so that we can put all this noise, like we can silence the crowd.
Yeah.
And we
Put
can
it to
get things
rest.
back into our favor. We can have something to celebrate. Starburst has to win this game.
Too, it probably helps that they don't have the pressure of a counter pick. It's set in stone. Like, this is the first map in mode that we're going to be playing. We don't have to think about, you know, we don't have to put anything else in our head.
We have a connection issue, it looks like.
No, it's the I don't know what that was.
Maybe
they
the
went to
amoeba?
get water. See, Shadow got water.
Okay.
They went to go get water. They took their break. But yeah, this is again, this is what the stage looks like too.
And that's what the chicken looks like.
That's what the chicken looks like. That's what Basil's phone looks like.
And what is that?
I don't know. Something.
Poo.
Poo?
Poo. Jub said poo earlier. P-O-U. So we're rolling with that.
Sure.
Jub can't be wrong.
Yeah, I was watching. When that was on stream earlier, I was reading Twitch chat, and I was like, I don't know what that is.
Well, that's what you get for reading Twitch chat.
Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, again, that's why we're here, not there. But yeah, so again, we're already here queuing up. But once again, you said the first mode is going to be Splat Zones, and it's going to be on Robo Ramen this time around. So we'll be seeing what the players are going to be bringing to the table there. But I think you're right.
We literally see what they're playing there. It's on camera.
You know, in theory, the other team could turn around and look too. I mean,
like if you want to screen peek.
Yeah,
like
but people. Well, I don't think either players really care either. Like I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to speak on their behalf.
But we could probably predict what everybody's going to use here. Bagel's going to go with Pencil. That means Brand's going to go to the splatter shot. I guess it's only a question of like, do you want to go rapid or the same thing? The same narrative we've been talking about Moonlight this entire time. Do tint or Pencil or whatever. Robo Ramen, you probably would go with Pencil regardless, just because it's that good. The words we didn't think we'd be uttering. Bracket reset, game 1, store tied at 0-0, Splat Zones Ramen.
Yeah, weapon, no surprises here. As once again, we're here on Robo Ramen, and again, this is what we've seen Starburst really thrive on Splat Zones, and again, they tried to make this some of their counter picks too, and it didn't quite work out. One is going to go down super early. That's going to be Jared on the squeezer, who's going to let Moonlight take the first cap here, and they do have the cooler out as well, and Omega's going to take down one of the players too, and this is looking pretty good for them for an early cap, but 3 of them are now going to be going down with the support of that killer whale, and Starburst is going to capitalize on that and take the zone.
You ever kick a hornet's nest and see what happens?
I try not to.
That's what Moonlight has just done now. Now we're going to see the hornets start to come out and see what they can do. Moonlight, though, with the better opening, kind of taking care of the overextending Jared, but now they seem to have settled in, and it comes down to the same storyline as before. Can you do anything about Bagel, who's just going to hide behind that wall, attack the zone, throw down Soda, and get a very high KA with almost no deaths against them? 1 minute gone by, no real substantial lead for either team, but still, we got this going on.
Yeah, and again, we just see this kind of heavy stalemate here. Starburst is now going to be taking the zone once again, 3v3. Kraken's going to be coming out, 2 players down on Moonlight. So Starburst is looking much more confident this time around. Again, it's about controlling where the Kraken is on the side of Moonlight, taking them down. Brand going to get a nice double there. Zuko's going to be coming out, trying to identify Omega and Basil as well. And again, they just have a lot of map control at their disposal as we get down to 30. This is the most comfortable Starburst has been looking all throughout the duration of these games.
The hornets are buzzing, and they are stinging, and we might not be staying in this game much longer. They even got the sprinkler on top of the Brahmin bowl up top right there as Bagel is just kind of chilling in the zone. One more opportunity for Moonlight to do something, and even though the Zukas and everything is thrown into the zone, it's not enough. Starburst puts their foot down, and we see a little bit of emotion coming out from some of those players we're not used to seeing. Like, hey, we are Starburst.
Yeah.
We're going to win this.
Yeah, and this was the most confident that they had looked during their games. This is the solid lead that we know that Starburst has, and they just look in control the entire time that they were able to just really dominate in the second half of the game.
One other thing I want to point out, because I saw a player up there, I think it was Jared, had their sleeves pulled all the way up. It is cold in here.
I'm hot.
You're hot? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we got
in
these.
general, yeah.
We got this all kind of set up here. We're basically in like a tanning bed for the camera right now. But up on the stage, it is cold in this venue.
Yeah.
And when you're playing and your hands are kind of frozen like that, it does make a difference.
Yeah, especially when they get cold and clammy too. Not a fun combination.
Another reason to do push-ups, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not judging him at all for doing that. He's got to do what he's got to do.
It
Clearly,
works.
It worked. Again, the most confident and dominant win that Starburst has had facing Moonlight this series. Now they're up 1-0. They were up 1-0 in the previous set before the bracket reset, before Moonlight got the almost reverse sweep, essentially. But,
towards the end of the last bracket, first grand finals, Moonlight was getting a little bit too comfortable. You saw Omega and Shadow, literally just going all over the place, like it was just a silly pickup scrim at some point. That is what at Starburst you want to say, no, we're putting it into that nonsense right now. Don't try that against us. Don't get comfortable. You are the underdog. You need to be nervous because we are Starburst. That's what they kind of got to pose in that first game. But here comes the real question. Do you fall into the trap of even picking Clam Blitz again? If they pick Clam Blitz Umami, that is the ultimate, I don't know about that. Yeah, you won on it last time, but it's really difficult to beat anybody twice on the same exact map and mode, regardless of if it's a god team like Starburst or not.
It is, but I could see Clam Blitz working out pretty well. Maybe not on the team that they want, or maybe not on the map that they want, but it's going to be a really confident choice here from the side of Moonlight. Again, we love the crowd and the energy here, getting bonus coverage that you didn't think we would get here at LTC. We love all of the hype as we get ready for Game 2.
God bless Splatoon. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
And all. Hey, do we have a counter pick here? Do we know what it is? Because I hear some readying up noises.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be
I thought I heard a Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
By the way, shout out to Pico on the spec cam, doing a fantastic job. Yeah, Power did all right, but you're doing a fantastic job.
And as somebody, we both have run spec cam before. It's a little tricky. It can be tricky.
I've gotten better at it.
Yeah, but
I've gotten better at it.
It's hard to, and it's a skill to capture. There we go, our goats. The goats running spec cam. Power and Pico here.
Is that Metro Inc?
That's Metro Inc.
Is that
right there.
Is that the big dapple right there?
Yeah.
That I see? Yo.
Let's go.
The spec cam goats.
Spec goats here. Cheering us on. Yeah, this is how we're watching all the action. We love it.
Shout out to Bass Pro Shop as well.
Oh yeah. But again, a lot of studying, a lot of focus here for this counter pick. But again, we are going to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
That is going to be the counter pick for Moonlight that they're trying to choose.
Look, I don't know what their narrative is with picking this, but I still think it is the. I'm glad they're not falling into the trap of, well, let's just do what we did the last bracket, because it doesn't always work out the same exact way. So they're trying something different. This is plan B, and probably was their second counter pick they were going to make at some point anyway.
Yeah, which is still amazing. We didn't see a second counter pick from them from the first set. So this is going to be, okay, we're going to go this. But you're right. Even though they could choose Clam Blitz Umami, they're not going to do so. But let's hop into here. Game 2, Starburst leading 1-0 over Moonlight in our bracket reset. Let's hop on in.
And there we see, oh, wow, that's an interesting thing. We're seeing the vanilla splatter shot that isn't the the side order variant. So there we go. That might be the most surprising thing. Also, Brand going back to the beginning of the game, that is the vanilla splash with Crab that they're using here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that much. And then Omega's going to be bringing out the Stamper, which it's been a minute since we have seen that as well. One player going to go down on Starburst already. We're going to have a 3v3 situation here. Two are going to go down on the side of Moonlight. Moonlight, they did have a good, solid hold of mid, but no, not going to be the case now. Shadow's the only one alive. Can they at least get a pick out of it? No, they're going to get a trade. That's going to benefit Starburst as they're going to walk into the first checkpoint.
They're going to clear it in the first 30 seconds right there. Despite losing the first player of the game, that was Brand that got eliminated quickly. Starburst not having the greatest of openings, but they're responding to it. There goes Zero, by the way. Just diving along, taking a play out of Omega's playbook and just going for it. Zero's been making a lot of interesting plays in the first minute right here, winning a couple of fights in mid, now going for the Rainmaker. The push-up's paying off.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just extending that lead just a little bit could go a long way, especially in a map and mode like Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. And Omega in a very interesting spot here, the Zipcaster, but it's going to be taken down. Two members down now on the side of Moonlight. Will Starburst take this? No, the Rainmaker is going to be resetting, and Starburst has a pretty solid control of mid. You can see Basil trying to back up. Brand here in a 1v1, going to be jumping out from Nolan, and still alive. Starburst has a pretty solid control of this map.
Well, there's another opportunity where one of us says something and then it goes completely opposite right now as wait, no, Starburst.
No, yeah,
actually, Starburst is in.
I was right, Papa.
I was thinking the wrong teams right there. Did you just fall off the map?
Brand just fell off.
Excuse me.
Yeah, oh, that's unfortunate.
You know how high up this gorge is? You fell all the way down back to Earth. The good news is Brand will be still alive and they'll just respawn right there. But that did end a push before he gets going. Oh, and you just got sat on by a Kraken.
Yeah.
That can't be good.
No, that's unfortunate. And okay, so Moonlight, they were trying to pull it 2v2 situation at the moment right now. Moonlight, they haven't, 2 minutes in, they haven't really picked up the Rainmaker and gotten any points quite yet. We're going to see the Crab being at the ready. Shadow's going to be picking it up. This could be the first point on the side of Moonlight if they don't go down. There's a one-player advantage too, and there's a few points there. 3v3 right now.
It's Zero again.
Zero's the one, you're right, Zero is the one making these really gutsy plays and is doing such a good job at it, assisting with those two splats. Almost has Azuka ready, so Starburst is going to be picking this right where they left off before, but going down to that suction bomb. Bego's going to be carrying it, supporting with Bran and Jared. They're going to extend this lead.
It's like Zero just started leaning forward in the chair after the bracket reset. Like, okay, let's take this a little bit more seriously now. And man, it's been a difference with what the play style they've been bringing out right here. 37 remaining on a map like this is a winnable score, especially when there's still 2 minutes left to go. You haven't even gotten close to the first checkpoint if you're Moonlight on your own counter pick. Basil gets a nice splat on the angriest Hornet of them all, Zero. But still, what's the game plan to even get control of mid with Bagel just kind of chilling there?
Yeah, you really got to move Bagel if you want to try and extend your push and potentially get the lead. And you got to watch out for Zero on these tricky plays. You could start here with Nolan using the Kraken chasing down Zero. That's going to be a good strategy. Now, as they're going to wisely back up, and Moonlight has a little bit more control of mid, has a solid one-person player advantage right now, trying to chase down Jared. The screen is going to be coming out. Can Omega take down Jared? No, they can't. Going to go back to their landing point. Moonlight going to be trying another push once again. We'll see how far they can go, because I don't think they have a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, and they don't really have a way to go either. It looked like they were going to try to go to the catwalk, but it was just not there. So now they're going to try to go right, but they need Omega to come back and deal with this Crab first. Like, there's just no plan of attack right here for Moonlight. And instead, it's just kind of waiting for something to open up. And the longer you wait, the more special buildup you have from the side of the defending team, and Starburst makes them pay for it.
Yeah, just about a minute left now. Moonlight, we're really seeing them struggle a little bit more and more as time ticks down. Starburst's going to be picking up the Rainmaker once again. Can Zero take it down? It looks like they're going to be taking down Basil. They were going for Shadow. Let's see if they can get both of them. Two players down on the side of Moonlight as Starburst trying to extend this lead to push it as far as they possibly can. And they're doing a really good job being patient with this push as well. And just holding on to it. They don't need to really push the Rainmaker anymore. And is time on their side? Yes, time is on their side barely by just a few seconds. So Basil not in a really good spot, but able to avoid the Kraken. I thought Nolan was going to be chasing Bagel. Can they survive long enough up. No, they can't. Finally taken down with about 20 seconds remaining, but 2 players down on both sides.
Yeah, I do think Nolan thought they were going to be chasing Bagel as well until they decided not. There's a little bit of indecision right there. But again, Moonlight had to use a lot of specials just to even get to this point. And Starburst has them built up on the defensive side of things. You are looking at a 2-0 Starburst flexing in back-to-back games, looking to end this tournament right now.
Yeah, that was a really good win for the side of Starburst to really turn it up and get the win that they really needed and deserved. So it was a solid play, not as dominant as the first play that they had, the first game, but this was still a win for Starburst.
On Moonlight's counter pick,
yes,
mind you. So now you're put in a situation where like, okay, now we got to go back to Clan Blitz.
Yeah.
And now do we want to do something other than you, Murphy? As the crowd is looking for a reverse sweep, throwing bricks and all kinds of different things up in the air to try to make it happen. Again, this is what I was talking about. The mountain to climb, and it just got even more slicker of a climb up top there from Moonlight. As Starburst looks like they look like they're playing pissed off, and it's working.
It's
in their
working.
favor.
That's the thing. I don't think they're not used to this situation, but what works.
Yeah.
They're doing exactly like we said what they needed to do. Again. Game 1, very dominant. Game 2, a little bit more back and forth, but they still had dominance pretty much the whole time. And, it just seemed like a much slower game from what we had seen before. But like you said, this is going to be another counter pick that comes out from Moonlight with Starburst up 2-0. So this could potentially be the last game. But you guys heard the crowd. They're hoping for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, come on. We want more Splatoon action too.
Well, yeah, but I also, it's not my channel points aren't on the line here.
Well, I didn't gamble them either, so I don't know. Hey, they're favoring Moonlight right now.
They are.
So
they are. You can't change it. You can't back out now.
Nope.
You're committed.
Yep.
You bought a ticket to this ship and you are flying for the duration of this one.
Yeah.
Do we have a counter pick in? Again, I'm assuming they're gonna opt to go to Clan Blitz right here. And it wasn't an easy Clan Blitz to win when they got it in the first time either. Oh, they're going back.
So again, okay, so just to refresh, this is the counter pick that they chose after game 2 or after game 1 of the previous set. In the very first time that they had beaten Starburst, the very first time anybody had beaten Starburst. But like you said earlier, you can counter pick and have your map and mode that you want, but
if they win, they're geniuses. If they're not, I have a point to correct. Well, you shouldn't have picked the same map 2 times in a row, even though you beat them on it. You could have gone to Barnacle and Dime or Museum, but
always easy to point fingers. Yeah. It's always easy to do that.
In a situation like this, maybe it's just best to go with what's comfortable. But Starburst is probably thinking like, okay, here's what we screwed up on last time we played them here. Let's just not do that.
Yeah.
And then we'll be ready to go.
And again, it was a very close game too.
It was extremely close.
It was a very close game where Moonlight, they were able to pull it off in the final seconds. We knew they needed 2 power claims and they were able to get it going into overtime. And they just had a game plan and they executed it at that moment. So they're going to be trying to do that again. And I think too, Moonlight knows what they need to do. Again, will the weapons change from the first set?
Did they use Tent here last time?
I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
They did the blaster in-zap thingamabob.
Potentially.
There's somebody in chat who, how could they not remember? Okay, it's been a crazy day.
We've been running off of 4 hours of sleep each night for the past 3 days.
We can't just rewind the VOD in real time like you guys did. I don't think they did. I'm just curious if Moonlight's going to change their comp at all, or if they're just going to be like, well, let's run it back.
Yeah, let's see.
Potential tournament point here in Starburst's favor. Game 3 of the bracket resets. We're going back to Clan Blitz Umami, and that is the Tent brush pencil combo that they are bringing out. I think they did use that in the last game, actually.
Yeah, it's possible that they did. And again, kind of no surprises for these weapon choices. Still sticking with the vanilla splash and the vanilla shot that we had seen in the previous match too. So again, we're just going to kind of see that skirmish happen in mid, get a feel, and it's going to be Moonlight who's going to be the one benefiting from that, getting too early. Again, not really focusing on the claims quite yet, but Bagel here getting some key picks as 2 players are going to go down on the side of Moonlight too. So, there's going to be a trade as well. Basil's going to be staying alive here, as they're going to be the primary clam holder here, trying to break into mid.
It's like Starburst has a competition between each other to see who can get splatted first in the opening of the game.
It's been really quick.
But they're still bouncing back every single time that they get an opportunity like that. And as soon as I say that, Shadow starts to work around this white side, and all their players get eliminated. It's just Basil being the last player left alive as we see this map start to turn a very orange, Starbursty orange.
Yeah, they have a solid map control, but 0 clams in their disposal. One of the players is going to go down. So again, you have the map economy, but you don't have the clam economy in that position. And you know, that could have been a moment where they just scored maybe 1 power clam just to get the momentum going. But this is a team that they don't need the momentum in this game, especially when you have a player like Jared who's really tearing it up, able to get some splats here. And I would be amazed if they're still really not gathering clams. They're just pushing up. They're just playing it's Splatfest at this point.
And that's Jared not on the squeezer anymore. That's Jared on the splash. That was Brandon's on the splash earlier, but now Brand is using the blaster. So now we got a different weapon coming out from Jared, and that allows them to be a little bit more. I can push up. I can take these close range fights because I don't have to spam the trigger button right in front of you right now. But still, 2 minutes gone by. No points given up just yet by either team. As the crowd is it any wonder who the crowd's rooting for?
Yeah, and I mean, at this point too, you have 2 minutes in, a no score. It's really anybody's game, and this is giving all the confidence to Moonlight for the crowd, and maybe to Moonlight themselves as well. Finally, some claims are being formed on the side of Moonlight. Not a power claim quite yet, but Shadow's really trying to push towards that basket. Oh, and Nolan is going to be going down. That's going to be big, as Brand is going to be staying alive, trying to push up, and that's going to give more map control for the side of Starburst, as Basil's going to go down as well. That's going to be 3 down. That's going to be a delayed wipe for Starburst, and this is really where they're going to turn up the heat for that power claim, and this is going to be the first score of the game, Popgun.
This could be the tournament ending score. I don't think they'll get the KO, but they might get a huge enough lead to where they can bleed things out. Moonlight is really struggling with getting control of mid. It all comes down to how Starburst ends this one. They got wiped the last time they scored on Moonlight, and they basically just gave the game away at that point. This time they need to end this push with their players still alive, and it seems like they're trying to do the exact opposite of that. Instead, the in-zap from Bagel being still alive and safe back there, but look how quickly Moonlight starts to move into mid and how they're starting to push up immediately. We haven't seen really any effective Krakens being used so far in this game, though.
Yeah, we really haven't, or a lot of coordinated specials on the side of Moonlight, but this could be the first opportunity. 1 player advantage, 1 power clan trying to push forward. We see the Kraken come out as well. The Cooler is going to be out as well. So it looks like Moonlight will have an opportunity to score here, and it looks like they do. Will be enough for them to take the lead. It's just going to be 1 player alive. It's just going to be Omega who has claims. They're going to be going down, getting to 74. That was a moment where Moonlight...
This could be game.
It could be game. It could be game, especially 2 power claims on the side of Starburst, and they have a lot more map control. I think it's going to be a pretty stally minute and 20 seconds here.
Yeah, Moonlight tried to sell everything to get lead right there, and it didn't even come close to it. And now Starburst has, look at all of this nonsense Starburst has. This could be the tournament ending right here. Shadow being the last player left alive. That is a delayed wipe.
That's game.
And that could be your tournament as the deadly power clam jumps on in. Starburst, it wasn't easy, but when they start doing the push-ups, they can flex their muscles. They win Low Tide City again.
Yeah, a well-deserved win here. Zero hyping up the crowd. Zero's excited, and a congratulations to Starburst. Winning it in the bracket reset 3-0, but again, we can't talk about LTC 2024 without that bracket reset and how strong Moonlight played throughout this entire tournament.
They did a fantastic job. And they might have changed the narrative of how you can see them going forward. But again, Starburst is just a different kind of animal. Beating them 6 times in a row. 3 is impressive.
Yeah.
But you kick the hornet's nest and you see what happens. You get a much more aggressive Starburst. And now we can say the counter pick was not a good idea.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know what else they would have
yeah,
chose.
Yeah,
that's
honestly,
to be
yeah.
fair. But again, a well-deserved win there for Starburst. And again, sometimes it just takes a little bit of playing to really get the blood flowing, to realize this is the time to shine. This is when we need to turn it up.
And it faced adversity, responded to it. I mean, they look, we just got beat. Let's dig in.
Right.
Let's deal with it. They're going off stage. They're taking their victory lap or whatever. we're going to take care of business right here. And again, it's not that the crowd is anti-Starburst, but it is another scenario where the crowd is in favor of the other team because they're the underdog. But Starburst is still a team that is celebrated by the community because they do things like this. They come back and they find ways to win.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a well-deserved win. Only dropping games here in grand finals, and the first time ever that they have lost games here at Low Tide City in 3 years. And that's gonna be it for them too, because that's gonna be the last Low Tide City as we know it here.
That is it. They walk off as champions.
Yeah.
Yet again.
For the third time.
The final headline, not as surprising as like the actual thing that you just saw right there. Wow. That was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
That was, from what we saw, we, everybody kind of predicted the 3-0. I know you certainly were.
Yeah.
I'm going to go watch.
I was right.
I'm going to go.
I just got the wrong set.
Yeah, the wrong set.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and watch and, see you with your predictions there and see how wrong you were. But
Well,
no.
There's a first time for everything, for sure.
First
there we
time
go.
for everything, yeah. But again, a well-deserved win there for Starburst. And again, you can't say it without mentioning how large this event was. A lot of top-level players here, too, and especially a very dominant top 8 that we had seen here at Low Tide City.
That Fresh Mint team could have won this tournament, too.
Yeah. I mean, because, they did beat Moonlight,
yeah.
And went to a Game 5, and then when Moonlight played them again.
They got swept by Starburst, but that doesn't mean, like, they play them again, they don't make adjustments. Like, this was the most competitive Low Tide City we've ever had, for sure. And, yes, the biggest LAN ever. We said that last year. And
we're going to say it every year.
We're going to say it, yeah.
We're going to say it in September.
Yeah. The scene's just growing.
Yeah,
things are moving in a fun direction.
They certainly are. And you're going to be at Riptide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Me, my wife, and PJ.
PJ.
Which, by the way, congratulations. Yeah, not yet, but like coming up.
I'm excited.
This is your last LAN as a
competitor.
As someone who doesn't have like a child.
Yes, exactly. As somebody who doesn't have a kid, this is the last one. But yeah, no, I played today. This was the last time for the foreseeable future that I'll be playing. The goal is to maybe go to Riptide if I can pull it